Hey everyone, hope you're all doing great, staying happy, and keeping healthy. But real talk, are you actually enjoying my videos? Or are you just here to watch and silently judge me? I mean, no pressure, but if you're not liking them, I guess I'll just cry in a corner, right? Kidding, but seriously, let's get to the good stuff. So, buckle up, because today's video is all about a wild. What if Naruto's girlfriend had left instead of Sasuke? Yep, you heard that correctly. Who's this mysterious girl Naruto's after? And why in the world is she packing her bags and ditching Konoha instead of Sasuke? The suspense is real, folks, and trust me, it's going to keep you on the edge of your seat. Let's jump right into it. The village of Konoha is a bright and welcoming place for all its inhabitants, governed by the noble Hokage, whose duty is to protect the entire population. There is also a special academy that trains future ninjas and helps them learn the ninja art. All the children in the academy are friendly and always willing to help each other. And only one child feels unwanted here. It is 7-year-old Naruto. Since he was born, he is probably considered an outcast. There has not been an adult or child who has not addressed him with insults, and the academy group disrespects him. They all laugh, mock, and make fun of him, but Naruto is used to ignoring this and living his life. Although in his heart, he keeps a single dream: to become an Hokage and protect the entire population of Konoha. Naruto shouted. The pink-haired girl pushed Naruto aside, calling him a clumsy creature. How are you allowed to be in class? You are. This girl is called Sakura. She is quite pretty. She always goes with her best friend, and she ties a red ribbon on top of her head. Don't you dare yell at me. I'm human too, Naruto replied reluctantly. Moving to another seat, this boy is quite stubborn, and no wonder Sakura started yelling at him. Naruto, do you want to shut up from the first desk to Sakura's desk? And Naruto, turn around. A black-haired boy is also 7 years old, and like everyone else, he hates Naruto. Nobody asks you absolutely anything, hedgehog. Hybrid. As always, Naruto liked to mess with the boy, and most of the time it ended up being disastrous for Uzumaki himself. Sasuke approaches abruptly and slams poor Naruto's face into the table. Sakura, sitting next to him, jumps on the spot. Naruto breaks free from Sasuke's grip. As I said, it doesn't end well for Naruto. At this moment, Naruto's nose was smashed, and his cheek was red as a tomato. If you open your mouth again, I won't just break your nose, he said threateningly. Sasuke, sitting in his seat next to him, was joined by a purple-haired girl wearing a blue t-shirt and shorts tied with a wide ribbon. She looked at poor Naruto, sore, and despite that, she still smiled, although it was obvious in her eyes that she was ready to cry in front of everyone. Naruto, come. I'll take you to the medical room, said the girl. Naruto looked at her, surprised, but calmly stood up and followed her down the corridor. They walked in silence until Naruto asked the girl to stop. The companion complied with his request and turned around. Why are you helping me? Naruto asked Natsuki, and the girl just smiled weakly. She was a member of the Yuga clan and had purple eyes. Well, you are alone in the academy without parents. You must feel very alone. I understand and agree. Besides, you almost cried in front of everyone, and then they would have hurt you even more. What shocked Naruto the most was not the fact that he wanted to cry, but the fact that for the first time, someone was really supporting him and didn't want to hurt him. Do you support me? Naruto asked again. Yes, and I don't want to be attacked either. I won't let anyone hurt. My friend. Naruto's heart felt warmer and sunnier. He was ready to shout it all over the hallway so that everyone would hear it. Friend, whispered Naruto while Natsuki held out her fist to him. Protecting the ones you love is my ninja style. The girl smiled, and Naruto closed his fist. Then I will become Hokage to protect you, Natsuki, said Naruto. Hokage, you say? Okay, I'll wait for that, Naruto, said the girl, and the two jumped together, laughing happily, and headed to the infirmary. The streets of Konoha, day after school. Sasuke headed home as usual, followed by the screaming groupies, including Sakura and her friend. She wouldn't have turned to them if she hadn't heard the boys' cry of joy. Catch up, Natsuki, yelled Naruto, pushing the groupies away. Natsuki ran after him, trying to hit him. Naruto, you rascal, stop, yelled Natsuki, chasing the boy. He was holding her waist with his hand, so her pants were falling down a little. She wasn't mad at him at all. She was having fun because Naruto was no longer alone now. They were two. After a couple of days, Naruto was already progressing. Naruto had already progressed a lot in the past, but now he happily attended classes with his faithful friend Natsuki Yuga at his side. Surprisingly, every day went unnoticed by. But Natsuki's parents, knowing that their daughter communicates with Naruto, do not oppose, and on the contrary, support her desire to help the poor boy. Then we go to answer the homework. Everyone remains silent, especially the one who does not like to do homework very much. Naruto Uzumaki, surprisingly, had given his best this week, and of course, that pleased his mentor. Iruka and Naruto walked calmly, without any shouts, to the teacher's desk, preparing to answer. Tell us about the first great shinobi war. What new ranks were formed there? And what important battles were observed? Naruto thought for a moment, looked around, and began to answer. The main battle was the team of the third Hokage, formed by Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade of the Leaf, who fought against the ruler of the Hidden Rain Village, Hanzo. The answer was not exact, but it was clear for everyone. Well, what rank did this team receive? Can you tell me? If so, I will give it a good grade. Without a doubt, this was the fifth note of the week, and Naruto could not let it pass. The three great Sannin, said the boy. Not bad. I see that your friendship with Natsuki is bearing fruit, but you are still a naughty boy. The boy blushed. That's it. Very well, sit down, and we will start a new class topic. While our protagonist familiarizes himself with the new learning techniques of the academy with Hoa in the old caves, strange things were happening. Some of which were these new people standing on the fingers of a strange statue and discussing something. Apparently, something very important. We are missing one more person. How do you join the ranks of the organization? Asked a man. His face looked as if everything was happening behind a veil in an unknown place. We have to find the last dragon, the 10th for the organization. But there are many willing people, but not so many gifted, said another. The man who was leaning on the fingerheart of his right hand only sighed. Konoha, he said. What is this village going to give us? The woman who was on the ring finger of the same hand wondered. Remember what happened there just 8 years ago? The attack of the Nine Tails on the village. I bet the population has not completely forgotten that horror. From what I know, that is where our two main objectives are. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, as well as the 10th dragon of the statue, said the man. The adult ninjas are useless to us. You're welcome. I don't mean adults can take the Jin in there and train him. I will put my eye chakra into him, and he won't have to worry about anything but learning. Do you already have someone in mind? Asked the woman. I don't know this village well. Maybe our partner from Konoha can help. Everyone looked at the man, and his eyes immediately lit up with the Sharingan. Which clan has the honor of being part of our organization? The Uchiha clan is not enough for you? I think the Yuga clan, which is responsible for the safety of the village, will play a role in the life of the organization, he said. The ninja of the Uchiha clan. Well, let's wait until graduation. Now, it won't do us any good, but when the time comes, we'll go after the dragon. We'll be on the lookout for the right personalities. Our little bandit has been chasing kids his age. It had only been half an hour since the end of the last lesson, and Naruto was already hurrying down the street. His carefree attitude surprised some of the academy teachers because Naruto had been a brat since he was little, and now he had decided to make up for it. Naruto Uzumaki still stopped when he heard a familiar voice. How many times can you run through the streets of Konoha? You should be doing your homework. Or do you not have homework? He was the father of one of the students at the school. He didn't treat Naruto like some people did, but instead tried to help him and support him. His family became Naruto's family, and his house became his home. Yes, San, but I've already done everything. Naruto smiled and wanted to win more when, from behind the man, a familiar girl appeared. For everyone seriously and pulled with arc. She was shocked and saw the incomprehension in Naruto's eyes. If you don't understand, let me help you right now. I have nothing to do at home. I can be with you. Natsuki and Naruto were best friends at school. Unlike the other kids, she understood the boy's pain and did her best to support him. Thanks to his efforts, Naruto became the second student at the academy to know the entire history of Konoha from the beginning to the present. Iruka Sensei was delighted with his students, even though Naruto would sometimes start to nair bales to get someone's attention. Natsuki went home, grabbed her bow and arrows, advised her friend to do the same, and they went together to the shooting range where they sometimes had extra classes. Sasuke, anyway, I don't know how to shoot. Why did Naruto get indignant as he hung his quiver over his shoulder and immediately receive a hit on the top of the head with a bow? That's what you said about the story, and now you know everything from the beginning to the present day, objected Natsuki. aiming at the target. Natsuki loved lessons with weapons like throwing kunai or shuriken. Often competed with his best student, Sasuke Uchiha, who did not like a brat to get ahead of him in such an easy task, especially a girl. His shurikens and kunai form the core of his backpack that he carries for graduation. Aiming, Natsuki shoots and hits right on target, the center of the bull's eye. "Jesus, Natsuki, you have talent," exclaimed Naruto. Natsuki just smiled and motioned to her friend to shoot. "You what? I don't think I can do that." "Don't think about the fact that you can't hit the target," said Natsuki, approaching Naruto from his right side. "A bow and arrow are like a plate or a shuriken. They must be one in your hands. If you don't believe in your weapon, how can it obey you?" the girl wondered. Naruto concentrated, remembered Irika Sensei's lessons, what Natsuki had said, and aimed. "Feel your weapon, Naruto, and you will never miss." Taking a deep breath, Naruto prepared to shoot, and as he exhaled, the arrow flew towards the target. Naruto was literally shaking with fear, just like Natsuki. But then the arrow hit just a few millimeters from the arrow that Natsuki had launched. "Well," Naruto shouted and began to jump in place, and then kiss his bow and quiver of arrows. Seeing that Natsuki was smiling, Naruto jumped towards her and hugged her. "Thank you, Natsuki. You're a true friend." After the shooting range, Natsuki called Naruto to her house to celebrate. Such a victory, and Natsuki's mother received the boy with affection since Naruto had no parents. Anabai, Natsuki's sister, was not going to yet the academy, but helped his mother at home, and so Natsuki's father refused to talk to Naruto, although others in the clan did not think the same. "Naruto, how many vegetables do you want?" asked Natsuki's mother. "I will eat all you want," exclaimed Naruto. The only good relationships in the village were with the Yuga family and some classmates from the academy. Soon they would all graduate from the academy and form teams of 3 with the Honing in charge. Natsuki and Naruto really want to be on the same team. It is their dream, but will it come true? Time goes by so fast that parents don't have time to follow their children's progress. A lot of time has passed, and the big day has arrived, graduation. All those who were graduating were sitting in a room that was not small in size. It was Iruka Sensei's turn to announce the teams. "Very well, class, calm down," the teacher shouted as he got up from his desk. "I know you're worried, but it's unnecessary. The teams are already formed, and nothing can be changed. I'm glad to have had such gifted children under my tutelage, including the 3 of them. First are Natsuki Yuga, Sasuke Yukiya, and Sakura Aruno. Congratulations. Unfortunately, our naughty boy couldn't be in the top 3, but he still won a lot when he started chatting with Natsuki after the incident in the first chapter. So, first team, Mirai Sunjo, Nora Tawai, Ruli Rairo. Then Irika announced many teams, but never named any. Our heroes were starting to worry that they wouldn't be named in a team. Team number 7, Sasuke Yukiya, Natsuki Yuga, and Naruto Uzumaki, the last 2 members of the team. Team were happy to be pampered, but not Sasuke. After all, he hated both Naruto and Natsuki despite having more things in common with her than our protagonist Irika said. That the presentation to the captain would take place in the same office. The Honing approached the teams one by one. So it was Team 7's turn, but instead of their captain, it was Team 8 Kiba, Izuka, Sakura, Aruno, and otherwise what the hell is this? Naruto shouted from the other side of the room. Still indignant, Naruto, calm down, our captain, he'll come for us soon. Don't worry, said Natsuki. The teacher asked. Yes, the 3 of them answered. Follow me. Honing led the students to the upper platform of one of the houses to talk to the students. Himself sat on the railing that overlooked the street, and the boys on the steps. Well, tell us about yourselves. What is your name? What do you like? And what do you dream of? Said the man. How about you introduce yourself first? Asked Naruto. Okay, my name is Kakashi. Echo, exclaimed Naruto. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I love ramen more than anything, and I dream of becoming an Hokage. Upon hearing the last sentence, Kakashi remained thoughtful for a moment and smiled imperceptibly through his mask. Very well now, girl, said Kakashi, pointing at the Kunoichi. My name is Natsuki Yuga, and above all, I love archery, and I dream of becoming the best archer in the village, said the girl. Archery, interesting person, thought Kakashi. Now Kakashi looked at the 3rd gen. And my name is Sasuke Yukiya. There are very few things that I like or enjoy. I dream of killing a person and taking my revenge, said Sasuke, surprising not only the master but also Natsuki and Naruto. Well, we already know each other as a jonin. I will become your mentor, and I will teach you everything I know, said Kakashi, getting up from the railing. I will also teach you some other things, but for that you will need a good night's sleep. What do you mean, Naruto asked himself, Uzuritanki. Means that tomorrow there is training, Sasuke muttered. And no, don't you dare call me that, or else what will you complain to the Hokage? Sama smiled Sasuke. And then something happened that Kakashi did not expect. When Naruto was getting ready to hit Sasuke on the head, Natsuki stood between them, and the fight ended before it started. You are like two little kids who wouldn't share a rattle. If we didn't respect each other, I'll tell you about the relationship between the three of them from the moment Natsuki and Naruto became friends. The fights between Sasuke and Naruto started to happen almost every day. So if Ruka-sensei was unable to calm down that fight or brawl, Natsuki had to intervene. Everyone in the class knew that sooner or later Natsuki would get angry with both of them and kick them in the head. But until now, everything was calmed down. Natsuki is a balance between the two enemies, Naruto and Sasuke. The teammates thought that if the three of them were going to be in a team, they would end up there together. Thanks, Natsuki, said Kakashi. Yatsuki sat between the boys so that a scandal would not be raised again. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, I will be waiting for you at the training camp. Bring what you need, Natsuki. You can bring a bow and an arrow, and please do not have breakfast in the morning. When hearing the last sentence, Natsuki got excited. She was the best among all. In shooting with bow, there was no target nor bullseye that his arrow did not reach well. So until tomorrow. With those words, Kakashi disappeared after introducing himself to the teacher. The team went home, although Natsuki did not think the same. She called Naruto to her house to see the team and practice for tomorrow's mission. They arrived at the training field that was behind the Yuga clan house, where there were many targets with which to warm up. Natsuki put on the quiver as always and tightened the string of her bow. Ready, Natsuki smiled while aimed. Of course, Naruto, instead of a bow, an arrow. He grabbed more kunai and shuriken. The boy also aimed fire, the girl shouted simultaneously. Natsuki threw an arrow and Naruto a kunai. As expected, both weapons hit the target with precision. The couple was satisfied with their successes, slapping each other's palms. They continued their lesson. Unlike his supposed companion, Sasuke was too confident to train. He limited himself to checking his equipment in the morning when he hadn't even bloomed yet. Our heroes were already at the training camp, waiting for their teacher. It was exactly 5 in the morning. Kakashi still hadn't shown up, and without showing up, the students already doubted that the teacher would come one day. But when the hand of Natsuki's wrist clock struck 7 in the morning and the sun rose over the horizon, Kakashi appeared out of nowhere. Hey, are you ready? He smiled at the teacher. Where the hell have you been? The three of them shouted. If I had known you were going to be 2 hours late, I would have slept for an hour. More, exclaimed Naruto, causing him to receive a slap from Natsuki. Calm down, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei probably had a good reason for being late, said Natsuki. Thanks, said Kakashi. Now we can begin. And then the boys heard a subtle ringing. When they looked, they saw 2 bells on a red string in the teacher's right hand. Bells. Natsuki was surprised. This is the mission for you three. Your mission is to take these bells off me before afternoon, said Kakashi. Hang us, Jining. Take them off, you will receive lunch. Now the boys, they understood why Kakashi had demanded that they not eat breakfast. But we are 3, sensei, and only 2 bells. Wonder Natsuki. One has to go without eating. No, Kakashi smiled. His mission is underway. As soon as the Honin gave the order, the 3 jumped in different directions. Kakashi himself placed himself in the middle of the clearing so that he could be seen well, and took out a book so as not to get bored. A book, wondered Naruto. The trio hid in the bushes, Sasuke in a chakra tree, Ops Natsuki in a large thicket, and Naruto in a common bramble. And seriously, how can he be sitting there for so long? Yes, they certainly did a great job hiding. I'm glad already, said Kakashi. But who will attack first? Sasuke thought it was good not to be seen by Kakashi because despite being the best graduate of the academy, he had chosen a bad place to hide. If Kakashi notices me, everything will be useless, he thought. Sasuke, we have to take those bells off of him. Of course, Sasuke was right, but he completely forgot about his teammates with whom he should have discussed the next course of action, but apparently she didn't need it. Natsuki, holding a bow in her hands, tried not to move so as not to attract attention, but suddenly a toad appeared behind, which the girl screamed as loud as she could, screaming, Natsuki, jumping out of her hiding place. As soon as she did, some kunai flew towards her, reacting in time. The girl dodged and jumped to her feet a decent distance from her. "Master, you were quick to fall for such a cheap trick, Natsuki-chan." Kakashi smiled without taking his eyes off the pages of the book. "Bad trap, teacher," said Natsuki, catching her breath. "And that why did Kakashi ask?" "Banal," said the girl. "Then let's get to the point." Even though the Janina was in front of him, Kakashi grabbed his student by the shoulders with force and threw her over. Yes, while flying, Natsuki managed to hit her teacher with the bow, causing him to accelerate his flight. The girl landed on her back behind the teacher, who was rubbing his bruised body. As soon as Kakashi turned around, Natsuki tightened the string of her bow and shot an arrow at him. The target was dejected, but unfortunately, an ordinary log took Kakashi's place. "Substitution technique," exclaimed Natsuki. Seeing no obstacle, Sasuke decided to attack with a rope. He threw kunai and shuriken to places that were not far from Natsuki. They hit the target not far from the lying girl. He hit a pillar behind which Kakashi was peeking out. "I gave you," Sasuke smiled, but before he could jump, Naruto jumped on the pillar. "I found you, sensei." Naruto laughed and wanted to stab his master in the shoulder, but Kakashi grabbed the boy's wrist and threw him to the ground. "That hurt." Naruto landed sorry cancer with his, but against the teacher, and it's going to hurt even more, said Kakashi, and put his hands together in the form of a tiger seal. They guessed Natsuki and Sasuke. The girl wanted to run to her friend's aid, but it was too late. The secret technique of Konoha, 1,000 years of pain, and with 2 fingers bent in a tiger seal, she pricked Naruto right in the spot. At first, the boy didn't understand what had happened, but then he realized he was in crazy pain without even thinking for a second. Naruto flew through the air, clutching the sore spot. "Ouch," the boy screamed, falling into the pond that was not far from the fight. "Weren't you taught not to turn your back on your enemy?" Kakashi wondered. "Oh my god," Sasuke sighed. Naruto knew how to swim, but because of the pain he couldn't swim to the surface, which scared his friend and teacher. But Kakashi calmly backed away to read in peace. "Oh, my ass hurts." "Well, nothing, I'll teach him again. Just my own signature technique." Suddenly Naruto jumps out of the pond. But not only Naruto rises into the air and heads straight towards Kakashi to fiercely avenge the hellish pain in his ass. 1-2 TR-47 clones. How is this possible? Sasuke and Natsuki wondered. One by one, the clones hit one after another, but nothing could penetrate Kakashi. "Not even so many enemies, it's not bad, but it's weak," said Kakashi, pushing almost all the clones in different directions. But then Naruto jumped out of the crowd, holding a kunai. Seriously, with one blow, the boy, he scratched Kakashi's cheek and threw him back. But the teacher managed to grab his student by the wrist and throw him away into the bushes, or to be exact, on the same branch where Sasuke was sitting. Naruto lowered his head, hitting his stomach hard. When he saw that he was not alone, Sasuke tried to pull Naruto off the branch, but when the boy fell, Sasuke, unable to hold on, flew down with him. "There's our Sasuke," smiled through his mask Kakashi. "I wonder how long have you been hiding?" Sasuke, looking threateningly. Naruto took out kunai and shuriken, throwing them at the teacher, but Kakashi catches the 2 kunai in his hands with incredible precision and throws the shuriken away with his weak foot. "Sasuke," said Kakashi, throwing the weapons away. Sasuke got tired of babysitting, and without thinking much, he attacks the Jonin. At first, the boy tried to distract him with a blow to the shoulder, but this did not surprise him, but only missed. The next thing is the leg, but here too Kakashi intercepts it with his right hand, and the other with the left. SS, who found himself face down and tried to reach the bells, even touched one of them with his finger. This guy, but reacting in time, Kakashi, at the cost of holding both legs of his student, pushes him away from himself so that the bells would not get lost. Landing far enough away from Kakashi, Sasuke made another attempt to snatch the bells from him, but Kakashi vanished. Curse, where had he gotten in a right left up behind? It's bad, Sasuke, very bad. And then the boy's leg is grabbed from the ground, pulling him up. A moment later, the Jonin is up to his neck in the ground. Remember, Sasuke, you have to consider all your options, not just rush into the enemy without thinking. Natsuki, meanwhile, she was trying to find her companions because staying away from each other is dangerous. She was the only one looking at this mission with criteria. Naruto was nowhere to be found. Sasuke, neither. Where could they be? What could have happened? Naruto could have gone to our lunch that sensei left nearby of the pillars, and Sasuke, I have no idea where he could have gone. Maybe Sasuke met Kakashi sensei. That's the only explanation. Natsuki walked through the entire forest that was near the place, in the very place where she didn't find anyone. The bow to shoot the girl, put it on her back, and the arrows that she shot at the master she picked up from the ground and put them in the quiver. Natsuki-chan, SEO, and a voice and the girl walked towards him. When they reached a clearing where 3 pillars stood, Natsuki, prepared to strangle her friend. Naruto sat near a pillar that was to the right of the one with the clock and opened one of the lunches. Naruto, you're crazy, Natsuki, exasperated, pushing his friend away from the lunch. But the boy crawled back. Kakashi sensei will punish you for this, and if I try to, he will punish us both. Stop eating. Natsuki hit the boy on the head and push him away from the food boxes so the teacher wouldn't suspect anything. We have to find Sasuke. What does Sasuke have to do with this? Naruto wondered. What does it have to do with him? Is a member of our team, said Natsuki. Then what does that have to do with it? Naruto snorted, shaking his pants. He would let us die, you me, if he were in our place. Why can't we do that to him? Because we are a team, said Natsuki. And then it dawned on her. But before the girl could say anything, the alarm clock rang. As expected, our heroes had lost. Kakashi gathered the 3 around the 3 posts that were in the middle of the clearing. Naruto was tied to the middle one for trying to eat his lunch. So you failed the test. But in some points you surprised me. For example, Natsuki, I asked you to bring a bow for a reason. You were excellent with it. Even if you didn't fight me in hand-to-hand combat like Naruto and Sasuke try to do. But I'm going to make you sad and happy at the same time. We're to start to make you happy, of course. Naruto smiled. You won't go back to the academy, even if you didn't pass the training, said Kakashi. Naruto began to cheer up by clapping his legs and hands that were free, but Natsuki and Sasuke, they were not happy with this answer. And the bad guy asked Naruto, still happy and laughing, you will never become a ninja. At that statement, everyone was immediately surprised and speechless. Naruto, who a few minutes ago was enjoying his life, was about to fall to the ground. A true ninja is one who not only thinks about himself, but also about those around him, and does not jump wherever he goes, said Kakashi. Sasuke, who was already furious, made an attempt to take the bells from him once again, despite the fact that the training had finished, but Kakashi easily intercepted his attack, throwing him to the ground and sitting on top of him, and that's another confirmation of his stupidity. But why did you decide to ask Natsuki? I'll explain it to you, said Kakashi. From the beginning, when Natsuki fell into my trap and found herself without shelter, you, Naruto, and SS didn't try to help her. You didn't care. That's not true, Naruto protested. Really, Kakashi wondered. When Natsuki found herself face to face with the enemy, that is to say with me, you didn't try to defend her. You were thinking about stealing lunch, Naruto, said Kakashi. Sasuke, you only thought about getting the bells yourself. You didn't care about your teammates. You thought of them as a burden and a hindrance to your goal. The only one who cared about his teammates throughout the training session was Natsuki. What did you do, Naruto? Sasuke, nothing, and stood up from the boy. After you've eaten, I'll give you a second chance. You can prove your worth to me again if you want, but until you learn to help yourself and defend your teammates, not only yourself, to work as a team, I will not teach you. And left. Kakashi ordered not to feed Naruto, but Natsuki and Sasuke could eat this one, calmly eating their portions lunch, when suddenly they heard a loud noise. When Natsuki and Sasuke turned around, they saw that the loud noise belonged to Naruto. Do not worry, Naruto smiled as widely as possible, but his stomach growled for the second time, and the boy moaned. Seeing how hungry Naruto was, Natsuki handed him his ration. Take, he said. Natsuki handed him the food, but Kakashi-sensei told me not to let you feed me. It's dangerous, exclaimed Naruto. Natsuki just smiled and wanted to feed his friend, but the box of food flew to the ground thanks to a kunai that was thrown at him, exclaimed Natsuki. The girl woke up from her astonishment and realized that it was none other than Sasuke who had thrown the kunai. What are you doing? Haven't you heard what Kakashi said? Sasuke smiled satisfied. He said bluntly, no food for Naruto, but he is our partner. He said, Natsuki, you, and I'll do great, and Naruto will just get in the way. But Natsuki just threw rice sticks at Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei was right about you. She said, the girl, you don't think about helping someone, you think about helping yourself, and what has always worked, said Sasuke. But against her comrades' words, Natsuki jumped to her feet. She helped when I was alone. When we were at the academy, we were fine separately. But now we are a team, and we have to work together whether you like it or not. Picking up the kunai that Sasuke had, he threw the portion to get away from Naruto and handed it to its owner. That doesn't prove that you are stronger than Naruto. You are showing your weakness in front of him. That is all weakness. He doesn't even know any of the techniques. Sasuke snorted. Natsuki threw a kunai at Sasuke's feet and grabbed him by the neck. Strength is not determined by the number of techniques we learn, but how we achieve those successes. He said. A few minutes passed. Sasuke, Natsuki, and Naruto did not eat lunch normally, but sat in silence looking at the sky as if nothing had happened. No fight was seen either. Kakashi was nowhere to be seen, and the genin began to worry. "I can't wait for today to end," said Naruto, still tied to the post. Sasuke and Natsuki remained silent, because their thoughts were exactly the same as their partners. The afternoon was approaching, and Kakashi was still absent. Sasuke suddenly gets up and takes a step forward. "What are you doing?" Naruto wondered. "I just realized something," said Sasuke. "And what did he wonder about?" Natsuki sarcastically said that despite the difficulties, we should try not to be the worst in the academy. "I thought that everyone was a nuisance scum, but today's training has made me realize that I was wrong. And then I turned to my comp. I need your help to get up." Natsuki and Naruto looked at each other and smiled. "You know it's worth untying it." Natsuki said. Sasuke grabbed the kunai that Natsuki threw at him, and the two cut the ropes to help their friend. "I've learned something too," Naruto said as his friends held out their hands. "Life makes us fall, but it's up to us to decide if we can get up." Such words inspired his comrades. But as soon as they helped Naruto up, Kakashi appeared out of nowhere. He was furious at his students' insolent behavior, so he got angry. "How dare you disobey my orders?" Kakashi shouted, making the boys' eardrums burst. "You will be severely punished." Kakashi's fury was at the limit of its possible explosion. "So it was worth it that the genin came up with a good argument to please the master. We decided to go up." "Master," said Naruto. Through clenched teeth at his words, Kakashi listened. "And calm down a little. Go up." Kakashi was surprised. "Yes," said Natsuki, following him. "Life makes us fall, but it depends on us," continued Sasuke. "If we can get up," finished Naruto. "So you have decided that you can work together and get up together?" asked Kakashi mockingly. He did not see even an iota of doubt in the faces of the students. There was only determination, so his face heated up. "Well, you passed." "What was?" Naruto, surprised. "Yes, Naruto, you passed the second test," said Kakashi, once again, smiling. "I always thought being a team captain was stupid. That's why I made up these tests to get them off my back once. And for all last year, I sent another trio back to the academy. But today, for the first time, I felt proud of my students, so teamwork is just an excuse." Naruto wondered. "No, Natsuki guessed." "Smart girl," said Kakashi. "That's right. The goal of the first test was to see if you could be a team." The answer was no. But during the second test, I heard Natsuki's words that were directed at Sasuke, and I was surprised that you were able to rally so easily, making him think. And Naruto's words that you told me a few minutes ago, "Life makes us fall, but it's up to us to decide if we can get up." It's not a bad phrase, I must admit. "So what happens?" now asked Naruto. "What happens now? Nothing happens," said Kakashi, annoying the students. "And if they refer to them like that, I will teach them. I will tell them." Yes, the boys were so happy to hear the answer that they even stood up, which surprised Kakashi. But in a kind way, Kakashi walked ahead of them to accompany the students to the exit of the training camp. Sasuke and Natsuki followed him, and Naruto followed his companions. But suddenly he heard a scream up ahead, because he must have fallen behind. "How long are you going to walk?" Naruto shouted. Sasuke, for the first time in so many years, Sasuke called him by his name already, who normally called him Yuzuru Tonkachi. And seeing the smiling faces of his companions, Naruto laughed and hurried to follow them, because now he was not alone. As you can see, our heroes have become a team, or at least they tried. "Hokage-sama can't give us another mission." Naruto was outraged when he and his team came to look for a new mission. "Since the first mission, it's been a month. You are a genin team, therefore you are only given rank and ID missions," he explained. "Salat toy. But we have done so many missions of that guy in a month that we can't even count them with the fingers of our hands." Naruto shouted and received a blow on the top of the head by his teacher. "Oh, today, he's going to catch me." Kakashi thought like that to himself. "For the first time in my life." "I agree with Naruto," thought Sasuke. To restart the conversation, Naruto turned around, making a pout with his lips, so that the Hokage-sama would at least take pity on him a little. Seeing so much insistence, Sarutobi smiled satisfied. "Good," said the Hokage, and took out a scroll with a task. "You must escort a man to his village, becoming his bodyguard. He will be waiting for you at the gates of Konoha," he said. As soon as the team returned home, the genin began to prepare for the mission. They gathered everything they needed: supplies, some clothes, weapons. Natsuki hung a quiver on her shoulder and a bow on her back. The time to leave was approaching. Natsuki, Sasuke, and Naruto were already there. But the master was late as usual. "How much longer?" Naruto was indignant, sitting on his backpack. "This is bullying, for fuck's sake. Sure, there's some good reason for being late this time," Natsuki suggested. Yet Kakashi sensei found many reasons, and new ones every time. Sometimes he carried his grandmother across the street. One time he got a cat down from a tree, even though Sakura's parents were capable of doing it themselves. In short, he wasn't a teacher, but a walking problem with a mask. Eventually later the genin saw their teacher, but this time the reason was true. There was a man walking next to Kakashi, had short brown hair, green eyes the same color as his hair, a small beard, and a hat on his head like a ninja from ancient times. He wore a gray t-shirt that reached mid-thigh, black pants with a large backpack visible behind him, and he is the one we have to protect. Naruto whispered, "You don't say anything or we'll get a good beating from Kakashi," Sasuke whispered, pulling his partner's ear. Meeting his partner, the genin realized that he had been drinking lately and not much. No wonder Kakashi had volunteered to walk him to the door. There was no way he would have made it on his own. Once on the way, everyone walked in silence with Tazuna still holding the sake bottle. Naruto wanted to say something, but Natsuki and Sasuke shushed him as the trio walked further into the clearing. They noticed something strange, a small puddle that was near a distant tree. Sasuke pulled out a kunai with a stalk tied to it. Naruto pulled out shurikens, and Natsuki was prepared to one arrow at any time, because he had decided to carry the bow in his hand. About 2 hours had passed. The fears that the genin had supposed were not confirmed, so they wanted to put their weapons away again, when suddenly some spikes flew towards them from all sides. Kakashi shouted to the ground, reacting in time. The genin pounced on Tazuna and threw him to the ground, knocked down. Natsuki finds the enemy. The girl, without getting up, using her Byakugan, began to search for her target. Seeing the chakra movement, Natsuki smiled. "Sensei." For 5 hours, the girl shouted. Sasuke ordered the jonin. Sasuke jumped to his feet, grabbed the kunai he had prepared, and threw it towards where Natsuki was pointing at him. "Naruto," shouted Sasuke, and Natsuki, "Oh yeah." The boy smiled. Shadow declaration technique. The clones that immediately appeared dispersed around the perimeter of the vicinity to find their target using the reference points that Natsuki had given him. Naruto's clone quickly found the enemy, but when he was close to ours, heroes attacked immediately. As soon as the kunai and yuriken flew towards the genin, they began to cover Tazuna. Naruto and Natsuki stood behind while Sasuke parried the kunai from the front. Naruto shouted above, raising his head. It seemed that there was another ninja apparently supporting. Reacting in time, the boy jumped to cut off his enemy's path and reached the shoulder first, but his opponent managed to stick 2 kunai deep into Naruto's arm. "Naruto," shouted Kakashi, seeing how his student was pierced by the kunai. Sasuke, leaving Tazuna unprotected in front, he jumped and caught Naruto, who needed help. Natsuki reacted immediately and concentrated. It would take time to use the power he possessed, but right now he needed to act quickly. Opening his eyes, Natsuki looked at her enemy. She exclaimed, "The first ninja Kaiten 8 trigram seals spinning well." Natsuki used one of the not-so-simple techniques of her clan. The flow of chakra that sprouted from Natsuki's body transformed into a supposed armor that became a shield. Thanks to this shield, the flow of kunai and shuriken stopped Natsuki. "Naruto needs help," said Sasuke, landing on the ground behind Tazuna. The girl instantly jumped towards her companion. Sasuke began to defend the bridge formation. Natsuki, taking out a first aid kit, took a moment to wash Naruto's wound and make sure he had no poison. "I didn't think I would meet a genin who used such a sophisticated technique. And on top of that, at that age, the ninja's son, Aro, satisfied, standing in front of Kakashi. Naruto, sitting in front of Natsuki, who was tending to his wound, saw the unusual eyes and began to stare at them, which did not please the owner of the eyes. "Naruto, when we disarm those ninjas, I will tell you about my eyes, but now your gaze prevents me from concentrating," said Natsuki. Sasuke, standing in front, watched that the second ninja did not attack, because he is quite strong. Even to be a genin, Tazuna was tense and was afraid. "You cannot protect me, weakling," said the builder, turning to Sasuke. "Do not underestimate him. Tazuna-san is a shinobi, pretty strong," Naruto said as Natsuki finished healing his wound. Tazuna just hummed. Natsuki and Naruto took kunai out of their hip pouches, getting into the builder's defense. "They are too strong," Hijutsuki, "but if we don't protect Tazuna-san, we will receive one from the Hokage-sama. We want that." Sasuke was outraged. The genin was very aware that they needed the help of their master, but the problem was that the first ninja was quite strong, so he should not be distracted with his students. He would have to fix Silo alone. But luckily for him, a few more ninjas came out from the bushes, 2 skinny ones, 1 fat and 1 tall, and the last one small in stature, all from the protectorate of the village of the hidden mist. "My God," exclaimed Naruto, As he turned around, Kakashi saw that the students were surrounded alone. They were going to destroy us. But the boys looked at each other and took a deep breath. Maybe alone, yes. But if the three of us act together, we can take them, said Natsuki. Naruto and Sasuke, despite being teammates, had been enemies to be sworn from day one. Working as a team with him, Sasuke smirked. I'm not thrilled either. So shut up. Naruto gritted his teeth. But Natsuki knocked their heads together with all her might. What the hell does it matter? That's what Natsuki said indignantly. Whether we like it or not, we're a team, and we have to work together. If we think someone is weak, unworthy of our attention, it doesn't matter as long as we cover each other's backs. Let's forget the fights we had before. We have a mission to finish, said Natsuki. The Genin surrounded a Tizuna and stood at him, taking one last look. Naruto and Sasuke made a face. Okay, said Naruto, putting the kunai in his bag and clenching his fists. Let's see what kind of partner and couple are you, said Sasuke, repeating Naruto's movements. Natsuki just smiled and threw the bow aside. Before, I didn't want to use the Byakugan for anything. But it's time to remember what my father taught me, Natsuki, said Naruto. Ozer laughed. The boy multiple shadow clone technique. A moment later, the enemies were surrounded by a bunch of blonde-haired genin. Like our hero, the ninjas got a little scared. You could see in their eyes. But then they just laughed. This is just the beginning, said Naruto. The battle had begun. Using all the skills they were taught at the academy, throwing weapons, taijutsu, use of reflexes, all that our heroes tried to use. Natsuki used not only taijutsu, but the primitive techniques that, and if Naruto had taught her, used taijutsu to disperse his opponents, although it was not as easy as Sasuke thought with his reflexes, could easily dodge his enemies' attacks and attack with his own techniques. Naruto, when pushing a ninja, staggered and fell to the ground, which was a big mistake. The second ninja, who was slightly bigger than our genin, was about to hit him when suddenly he was stopped and pushed back. Opening his eyes, Naruto saw Sasuke and Natsuki holding kunai in their hands. Use your Itanki. How slow you are, growled Sasuke, giving a hand to his partner. With the help of his friends, Naruto was able to get up, but behind the two genin appeared some enemies. Turning, the genin attacked, rolling their partner in their arms. Natsuki and Sasuke guided him so he could disarm the enemies, giving him later a kick in the chest. Jumping to his feet, Naruto staggered, but did not fall. It has not been a bad fight, I assure you, said the ninja. But then he was stunned. Finally, the six opened their eyes and looked at their enemies. Team 7, led by Kakashi, attacked. Who are you? Why are you here? Asked Sasuke. To see this, a real honor for us. Kakashi attacked, smiled the leader of the gang. But Sasuke stationed in his face. Kakashi put himself in front of them so that there would be no more fights. Before they paint your face, you better answer the question, said Kakashi. We are the ninjas of Hidden Mist, and we have the mission to finish off this construction worker. The ninja pointed to Tizuna, and Kakashi frowned upon hearing him agree. Let's go. And the team, leaving their enemies tied to a tree, walked away. The rope was impregnated with chakra, so they wouldn't be able to get out for a long time. As they advanced along the path, no one said a word about the mission. It was getting too dangerous, especially for a team with genin members. Finally, Kakashi, who was walking in front, stopped. Tizuna-sen, couldn't you have warned the third Hokage-sama that you were being chased by ninjas from a dangerous village like Hidden Mist? Kakashi became indignant. What do the teams care? What mission are they on? Tizuna wondered and wanted to advance, but Kakashi told him. He stopped looking. Kakashi pointed at the three genin, and Tizuna looked at them with a disapproving face. They are only 13 years old. If they were a little more talkative and did not have the habit of drinking before going out, Sarutobi-sama would have kicked out the other team today. They have done a lot for you. Oh yes, what have they done for me? Tizuna laughed. He kicked out the ninjas. Anyone could have done it. I don't see what the problem is. The genin didn't like being treated like that. We have saved your ass, yelled Naruto, and wanted to hit the old man, but Natsuki and Sasuke, they restrained him. If you're so smart, saying that such dangerous ninjas can be handled by an ordinary man, then go back to your village. Just to which Tizuna was also offended. Don't you dare say that about my village, shouted the old man. And you don't you dare insult me, my team, and my village, Naruto shouted. At the end, the boy flatly refused to continue until the old man apologized for his words. But Tizuna did not admit his guilt because he considered them mere trash, which, by the way, saved his life, and admitting it was beyond his pride. Kakashi still convinced the genin to continue the mission despite the same discontent. But there was no choice. Everyone walked in silence this time. Not even the genin talked to each other. They just walked forward where the captain led them. The most successful during this time was that the team worked harmoniously. They did not err and worked as one. It worked for everyone except for Tizuna, who had a mind of his own. Soon Kakashi stopped walking. Behind him, Naruto collided against him and rubbed his bruised forehead. Kakashi sensei. What happened? Naruto wondered, but soon Naruto himself, Sasuke, and Natsuki also felt that something was not right and that it was worth turning back. but that would be a grave mistake before the shobi could do anything, and ninja landed on the branch of a tree. He was quite tall, probably the same height as Kakashi, with his mouth covered in bandages, gray pants with dark stains on the fabric, a bandage on his hands, and a large sword on his back. On his head, he wears a shield of hidden mist lowered to his left side. You have neutralized my accomplices. What a pity. The voice is rough, but at the same time tense. Who are you? Kakashi's teacher indicated to the students to remain silent. It is not good manners to remain silent when your elders ask you a question. The ninja was bothered by the lack of respect. Depends on who asked the question, Naruto said loudly, which was followed by a punch from Sasuke. Even so, he jumped to the ground, and Kakashi stood in front of his students, protecting them. The famous Kakashi on a mission, not alone, but with a team, is the first time you are in the role of mom in front of the enemy. Smiled the ninja. Kakashi kept his gaze on the ninja, as if thinking more and more, and the students just had to observe everything. Zabuza said, Kakashi, I have heard about your skills, your fighting technique, and especially your sword. Following Kakashi's gaze, Zabuza turned to look at his sword. Apparently, it is quite popular in your village. Kakashi attacked. Zabuza smiled, but still, so let's get to the point once and for all. For the first time in all. This time, Kakashi, in front of the students, touched his forehead protector for the first time. Wow, can I see your Sharingan? What an honor. Zabuza feigned a bow. A Sharingan, wondered Natsuki. But as far as I know, only members of the Uchiha clan are capable of awakening those eyes. A Sharingan is like the Byakugan of the Yuga clan. When Kakashi took off the blindfold, the students saw his Sharingan. Zabuza even applauded. He had been wanting to see your famous eye, the Sharingan, for a long time. Kakashi would be honored to fight a shinobi like you. Zabuza said, guys, your job is to watch Tazuna. Sen, do not interfere in the battle. That is an order, said Kakashi. The trio immediately lined up around the builder to prevent Zabuza from even getting close to him. The dangerous mission had only just begun. Kakashi glared at Zabuza, just as Zabuza glared at him. Naruto and his companions thought that Kakashi and Zabuza already knew each other, but if that was the case, no, they hesitated to rush into battle. Looking closely into the eyes of an opponent, a shinobi reads the information he needs, but this technique takes years of training. I doubt Kakashi could have progressed so much, thought Sasuke. Such thoughts arise in the mind of every genin, because it is not taught in the academy, but only theoretical knowledge, and to apply it, a lot of practice is needed. Without a mentor, nothing can be achieved. Zabuza lunges at Kakashi, bringing his sword close to strike him, but Kakashi blocks. Kakashi quickly strikes with his kunai. Unfortunately, the blade of the sword is much stronger than the blade of the kunai shuriken, so Kakashi's weapon breaks quickly, but the weapon manages to protect its owner. Due to this collision, Kakashi automatically flies backwards, sliding his feet along the ground. Zabuza, despite the fact that the enemy is unarmed and it is shameless to hit in such a case, throws his sword at Kakashi. The captain did not even have time to hit the tree, and it is very difficult to change the position of the body in the air. Master, exclaimed the genin. Natsuki abruptly grabbed a bow from the ground. He drew the string and launched an arrow at the sword. The intense pressure pushes the sword away, but does not stop at the arrow itself. Breaks in half, and the tip remains in the blade of the sword as it crashes into the tree trunk. Wow, Zabuza, he smiled imperceptibly. That is some aim. You don't have a bad student, Kakashi, said Zabuza, as the honing crashed into the tree, avoiding hitting his sword. He looked at Natsuki in sign of recognition, and she just nodded to avoid saying too many words. Yes, I'm not going to argue, that's what Kakashi said. And pushing off the trunk, he jumped towards Zabuza. A new fight began in which Kakashi or Zabuza would win, and that worried the G. You're going to lose. Zabuza smiled. Kakashi threw him to the ground, ending up on top of him. But when Zabuza stretched his arm up in an instant, there was a sword in his hand. Kakashi sensei, be careful, Natsuki shouted. But it was too late. The blade of the sword had hit Kakashi's face. Suddenly, the ninja was already flying back to that same tree. What bad luck, said Zabuza. The famous Sharingan of Kakashi would fall because of such a small scratch. I feel sorry for you, Kakashi. But instead of the honing, there was an ordinary trunk. Seeing this, Zabuza was surprised. A body swap technique. The ninja was outraged. You are right, I feel sorry for you, Zabuza. Put a kunai to Zabuza's throat. Brave Kakashi. Very brave, said Zabuza without even turning around. You should not open your back to the enemy, Zabuza. Do not, they taught that at your school, asked Kakashi. But there was nothing to be happy about, because the Jonin himself had fallen into the trap. The same thing I ask you, Kakashi. As soon as Kakashi turned around, the original, who had been hiding all this time and was now showing himself, summoned the water element. With its help, Zabuza was able to imprison Kakashi in a water trap. Kakashi sensei, shouted the genin. That's it, Kakashi, rest for now. He said, Zabuza, it's time for me to get what I came for by creating another clone. Zabuza was about to kill a Tazuna Naruto Sasuke. Natsuki shouted, Kakashi, run, you can't handle him, he's too strong for you. The genin looked at Tazuna-san, who was more than scared. Kakashi-sensei is right, we are too weak to fight against a shinobi like that. We will simply lose against him, thought Natsuki. But then Naruto had an epiphany. Guys, I'm going to need your help, said Naruto, tying the projector tighter. I have an idea of how to make that weirdo without eyebrows lose against the genin. This, of course, left them stunned, Natsuki and Sasuke. But they decided to play along since they had no other choice. Anyway, multiple shadow clone technique with a signature move. Naruto surrounded Zabuza, surprising us all. As Zabuza, the clones jumped at him and wrapped him from head to toe, preventing him from seeing anything. But it's not enough. With a strong pull, Zabuza scattered all the clones in different directions. Naruto, who had also joined the battle, held his camping backpack in his hand and searched for something, and she, upon finding what she was looking for, made a signal to Sasuke in Natsuki. Sasuke, catch it, Naruto shouted, and threw the object into the air. Sasuke jumped and caught it. So he immediately realized what the object was unfolding, that it was a large shuriken that Naruto used to carry with him on his missions. Natsuki perfectly remembered the day that shuriken had fallen into Naruto's hands, and yes, her father had given it to Naruto for New Year's Eve shadow mill jumping. Once again, Sasuke threw the shuriken at Zabuza, but not against the clone that Naruto had attacked before, but against the origin that was holding back the water trap, where Kakashi-sensei was located. Sasuke and Naruto waited for the shuriken to hit the target, but Zabuza caught it. Oh no, Tazuna shouted. But here Natsuki reacted instantly. She shot at the shuriken that Zabuza caught and literally knocked down a second similar shuriken hidden in the shadow of the second one. And the girl just activated it. Smart, she said, Zabuza. But here too, as the shuriken flew towards the ninja, just jumped over. That's not enough. Suddenly the shuriken that flew by, that is to say backwards, turned into, and guess who? Yes, behind him, it was Naruto. Surprised Naruto shouted Zabuza for the first time in his life. He was scared. Take this, and sign of taking out a kunai. Naruto threw it at Zabuza, or rather at the hand he was using to hold back the trap, where Kakashi was terrified of being left without a hand. Zabuza pulled it out before the kunai could reach his hand, and the weapon flew by. How pathetic you are, Ryo. Zabuza, Naruto and his companions had completely forgotten about the shuriken that Zabuza had caught before, and it turns out that our Naruto is in great danger. Zabuza was about to throw his weapon at the boy, but the shuriken blades are stopped by Kakashi, who managed to recover from the water trap. You are the pathetic one for attacking a genin, said Kakashi, and with a single movement, he pushed the shuriken away from the battlefield. Zabuza immediately bounced away from Kakashi to prevent him from using it. The genjutsu that is quite common in the use of the Sharingan master, exclaimed Natsuki when Naruto was already in the water. That was a great plan. Whose idea was it? He asked Kakashi. It was Naruto's idea, he said. Sasuke, I didn't think his plan would work. Zabuza is unpredictable. I agree with you, but it worked for me. Naruto smiled with all 32 teeth. Kakashi looked at his students and realized that he doubted his work. I used clones to hide my transformation in a shuriken. That is when everyone thought that the original had thrown the weapon at Sasuke. I was the weapon. We knew very well that it was worth activating the shadow because Zabuza could easily catch the shuriken. That was not Natsuki-chan's task. Using her bow, she would always hit the target. After all, she took me out of Zabuza's hands. Naruto smiled, and they did a pretty good job. Well, I'll take a closer look at them, Kakashi thought. But it was worth it to go back to battle with Zabuza. His opponent was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the genin, but Kakashi wasn't totally recovered from his captivity in the water, was dangerous for him. Too, Zabuza lunged at Kakashi. The ninja brandishes his sword against the honing, but he dodges mine, blocking the next blow. Suddenly, Zabuza lifts his foot to strike, but suddenly a shuriken, a kunai, and an arrow stick into his leg, exclaimed Zabuza. As he turned around, the ninja saw the genin who had thrown all those weapons. The shuriken belonged to Sasuke, the kunai to Naruto, and the arrow to Natsuki. You should not hit our master uncle. Fearless, he shouted. Naruto, if necessary, we will join the battle too. When we know this, he just laughed. And what will you do? Zabuza smiled, barely containing his laughter. Sasuke, Natsuki, and Naruto looked at each other, but could not think of anything to say. Suddenly, Naruto realized. He made a gesture to his companions to approach him, and they began to whisper. Kakashi and Zabuza began to fight again, and the genin had a little time to come up with a new plan that Zabuza would not have guessed. This is a crazy plan, Sasuke said when Naruto had told him, I know everything, but I don't see another way out. If we want to help Kakashi-senpai, we have to take the risk, said Naruto, without Zabuza hearing him. Everyone understands their task more or less, said Natsuki with her bow ready. Let's go, said Sasuke. Kakashi was clear about not getting into combat, but our heroes didn't seem to care that the teacher was in danger. It was obvious that he was still weak, especially after such a trap, and more, so using a Sharingan just when Zabuza wanted to discreetly hit Kakashi's hand. She is stopped by the lightning-fast Sasuke. Of all the genin of the promotion, he had a predisposition for fast techniques, and speed, therefore his job was to defuse the surprise on Zabuza's side for now. A little demon Zabuza screamed as Sasuke stabbed him in the arm with two kunai before the boy could even scream. Zabuza punched him and kicked him in the stomach as Sasuke fell to the ground. Sasuke exclaimed. Everyone on the team, including Kakashi, the captain, seeing this, pushed Zabuza away from him a slap and tried to run toward Sasuke when a huge sword launched itself at him, and Kakashi flew straight into a tree far away from his students. Cursed Sasuke spat blood, but managed to get up on his elbows. You'll be there soon. Emil's arrow, using the technique of his clan, Natsuki, passed a Byakugan of chakra through the arrow and shouted at Zabuza. The arrow hit the target, and Zabuza began to feel weak. It's a sure thing. Jin and Zabuza smiled satisfied, removing the arrow from his shoulder. An amazing job, and began to examine the arrow. Judging by the tip, it is the work of the Yuga clan. They are famous for their arrows and their techniques. So you are one of them. Looking at the others, Zabuza smiled. Even more, the Uchiha clan, the Uzum clan, and the Yuga clan. Kakashi, are you serious? Shouted Zabuza. Kakashi was furious, and thanks to his speed, he appeared in front of Zabuza. He blocked the blow, but Kakashi did not give up and began to land consecutive blows one after another, although he was already tired. But Zabuza wounded him with the same arrow with which Natsuki wounded him. Kakashi-sensei, exclaimed the girl. She knew very well the effects of this technique and realized that it was dangerous for the chakra. The chakra would simply run out. Zabuza, thinking that everything was over, decided to use another technique to finish off Kakashi once and for all. Kakashi looked at Zabuza as if he had read his mind and began to repeat after him. Zabuza, surprised by this, continued creating the technique, but could not do anything about it. It's as if he read my mind, Zabuza thought to himself. You're right, I can read your mind, Zabuza said. Kakashi calmly repeating more after his rival. Upon hearing these words, Zabuza was scared, but continued with his actions. You're going to lose, Kakashi, and your damn genin will not help you. Zabuza laughed, but Kakashi just smiled. You are a fool if you think my students are bloodthirsty, said Kakashi, and with that, his intention was clear. In reality, a ninja becomes strong not because he kills his companions or enemies, but because he gets up when common sense tells him to fall, said Kakashi. At the last moment, looking into the eyes of his students, Kakashi realized that he doubted them. Despite being a jonin, the genin had proven to be the best. They had even helped him in his battle against Zabuza, even if it was only a little water element. Water tsunami, shouted Kakashi. Impossible, exclaimed Zabuza. In an instant, the torrents of water that Kakashi had used rushed upon him. The water literally swept away everyone who was nearby, even the genin who protected the construction workers. Zabuza, once under the water, I was willing to swear that Kakashi had used the manipulator to guess the technique, because it was Zabuza who was going to use it when the flow of water stopped. Zabuza was already hanging upside down from the branch of a tree, trying to expel the water from his lungs, coughing at the same time. Not far from him, Kakashi landed on the same branch. You see the future and you read minds, he asked himself. Zabuza. Kakashi just hummed yes. And no, I'm not going to reveal my tricks to you, Zabuza, but of one thing I'm sure you're going to die. Kakashi was about to kill Zabuza with a kunai when suddenly two needles pierced Zabuza's neck, and the shinobi fell from the branch. Kakashi landed next to him and was about to approach to take his pulse when he saw a masked ninja on that branch. The mask was similar to the one worn by the Ambu Root ninja in Konoha, but the sign of the hidden mist village indicated otherwise. Thank you for catching this criminal, Sharingan, Kakashi, said the ninja in a male voice, and bowed. Now I will take his body and deliver it to the ruler of the hidden mist village. Kakashi at first doubted the veracity of his words, but sighed in relief. You're using needles. Are you sure you killed him? Asked Sasuke, approaching Zabuza's body. Don't worry, genin, they will take care of him in the village. I assure you that he won't hurt anyone else. After these words, Zabuza's body disappeared, followed by the unknown himself. The team remained in stupor for a while longer, and it was not until Natsuki approached the captain that he brought him out of his stupor. Kakashi-sensei, By why did you so easily believe that Zabuza-san was dead when this stranger attacked him with 2 needles? The girl wondered, dedicating herself to healing the wounds that the Jonin had received. Nobody said to believe the words of that shinobi Natsuki, said Kakashi, sitting comfortably. Then why did you let him go, said Naruto indignantly. Because I know that you can't kill a shinobi with a punch like that, said Kakashi. There is a vulnerable point in the neck, that is the carotid artery, but the needles didn't hit it or even fix it, and the nape right here, K, if he pointed to a small bone, or rather a point just below it, pressing a sharp or blunt object at this point could easily kill a person. But the intention of the shobi was not to kill Zabuza, but to capture him, said Kakashi. After this fight, Kakashi felt bad, and the Jonin had to help him move on because the village where Tazuna lived was not so far away. When they arrived at the place, the team saw some bricklayers who were building a bridge over the river. They continued walking where Tazuna told them she indicated, and they entered a small house. Inside, they found 2 people, a woman who was cooking dinner and a small child with a Panama hat on his head. Dad, how good that you finally arrived safely to the village, the woman exclaimed, hugging the old man while suddenly directing her gaze to Kakashi, who was barely standing. My God! Quickly take him to his room. He needs to rest. The genin led the master to the room, since there was no other place to stay. Kakashi, feeling the soft surface under his back, was able to relax. Like your students here. We are finally, sighed Naruto, sinking into a chair near the bed. How long are we going to be trapped here? Asked the boy. Due to the use of the Sharingan, I won't be able to move well for a few days, unfortunately, said Kakashi. As long as we're here, and I can walk at least with a crutch, then I can teach you some. Movement are you going to teach us? He asked Naruto. Why are you surprised, Naruto? Kakashi smiled. You thought that once you graduated from the academy, that it would be the beginning of a free life, your teamwork. He's still a little lame and needs some work, said Kakashi. Tomorrow you'll know everything. But now, I need to go to bed, go take a walk. The Jonin obeyed and went out into the open air, as the Honing had ordered him. Here was a river, a clean river, so the air was nice too. Naruto even almost fell into the water to take a dip. Use your tanki. The next time you want to jump in the water, don't drag others with you, said Sasuke. The thing was that as the Jonin walked past the Naruto river, had an uncontrollable urge to take a dip. After much persuading, Naruto couldn't get his teammates to swim with him. So when he started to jump into the water, he dragged Natsuki and Sasuke with him. So now, as they noticed, the 3 of them were wet up to their underwear. Come on, Sasuke, Naruto smiled, wringing out his sweatshirt. It's not that hot. Naruto got a slap from Sasuke for saying that the relationships in the team, even after such events, are not the best, but the mitigating factor between Naruto and Sasuke is Natsuki. She always resolves this war peacefully, for which Kakashi is grateful. As they passed by the construction workers holding hammers and boxes of nails, the Jonin saw the same boy they saw today at Tazuna's house. Hey, boy, Natsuki yelled at him. But the boy, seeing that the Jonin were soaked, just ran away from them. What's wrong with him? He wondered. Naruto is afraid of water. Naruto Koen, hearing a voice, the boys turned around and saw the woman who had greeted them at Tazuna's house. She was carrying large bags in her hands. Let's help, said Naruto, picking up the bags of food. Sasuke did the same, and Natsuki couldn't take anything after all. She is a girl. This is your son? Asked Naruto. Yes, his name is Inari, answered the woman. Hasn't known how to swim since he was a baby, so he is terrified of water. I even have to bathe him myself. After this conversation, the Jonin of Tahuna found out that Inari's father saved the village, becoming a hero, but the men of a very bad man add that he hired assassins and Zabuza to kill the builder. They crucified Inari's father in front of the whole village. Even Inari saw that. He wondered. Natsuki, yes, watching you from her cup. Inari's mother was washing the dishes and silently listened to her father's story. The whole village had seen it, including the children, and Nari among them. Now, he doesn't believe there is a single hero in the world that can stop Gato or his followers, said Tazuna. The conversation ended there when Kakashi entered the kitchen. Kakashi, so already are you feeling better? Inari's mother asked. Yes, thank you. Your healing works wonders. Kakashi smiled. Good. You 3 follow me quickly. Inari's father used crutches. Before, he had a broken leg. So Tazuna lent them to Kakashi so he could walk normally. Kakashi led his students into the forest to begin their training. The Jonin sat down on the grass to make it more comfortable. Listen, so you already know that ninjas can use chakra for different purposes, right? Kakashi asked. True, the Jonin answered. 3 from today, you will learn to climb trees, announced Kakashi. Trees. But why not? Suki asked. Kakashi assumed there would be questions, so he approached the tree and calmly climbed the trunk, as if he were walking on the ground while Naruto couldn't contain his emotions. How high did you do that? Very simple. Natsuki smiled. Chakra can concentrate in any part of the body. Thanks to this property, Kakashi sensei was able to climb the tree trunk in such a way that he did not fall. Kakashi smiled with approval. Good answer. But concentrating chakra in a certain part of the body is very difficult, requires excellent chakra control, said Kakashi. That's what they taught you at the academy. You have to concentrate on the chakra and make most of it gather in the soles of your feet. Then Kakashi took out 3 kunai and threw them at the feet of each of the students. Choose any tree and mark each attempt with course guards on the trunk. Whoever reaches the top of the tree wins, said Kakashi. Naruto, Natsuki, and Sasuke concentrated, as his teacher told them. These boys are very gifted ninjas. Even for Genin, if you teach them to fight, they will not only defend themselves and their companions, but also the village. Kakashi thought once the concentration was over, Naruto decided to try. First, he stood in front of the tree, holding in his hand the kunai that Kakashi had given him, and put one foot on the trunk. Then he wanted to put the other foot on the trunk, but his feet slipped off the trunk. Luckily, Naruto had time to put the kunai down. Against the trunk? Yes, Naruto. That is your limit, said Sasuke, pointing to a line that was just below Naruto's height. Natsuki just patted Sasuke on the shoulder and approached Naruto, holding out his hand. Don't worry, the main thing is to believe in yourself and not break down or cry if you don't succeed, said Natsuki, helping her friend to stand up, and handed him the kunai that had fallen to the ground. Life makes us fall, but it is up to us to decide if we can get up, agreed Sasuke, approaching his companions. Okay, Usul Tenkachi, let's make a bet who will be the first of the two to reach the top of his tree. And he extended his hand to make the bet. Naruto hummed, but crossed the bet with a handshake. I agree. Naruto smiled. Natsuki-chan, that's enough. God, you guys don't change. Natsuki sighed, breaking the lock on Kakashi's orders. The genin were learning to walk through trees without the use of their hands, but turned out to be a lot harder than Naruto and Sasuke thought. Unlike their peers, Natsuki didn't argue with them about the victory, but simply snatched it from under their noses. The first day, Natsuki was the first to climb to the top branch of her tree, so the boys lost to the girl. None of them were going to accept it, so they tried to get to the top as soon as possible. Come on, Naruto shouted, and ran up the tree parallel to him. Sasuke ran towards his tree. There were already quite a few marks on the tree trunks, so the fight became even more heated than before. Naruto at reached his old mark. Before falling, the boy scratched another one as he fell to the ground. Naruto saw that Sasuke had already been able to use this ability for a longer time, but soon he too fell to the ground. Curse, Sasuke is going up higher and higher, Naruto scolded himself while thinking. Natsuki walked into the clearing with his lunch in hand. Have a snack at least, said Suk, spreading out the portions in the boxes he had brought. Naruto took his portion impatiently, but Sasuke had to push him. I don't want to eat. Natsuki, eat it for me. Sasuke was outraged. He wanted to get back to Kakashi's task, but Natsuki took the kunai from him. Sitting down, Sasuke didn't argue and just proceeded to eat. Arguing with Natsuki was useless anyway. Sitting next to his friends, a girl was going to say something. By the way, I've learned something from Tazuna, said the girl, making the boys distracted from their food. And what have you found out? Asked Sasuke. The country of waves is ruled by a very cruel man named Cat, said the girl. Tazuna-san, he said it was Gato who hired the ninjas we met on the way here to kill him. But why would he do that? Naruto wondered, choking on his rice. As I mentioned before, Gato is a ruthless businessman who is willing to kill innocent people for his own benefit. So a few years ago, a man was crucified who was against Gato's power and spoke out on strikes against him. This man was crucified on a cross. But before killing him, Gato ordered his hands and feet to be cut off and then killed. He said, Natsuki, such a story shocked the genin. They even managed to eat quickly. Sasuke stood up, followed by Naruto. They were determined to do something about it. By the way, how are your attempts to defeat the tall tree going? Natsuki decided to ask Sasuke, and Naruto just looked at her. So what do you want from me now? How to concentrate chakra correctly? Naruto shouted with all his strength. Natsuki almost fell on her back, but held on. Why do you have to shout like that? Natsuki was indignant, hitting Naruto on the knee with her fist, causing him to grab the bruised place and start jumping on his axis. Well, it's very simple. It didn't take several hours. The whole team and the owners of the house where Tazuna lived gathered around the table for dinner. Kakashi sat at the head, Natsuki on the other side of the table, and Naruto and Sasuke facing each other, flanked by their other companions Tazuna and Inari. And Tsunami, Inari's mother, sat next to Kakashi. The table is quite large. After all, Naruto and Sasuke were as always competing with each other, Even eating, while watching the other eat, they were competing to see who finished their food faster. And when they finished, they jumped up handing the bowls to Tsunami stuff. They shouted at the same time. A spark jumped between them. Natsuki and Kakashi, sitting not far from them, made a face, and in a few seconds Naruto and Sasuke were almost on the floor vomiting enough. Already shouted Natsuki from the kitchen to calm her companions. You can't even eat. Well, this is horrible. Have some respect. Not for Kakashi-sensei and me, but for Tsunami-san's work. After Natsuki said that the boys calm down, I will finish my food and get back to training, because heroes should not be left behind. The rest of us, Naruto smiled, eating the second portion that Tsunami had given to Elias. Sasuke, Naruto, you don't need to try too hard. You can always start over. It's not like I'm chasing you ahead of the smoke from the locomotive. Kakashi resented calmly, finishing his ration. What heroes? Asked mockingly Inari, getting up from the table. Heroes were invented by old people to give false hope to people, that's all. But Naruto seemed to have a different opinion. What makes you think that heroes were invented by old people? Naruto wondered, handing Tsunami his plate. You've probably never seen them before, but at this, Inari exploded. I've seen heroes, and I've seen them die, and you're a conceited person who will never amount to anything, shouted Inari. Naruto, he didn't complain either, and threw the rag that his mistress was holding out to him. Don't you dare judge people if you don't know anything about them, Naruto exclaimed. Yari. When the rag flew towards him, he cried, took it off his face, and ran away crying. Natsuki jumped out of her chair and wanted to run after Inari, but a hand rested on her shoulder. When she turned around, the girl saw Tazuna. There's no need to cry a lot about this. Let him cry, the man said. Sasuke, looking around the kitchen, saw a picture frame with a face torn off. Oh, what is that painting? Sasuke asked. There's a face torn off. When Tazuna and Tsunami heard that, they froze in place, and only then were they able to move. It's my ex-husband, said Tsunami calmly. But why is his face torn off? Naruto wondered. Tazuna sat at the table, and El shook his head. He was Inari's stepfather since the father died a few days after his son was born, said Tazuna. His name was Tsuza. He was very brave and agile, always defending justice. One day, thanks to Kaiza being a good swimmer, he managed to save almost the entire village from a flood. They called him Hero. Wait, said Natsu, you told me that story when you were talking about Gato. Yes, people started to complain against Gato, asking for a change in power. They decided to crucify people as they fell on crosses in front of the whole town. They even told them to bring their children, so they would know why they executed people, said Tazuna. Yari saw Kaiza die on the cross. Gato even ordered to cut off his hands and feet. Like that, Inari hated all the people who were called heroes. So now for Inari, there is no one man to replace his father. Natsuki wondered. Yes, he doesn't even want to hear about him, therefore this topic is off limits, said Tsunami. I'm very worried about Inari. He no longer has a role model, because Kaiza hasn't been able to teach Inari to swim, even though he promised her. Naruto suddenly stood up from his chair and headed for the exit. Kakashi, Yatsuki, and Sasuke were surprised to see such a sharp reaction to Tazuna's story. Naruto, where are you going? Asked Sasuke. I'm going to show your son Tsunami that heroes are not only alive, even he can be a hero with his head held high. Naruto left the cabin, leaving his companions and the owners alone. Dusk was approaching, and Naruto had not returned yet. Natsuki wanted to go after him, but Kakashi advised against it. If Naruto had gotten something into his head, neither an L nor an axe could take it out. It was dark. The genin had been given a separate room in the cabin. The house was big enough even for Mason. Natsuki went out to get some fresh air. It was so cold that even falling asleep here would have been tempting, but when the girl turned her head, she saw Inari sitting. The houses of the country of waves were built on water, so they were raised on beams from which one could sit and hang one's feet. And she was sitting like that, but not with her shoes in the water. Good night, Inari, said Natsuki, approaching the boy. Natsuki, a good night, said Inari. Inari, please don't be angry with Naruto. He didn't speak to you like that out of spite. It just hurt her to hear you insult her dream of becoming Hokage, said Natsuki. The girl was already yawning and wanted to go to bed, but Inari grabbed her wrist. Natsuki, and tell me about it, said Inari, as Natsuki turned to him. Why Naruto-san thinks he's a hero, why he needs to become the Hokage. Natsuki was Naruto's best friend, so she often talked to him about this topic. The girl would tell Inari about the village where she and her companions came from. She would tell him about the villagers, the ninjas that lived there, and they were doing missions. Yari listened so attentively to Natsuki's story, and the girl was engrossed that they didn't notice Tsunami, Tazu, and Kakashi watching them when they heard Inari and Natsuki talking about Naruto. The adults decided to listen longer. The next day, Natsuki got up early. She, Sasuke, and Naruto slept on futons that were on the floor in case they didn't know the girl got up and stretched, but didn't see Naruto or Sasuke. Next to her, God, how long? Are they going to practice? Natsuki was indignant, getting up from the futon. Suddenly, the door of the room opened and Tsunami entered. Natsuki-chan, good morning. I have brought breakfast, said the woman, and placed a tray on the table that was in the center of the room. Sasuke and Naruto, asked the girl, sitting at the table. Sasuke-kun got up about 2 hours ago around 4 in the morning. Naruto-kun arrived an hour before his partner. He had breakfast, took a nap, and when Sasuke left, they went together to the forest. They asked me to tell you, and Kakashi, saying that won't worry you when you hear those words. Natsuki. She was ready to run out of her seat, look for her classmates, and kill them one by one or better. Yet both at the same time. Natsuki was already at the sink, washing the dishes and her classmates' plates. Probably Tsunami didn't have time to do that, so many hungry mouths had appeared. And even in the morning, Natsuki-chan, you shouldn't have done it. I would have washed the dishes myself. You should have slept 1 more hour. Tsunami smiled as she entered the kitchen. It's okay, Tsunami-san, for me. There's no problem. I'm used to helping my mother at home. Natsuki made a gesture with her hand, turned off the faucet, and dried her hands. Where is Inari? I haven't seen him since this morning. He and his grandfather went to build a bridge. Yari wants to follow in his footsteps, become a builder, said Tsunami. I know he wants to follow in Kaiza-san's footsteps. Natsuki was surprised. I'm sorry, I have a lot of things to finish. It would be better if you joined your companions. They need your help more than me, said Tsunami, picking up a broom and a dustpan to sweep the kitchen. Natsuki didn't argue, just calmly walked out of the cabin after hearing Tsunami cry through the door. I wish I had kept quiet and not mentioned Inari's stepfather at all. How stupid I am. Natsuki thought as she ran into Kakashi in the hallway. Natsuki was given an assignment: search the village for signs of an invasion or something similar. Natsuki obeyed her master and went to take a look around the village grounds. It turned out it could be covered in about 30 minutes. So seeing nothing alarming, Natsuki left. She was about to go to the cabin to apologize to Tsunami when suddenly she heard me yell at Tsunami, hold on. Natsuki ran towards the scream and found herself at a construction site where a bridge was being built. Looking around, the girl ran into Tazuna, saying, what's wrong? Natsuki was surprised. Inari fell into the water, the old man shouted, pointing to the river that ran just below the bridge construction. Seeing Inari in the water, without thinking twice, Natsuki took off her sandals and started walking, then jumped down following the boy. And the height was not small. After jumping, Natsuki felt that the river water was freezing and that Inari, because of the cold, could not even stay afloat. Inari screamed. Natsuki with all his strength. But nobody answered. Inari, answer me, please. Natsuki swam to the place where he saw Inari from above, and when he got to the place, he noticed a small rock that was there. That is behind that rock, please, prayed the girl. When she swam closer, she saw Inari there. He was wet and very scared. He was shaking with fear, with his eyes full of tears. Or was it the water? Natsuki never noticed Yari. Seeing Natsuki, jumped off the rock and went straight into the arms of the girl. Natsuki-chan shouted. Inari, wrapping her arms around the girl's neck, calm down, Inari. Everything is over. The main thing is that you don't worry. I will get you out of the water. You will reach land with your grandfather and your mother, said Natsuki. Looking around, the girl saw in the distance, as if the shore was blinking, trying to swim there. Natsuki and Inari met on solid ground. There was still no way that Inari let go of the girl's neck, holding on tightly. So Natsuki had to take him away while she had been checking the area on Kakashi's order. She had seen a path from the area that led directly to where the bridge was being built, and Tazuna's cabin was not far away. Once near the bridge, or rather when the children peeked out from behind a ledge, people appeared around them, female construction workers, and they began to lament. Enough already, shouted Kazuna. The only thing you know to do is to regret, and the boy needs help. They have already helped him, Tazuna said. One of the bricklayers, Tazuna, tried to snatch Inari from Natsuki's hands, but the attempt was unsuccessful. Tazuna-san, right now, he is very scared. It will be better if we take him to Tsunami. She will be able to calm him down, said the girl. Tazuna nodded, but saw the scratches on his arms and cheek, even on his leg. Inari is not the only one who needs help, said Tazuna, and led the children to his cabin. When Natsuki, with Inari in her arms, crossed the threshold of the house, Tsunami immediately ran towards them with fear in her eyes. My God, exclaimed the woman. What happened to them, father? In short, they need medical attention, said Azuna. Soon, a half hour later, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke entered the cabin, but the image they saw shocked them. Natsuki, what happened? Naruto was outraged. Kakashi looked at the girl, whose wounds were being treated with alcohol. Tsunami, Yari fell into the river from a great height, and Natsuki jumped after him and pulled him out explained. Tazuna is an act of bravery and turned his gaze to the rest of the genin jumping off the bench where you were competing against each other. We Kakashi-sensei told us to keep training, said Naruto, which made Tazuna angry. Your partner almost died, and the only thing you care about is training ninjas die. Every day, Tazuna-san, said Sasuke calmly. He is only 13 years old. He shouted. Tazuna, go outside. And don't even think about showing up today, unless it's with the news that you finally finished your training. Natsuki was also upset. A couple of hours ago, there was asked her comrades to stay with her in the village, but they had refused, saying that their help was not needed here. Natsuki-chan, Naruto wanted to approach, but Natsuki put her hand in front of him, indicating that there was no need to approach her. It was the first time in their entire friendship that Natsuki had done something like that. She had always let Naruto pet her head. She had always touched him. She had taken care of him when he was sick, and now she almost died, and he was not there for her. Sasuke and Naruto forest. They entered the forest with no desire to continue training. When they saw Natsuki's scratched face, they felt afraid for her for the first time. After all, she is not only a genin ninja, but a 13-year-old girl. Sasuke, do you really think she could have died? Asked Naruto. What do you mean? Sasuke was surprised by such a question. Well, to your words when we were in the cabin. No, of course. He didn't go out alone, said Sasuke. They sat on their wounds, leaning their backs against the tree trunk. Looking up, they saw a lot of lines that they had already reached almost halfway up the tree, and looked away at the tree that Kakashi had told Natsuki to conquer, and saw a single line. It was on the highest branch. Uzuritanki. We continue? Asked Sasuke, standing up. We have no other choice, replied Naruto. Cabin. It had been a whole day, and the Tazuna cabin was silent. Naruto and Sasuke, they didn't fight or argue. Even Hinari had stopped screaming in fear. Natsuki was now sitting with him, hugging him tightly. Natsuki-chan, you won't be angry with Naruto and Sasuke, right? Asked Hinari. It was getting cold, and Tsunami had brought them a plight for two, so they wrapped themselves up more with him. I can't be angry with them for a long time, even if I wanted to, but sometimes they don't even listen to Kakashi-sensei, and much less to me. They do what they think is right, and sometimes that righteousness gets them off to a bad start, said Natsuki. Soon Tsunami called everyone to dinner. The meal started without Naruto or Sasuke, as well as Natsuki. Tazuna was no longer angry with those boys, but the anger was still present. Everyone ate in silence, unaware, and suddenly the door of the cabin opened and Sasuke entered, helping Naruto, putting his right arm over his shoulder. Tazuna, since we're back, the training is over. The trees are conquered, said Naruto with a hoarse voice. He and Sasuke were scratched and battered, so they received even more than Natsuki and Nari. Well done. You have finished sooner than I thought, so in that case, the three of you personally guard Tazuna. Sam, for now on now, said Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke were happy, but the wounds were becoming noticeable. They needed to be treated as soon as possible to avoid infections. Come to my room. I will help you heal your wounds, said Tsunami. But Natsuki got up from the chair. Let me do it. And you, Tsunami, stay here. I have to tell you a few more words, said Natsuki. Kakashi guessed how those words would end for Naruto and Sasuke. Entering the room that Tsunami had reserved specifically for the genin, Natsuki indicated to them. They sat on their futon, and the boys did so. Natsuki always carried a first aid kit in her backpack. Kakashi thought she would be an excellent medic ninja. First, he began to heal the wounds on her hands, then the ones on her palms, and only then he started with the ones on her face. Natsuki-chan, we are sorry, said Naruto. But Natsuki didn't say anything. I understand that you are angry and all that, but please don't be angry. We are a team. Then he went to the wounds on Sasuke's face. She didn't answer anything either, and only so when she finished with the exam, putting everything in a trash bag, she looked at her friend's team, asked Natsuki. Yes, Naruto answered. Didn't you want Sasuke and ought to be a team? That word means different things to each of us. Naruto said the girl means the same for both of us. That is to say, work in the team when Kakashi-sensei gives the signal or when the situation requires it. I, on the other hand, see the concept in a very different way, and she got up from the ground. A team is a team even outside of missions and assignments. Comrades must remain comrades, of course. Sometimes there are arguments and fights, but not so much. You only worried about yourselves outside of missions without thinking about me. And Kakashi-sensei, don't say that. Naruto said, don't say that. What am I supposed to say? Naruto, praise you for passing Kakashi-sensei's mission. Well, congratulations on your victory. But remember the situation when Inari was in the water. How could we know that she was in the water? Sasuke was outraged and received a punch in the Natsuki. Why didn't you do it before I asked you to stay and help me just in case? And what did you tell me that I could do it I alone? Well done, guys. Well done. Well, Inari and I almost died because the river is strong, as you know, and we headed to the balcony that connected the entire house in a single hallway. Until you are a real team, how can I trust you? Naruto and Sasuke were alone again. They realized that Natsuki was telling the truth, because their team was barely a team. He was just one man. They were nothing more than a group of genin who fought a lot. Natsuki always helped them, but why would she do it if the next day the same thing would happen again? Natsuki looked out onto the balcony that was further away than her room, and her classmates reflecting on today, and the words she had said to her friends in a hurry. A beautiful night. Right when she turned around, Natsuki saw Tazuna. Yes, Tazuna. Sin, there is no need to even argue with you. Here, Natsuki smiled, but you have not come to talk to me about a beautiful night, right? You can't look at a ninja with your sixth sense. Tazuna smiled. I heard the words you said to Naruto and Sasuke. You are right about one thing and wrong about another. I realize my mistake demanding too much from them. They are new at teamwork. Give them time. Kakashi said you are always solving conflicts between those two. I am not surprised, but they have to solve their own problems. You just guide them. A friendship will arise over time. They will become friends and help each other before they know it. After saying that, Tazuna left Natsuki. He returned to his room and saw that Naruto and Sasuke were already asleep on their futon sleeping. Sweetly seeing their faces, Natsuki had already forgiven them for any offense they had taken. The night was warm, so everyone slept uncovered. Natsuki slept peacefully, not even squirming in her dreams, turning to look at her companions. As she slept next to the window, Naruto collapsed all over the futon. Even his hands were already on the floor. You are weak, you lack hatred. Terrifying images ran before them. Eyes, blood, the bodies of two people, a man and a woman, and a small child that could be seen in the distance of the room. Tall. A sudden scream makes Naruto and Natsuki wake up. When they get up, they see Sasuke sitting on the futon and surrounding his head with his arms, hitting himself. Hysterically, he is literally shaking. Sasuke exclaimed. The genin approached him, wanting to help him, but Sasuke pushed them away by inertia, continuing restless. While they looked at each other, a single thought appeared in their heads. Kakashi sensei. The genin shouted with all their strength. A couple of seconds later, Kakashi ran into the room. Even without his crutches, the impression would make him forget even that. Seeing that Sasuke was hitting hysterically, Kakashi grabbed him from behind, but the boy kept thrashing and trying to free himself. Natsuki, calm him down. Kakashi shouted. How Natsuki was surprised at the points they taught the girls in the academy, pressing them. Kakashi was outraged. Visually remembering Kurenai Senpai's lessons, the girl pressed quickly. He pointed at his stomach twice and two fingers to his forehead. Sasuke's twitching stopped, and he just hung quietly in Kakashi's arms. Great, let's let him sleep, said Cash, thus placing Sasuke on the futon. Why? He screamed. We don't know, he screamed abruptly, and we jumped up with Naruto. Maybe he had a nightmare, thought Natsuki. But we've been here a long time, because right now I wonder what kind of dream a person would have to scream like that, said Naruto. Well, I see, said Kakashi, getting up. Foot, stay by your futon in case something happens. Natsuki, if anything, I calmed down with pain points. When Kakashi left, the genin remained sitting for a long time before falling asleep. In the morning, the sun was shining directly on the face of the sleeping Sasuke. The boy opened his eyes and saw Naruto and Natsuki sitting on his futon, resting their chins on his arm. Soon following Sasuke, Natsuki woke up too. Sasuke, are you okay? Asked the girl. What do you mean? Sasuke was surprised. Last night you screamed a lot hysterically, Naruto, and we tried to stop you both, but you pushed us so hard that we even flew into the wall. We called Kakashi sensei to help you contain yourself. Yatsuki calmed you down using your pain points, said Naruto, yawning. Upon hearing this story, Sasuke blushed and quickly got up from the futon, starting to get dressed. Sasuke, what were you dreaming if you screamed like that at night? Asked Natsuki. That's none of your business. Natsuki, you better go get breakfast. I'm not hungry. And left the room, heading to the hallway. Natsuki and Naruto looked at each other before standing up. She was dreaming, said Natsuki, arranging her futon, and then Sasuke's whatever she was dreaming about. I was trying to catch someone. We have to find out who exactly, Naruto said. I'll go talk to him, said Natsuki, but Naruto grabbed her arm. Come on, I'd rather do it myself. We grew up alone, so we can understand each other's problems, said Naruto, and left the room following Sasuke. It turned out that Sasuke was not far from the cabin inn, the place where Natsuki and Inari had disembarked. Naruto found Sasuke quickly, since after all Tazuna-san had told Elias Sasuke about the incident. The boy approached the railing that was not far from this place and stood next to Sasuke. What do you want, Yujiro Tanki? Asked Sasuke in a cold voice. Natsuki sent you to see how I am. I did not come on my own. Naruto said, I am happy for you. Now, get out of here. Sasuke said you are wrong, Sasuke, to throw me out, Natsuki, and I are worried about you. You had never done that before, and here you are yelling so harshly it's easier for you to keep what you say to us, Naruto asked himself when he mentioned the dream. Sasuke's oaths trembled, and the boy sighed. What? Do you care about my problem? Said Sasuke, indignantly turning to Naruto. This is my life. I live alone. I feel alone. I'm not used to being paid attention to, but I also live alone, just like you, Sasuke, said Naruto. I know what it's like to wake up alone, but Natsuki's family helped me survive, and I'm grateful to them. I had a Naruto family. It's just that. I witnessed a vision that I don't want to see a second time, said Sasuke. Naruto wondered what happened to your family, asked Naruto. They were brutally murdered, Sasuke shouted, grabbing the boy by the front of his jacket. For a moment, Naruto saw tears in Sasuke's eyes, but it seemed to him, or not yet, horror took over Naruto. How could you kill an entire family, and in a brutal way? Why didn't you tell me? Naruto wondered. Why would he do that? Why would you want to know, Naruto? Why did Sasuke shout once more? Because you were a team, Sasuke-kun. When turning around, the boys saw Inari, who was already healthy after yesterday's incident. Inari, what are you doing here? Sasuke wondered, releasing Naruto. I have seen that Natsuki has taken the kunai that Kakashi sensei gave her. She has gone into the forest. Perhaps you should follow her, asked Inari. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other. Thanks. Yari ran off. Yari smiled because Natsuki was like a sister to him, and he didn't want to see her upset, as she had said. Inari, Sasuke and Naruto found Natsuki in the forest next to the same tree she had climbed on the first day of training. She was already sitting on the top branch, contemplating the beautiful view that unfolded before her, the Blue River, while the bridge was being built. The way Inari ran around her grandfather and asked him about something. All this she could see not far away, only 250 met. How long have you been sitting here, Natsuki-chan? When Natsuki heard her name, she looked down and saw Sasuke and Naruto foot under his tree. The girl immediately came down. What are you two doing here? Asked Natsuki, putting her kunai in her backpack. Inari, he whispered to us that you had gone into the forest with your kunai, so we followed you, said Sasuke. Natsuki did not pause, but limited herself to sitting near the tree with her back leaning against the trunk. Natsuki, forgive us, said Naruto. We will do what we can, I promise you, Sasuke. And I, looking at her companions, Natsuki smiled, imperceptibly stood up, and held out both hands to her friends. Let's do a bet who will stay on the branch the longest, and whoever falls first will have lunch with the winners, said Natsuki, smiling. The boys realized that Natsuki was no longer angry with them. She had even decided to play, so there was no reason to worry. After all, they had made a bet, and the winner was Naruto, but Sasuke had fallen from the branch, so he would have to feed his companions. Things were going well on the bridge. Great. The bridge itself was finished. All that was left was to build the entrance, give a name to the bridge, and that's it. Natsuki and Naruto and Sasuke were on their way home, as Kakashi had ordered. Will you come visit us? Asked Inari. When Natsuki was about to put his things in the backpack, the girl turned to him and smiled. Of course we will come, and hugged the boy. Right now your family is not in danger, so we are leaving. Yari, the bridge is almost finished. Everything will be fine. The boy pressed himself against the girl and saw the faces of Naruto and Sasuke. God forbid you make Natsuki cry, Chan. I will take her for myself, he said. Inari, turning to the boys, who's going to give it to you? Naruto and Sasuke said at the same time. When Natsuki turned to them, they blushed. Have you packed your bags? Asked Kakashi, entering the room. The Chunin got up from the ground. Yes, prepared, master, said Natsuki. Great. Tazuna Sen said he would guide us to the exit of the village since the bridge is not completely finished yet, said Kakashi. The Chunin, along with the master and Nad, left the cabin, but when leaving, Tsunami told the boy to stay at home. After saying goodbye to his new friends, Inari followed his mother Tazuna and his companions headed towards the exit of the village. Inari has changed a lot since your appearance, Kakashi sensei, said. Tazuna became more talkative, asking about construction, how to draw correctly, etc. Before he used to try to do everything on his own, but now everything has changed. Thanks, Kakashi. He just turned a deaf ear. It has nothing to do with me, Tazuna-san. Kakashi smiled. Thanks, Naruto, Sasuke and Natsuki. It is a merit for them, Kakashi sensei. Don't talk nonsense. Nobody helped Inari to be like this. Just by seeing Naruto and Sasuke's effort to be better than the other allowed Inari to realize that he was wrong, and that there are people in the world who are not only desirable, but should be, or rather taken as an example, said Natsuki. Tazuna accompanied them to the door and headed back to the cabin. but a feeling told him that he should have brought better light to the work. While Tazuna was out, Tsunami was preparing dinner, and Nari was sitting in his room mastering something playing. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and loudly, "Dad, is that you?" asked Tsunami, approaching the door. He better not say anything, because the next instant the door flew off its hinges, and Tsunami fell to the ground. In the threshold were the same bandits that our heroes had faced in the first fight. "Tell me where the builder is, or you will face death," said the bandit, putting his sword to the woman's neck. "I don't know," said the woman. Writhing in fear, Yari came running when she heard the crash. Seeing her mother in danger, the boy grabbed the vase and tried to throw it at the bandits, but one of them grabbed Inari's arm, and it creaked. "Ah," he shouted. Tsunami tried to push the sword away, but the bandit just pulled him closer. "I'm going from Inari. He has nothing to do with this," he shouted. "Tsunami, we don't care about your son," said the bandit. "Where is the builder?" called Tazuna. "You don't need to know that too." No, when the bandit turned around, he received a strong blow. Naruto hit him in the stomach and flew into the room. Tsunami stood up and pushed the bandit out. The person who saved Tsunami turned out to be none other than Naruto. The bandit wanted to attack the boy from behind, but Sasuke came to his defense, covering him from behind. "Natsuki, here he is." Hurt, Sasuke shouted, taking out a kunai, throwing it at his opponent. Natsuki unknowingly landed on the door, or rather where the door used to be, and ran towards Inari. "Mano," whispered Inari. Natsuki, knowledgeable about anatomy, thought about the shoulder where Hinari was holding her arm, and it cringed. "A dislocation," said Natsuki. "Will have to set the shoulder." "Tsunami, I knew it hurt, but there was no other option." Natsuki said that she would bandage the arm so that the shoulder would be still, which Tsunami did. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke, meanwhile, they fought against the bandits until they fled on their own. The team entered the house, followed by Tazuna. Seeing Inari lying on the floor, Tazuna planned. "Natsuki, what's wrong?" Naruto asked. "A dislocated shoulder," said Natsuki. "Inari, you can get up." Sasuke didn't want to listen. He just picked up Inari and carried him to his room. Everyone followed. Once in the room, Sasuke put the boy on the bed, and Natsuki approached him. "Inari, it's very unpleasant to place a bone. Can you bear the pain?" asked Natsuki. "Yes, the main thing is that it doesn't hurt as much as now," begged Inari. "Okay." Natsuki put her hands on Inari's fragile shoulder and looked him in the eyes. "On the count of 3, I'll give a strong tug, and the bone will return to its place. You don't move during the next 5 seconds, okay?" "Yes, understood," said Inari. 1, 2, 3, and on the 3rd digit as promised. He pulled sharply on the shoulder. The bone returned to its place, but Inari screamed violently. Tsunami ran towards him and began to feel sorry for his son. Natsuki stepped aside. "We thought we had everything figured out, but it turns out we didn't," said Kakashi. "Cat, he must have sent the bandits here when he found out that we had left, knowing that no one could protect you, and decided to attack." "Then are we still here?" asked Naruto. "Definitely," answered Kakashi. An hour later, Kakashi and Sasuke and Naruto checked the perimeter of the house again to make sure they weren't being followed. There were no bandits in sight, so Zuna's family was safely back at the cabin. They notified the owners and could breathe a sigh of relief. "Kakashi-sensei, do you think Zabuza-san is alive after all?" she asked. Natsuki solved tea from her cup. "I don't think so, Natsuki. I know for a fact. I don't understand how the government has allowed this to happen, although it's not surprising. Zabuza is a hitman and will easily take out any striker who gets in the way of cats and pays him well," said Kak S. "I bet that stranger has sent him well, and in the near future, we should expect an attack. Most likely Zabuza will decide to attack on the bridge. There is more territory for a fight," suggested Sasuke. "But Kakashi, what should we do?" The genin looked at the master. "I can take care of Zabuza, but if the second attacks, I will need all the help possible. I think you, Naruto, and Sasuke will take care of that stranger. What do we do? What should I do?" Tatsuki asked. "You have the most difficult task, watching Tazuna-san. In any case, he is an obstacle for Gato. They will want to finish him off," Kakashi said. The plan was clear. All that was left was to wait for the attack, which could happen at any moment. As the days passed and no enemy appeared, the team decided not to leave the country of waves until they had destroyed anyone who decided to attack innocent people. Natsuki spent the whole day at Tazuna's side, because danger could make them throw themselves at any time. Naruto and Sasuke watched the house, staying close to it, while Kakashi watched the boundaries and the perimeter of the village. Natsuki, "Do you think you'll be able to disarm Zabuza?" asked Tazuna. "I don't know, Tazuna-san. Maybe after all, I can't see the future, so I wouldn't know what I'll be when I grow up." Natsuki smiled as they walked across the bridge, checking its integrity. "I'm sure you'll be an excellent doctor," Natsuki said. Tazuna, "I doubt she'll even survive." Hearing those words, Natsuki immediately stood in front of Tazuna and filled it with herself. "A brave act, Natsuki, but not convincing. I'll kill him anyway, Zabuza landed in front, followed by the masked stranger Zabuza. Natsuki growled. He knew that this stranger was not who he said he was. Kakashi sensei. He already realized that soon you and I would meet, said Natsuki. Too bad. She's so slow today. He lunges towards her, but is suddenly pushed. But Zabuza is caught by the stranger. Thanks, Haku, says Zabuza, standing up. So that's the name of this boy, said Kakashi, landing in front not far from Natsuki and Tazuna. It's not her who's tense, it's Took who miscalculated. He didn't hit the carotid, said Kakashi. Well, I'm sorry, he apologized. You bowing. Haku, Naruto, and Asuke, and Natsuki follow you. And leave Kakashi to me. Those three are much stronger than you think. So for nothing in the world, let them interfere in the battle of Kakashi and mine, ordered Zabuza. Haku nodded and suddenly found himself behind the trio. Behind, exclaimed Natsuki. Sasuke managed to pull Naruto away from Natsuki right at time to avoid being hit. So only Sasuke was left caught in the trap that the three of them should have been in. The trap he was in was the circle of many mirrors that surrounded the boys right now. He didn't have to worry about those outside, but about how they were going to get out of here. Suddenly, in the reflection of one of the mirrors, he saw Haku holding some needles. What do you want from me? Sasuke shouted. Haku just moved towards the other mirror. It turned out to be behind him, and threw the needles at the G. The weapon hit on his leg, right on the calf. So the boy needed to get there as soon as possible. With his friend Shuki and Naruto were left alone with Tazuna. So there was no help unless Kakashi decided to help and to defend themselves. There were only the two of them. The two friends could only rely on their own strength. Tazuna stood behind the genin, trembling with fear, because it was absurd to believe that two children could protect him. Do not worry, Tazuna-san, I will die, but I will not let Zabuza or Haku kill you, said Naruto, and smiled. And neither will I. Natsuki supported his friend. Hearing those words, Tazuna almost cried but held back his emotions. Kakashi bridged Zabuza while Sasuke was trapped. Kakashi was already thinking of a plan to free him, but nothing came to mind when he saw that Zabuza was already smiling with joy. Kakashi made an attempt to help at least Natsuki and Naruto, but when he turned around, Zabuza was right in front of him. Kakashi, I hope you have time to fight me. Zabuza smiled. This Haku is your son, he asked. Kakashi, you don't have to care about it. Who accuses me? So he fights and stabs his sword into the jonin. Kakashi deftly dodges and throws a stream of kunai and shuriken at Zabuza in mid-flight. But Zabuza is also agile and fast, so these weapons fly by without reaching their target. You ordered him to block me to the genin. That was because they really wanted to help me defeat, you know. Kakashi smiled, satisfied. Zabuza, he didn't answer anything. Instead, he lunged at him, unsheathing his sword to strike. Zabuza opened his chest, where Kakashi decided to aim with another weapon. This weapon turned out to be the kunai he had given to Naruto while training with the trees. Zabuza skillfully blocks the blow without even giving Kakashi a chance. Weak Kakashi, very weak. To prevent Kakashi from using the Sharingan, Zabuza did everything he could to prevent the honing from being able to lift the bandage. God, all you can do is use the Sharingan. You don't have any other techniques. Zabuza smiled, hitting Kakashi in the face. Bridge Sasuke and Haku. Sasuke was probably the one who had it the worst. He faced an opponent he couldn't keep track of. Haku moves through mirrors so fast it's impossible to even dodge the attack. Curse, Sasuke shrieked as another needle slid into his arm. Now is when you really need his help. Naruto is gone. Sasuke scolded himself, but remembered that he himself had pulled Naruto away from Natsuki so that the boys wouldn't fall into the trap Haku had set up with him. Natsuki bridged Naruto and Tazuna. The boys could hear perfectly how the fight between Haku and Sasuke progressed, and they heard howling after another needle. There was nothing they could do, because getting there would mean getting trapped with. Sasuke needs our help, and we're here to talk about it, Naruto exclaimed. Oh, looking at the shiny mirrors, go with him. I can take care of this, Natsuki said, patting her friend on the shoulder. But Naruto looked at her disapprovingly. You need help, Natsuki objected. Naruto, I don't want a repeat of Inari. But the girl just pushed him forward. Everything will be fine. Trust in me. Your help, Sasuke, is more important than mine. Natsuki smiled. Bridge Sasuke. Yaku. Sasuke managed to dodge one of the punctures, but the second one didn't work, and another needle was sealed in his arm. Ah, Sasuke shouted. Haku's. He just moved towards another mirror. Why would you kill me? Haku. Sasuke was outraged. It's an order from Zabuza-sama, so I obey it, just like you obey Kakashi's orders. He said, I think it's time to end this. Sasuke's body already had 10 needles stuck in it, and it wasn't a pleasant feeling. Just when Haku launched the 2 last needles, he thought he had Naruto stood in front of him, and 2 needles stuck into his hands that he used to cover his face. Naruto wondered. Sasuke, the boy, turned to him and smiled satisfied. What are you doing here? You were on the other side of the trap, right? Yes, I already know. Natsuki told me to help you, so you better accept the help, she said. Naruto, okay. I will destroy you. Zabuza-sama will take care of Kakashi, and Natsuki will surrender, said Haku, holding 4 needles in both hands. Naruto and Sasuke just looked at each other and sighed. Let's go, said Sasuke. Simultaneously, the boys tried to break all the mirrors, and with the help of the clones that Naruto had created, he was even faster than they thought. But Haku was so fast that the boys didn't have time to break the mirrors, and they were already recovering. At this rate, we will lose against him again, Naruto muttered, and Sasuke collided with his back. Turning around, they looked at each other. But at least we won't let him hurt Natsuki or Tazuna, said Sasuke. Kakashi. Zabuza bridged the fight, was tense for now. To Kakashi, he had a hard time predicting what technique Zabuza would use. The unexpected blows came more and more frequently, but Kakashi tried to dodge them in time. Suddenly, Zabuza decided to attack from behind, using his leg to strike. But then an arrow went through it. Kakashi blocked the blow. Zabuza was knocked back further when he saw the arrow. Kakashi turned around and saw Natsuki holding a bow. The man realized that he could definitely use such a helper in battle. If she gets even stronger, he'll take her as a guide. Apprentice, Kakashi thought as Kakashi fought. Zabuza, Sasuke, and Naruto were inside the mirror trap, saving their lives although they covered each other's back. Sasuke tried to SAR as little as possible during the time he was shooting needles while Naruto used his clones more. Haku was much faster and stronger than his opponents, so he attacked with more precision. Even when working alone, you can't with me, Haku said, shooting needles at the boys. Naruto and Sasuke were already so wrapped up in them that they could stand. Normally, Sasuke was starting to fall, but Naruto stopped him from falling to his knees or back. Hold on, Sasuke, said Naruto, even though he could barely stand. The boys knew they needed help, but they weren't going to ask Natsuki for it, because then Tizuna would be unprotected, so they would have to fend for themselves. Haku threw a few more needles, and the boys couldn't hold on any longer. They fell to their knees, leaning on their arms. We won't last that long. We can't even follow his track as he moves from mirror to mirror, said Sasuke. Can't be defeated for the first time in my life. I agree with you, Sasuke, said Naruto with a hoarse voice. Fainting. Kakashi bridge. Zabuza. The battle had not ended yet, so the danger of defeat was quite high. Kakashi had inflicted too many wounds on himself to continue fighting, but seeing that Natsuki would be alone, he did not look at his wounds. Even with the corner of his eye, Zabuza threw more and more punches, even in the places where the wound was, and that made Kakashi feel worse. Those brats can't beat us, said Zabuza. And why didn't Kakashi ask himself? Haku, he's a skilled and dangerous weapon with an innate genome. He can't be defeated, smirked Zabuza. A look of dismay appeared on Kakashi's face, and he turned to where they were trapped. Sasuke, and now Naruto, you will pay for this. Zabuza, turning to his opponent. Kakashi got angry. He pulled out a kunai and lunged at Zabuza for his students. Kakashi is willing to die for Real. I don't think so, Zabuza said, and raised his hand left up, crossing his right hand in a Taurus seal. The element of water mist before Kakashi could even blink. Almost half of the bridge that was in sight was covered in a thick mist. Zabuza disappeared immediately. His Chikaka. He could barely feel it. Zabuza, this mist is harming us both. Zabuza, don't forget that, said Kakashi, but all he heard was an evil laugh. I really am the master of smokeless murder. Kakashi, attack alone. I need a headset to kill you. Kakashi was not there prepared for that. If Zabuza is really telling the truth after the captain's death, he will kill all the genin of the crew and then go to Port Zuna and his family. We will see. I'm not ready to die yet, thought Kakashi. Bridge. Sasuke, Naruto. Against you, things were not going well for the boys. Haku attacked more and more, and dodging was becoming more and more difficult, especially to follow Yu's movements. Naruto, having lost consciousness, he could do nothing to help Sasuke, so he had to manage alone. Naruto is useless so much. So what is that? I can't even keep up with him. Oh, he's too fast. Okay, Sasuke, focus on your enemy. You have to protect your friends and partners. Remember that, Sasuke thought to himself. The boy closed his eyes, tried to concentrate, put aside all fear of death, forget about the enemy that surrounded him, and immerse himself in his thoughts. It's time for you to die, he shouted. You why? He threw the needles again, heading at the same time towards another mirror. When Sasuke opened his eyes, he immediately dodged the attack abruptly, and the papers flew by. What Haku couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. Still, no one could dodge his attacks. The Honin were dying. because of the needles, and it's not like the genin could survive looking into whose eyes, or rather the slits of his mask. Sasuke smiled satisfied now. I'd become stronger. Sasuke's eyes changed. They became more powerful and saw much more than Sasuke could see with his normal eyes. I can't believe it, you've awakened Kakashi's Sharingan, exclaimed who. Indeed, Sasuke's eyes became the same as Kakashi's. The only distinguishing feature was that Sasuke had 2 Tomoe so far while Kakashi had 3. Sasuke was glad to finally be able to realize his dream of seeing the world through the eyes of a Sharingan. Now, all that was left was to finish the fight with Haku, and that would be the end. Attacking that boy will be useless, because thanks to the Sharingan, he will be able to follow all my movements. I can use a decoy, but who from the outside world I can't. So that's left Naruto. Konoha thought I, in the blink of an eye, he ran towards Naruto, who was unconscious. What his target is Naruto. Sasuke was indignant. I will not have time to reject the attack. There was a furious clash. Kakashi Zabuza bridge. Kakashi was not worried about himself, but about the genin who were trapped after all fighting against an opponent like Haku, who had an innate genome, was very difficult even for an experienced HN, and they were new genin. Looking back, he wanted to see at least a Natsuki and Tazuna alone. Then he realized Kakashi blinked as he felt Natsuki's chakra to find her location on the bridge, and just in time, Zabuza was about to attack them from behind, destroying them both with his sword, but Kakashi, despite the thick fog, was in front of the attack, and the sword flew straight towards him, hitting him squarely on the bridge. Sasuke and Naruto against Haku. Naruto heard a high-pitched screech, and it belonged to none other than Natsuki. Scared by his friend, the boy opened his eyes that were not listening to him. Idiot, when you have to do it, you're always busy doing something, said Sasuke with a hoarse voice, opening his eyes completely. Naruto saw Sasuke standing in front of him with many needles stuck in him, and standing protecting Naruto's body. Sasuke, why did Naruto yell? Yes, shut up, use your Itanki, smiled Sasuke. I didn't want you to die. Like that, and without being able to stand, he collapsed on his back, right on Naruto's lap. Sasuke, everything is going to be okay. Natsuki-chan is coming to look for you. Naruto smiled, although you could already see him, tears in his eyes. Oh, come on, I hate you, Naruto. And with those words, Sasuke's eyes closed. He didn't say anything else. He defended you, although he knew it was a trap, but the Uchiha was a brave ninja. You could be proud of him, said you. Suddenly, Naruto clenched his fists so hard that even blood came out. His chakra began to come out of his body, turning a bright orange color and literally bubbling, becoming as hot as boiling water. Naruto's hair began to stand on end and would not go down, and when he turned his face towards Haku, the boy was simply furious. His eyes had turned red, his pupils black and vertical, and the stripes on his cheeks had become thicker, as if someone had drawn them on purpose. You are the end. And getting up, he released so much chakra that the mirrors simply shattered with anxiety. Kakashi Zabuza bridge. Hearing the roar, Kakashi felt the dangerous chakra the fox had broken the seal. Kakashi exclaimed, but the feeling was wrong. No, the seal is still intact. Then I can arrive on time. The wound on his chest was large, but at least Kakashi had protected Tazuna and Natsuki, who needed his protection. Already nice. Zabuza, after the attack, immediately vanished. You know, Zabuza should end our battle quickly without offending. The chakra was felt by everyone and is very dangerous. If you do not want to die, it will be better that you show it to me, immediately said Kakashi out loud, but never heard an answer. With a jerk, Kakashi from his vest takes out a scroll, drawing blood from the wound, unrolling the scroll. He runs his bloody finger along the scroll, then rolls the scroll up and takes it in his hand. Sun Noi knife, seeking Fong technique. Just a moment later, the ground beneath the scroll begins to creak, and out of nowhere, Zabuza's scream is heard. Due to the interrupted technique, the fog slowly begins to dissipate. You know when you can't see or hear, your sense of smell works, said Kakashi. Turning back, Kakashi saw Zabuza motionless, immobilized by 6 dogs, one of which was large in size. He bit him on the left side of the neck and grabbed him with his huge claws. The others grabbed onto the loose parts of his body. Cunning summoning technique. Cunning, Kakashi, said Zabuza in a hoarse voice. Bridge. Naruto and Sasuke against Haku. The mirror shattered. The trap was destroyed, so the genin were free. In Naruto's eyes, Haku's only saw rage, his chakra wrapped in such evil that it became terrifying. When turning around, Natsuki and Tazuna saw the destroyed trap of who were now, he found himself, and in front of him was Naruto. Jesus, Naruto whispered. Natsuki. Naruto was so enraged that he attacked immediately. Haku wanted to create another trap, but Naruto prevented him with a punch straight to his mask. Haku flew backwards and fell on his back with his mask shattered while Naruto stood in front of him breathing heavily. That punch was not meant to kill me, Naruto said in front of everyone. Was a boy, a child, did not seem to be more than 15 years old and was already fighting so fiercely. Avenge me. Naruto turned around and saw Sasuke's body that gave no signs of life and clenched his fists harder to avenge his friend. Naruto ran towards Haku, gathering chakra in his hand, and was about to attack when he stopped. The fox's chakra returned inside him, and Naruto assumed his previous state. Why did he exclaim, "Huh," to your friend? Why? Naruto remembered that during the initiation, or rather when he met Kakashi on the rooftop, he had mentioned revenge. That was why Naruto had stopped. Revenge is a bad move, Haku. That's why I let you survive, said Naruto. But why do you obey that monster without fear? Haku's just smiled briefly. He told Naruto about his life, his parents, his mother, who was killed by his father, and his father whom Haku had to kill to survive himself. Then he told about his meeting with Zabuza, where he promised to teach him everything he knew, and finally, when Ajura wanted to become Zabuza's weapon, but you can't be a simple bodyguard, he was. Outraged. Naruto, you're like a puppet, I know, but Zabuza-san has opened up so much to me that I can't give him anything in return. That's why I became his bridge, weapon. Kakashi, Zabuza, the enemy, was immobilized. Now Kakashi could kill him, so that Zabuza couldn't hurt anyone else. By gathering his chakra into a fist, Kakashi crossed his arms with the three seals. I'm going to teach you a technique that you will see for the last time before you die. It's old, but effective, said Kakashi. In his hand appeared clots of lightning that hid in all directions and cut his eyes by the brightness. His chakra has become visible. Thought Zabuza. Kakashi launched himself at Zabuza to finish what they had started. So long ago, a hand with a raikiri pierced his opponent's chest. An explosion occurred. It's over, said Kakashi. But when the smoke cleared, Kakashi saw the boy who had covered Zabuza with his body. It was you. It seems it's not over yet, Ryo's Zabuza. With his last breath, Haku grabbed Kakashi's arm, so he couldn't get away. Zabuza unsheathed his sword to strike, but Kakashi reacted in time, and grabbing it with him, he bounced back, avoiding the clash with the blade of the sword. You wanted to tear apart that boy's body. You have no heart, Natsuki shouted with all her strength, and ran towards Kakashi. Sensei, Zabuza wanted to hit her, but instead he hit her, unleashing a Bakugan. The girl instantly fell to her knees in front of Haku's body and thought, a pulse, master. You have a pulse, exclaimed Natsuki. Kakashi couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing, because he knew for a fact that one could not survive such injuries. Kakashi, I will kill you. But Zabuza's weakness was that he was alone, but the genin outnumbered him. So Naruto quickly supported him. Natsuki-chan, are you serious? Naruto exclaimed. Quite, but I'm not a doctor, and if he can't restore his chakra, Haku will die. Naruto remembered that in the academy, they were taught to control their chakra, and Kakashi had said that if you concentrated your chakra in one place, you could walk on trees or water. Naruto made an attempt, but it was not blue chakra that appeared in his palms, but orange chakra that before could kill anyone. By putting its two hands on Yu's wound, Naruto began to heal it. The wound slowly began to heal, and Haku was unharmed. Zabuza, seeing this, was willing to die on the spot. Hey dude with no eyebrows, if you hurt her again, I'll come and break your face, said Naruto. Haku opened his eyes and looked at his saviors. Naruto whispered, you get up, you san, it's time to live. Natsuki smiled. Haku looked away at her, thanks. But Naruto also remembered Sasuke. Without waiting for Zabuza to get back to his thing, he ran towards Sasuke's body, kneeling in front of him. He began to feel for a pulse, but there was nothing. Sasuke, wake up. Haku, he's alive now. They won't kill us or hurt us, whispered Naruto. Haku approached him from behind and put a hand on his shoulder. You're in the wrong place to feel Naruto's pulse. Haku smiled. The boy put 2 fingers on his neck and then on the carotid artery. He smiled. Your friend is alive. I didn't attack you with lethal attacks. These needles can't hurt you. After a couple of minutes, Sasuke came to his senses, seeing Naruto on top of him. He giggled, and seeing, he wanted to attack, but Naruto told him what happened while Elia was unconscious. Kakashi and Zabuza decided to fix things between them and were about to shake hands when suddenly they heard a scream. And now it's our turn. The bandit smiled as he turned his head. They saw a group of bandits led by none other than Gato. Kill them all, ordered Gato. There was nowhere to expect support, but there was a scream or a stomp behind them. Naruto, Sasuke, Natsuki, and Kakashi, they turned around and saw a crowd of village people with orcas, shovels, hammers, and women with pots, buckets, and whatever else they had on hand. Inari-kun, exclaimed Natsuki, heroes are always the last to appear. Inari smiled. His smile was exactly the same as Naruto's, a copy of Naruto. Kakashi, Natsuki, and Sasuke thought at the same time, If you want to attack our allies, you will pay with the entire village, Tsunami shouted. The bandits, only startled a little. But here Zabuza and Kakashi took a look at the group of bandits who were shocked and looked at each other. Look at the instant they realized what had to be done. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves on either side of Gato. It's time to change the government to democracy, Kakashi shouted, and impaled him with his kunai while Zabuza impales him with his sword. The bandits wanted to attack them, but the ninjas were experienced, so they cleverly evaded the retaliation. You have killed our commander, so the village will be destroyed, shouted one of the bandits, the same one that Naruto had pushed when he returned to the village after retreating. Oh, I can help them, exclaimed Naruto. Shadow declaration. Technique, and 5 clones appeared at his side. Good, I can do that too, whispered Kakashi. Maybe they will scare multiple shadow clone technique. Instead of one enemy, 100 more appeared, and seeing them, the bandits swore they had shit their pants. Kakashi just said, I'm going. The bandits left a few days later. Kakashi's well-being improved after using the Sharingan. Natsuki watched over him, while Inari, Haku, Zabuza, and Tazuna repaired the section's damaged bridge. Had to admit that Zabuza and Haku turned out to be very good people, not even ninjas, but people. Tazuna, after begging Team 7, forgave those who tried to kill him. Zabuza, although he left his bad temper behind, began to teach Inari to swim. Who finally succeeded. Haku built a beautiful entrance to the bridge thanks to the improvement of his genome. So the stay of our heroes here is coming to an end. Well, Kakashi, Sen, it's time to say goodbye, said Tazuna. Tsunami, Tazuna Yari, and Zabuza Yaku offered themselves volunteers to see off our heroes since the villagers allowed them to stay in the village, so there would be no more problems. Yes, Tazuna-san, but I bet fate will bring us together and we will see each other again, said Kakashi, looking at Zabuza. He smiled, and you, Zabuza, watch over the village. There is no one but you, Yaku. And they shook hands. Very well, Kakashi. You know, I realized a difficult thing. The dearest things in our hearts are always with us, said Zabuza. And Kakashi looked at you, who was saying goodbye to the genin. Goodbye, guys. I hope to see you again. Haku smiled, squeezing Naruto's hand. We will be visiting you guys, said Naruto. Haku held out his hand to Sasuke. The truth is I didn't want to kill you. Zabuza-san was like a god to me, and his order is law to me. Sasuke sighed and shook the boy's hand. Okay, the main thing is to protect not only him, but also the village. That's what I will do. Haku approached Natsuki. You have a wonderful gift, Natsuki-chan. You are good at you have good aim. You will be a great ninja shooter. Haku smiled, hugging the girl. Zabuza approached the genin. Thank you for giving Haku an AIA second chance. I never thought genin could convince jonin like that. Zabuza smiled. There is someone to learn from. Sasuke and Natsuki looked at Naruto. What was it you told me a few days ago? Zabuza and Tazuna intervened, and the rest of the escort, including Kakashi, smiled. After that battle on the bridge, the genin had literally been on their knees, begging all the villagers to give Zabuza a second chance. Yaku, to which everyone they had agreed. Tsunami and Tazuna allowed them to live in their house. Haku befriended Inari, and Zabuza taught him how to swim and do woodwork. Zabuza only had friendly relations with the Centurions. Naruto was jealous of Natsuki with Haku and Nari because while the team was here and Kakashi needed taking care of, Natsuki befriended the boys. As for Sasuke and Naruto, they became more cohesive as a team. They even helped Tsunami clean the cabin, which worked out for Natsuki and Kakashi. Life takes us down, said Natsuki, but it depends on us, continued Sasuke. If we can get up, finished Naruto after saying goodbye to Tazuna and his family. The team began the journey back. They had found some wonderful friends that they would never forget, even if they never saw each other again. By the way, Zabuza-san, what name do you think of for the bridge, he asked, and everyone thought about it. But then Inari had an idea. The Great Bridge of Friendship, suggested Inari. It's a beautiful name, and under it we could engrave 4 more names: Naruto, Natsuki, Sasuke, and Kakashi, so that their names will never be forgotten in our village, said Zabuza, ruffling Inari's hair. The next day, the genin got up earlier than usual, so as not to be late. Natsuki, remembering the events of the previous day, smiled and got up in a good mood. Naruto and Sasuke woke up literally at the same time, so they decided to have breakfast as soon as possible. They washed their faces, got dressed, and ran after Natsuki, who they met every day. The girl at that moment was already leaving the house, when suddenly hearing the stomp of feet behind her, she turned around and was literally knocked down. Natsuki fell on her back, with her companions not far behind her. Guys, what are you doing? Surprised Yasi had gone out to escort her daughter to the first stage. Upon seeing the head of the clan, the boys quickly helped their friend up. They bowed and stepped aside. Hurry up slowly, that way you won't be late for anything. Natsuki, sunshine, good luck on the exam, you're the best. Naruto, Sasuke, Good luck to you too, after kissing his daughter on the forehead. And so he entered the house and closed the door behind him. Why are you so dressed up, Ryo Natsuki? Seeing how his classmates blushed with embarrassment in front of Yasi, when seeing the girl's smiling face, the boys also laughed, and the three of them headed to the academy building where the first phase of the exam was going to be held. Once inside, they immediately heard screams coming from the third floor, which surprised them, and they rushed to go there. When they arrived at the place, they found that no one could approach the door that leads to the corridor where the exam takes place. Apparently, something had happened. "Wait, we have a pass for the exam," shouted a boy with thick eyebrows, but was pushed by a boy who was next to the door. Apparently, they're chunin, or even jonin. Natsuki thought they do not deserve to be chunin, or one of those who are here. "So go to the and study," said the guy sarcastically. Naruto and his companions decided to approach to solve it, but even from Naruto saw the trap, and so did Sasuke. "Yes, what are you saying? Those are not worthy." Naruto smiled, stopping in front of the chunins. "They are just cheating, and that is not welcome in the shinobi world." The boys looked at each other, apparently not understanding where Naruto was going with this. "Then I will explain it clearly," Sasuke said. "You cleverly put Jinjutsu on. Why is this the third floor and the sign says second? That is why you don't let anyone through." The chunins clenched their fists, apparently our heroes. They guessed that those were cheating, trying to confuse the participants, and some limited themselves to following the steps carefully and counting the floors. The boy, who pushed the boy away in front of Team 7, had his foot ready to kick and hit Sasuke, disgustingly smart and conceited, but the same boy with thick eyebrows got between them and literally stopped the fight with his own hands. Seeing this, Natsuki couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. Jesus didn't even have bruises on his arm. Sasuke always hits with all his might, and that guy too. How much strength does it take to stop ninjas like that? Natsuki wondered. The boy roughly pushed Sasuke and his opponent, after which he noticed that Natsuki was standing not far away. After such a defeat, the rivals disappeared. Another one from the Yuga clan. "This is going to be," Annie smiled. "My name is Rock Lee. A pleasure." Natsuki and her companions were a little surprised because they had not seen another member of the Yuga clan in their promotion role. Stepped aside, and the girl saw a boy had long hair and brown gathered with a ribbon. Almost at the end, had the same eyes as Natsuki, which indicated that she belonged to her clan. "Natsuki-sama, what a surprise. I didn't think you were going to participate in the exam too." The boy smiled, satisfied. But after looking away at his classmates, he smiled. "How about you introduce me to your friends?" Naruto saw how Natsuki clenched her fist with rage. She had never reacted like that to a ninja of her age. "Do you know him?" asked Sasuke. "Is my cousin his name?" "Is a Yuga?" The girl answered. "Yes." "Who will stain the honor of her family against the wall?" A smile. Natsuki boiled and wanted to attack him, but Naruto and Sasuke stopped her in time, placing themselves on either side of her and grabbing her arms. "Don't do it, Natsuki. He doesn't deserve it," said Naruto. Sasuke nodded. The team walked past, and the others looked behind them. They passed the door and headed down the hall until they reached the door where the master captain was already waiting for them. The three of them were surprised. "I knew you would come with the whole group," said Kakashi. "What do you mean?" Naruto was surprised. "The chunin exam is done by 3 people who are on the same genin team under the supervision of an experienced honin," explained Kakashi. "But you said that only those who are willing to take the exam can sign the pass. So if I didn't sign it, Sasuke and Naruto wouldn't be able to take the exam." Natsuki was indignant. Kakashi just smiled. "You are absolutely right. If I had said that the entire team was required, Naruto and Sasuke would have begged you, and you would have signed the form for their sake. The chunin exam, it requires the determination that you, Natsuki, acquired in your battle with the unknown ninja. Remember that you are a team, and no matter what happens, don't leave your teammates alone. If they need your help, I'm proud of you. Whether you become a chunin or not, you have taken the first step, and that is quite an achievement." Kakashi stepped away from the door, and the boys smiled at their teacher and opened the door, taking a step towards their dreams, their first exam. But what they saw horrified them. There were quite a few genin sitting in the room who were not even their age anymore, but they were at least jonin age. That scared the 3 of them. But most of all, it scared the examiner, who was standing right behind our heroes. "For your own safety, I'd better sit you down in the empty seats." When the boys turned around, they saw a man with a long black cape and a bandage on his head. The man's eyes were full of anger. As soon as the genin obeyed and sat down in the empty seats, Naruto sat at the 4th table, which was very long. Natsuki 5 tables away from him, and Sasuke to the right from the others, about 2 rows away. "Then we will begin your exam," said the examiner. And then people brought a stack of sheets of paper into the room, then they handed them to the examiners, also pencils, and then they sat on either side of the room. In some of the faces, Naruto and his classmates recognized the same guys they had exposed for cheating, but now they were much older. The transformation technique. My name is a bookie, and I am your first examiner. In front of each of you, their question sheets and pencils. In 45 minutes, you have to give answers to these questions. The task of everyone in the team is to answer at least 3 questions correctly. If a team already has 6 correct answers, the team passes. Great, Natsuki. And I can answer 6 questions. That means Naruto won't even have to take care of the task, thought Sasuke. But if at least one of the team members doesn't get a single question right, the team is disqualified. Said Ibuki. Natsuki and Sasuke were stunned. DBO, what am I supposed to do? I must not disappoint Natsuki and Sasuke. Naruto was already starting to tremble. The rules of the first stage are the following: cheating is 1 per team, talking to teammates is a disqualification, and above the sporks is a disqualification. I hope it is clear. Yes, sir, they all said at the same time. Well, and one more thing, perform tasks like real ninjas to be worthy. Chunin, you can start. Said Ibuki. Everyone clinked their pencils when they saw the task. Some they even started crying because they couldn't solve a single task, which meant that the entire team was disqualified. Nobody wanted to let their teammates down, especially Naruto, because he had been through so much with his teammates that it would take him a long time to make a list. Natsuki and Sasuke immediately set out to complete their tasks. First analytical task, Natsuki asked herself. Second logical task, Sasuke asked herself. We certainly passed analytical and logic at the academy, but problems so complicated, not even Sasuke and I can solve them. And you say something for Naruto, thought Natsuki. When Naruto saw the first problem, he read it carefully and realized that it was very complicated. He was not scared, so he decided to act, analyzing the task. Then the ninja is trapped in the village of Shun, which is famous for its ninjutsu skills. The ninja must escape from the trap, taking into account the opponent's skills and his own strength. The ninja is a member of the Monica clan and does not know how to control his skills. Naruto read to himself. In theory, this task wasn't that difficult, but choosing a single answer was impossible, and based on the examiner's words, it should be damn I can't even answer a question. It's a failure. Sasuke sighed, remembering Ibuki's words. The boy almost fell off the chair. Do the tasks like real ninjas to be worthy. Chunin, Natsuki, and Sasuke remembered Ibuki's words, and it hit them. Were caught in the same trap that the first task said. That is, Ibuki already gave us one clue at the beginning. Natsuki guessed the first task of the exam is to analyze the situation around you and figure out how to get out of it alive, meaning not disqualified, thought Sasuke. And the second task is to think exactly how to get out of the problem. Surprisingly, even Naruto had realized, in fact, his cunning was something enviable. The genin of our team had correctly grasped the situation around them. The first problem is based on logic, and the condition of the problem tells the examinees what the problem is. It's pretty hard, just like the rules of the exam. And the logic task is to figure out exactly what to do so that you and your classmates don't get kicked out of the exam. Natsuki didn't know if her classmates had figured it out. She just had a hope for luck. 10 minutes had passed in the exam, and they still hadn't come up with anything good. Natsuki and Sasuke were no longer worried about themselves, but about Naruto, who they didn't know if he had understood their homework. Can I go to the bathroom? Or suddenly Naruto raised his hand and asked leave. Okay, but the examiner has to accompany you outside, said Ibuki. No problem, I'll put up with it, then Naruto said without shame. Yatsuki and Sasuke just smiled, but what was their surprise when Naruto stumbled and grabbed the door, showing his hand with 2 index and middle fingers. The boys didn't worry about anything because they understood everything perfectly, so it was time to act. Naruto left the room and went straight to the bathroom, where they had offered to accompany him. The examiner looked at him severely, and when the boy entered the office, the ninja glared at him. Listen, don't be cheeky. It's stressing me out, and I can't concentrate, Naruto exclaimed. The ninja hummed and walked out of the bathroom, leaving the boy alone. Naruto, left alone, took a piece of paper out of his pocket and scribbled something on it, put it in the trash, flushed the toilet, and walked out. Upon entering the classroom, Naruto stumbled again, attracting Ibuki's attention. The boy stood up. The boy raised his hands in the air. I have nothing. I'm not cheating. Don't worry, he said. Naruto calmly, and Vicky and the others didn't even notice the boy. He had given a clue to all the examiners, or rather to those who were in the same class as him. Great, the fun begins, thought Naruto. Now I will explain everything to you. During his stay at the academy, some of the boys did communicate with Naruto even if it was only in class, but they did. And at the end of the training, they all communicated. There was a special understanding between them that was only clear to them, and it was Naruto's idea with a certain intonation and gestures recognize certain hidden messages. If the intonation was high, then the information was important, and if the facial expressions were calm, then it was very important. In Naruto's case, he raised his hands and spoke in a calm tone, looking calmly at Ibiki. This, by definition, is a gesture to attack the students. We knew Ino, Shikamaru, Choi, Kiba, Sho, Sakura, Natsuki, and Sasuke immediately understood what Naruto meant. Although there were some excellent students among them, all they wanted to test their ninja skills. Sasuke and Natsuki looked at Naruto as he made his way to his seat and understood without saying a word. And when the boys sat down, they got to work. With the help of the Byakugan, Natsuki was able to examine the answers that the ninja sitting in front of her had written. Sasuke, copying the movements with his Sharingan, wrote everything down on his answer sheet. In some training sessions, Kakashi had taught the Chunin to control his chakra, making it stealthily go beyond the so-called chakra groups. Mastering this technique better than his companions, Naruto skillfully used it to see what Shikamaru was writing sitting in front of him. Smiling, Naruto wanted to turn around, but one of the examiners stood up. "You can't turn around. This is your last warning," said the ninja. So he apologized. Naruto, "Great, 3 tasks we already have. But that's not enough. We have to think of something else," he thought. Sasuke, to his left, diagonally to his left, sat a ninja from the Sand Village. It was strange how Zabuza noticed Naruto without eyebrows, with some kind of mark on his forehead, and always looking evil. The two who were sitting not far from him were teammates. Our heroes did not know their names, but realized that they would not let weaklings from the same village in. So they're strong contenders. This red-haired boy pressed his left eye, after which the same eye appeared in his hand. "How horrible!" Then the sand from that eye began to spread across the room without anyone noticing. Natsuki, she was writing when suddenly a grain of sand hit her. "Oops," the girl exclaimed unconsciously. Everyone suddenly turned around. "What happened?" asked Ibiki, approaching her desk. "In the eyes, something got into my I," said the girl. "It will pass, I hope." "You can get to question 10, asked Ibiki mockingly. How disgusting." Sasuke and Naruto thought at the same time. Natsuki did not answer anything and began to answer the following questions, and Vicky moved away from her desk and stood next to hers. The girl remembered that she had seen the wind before the exam with an orange cloud flying by. Naruto and Sasuke had not noticed it, but Natsuki, thanks to the Byakugan, saw the chakra energy emanating from the red-haired boy controlling the sand. The girl guessed the end of the exam was approaching, or rather the 45 minutes assigned for the test expired. Natsuki, Naruto, and Sasuke were preparing for the 10th question that Ibuki had mentioned when he approached Natsuki about the eye problem. "It turns out that this question is crucial. We have to answer it soon," thought Naruto. All the examiners were more anxious than ever. Well, now their fate was being decided, and it was not known what direction it would take for them. And Vicky looked at each Genin, stopping occasionally at certain personalities. "Now, your time allotted for the test is up," said Ibiki. Several people had been expelled from the class for cheating, so only the bravest were left. "Very well," he smiled, "and Vicky is ready to announce the last question, the 10th. Everyone, they were paralyzed by the question. Some had sweat on their foreheads. But it was the heroes who were more anxious because maybe they wouldn't be able to answer the question, then disappoint Kakashi, and he had so much faith in them. "But before I tell you the purpose of question 10, I'm going to ask you all something." And Vicky said, "Are you ready?" The Genin's eyes rose. They had never expected a question like that from an experienced John. "And what do you mean?" one of the Genin asked directly. "I have been very clear," he shouted. "And Vicky, are you ready to answer that question? It's not just about one of the team, but all three. If you have any doubts, raise your hand, and you will have the opportunity to take the exam next year well prepared." Upon hearing such a statement, the Jin began to cry. Some even looked at their answer sheets. In the exam were not everywhere. They were sure of the correct answer. "I'm not prepared." A young man from the village of the hidden mist raised his hand, while he and the team were let out from the door. To everyone's surprise, 9 more people left the room, all of them so afraid of this question that they decided to put their interests above the chunin rank before those of their companions. When a room had dispersed enough and Vicky addressed those who remained, "Does anyone else want to leave the room?" asked Ibiki. Natsuki and Sasuke fixed their gaze on Naruto. "I know Naruto will answer any question, but due to the uncertainty, he will make a mistake." "Don't think about us, Naruto. Think about yourself," thought Natsuki. Before the second question, many people left, but many others stayed. Surprisingly, well, yelled I, Vicky. Suddenly, Naruto raises his hand. "Naruto!" exclaimed Natsuki and Sasuke to themselves. Their surprise was replaced by horror and fear for leaving this room with nothing, and then regretting it for a long time. Well, and Vicky wanted to say something because suddenly Naruto hits the table with all his strength and looks at the head examiner with great rage in his eyes. Your words didn't even give me a task. He yelled, Naruto, I'm not sure you're going to let the team down. Everyone set their gaze on Naruto. Look at the hallway. Naruto pointed to the genin who remained in the room. We wouldn't even be here if you didn't trust each other. I believe in my old teammates. I believe in myself. I won't fall. Just get up, said Naruto. Would swear that Ibiki was sure he was going to laugh. But suddenly Naruto is followed by Natsuki, followed by Sasuke. I won't fall, I'll just get up, they said at the same time. You're all so brave, said Ivik. Mockingly wanted to turn around, but the others started to get up too. Seeing this, the examiner was about to fall to the ground. Let's go forward, said Sakura. Turning to Natsuki, even though they were Harama's rivals, even the team where Neji was stood up alone to victory, he said, an EI for your dream, Arse. Lee also stood up. Naruto and his companion smiled. Seeing that almost all the genin were behind them, although not all exactly, look AR on boldly into Ibiki's eyes this time. Without fear, life makes us fall. Natsuki began her sentence. But it is we who must decide, continued Sasuke. If we can get up, finish Naruto for the first time in his life. Naruto turned to Sasuke and smiled at him in a gesture of friendship for the first time. Natsuki and Sakura smiled for the first time. The boys did it together. Sasuke, hitting his chest twice with his fist, showed 2 fingers to Naruto, followed by Natsuki, followed by Sakura, followed by Shikamaru no Choji Arsuke. Lee 10-10, even Ei. Naruto for his part turned to them and reciprocated this gesture. It meant that they were ready for battle, that they were one, although at this moment they were rivals. But now they would have to challenge destiny, change it with their own hands. Naruto turned to Ibiki and smiled. Here is our answer, said Naruto, and Vicky looked at each genin. Before he was sure that only a few would pass, but it turned out to be almost 90 teams. Surprisingly, then that's your answer, asked I Vicky to Naruto. The boy nodded. Okay. Then, this is my answer, you passed for the second time. Our heroes heard that sentence. Naruto couldn't stand it and fell on a chair in shock. Of course, what do you mean? Sakura was indignant. Naruto's fiery speech was unnecessary. Well, I don't see why he didn't manage to eliminate all your doubts. So Naruto did. Well, the objective of the stage was not to test your theoretical knowledge, but to see how you react to your own mistakes. After all, if one person makes a mistake, the whole team suffers, said Ibiki. Chunin, he is the captain of the team, has to be responsible for all their teammates, and above all protect them. Smiled and Vic, and then I saw that some, thanks to Naruto, guessed everything from the beginning and took advantage of it a lot. But where Naruto did not have time to say anything, 2 fingers mean victory. That is to say that you have told your teammates that you have discovered it. And in the second case, you do not even have to explain anything. A true chunin is not someone who tries to do everything perfectly, but someone who is for his team. Once the stage was over, the examiners accompanied the genin to the second stage where they would face more important problems. So compared to this, the exam would seem a bit fun at the end of it all, and Vicky walked between the rows of the classroom, looking at the answer sheets out of pure interest. And for good reason. She found 3 forms of 3 genin who were on the same team. Each form had only one answer. We advanced team 7, you say. Well, I bet. What will the examiners, when they were leading all those who had been left behind after the expulsion of Ivy to some place, or to be precise, they themselves had left voluntarily. They all whispered, exchanging thoughts about what the second task would be for them. Because with each step, the fear grew bigger and bigger. Naruto walked with his companions. They didn't talk about anything. They just walked in a group so as not to get lost. Finally, they were led to a training camp that all teams were forbidden to train on. Genin through the bars, they saw a huge forest that looked like a black valley. I'm surprised Ibiki left so many examiners behind. Everyone heard a mocking tone and saw a short woman. She was standing at the entrance of this valley, and she was holding a folder with a piece of paper in her hands. Because it was unknown, my name is Anko. I am honing second grade, and I am your second examiner. I suppose this is all who made it to the second stage, the woman asked, and everyone nodded. Great. So there will be even less for me exam, smiled Anko. Even less, you mean this test is even more difficult than the previous one, thought Natsuki. The fear of the unknown appeared on everyone's face, but above all they were afraid of those stores that were raised not far from the children. The task of this challenge is to capture 3 scrolls that will be in the hands of different teams. That is to say, not all teams will get all the scrolls at the same time. The team must reach the tower that contains the scrolls. If at least one is missing, you have failed the challenge, said Anko. The tower is just at the end of a straight path, But the forest of death that you see behind me, Anko pointed to the path that went into the forest as several, even many paths that you don't know where they can lead. Your job is to stay on the path, trust yourself. And the 2 scrolls that you have left, I hope I don't have to repeat it, no. Said Hino, excellent now. Please, everyone to the stores, all the teams must go there, so we'll get the scrolls. And others the names of the scrolls to get explained, Anko. Everyone got in line. As the queue reached the Sand Village team, a red-haired boy looked at Sasuke with disdain. Anko senpai yelled, Natsuki, while Anko was standing not far from her. What's wrong? The woman asked. What's the name of the ninja from the team that the Sand Village sent? The girl asked. Anko saw the team enter the second store and smiled. The red-haired boy's name is Gara, the girl's name is Temari, and the boy with drawings on his face is called Kankuro. These 3 are related. Gara is the younger brother of these 2. Said Anko, thanks, said Natsuki. Anko nodded and stepped aside. Natsuki, what happened to your eye during the test? Asked Naruto in a whisper. That boy named Gara uses sand during the test. With the sand, he took information from everyone who gets hit by the sand. He said Natsuki. And how did you notice that? Asked Sasuke. The Byakugan sees chakra, and his chakra, or rather the chakra soaked in sand, flew through the air. No one could see him, explained Natsuki. It was his turn. The Chunin were being picked off one by one. It turned out that when Natsuki came out, she said that she had a sun scroll. Naruto had the name of the second scroll to get a sky scroll, and the second of Sasuke, a wind scroll. They were talking in whispers because there was a team from the Sand Village nearby, and they were also whispering something. I think the exam will be interesting, Sasuke smiled. Natsuki and Naruto too. I couldn't agree with you more, Sasuke. I'm sure the battle will be heated. And he held out his fist. The boy was surprised at first. At last, and after all, we are a team, Sasuke hummed and punched. Yatsuki put her hand on top of her. Suddenly Sakura approached her and asked to speak privately. Have you seen Shori? Asked the girl, whispering in Natsuki's ear. No, I haven't seen him or heard of him, said Natsuki. Maybe he went to Konohamaru's house. They are good friends. No, Natsuki made her guess. Very well, good luck on the exam. Sakura hugged the girl and approached her classmates. Natsuki told her classmates that Shiori had disappeared and that her classmates could not find him. Sasuke and Naruto worried because Shiori was a good boy, always helping everyone, so friendly with everyone. Very well, we are ready to begin, Anko announced. All the teams gathered near the doors. They were told to approach. Do not forget your scrolls, and you will not know before reaching the tower, said Anko. The teams prepared, and when Anko indicated that they all began, they literally launched themselves. Moments later, all the examiners heard screams and screams coming from the forest of the death. And Anus just smiled. Oh yeah, the fun has only just begun, smiled the woman. Once inside the forest of death, after about 20 minutes, our heroes heard screams and shrieks as if someone was being cut in half. Something has happened, said Naruto, and wanted to run forward, but his companion stopped him. Naruto, right now we have to protect the scrolls we have. If we are going to help those who are our opponents at this moment, we will lose. Is that what you need? Asked Sasuke. Naruto, seeing Natsuki to worry about her former teammate's side, in agreement. We need to get the Celestial Scroll, but who can we ask for it? Asked Naruto. If we give credit to Anko Senpai's words, each team has 1 or 2 scrolls, Natsuki suggested. Okay, said Sasuke. Anyway, it turns out that both teams have the same set of scrolls. If we lack the Heaven Scroll, the other team will have it. And also, if I have not misunderstood, if we have the Sun Scroll and the Wind Scroll, and in any case, they will decide to take the scroll from us, said Naruto. What do we do then? The team thought for a moment. It is impossible to predict who will have the scroll and from whom to expect an attack. Very well, let's make up our own password, said Sasuke. Password? Naruto was surprised, and Sasuke punched him in the shoulder. Why fight? We need a password so that we don't get caught by a transformed enemy or a Jinjutsu, explained Natsuki. What is the password, Sasuke? We have to surrender when there is no other way out, and there is always a way out, Sasuke said. Such a phrase surprised Naruto and Natsuki. Well, yes, I have read the book, and it should not surprise you so much. Surprisingly, the great and powerful Sasuke read a book by Sannin Jiraiya. Naruto smiled. My God, what is the problem? Natsuki wondered. The main thing was that the phrase meant many things. That book was the only one he had patience for, having made a great password. The boys continued along the path. They met some unwanted guest ninjas from the Sound Village, but they got hide from them in time. Before the second stage, our heroes heard the Iron Land team talking about the Sound team. They said that this team is very cruel and bloodthirsty. So Team 7 decided to avoid them after they got a rare plant that Kakashi had been looking for a long time, but had not been able to find. They found many things, but not the scroll they were looking for. At this rate, we will get lost. That's all, Naruto objected as he jumped to another branch. Of course, Natsuki and Sasuke, they also got up. so they decided to take a break to rest. Sitting was not as fun as they thought. Natsuki decided to inspect the area. So after warning her companions, she went into the forest. The boys were worried about her, but they trusted her. Natsuki used a Bakugan, so exploring the territory was of great interest and apprehension. The girl walked silently and slowly, listening to every creak. Although she had a bow and arrow on her back, she gave the impression of a terror and an unspeakable agony. Here is our dear Natsuki Yuga. Upon hearing her name, the girl turned around. Naruto and Sasuke waited for their friend to appear. They had been waiting for a while, so they were starting to worry where she had disappeared. No, normally one doesn't make such a long reconnaissance trip, said Naruto suddenly. He had a feeling of fear, agony, and moral pressure. Sasuke began to feel the same. They looked at each other and wanted to get up and go look for Natsuki, but the fear was so overwhelming that they couldn't even stand up. What's going on? Asked Sasuke in a hoarse voice. Who has come to my voice? After hearing hisses, the boys found the strength to look up, and what was their surprise when they saw a huge snake with brown spots and purple eyes. My God, Sasuke couldn't contain his emotions. God, no. In the snake's head, the boys saw a ninja petting the reptile. They sent you here in search of a scroll. I need a scroll too. Only unfortunately your girlfriend said that she didn't have it. She was a woman. Her eyes were bloodshot, long brown hair that reached her knees, clothes, a gray t-shirt, purple pants tied with a black rope. Pu, where is Natsuki? Yelled Naruto and tried to get up, but his legs didn't listen to him. Oh, there's no need to yell like that. I was just protecting that girl. Get through you, that's all. But if you give me the scroll, you will have the scroll that I have, and show me the scroll of heaven that the boys had to find. You couldn't have that scroll, objected Sasuke in a low voice. And why didn't you ask Naruto? She is not an examiner. She is at least 30 years old. At that age, one reaches the rank of honing, especially if you possess the summoning technique. With a look, the boy pointed at the huge snake. Smart boy smiled at the woman. Well, it's time to say goodbye. The snake lunged straight at Naruto to destroy him first. But suddenly, with the help of the Sharingan, Sasuke broke free from the hypnosis and covered his comrades. Seeing that Sasuke had saved him again, Naruto became enraged and tried to get up, but the hypnosis was still in effect. Sasuke, hitting the snake with a fireball, looked at Naruto. Pu, you are not weak, Naruto. Is that you and Natsuki are my only family? I am not going to miss the attack. It was not easy for the boy since the hypnosis also sucked chakra. Naruto, scared by Sasuke, still managed to break free from the hypnosis and helped his friend sit on the ear. You don't have to protect us like that, Sasuke, said Naruto. Sasuke just snorted and spat blood. Naruto, angry, tried to attack the woman, but she grabbed him by the neck and lifted him quite a bit off the ground. You have a lot of chakra, Naruto. Coin, that is very good, but at the same time it is very bad for your enemies, of which I am now on the list, smiled the woman. I better get rid of you so you don't get in the way. The woman was about to stab the boy with Sukunai when suddenly her arm was cut off by Sasuke jumping from above. While Naruto began to fall, Sasuke picked him up and jumped away from his enemy. The woman, after falling to the ground, got up with a single touch. You will not be able to bend the seal, said Sasuke, holding his friend by the shoulders. But what was his surprise when the woman stood up and her hand grew again. Really, how cute. I like you more and more, Sasuke-kun, and he licked his lips. The mere sight of that made Sasuke get chills all over his body. Naruto woke up and saw that the enemy was far away and that Sasuke had saved him again. Come on, let's kick his ass, Naruto said hoarsely. Upon hearing this, Sasuke hummed, but grabbed his side. Uzumaki looked at him and saw a red stain that appeared on his blue shirt. You're hurt, said Naruto, and wanted to help, but the man pushed him away. It's not necessary, I'm fine. The main thing is to defeat that brat and then find Natsuki, said Sasuke. While the boys talked, the woman took and showed them the scroll. What do you want to do with it? The woman smiled playfully and put the scroll in her mouth, then swallowed. The amazement of Sasuke and Naruto had no precedence. They had never faced such a strange, but at the same time insane opponent. Naruto, said Sasuke. Naruto gulped. Yes, the boy asked. Do you have a plan? Run, the boy shouted. Without hesitating for a moment, the boys ran down the stairs. The snake followed them, taking their strange opponent. The boys ran as fast as they could, but still couldn't fight off the annoying woman. What are you doing leaving so fast? The fun has just begun. Naruto turned around and saw the woman's tongue lengthen. Then he separated and grabbed the legs of both Jin. They both shouted, falling face down to the boys tried to grab onto something, at least sticks or tree roots, but everything was slipping out of their hands. A crazy idea popped into Sasuke's head. Remembering Kakashi's lessons from the first dangerous mission, he decided to use chakra concentration. Naruto, on my command, accumulate chakra in your feet and jump alone. Don't forget to take my hand, or he shouted. Sasuke, understood, Naruto replied, concentrating. The boys decided to proceed with what they had already planned. Sasuke shouted. The boys jumped abruptly, grabbed with their opposite hands, and concentrating their chakra. They kicked straight to the face of the woman. The blood splashed them, so they had to bounce back to be able to see something separating their hands. Naruto and Sasuke were able to catch their breath, after which they wiped the blood from their faces and looked at the woman who had fallen. One less enemy. Sasuke thought the woman began to get up. The boys were really horrified because they remembered exactly there was a lot of blood splatter, which meant the enemy had to be dead. She stood up and they saw the skin starting to slide down her face. There were indeed visible drops of blood, but from under the skin another. I looked at them. Intelligent Sasuke. Excellent, you are a super gifted ninja if you have reached the second phase. And he licked his lips again. That is incredible. Is he even human? Thought Naruto. Then I will give you something. Smiled the creature, half of whose face our heroes saw. I want nothing from you, Sasuke shouted. And who's going to ask you? The creature smiled. To get Naruto out of its way, the enemy pushed the boy and he created several seals and extended his neck, which along with his head went straight to Sasuke. Scared, Sasuke couldn't even take a step, so the collision was inevitable. The boy tried to attack it, but it was no use. His head went toward his neck, and the creature bit Sasuke on the left side of his neck. A sharp wave of pain began to flow towards his brain, and the creature continued without backing off. Naruto wanted to do something, but his legs wouldn't obey him. So he felt his knees. Finally, the creature unhinged its jaws, and its neck returned to its proper place. Take care of my gift, Sasuke-kun, and the power will be yours. Alone, smiled the creature, returning to its place. Sasuke fell to his knees and screamed with all his might. Naruto, finding strength, jumped towards him and tried to find out what exactly had happened, and looked at the place of the bite. Jesus, Naruto said, when right above the wound a drawing began to appear. This drawing represented 3 tomoi, just like a Sharingan. But I'm still going to kill you. I'll change my mind. The creature smiled with satisfaction, and the snake shot poison at them. Naruto and Sasuke were preparing to die when suddenly a ninja jumped in front of them. Wind Byakugan with the help of chakra rotation. The savior was able to repel the snake's poison, and the death of our heroes was slightly delayed. Are you okay? When the smoke from the chakra application evaporated, the boys, they saw Natsuki in front of them, only that he had changed a little. Natsuki-chan, what happened to you? Naruto asked himself, pointing to his head. Indeed, Natsuki's hair had changed slightly. Her long purple hair had been replaced by a short and slightly messy one. Oh, that's it. Natsuki turned her attention to her hair. You finally gotten out. The enemy growled. I see that your hair is tangled in the trap. He turned to him and looked at him fiercely. You can answer for my hair, but for the genin you killed, you will answer to him. Third box object, Natsuki, maybe Natsuki-chan, maybe, and along with the snake disappeared. Natsuki was able to catch her breath. She was covered in abrasions and cuts, so she was in as much trouble as her classmates. When she turned to her friend, she immediately noticed that Sasuke was no longer in pain. What had happened? Natsuki was outraged, sitting on her knees in front of her friends. Naruto didn't even have time to explain anything. The girl saw it all for herself. On the left side of Sasuke's neck, there were 3 marks in the form of tomo. Natsuki was one of Irika Sensei's best students, especially in the study of seals, but she had never seen a seal like that. How horrible it is to be shown to Sarutobi-sama. Immediately Natsuki wanted to get up, but Sasuke grabbed her by the arm. I'm not okay, we have to finish this exam. I don't care this seal, or the pain, said Sasuke, looking into Natsuki's eyes. However, the girl agreed. Naruto, holding Sasuke, and Natsuki moved forward because they still had a scroll that the enemy, she had swallowed it without problems, so they would have to look for another one. At that moment, Hanko walked along the path as if looking for someone, but there was no way to locate her target. Sarutobi told her to deal with the task at hand and jumped to one of the branches to rest when suddenly her neck began to hurt. The woman mechanically grabbed her left side and crouched on her knees, whereas it whispered, Anko, writhing in pain, when suddenly she felt an evil chakra. I'm closer than you think. Finding the strength to turn around, the woman stood up and turned to see the man who had called her, perched on the trunk of a tree. You are a master of illusions as always, Anko said in a hoarse voice. Oh yes, it is not you. The man smiled. He had dark hair, white skin like a snake, a purple vest and dark blue pants tied with a purple rope, eyes like a predator. You taught me that yourself, Master Orochimaru, Anko said. Anko turned around and saw her teacher looking at her. Sincerely, it was as if an unknown spark had jumped between them, but Anko did not run in her master's arms to remember the old days of teaching. You have grown, Anko-chan smiled, leaning on the trunk of a tree. I am no longer Anko-chan, but Mitari Yanko, a first-grade honing from the village of Konoha, object Anko. Upon hearing his words, Orochimaru smiled. You have not changed at all, Orochimaru. You are as cruel and bloodthirsty as ever. You really did not agree to be trained by me, Anko asked Orochimaru. And with his question, it infuriated the woman even more. I was only 10 years old by your will. I became a victim of your experiments, yelled Anko, clutching her neck in sharp pain. The pain was so unbearable that the Jonin could barely stand, but she was given energy by the fact that she had to protect the examiner she had put in danger. I thought you were going to die after the experiment, but it turns out you were a pretty strong shinobi if you survived, said Orochimaru, and don't tell me you didn't acquire useful skills. Learning from me, Orochimaru was right. According to Sarutobi-sama, at the age of 13, it was when Anko escaped from Orochimaru that it was discovered that she had quite powerful abilities for her age. As a teenager, Anko excelled in ninjutsu and taijutsu, as well as having superior speed and immunity to all types of poison. Anko would undoubtedly be wrong to deny her master's words, but the rage she felt in the presence of Orochimaru was much stronger. She should have given thanks. Thank you, here is my gratitude. Invoking chakra, Anko, she attacked Orochimaru with her own technique that she had learned impeccably during her training with him. Several snakes came out of the sleeve of her jacket that the woman directed towards the master, but he skillfully dodged her poison. I must admit that you are an excellent student, Anko. You learn quickly, but I found a perfect substitute who will surely achieve more than you, said Orochimaru, while Hano fell to her knees from another attack of pain caused by the seal. The man approached her and crouched down. And who is it? This poor ninja asked Anko in a hoarse voice, smiling at the words of her master, a certain genin. His name is Sasuke. I have kept for him exactly the same seal as you, so you better keep a good eye on him. And disappeared you to Sasuke. Anko thought our heroes were heading towards the tower, or rather Natsuki was guiding her companions to find the remaining celestial scroll. After all, you also have to be careful in order not to lose the ones you have. Natsuki-chan. How much longer? Naruto asked. Sasuke seemed to be getting worse. Natsuki realized the turn, looking at the pale face of his companion, but he did not stop. Sasuke had made it clear that he should not do, so the genin did not stop halfway. Suddenly, Natsuki saw jets of chakra using the Byakugan, and taking out her bow, she shot an arrow with it at the one hiding in the bushes. The ninja abandoned his hiding place and jumped into the clearing where the genin had stopped a few minutes ago. Who are you? Exclaimed the girl without stopping to aim the arrow at him. The guy was about 2 years older than the genin, although surprisingly he had passed the second test of the exam. He had gray hair, a projector of the village of Konoha on his forehead, and his eyes hidden by glasses, dressed in a gray t-shirt tied with a blue ribbon and black pants and blue sandals on his feet. I am not your enemy, said the guy, raising his hands in the air. In a sign of peace, Natsuki lowered the bow with determination and looked the guy in the eyes. What is your name? Asked Natsuki. My name is Kabuto, said the guy. Please don't kill me myself. I'm looking for the last scroll, the fire. The companions looked at each other and nodded. Sasuke moaned again, which meant that the seal was starting to pulse. And Naruto lowered his friend to the ground so that he could sit down. The boy grabbed his neck. He couldn't get rid of the pain that was getting worse. Kabuto made up his mind and approached him, examining the wounds, and especially the mark. The mark, he asked Kabuto, and that surprised the three of them. Do you know what it is? He asked Natsuki. I have met ninjas with this mark before. I have studied it, but I didn't think that someone could survive after putting it on, said Kabuto. What do you mean? Naruto didn't understand. There's only one person who can make a mark like that, and it's one of the three Sannin, Orochimaru. And who is he? Asked Sasuke. He performed terrible experiments on people once on a mission. My companions and I met his test subject, but due to uncontrolled chakra, he died of a broken heart, said Kabuto. What Kabuto told the genin was shocking. They didn't understand what to do next. Common sense told them to go back and abandon the test, but their soul said it was worth continuing. Of course, it's wrong to let a comrade die, but Sasuke claims he can bear it and everything will be okay. The main thing is to find the scroll and get to the tower alive. Kabuto advised to take himself with them, so his medical skills could help keep Sasuke stable the team agreed. And so they continued on. They didn't meet anyone along the way, but they began to hear more and more the screams of some genin in one of the clearings of the forest. They found 4 ninjas, 3 of whom were shinobi from the hidden grass village. In one of them, the boys recognized the very woman that Orochimaru had portrayed, while the 4th, who did not match her age, but did match the others, seemed familiar to Natsuki despite the reprimand of her. Friends, the girl approached the corpse and realized that the genin had been killed not long ago, about 3 hours. He was lying face down, and when she turned him over, Natsuki vomited as they approached Naruto, and Sasuke could barely contain their emotions. In front of them on the ground lay the corpse of Shori, Sakura, Yatsuki's friend, who had recently disappeared. Her face was mutilated. You could even see pieces of flesh. At such a sight, even Kabuto barely managed to stop himself from vomiting, but he covered Natsuki's eyes with his hand. Shiori whispered to Natsuki, brimming with tears. She already knew who could have done it, but disfiguring her face like that was an atrocity. Guys, look at their faces, Naruto whispered. Natsuki and the others looked at them. Bodies of the 3 unknown ninja, realizing now that they had no face. Sasuke looked at Kabuto and realized everything Orochimaru had something to do with this. Sasuke said Team ST, and Kabuto did not stay here. When Natsuki said goodbye to Shori, they continued on. It was not a long trip because Natsuki's eyes, due to the long use of the Byakugan, were tired, so they had to take a break. When they stopped, Sasuke felt bad again, and Kabuto had to examine the neck. The seal was still there, but the pain was gone. Will he be okay? Asked Natsuki. I think he will be okay. The main thing is not to use chakra unnecessarily, because the consequences of an ordinary Sharingan can be unpredictable. Sasuke tried not to use chakra unnecessarily even during dinner, because it was already dark and they had to think about sleeping somewhere. The clearing is not that conspicuous, so they decided to stop as there are already 2 scrolls in the team's luggage. They need to find one. Everyone decides to start the guard. Kabuto takes the guard first, then Naruto, then Sasuke, and the last one is Natsuki. Sit for an hour and a half each, or as long as they can sit. When everyone had gone to bed, Kabuto went on duty. The night was quite cool, listening to the melody of the crickets, the song of the night, birds, the flight of the owls and bats. The boy remained at his post for 3 hours, so as not to wake the G, and only then he woke Naruto to take his turn. After sleeping at least hours, the boy sat by the fire, and he began to observe the area. But just half an hour before the guard limit expired, Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. The sun shone directly in the boy's face. Opening his eyes slowly, Naruto prepared to say good morning, but when he got up from the ground, a kunai got his throat. Where's the scroll? Roared someone's voice. Turning his head, Naruto saw a man with a mask covering his mouth looking at him. The boy didn't say anything, seeing that Natsuki, Sasuke, and Kabuto too, they had been captured. Naruto was filled with rage. He was ready to kill those ninjas, but the only thing he read in Natsuki's eyes was dismay and uncertainty. Because no, I will not allow you to lower the self-esteem of my friend. Naruto thought, concentrating his skills. The boy decided to use the ones he had learned perfectly from Kakashi during these months. Release chakra so that the enemies attack themselves, or concentrate chakra to run fast. It does not matter, you can use both. The most important thing was to save his friends, and by himself. Naruto didn't even think about it. Where's the scroll, brat? Shouted the ninja, bringing the kunai closer and closer to the throats of the 3 friends. Naruto feared that they would kill them, so he automatically used a technique, hitting his enemy between the legs. Normally it worked, but now the enemy didn't even bend in half. A weak maneuver. The ninja smiled, and one of them stabbed Sasuke in the face with his kunai. Don't touch them, bastard, shouted Naruto. Seeing how weak the boy was in front of his friends, the ninjas, they grabbed Natsuki and wanted to take him somewhere, when suddenly Kabuto jumped up and knocked away the kunai holding Sasuke's throat. He hit his opponent and freed Natsuki. Thanks, Kabuto. Natsuki smiled and aimed an arrow at the ninja holding Naruto. The arrow hit right on target, so the boy was free, but Sasuke's neck hurt again, so Natsuki jumped at him. This isn't the last attack, yet I'm sure, Sasuke said through the pain. Naruto and Natsuki looked at each other. I can heal you a little using the Yanin Jutsu, but it won't last long, offered Kabuto. Just at that moment, they saw a multitude of black ninjas coming out from behind the trees, just like the ones that had caught them. I don't care how much pain I can endure, heal. Come on, said Sasuke with a hoarse voice. Kabuto's hand were wrapped in blue chakra. Naruto, Natsuki will take 5 minutes in that time. You shouldn't interrupt me, said Cab. The boy and the girl looked at each other. No one will hurt you, said Naruto. Natsuki launched her bow towards the bushes, illuminated the Byakugan, and got into a combat stance. Heal Sasuke for as long as necessary, and we will take care of the ninja, said Natsuki, while Kabuto healed Sasuke. Natsuki and Naruto protected them with all their strength thanks to the abilities of the Byakugan. Natsuki could immobilize her opponent, and with the many shadow clones that Naruto used, the boys took the enemy. In number, the attacks against them were incredibly strong, as if the enemies were not trying to maim, but to kill the genin that scared the boys. Kabuto, hurry up, Sasuke whispered, seeing that his friends were already starting to get tired. Just a little more, be patient, said Kabuto. More than 5 minutes passed, and Kabuto still couldn't finish. It was as if he couldn't heal, or at least get to the seat of pain. Something was finally present to him. Sasuke didn't wait, and despite the unbearable pain, he stood up. I don't care about the mark. I will help my friends on my own, said Sasuke. Along with Kabuto, the boy ran to help his. Natsuki grabbed Sasuke by the arms, and together with Kabuto, they jumped into the bushes. Kabuto, "Sen, you said you would try to take away the pain," said Natsuki. I tried, Natsuki, but it doesn't work. It's like they won't let me go to the center of pain. This mark contains an unusual chakra. It's not blue, but black, said Kabuto. It was bad news, because Natsuki was about to destroy B. If I hadn't gone exploring, then leave you two alone, this wouldn't have happened, said Natsuki. That it was the first time she received a slap from Sasuke. You give up too. Soon do you think that Naruto and I only fight for ourselves? We also fight for you. We are a team, and we are not going to leave our companions behind, said Sasuke. Natsuki saw that something incredible was happening between Naruto and Sasuke, that by the simple fact of making them smile and rejoice, they were getting closer, and maybe even becoming friends. After Sasuke's words, Natsuki turned on the Byakugan, grabbed the bow, an arrow that were near the bushes, crouched down, and launched chakra. The arrow, Emil's arrow, the arrow flew forward, flew between Naruto's clones, without even hitting them, flew between some of the black ninjas, and hit the one the original Naruto was fighting. Seeing the familiar arrow, the boy nodded towards Sasuke. Natsuki shook his head. Where do they come from? Is incomprehensible, thought Natsuki, as suddenly his eyes began to hurt again, and the girl got down on her knees. You have been using the Byakugan in battle for too long, rest, said Sasuke. But Sasuke, I need to help Naruto, because beside me no one can help him now, said in a hoarse voice Natsuki, who tried to judge his eyes a little, seeing that Natsuki could not use his eyes for a while. Sasuke took the risk and flashed his Sharingan, to which the mark reacted. There, Sasuke screamed and grabbed his neck. Kabuto tried to channel the Yanin Jutsu, but the boy pushed him away. No, you don't have to do it. I can bear the pain. There is no end to these ninjas. It's as if they appeared from the ground. Where are they hiding? Sasuke thought as he suddenly looked at his enemies and noticed something very strange. What is happening? Suk asked, seeing Sasuke's surprised look. I don't understand, but according to the chakra, these ninjas seem more like ordinary clones than enemies. Sasuke made his assumption after shining a light on the Byakugan. Natsuki looked at the ninjas and saw an uneven concentration of chakra that was red instead of the standard blue color. Sasuke's assumption became a fact. Naruto was fighting clones. Naruto, they're just clones, Sasuke shouted. Hearing this, Naruto smiled. But then a kunai was thrown towards him. They're not just clones, Natsuki guessed. At the academy, we were told about ninjas who, unable to fight up close, attacked their enemies with body clones that exhausted their victims. And when they were left unprotected, the originals came out of hiding and killed the enemies, said Kabuto. It was clear who they were fighting against, but not where the clones came from. Sasuke and Natsuki tensed and saw that after destroying another clone, a black spot appeared under Naruto's feet. What is that? Sasuke was outraged. Natsuki looked at the same point that his comrade was looking at and saw that clones did indeed appear from the ground. Incredible, the danger is under your feet, Naruto exclaimed Natsuki. Kabuto, already she had noticed that the clones also appeared out of nowhere, so she rushed to help Naruto, jumping out of the bushes, and began to fight the clones. Natsuki asked Sasuke to take off her Sharingan and said that she was going to go help Naruto, when suddenly Sasuke stood up. I'll go too, said Sasuke. No, said the girl firmly. It's very dangerous. You can't use chakra. But Sasuke took out a kunai. You are an expert in the use of the bow and arrow, and I am a kunai. And also, why am I going to sit if the stupid Uzuritanki takes all the goodies? Sasuke smiled, satisfied. Now Natsuki recognized him as an old rival comrade of Naruto, and somehow it was unusual to see them so perfect for his peace of mind. While a clone tried to attack Naruto from behind, and the other one carried him out. Natsuki and Sasuke jumped on them, protecting their comrades from behind. Sasuke stood back to back with Naruto, and Natsuki with Kabuto. We have to hold on until dawn, so as not to lose against them. I think everyone agrees, Naruto asked, punching Sasuke in the back. The boy smirked and hit his own. I'm not going to get behind you, use your tanki. And the battle began. Almost all night, the Chunin fought with these clones, but they had to take offense at the fact that if normal and ordinary clones do not do damage with weapons and only hit, but these clones try to kill the enemy, or at least maim our heroes, were aligned to the limit, it was already difficult for them to run or dodge the blows, and they should have done so. In order, not dying finally began to dawn, and the Genins simply were no longer able to fight the clones. There were so many that it was almost impossible to stop them. Kabuto simply got off of them and crouched down, followed by the others. Ha ha ha, they are ready. A voice was heard. The clones began to vaporize, and 3 ninjas emerged from the bushes. They were the same as their clones, only they wore peach-colored suits instead of black. The masks on their mouths were no different. Now weaken your scroll, because you have fallen into our trap, said happily the ninja, who was in the middle. The Genin was breathing heavily. He tried to stand up, but his legs would not support him. Don't even try to get up, you won't be able to do it. The enemies were already prepared to the scroll by force, when suddenly 3 arrows were shot right in front of their feet. The Shobas were scared and wanted to flee again, but behind them, they saw Kabuto and Sasuke. Natsuki came out from the bushes, pointing at him. Natsuki, the ninjas were startled because they saw those same people in front of them. But where did the 4th go? We wondered when it would appear. Is the Genin that had been crouching on the ground vanished, and in their place were 4 Genin of the same face, one of which was the real Naruto. You have deceived us, objected the ninja. Exactly, said Kabuto, you fell into your own trap, underestimating the strength of your opponents. When Natsuki and I saw the clones appear from under the earth, we had a plan to attack the originals who created the clones, began to relate Sasuke. Thanks to the Sharingan, Sasuke was able to pass the information to Naruto using the Genjutsu, for which he had the strength, said Natsuki. Of course, Naruto understood everything immediately and came up with his idea, that is to say, turn the 3 clones into me, Sasuke and Kabuto. Said it was a great plan because you fell into the trap. Our job was to locate you, and it worked. To control the clones, you have to be a short distance from them, about 10 meters from the battlefield. And when it bloomed and we, supposedly tired, began to provoke you to show yourselves, it worked. The Shobi could not believe that the new Genin could outwit them in such a trivial way, but what amazed them most was the fact that Naruto was able to maintain the clones and the transformation for almost the whole day and all night without giving himself away. Naruto, I'll take care of them, and you get some rest, said Sasuke. But before he could even take a step, Naruto jumps up and he hits the 3 enemies in the jaw, ripping the masks off their mouths. No way, you already did the main job. I'm not going to give you the good stuff, smiled Naruto. After a few minutes, while the enemies were unconscious, the Genin found 2 scrolls of them, sky and fire. They gave one to him because it helped them in their battle against the clones, and Naruto put the other in his bag. Natsuki's eyes had recovered, and now she could lead her friends to the tower to find out everything at once. Naruto, he offered to open the scrolls and see what was written on them, but Kabuto, Natsuki, and Sasuke stopped him just in time, telling him to be patient because the tower was not as far as it seemed. After an hour, the team was in place. 2 men were already waiting for them near the tower. By their clothes, they could tell that they were Kabuto's teammates. Well, thanks for helping me get the last scroll. Now I have to go, said Kabuto. The boys waved him off and headed to the tower. Naruto helped Sasuke, walked just like Sasuke had done when he was training with chakra control. When they entered, they found themselves in a large room in which there was no one, not even the Chunin. Looking around, the Genin took scrolls out of their backpacks and looked around. I hope that if we open them, nothing will happen to us, asked Naruto, swallowing his saliva hurriedly. I don't think so. Will he open them? The Genin sighed and slowly unsealed the scrolls, in which they saw a symbol that says human. Man, when the smoke completely cleared, they saw the Chunin standing in front of them. Irika sensei. The 3 of them were surprised. Irika looked at them and then grabbed his watch. Well, you arrived a minute before the stage ended. Can you say that you have completed it perfectly? Irika smiled. But why have we summoned you using the scrolls, he wondered. Sasuke, it was Sarutobi-sama's idea. The team that came to this tower and opened the scrolls would have to meet with an experienced chunin, and I volunteered to meet with you because during the competition, everyone saw that you're a quite agile and brave ninja. Irika smiled. At this stage, it was tested how willing you are to perform tasks of the degree required by the rank of chunin, and you performed among the best. Naruto couldn't take it anymore and jumped on his master's neck while Sasuke and Natsuki fell to the ground without the strength to get up. How many times am I going to hear those words? Natsuki asked mockingly to herself. Does Naruto even get his strength? I mean, he practically used chakra all night. He probably has no chakra left, Sasuke thought. But surprisingly, Naruto had all his strength even after prolonged use of chakra. Master, what were those scrolls for then? He asked Naruto, smiling, and without letting go of the chunin's neck, Iruka tried to get it off him, but it didn't work. Naruto, if you finally get rid of me, I'll tell you everything in detail to your teammates, shouted Iruka. Soon Iruka spoke of a phrase that any chunin should know: give up when there is no other way out. And there is always a way out. It turns out that the writer who wrote the book where our heroes found this phrase had simply copied it from the motto of all the chunin of Konoha. Iruka led the team to the room where all the other teams were gathered, and he headed towards the chunin that were in front of all the examiners, with the Hokage himself in front. Well, there are a few more of you left than we had planned. Sarutobi smiled, inspecting each one with his gaze. I hope there were no serious problems. I will remain silent, he thought, each one on his own. From Team 7, seeing his students, Kakashi was very happy that they had reached the third stage, which was to complete the exam. I told Ibiki that quite a few teams would drop out in my exam, right? But I thought there would be less than 10 left, and it turned out to be 20 teams out of 90, thought Anko. Indeed, compared to the Ibiki test, the second stage was more dangerous than everyone thought. Now you have one obstacle left to get the precious chunin vest, said Sarutobi. Your examiner will be... When suddenly a ninja jumped in front of him. Sarutobi-sama, let me tell you everything. He asked for the shobi, of course. He accepted the Hokage. The ninja stood up and turned to Ji. His face was mood and expression incomprehensible but calm, and a protector in a bandage that he wore on the top of his head. Judging by the vest, this ninja was already chunin. So my name is Hate. Because there are many more participants than we expected, we have decided to hold a qualifying round for the third test, said I8. What the hell is an elimination round? He shouted, and Kamaru, stepping forward, have you not seen Hina massacring and killing each other? Course Shikamaru was right, because the second phase had eliminated quite a few teams in Genin compared to the first test, and some of them were found dead in the forest. The practice round will let us see how prepared some are for the third test, said Hate. The round will be between 3 opponents. Everyone was surprised. 3 asked Temari. Anko Sen asked to open it, please, asked I8. Anko had a microphone in her face, turning around. The woman grabbed it with her hand, lifting it up, opened it, ordered Anko. Suddenly a ledge on the wall began to rise, and everyone saw a green marker. This is the one that identifies your opponents. They could even be your teammates. So fight like real ninjas, said I8. So, if someone is going to leave, it would be better to say it directly. The first to leave was Kabuto, who explained that the first and second phase were too much for his. So he left while the ninjas prepared. Our heroes stayed side by side. Sasuke clung to Naruto to prevent him from weakening completely and covered the mark with his hand. Sasuke, you should get out of line so it doesn't get worse, said Natsuki, standing behind the boys, and Sasuke looked at her menacingly. Natsuki, for the love of God, shut up. You need the care and supervision of the doctors. He started attacking her with words. The girl already wanted to raise her hand when suddenly Sasuke hit her. Don't you dare, his Sasuke. If you do that, I will stop respecting you. Hearing that, Natsuki freaked out, and there's no need to yell. And Natsuki-chan, she's worried about you. After all, show a little respect. Yuzuritanki. Natsuki. But the boy was interrupted. What was outraged? Naruto. Yatsuki was just surprised. I want to fight you, said Sasuke, making the faces of Natsuki and Naruto. Suddenly scared, the mark pulsed again, and Sasuke grabbed his neck. A commotion in the crowd was seen by Anko, followed by the Hokage. Sarutobi-sama, this boy is dangerous, must be isolated from all Genin, including his companions, said Anko. Hearing this, Sarutobi thought for a moment, but was interrupted by Kakashi. Sir Hokage, I don't want to be rude, but it seems to me that Sasuke will oppose his word, so I don't see the point of preventing him from participating, said Kakashi, to which Hanko got angry. The cursed seal is dangerous, and no less than Orochimaru himself objected. The woman, if she gets out of control, she touched her mark, which was exactly the same as Sasuke's. She could die. No, Anko. Kakashi is very right about one thing, because if Sasuke trains himself to control the mark, it will be a great weapon against some enemies. Sarutobi said, let's let him fight at this stage. And if the mark is out of control, we will stop the fight. Anko just said a bad word. The scoreboard lit up, and the names started flying across the screen like lightning. But before everyone realized it, two names suddenly appeared. She cried and attacked Sasuke. Yukiya announced, "Yate, oh no!" Naruto and Natsuki thought to themselves, because Sasuke's chakra had not yet adapted to the impression that is dangerous. Seriously, Sasuke smiled satisfied, keeping his hand on the seal. The boy wanted to leave, but it was grabbed by the hand of Natsuki. "Sasuke, don't do that. Tell Sarutobi-sama that you don't feel well, and you will be taken out of the test to frame your health," said Natsuki. But Sasuke snatched his hand. "If you get in my way, I will have to push you away." Natsuki, "Although you mean a lot to me, let's cheer." Sasuke, facing the pain of the seal, the boy headed forward where I-8 and Yoroi were waiting for him in the special stadium where the qualifying round would be held. Sasuke was already heading towards them when just at that moment someone called him, "Good luck, Sasuke." Sasuke turned around and saw Natsuki's scared face and Naruto's pale face. Both were covered in abrasions and cuts from the second test, so they could barely stand. "Pamper him," said Naruto. "Losure," said Sasuke. The companions realized that they couldn't change Sasuke's mind, but at least they could support him in a difficult moment since he had no parents. The Yukiya smiled. He punched himself in the chest twice and showed his friends two index and middle fingers. Natsuki and Naruto responded in kind. Soon all the other Jonin spread out on the balconies that were placed high above the battle scene so they could watch. Sasuke and I began to face each other while their companions who were above, including Kakashi, began to worry before the fight began. Kakashi warned Sasuke not to use the Sharingan, proving his companion's assumptions. "All the honing and chunning know the curse. Then the fight will end on its own. When one of the opponents can't continue the fight, I hope you don't need me to explain the rules of sparring to you." I-8 asked. The opponents shook their heads. "Okay." Then the fight begins. As soon as I-8 gave the signal to start, he cried and attacked first. He immediately lunged at Sasuke, putting his arm out in front of him, apparently hoping to grab onto the boy. But for all you know, Sasuke isn't a Jonin. So weak, with one skillful move, Sasuke finds himself in the air and kicks Yoroi with his left foot, pushing him back like this. His opponent, waiting for this turn, grabs Sasuke's leg before the boy can land and throws him straight into the wall. Sasuke crashes into the wall, unable to even use his chakra to propel himself. When Sasuke crashed into the wall, he immediately fell to the ground, leaving a huge dent in the wall. "I don't need this golden gift, Kamaru, if I can't control it properly," Sasuke thought, getting up. But before he could stand up, Yoro intercepted the boy, grabbing him from the shoulder. When his opponent touched his shoulder, using chakra in the process, the seal reacted immediately, and Sasuke screamed Natsuki and Naruto, hearing his friends, their voices gave strength to Sasuke, and he was able to push Yoroi away from him. Standing up, Sasuke abruptly pulled shurikens from his backpack, throwing them at Yoroi before he could dodge them. He was injured. One shuriken hit him in the leg and the other in the shoulder. He managed to dodge the other three. "Good move," Sasuke cried and smiled, pulling the weapons out of his body and looking at Sasuke straight in the eyes. "But to stop me, it's not enough." Sasuke was half scared to death because Yoro had used chakra when he attacked him, and it seemed that almost all of Sasuke's accumulated chakra had vanished. "What have you done to me?" Sasuke was outraged. He was barely standing, but he cried and just smiled as he cried and made fun of Sasuke. His comrades watched the fight with the help of the Byakugan. Natsuki saw that Yoro and was concentrating his chakra in one place during the fight. "His hands, you have realized?" Natsuki asked Kakashi, seeing the girl's astonishment at her comrade's fight. Natsuki looked scared at her teacher, who, as he asked the girl, apparently this shinobi is able to concentrate chakra not only in his legs but also to collect all the drops of chakra in a single point. "His hands, thanks to that he manages to divert the chakra of other ninjas," said Kakashi. It was bad news because Sasuke could not defend himself with anything other than kunai and shuriken, and only chakra works against chakra. Sasuke, he stood in front of Yoroi, unsure of what he should do next. It was useless to use the Sharingan because the seal sucked the chakra immediately. The opponent did not react to the weapons. A stalemate. "I should not give up." But Sasuke thought as suddenly the mark began to hurt again, and his companions became agitated. Yua got tired of standing and lunged at Sasuke again. Yua tried to hit his shoulders or arms, but Sasuke's reaction time was excellent, so he was able to dodge the grabs. But if suddenly he tripped on a rock that was on the ground of the battlefield and prepared to be hit, falling to the ground, he cried and took the opportunity to touch his hand in which he had concentrated his chakra. "Ah!" screamed Sasuke, cried, and began to suck the last remains of the chakra that Sasuke had lost. That was bad news But even worse was that due to the foreign chakra, the seal began to open a snake pattern spread through Sasuke's body, and it was becoming unbearably painful. Sasuke screamed Naruto, and Natsuki, with all his strength, the boy tried to control the chakra that was released when he opened, but it was in vain. He did not give in. Gathering the last forces in a fist, Sasuke kneed Yoro and right in the face when his opponent could no longer touch him. Sasuke began to think of a plan of action before the exam. He and his classmates had to face Lee, whom you all remember very well, and you know that Sasuke lost against him, which made Naruto decide to laugh at his partner. This is more complicated than it. I thought I have to do something fast if I don't want to be left out of the exam, Sasuke thought. And suddenly remembering the fight with Lee, the boy attempted a movement that his opponent never got to use, but only started it. Well, it's worth a try, right? And he looked at his teammates. I mustn't let them down, Sasuke thought, gathering the last of his chakra, which he cried and hadn't had time to take. Sasuke woke up the Sharingan. Of course, the seal reacted immediately, but Sasuke didn't care. Thank goodness our hero was able to copy that technique. It was a good thing Yoi lunged at Sasuke, wanted to suck out the last drops of chakra, but with a jerk, Sasuke pushed Yoro away, and up once in the air, the boy found himself behind his opponent. Well, you've made me think a lot about how I could beat you, and I already have it, Sasuke said before he could even use the technique. The seal was so hot it spread across almost the entire left side of his body, reaching his face. Sasuke shouted. Sasuke, the boy could barely contain his emotions. The pain was so unbearable that he feared for himself and his teammates who could be hurt because of him, remembering how Natsuki had persuaded him not to participate in the eliminatory. Sasuke wanted to hear her. For the first time, no way, I'm not going to let this take over me, Sasuke thought, gathering his willpower into a fist. He managed to reseal the signs, and the drawing the curse sign made him step back. Anko whispered at last Sasuke that he could recover and end the fight in peace, put 2 fingers on the Yoroi's back index and middle fingers, then grabbed his shirt and slapped his face with the other hand. Come back here, I'm not done yet, Sasuke shouted, and with all his strength, when they were already flying to the ground, he kicked Yoro in the chest with his foot, a lion barrier. Both opponents fall to the ground. Sasuke immediately grabs the seal, because he's not going to put it on display there. It falls to Yoroi's body lying on the ground and takes his pulse. Nothing good. The winner of the first fight is Sasuke. Yukiya announced to Yate from helplessness. Sasuke was ready to fall, but was picked up by Kakashi. He put one knee for the boy to lean on. Even reading a book, you haven't fought badly, Sasuke, even though I forbade you to use the Sharingan, said Kakashi, turning the page, thanks to the fact that during his extracurricular fight with RCK, Lee, Sasuke was able to copy his movement, thus turning it into his technique. Kakashi thought, well, Sasuke has won, exclaimed Naruto. Natsuki was very glad that Sasuke hadn't used much chakra, having accumulated the last remnants. Looking at his friend, Sasuke was glad to have them. If it weren't for their support, I would have given up in the first minute of the fight, Sasuke thought. Kakashi, as the boy stood up, he led him off the battlefield, even though he was stalling for time. Naruto and Natsuki gave him a look when they saw him holding his neck. Time passed, and the scoreboard began to go over the names again. Everyone was worried. After all, anyone could end up on this battlefield, even teammates. It was very terrifying. Finally, 2 names appeared on the screen, and new Zuka Kiba against UNG. Everyone stood paralyzed, waiting for the opponents to enter the field. Finally, Kiba and NEI were face to face and could assess the situation. Everyone knew that NEI was the best genin of all the examiners present. He had not lost a single fight, not one. Seeing Kiba, close friend of Sakura, fighting with Natsuki, I was worried. Natsuki, what's wrong, asked Naruto, putting a hand on the girl's shoulder. Feeling supported, the girl calmed down. The result of the fight was already very clear. Ratzi Naruto did not understand exactly where his friend wanted to go, but it seemed that Kakashi had it clear. After all, NEI, like her, was a member of the Yuga clan and handled the Byakugan, which meant that her combat techniques and Kiba's were very different. That's why Natsuki had warned Naruto that she already knew the result of the fight. There she gave him the order to start, but neither Kiba nor NEI were going to attack. It was as if they were waiting to see what their friend would do. Opponent, the genin, could see that NEI had already shown his Byakugan, so he was serious, but Kiba, with his dog Akamaru on his jacket, was not going to give up or give in, because he knew that the members of a clan like the Yuga had a special dojutsu that could see the chakra channels. Kiba could not hold on any longer. and threw 10 kunai in the eye skillfully. Dodged the boy, threw his weapons back at his opponent. The battle began as a normal battle, but there was something wrong with the kunai that threw before dodging. Kiba was hit by one of the kunai, which ended up on his shoulder, and was about to use his clan's technique, when suddenly the chakra ignored him. What's going on? Kiba was indignant. Neji just smiled satisfied, and Natsuki shuddered. I have blocked one of your chakra channels, so you won't be able to use the techniques associated with that channel for a while, said I, who hadn't even touched it, surprisingly looking at Kiba's team and the master, and let out a giggle. How pathetic your teammates are, said Nei. Upon hearing this, Kiba became wrapped in rage. He clenched his fists tightly and concentrated chakra into them and lunged at Nei. Before he could even touch him, Kiba tried to attack by biting his opponent, but Nei skillfully blocked the attack by touching Kiba's elbow with the palm of his hand. A strong vibration ran through his body. Kiba felt weak and collapsed on the ground. Behind his opponent, that's all the Inuzuka clan can do, asked himself mockingly. To be honest, your sister seems stronger than you to me. Everyone knew that I knew the sister of Kiba, but they didn't get along. Kiba had always questioned the fact that his older sister was stronger than him, and did everything he could to challenge her to a duel. But it was in vain. He always failed, touching a sensitive spot in Kiba's heart. Neji made him really angry. Neji stood still, and in the next instant Kiba found himself behind his opponent, jumping over I. For a moment you press the right channel in Ei, and you will pay for it, said Kiba. With a punch he knocks Nei off his feet, throwing him upwards. Everyone would have thought he was using the movement that Sasuke used, but not linking with his dog. They turned hard and rose upwards. Kiba Kuin has excellent speed and reaction, but fighting with Neis is not easy for him. According to Kurenai Sensei, Nei is the best among the genin of the Yuga clan, and no one has ever defeated him. And both of Kiba's chakra channels are already turned off, so he can't use the tail Fong technique. So the only thing he has left is the sharp Fong, thought Sakura. When the attack was ready, Kiba and Akamaru, they headed straight towards Nei, who was already flying downwards, and upon colliding with the target, Kiba and Akamaru flew apart, injuring Nei's face. Once both opponents were on the ground, Kiba quickly got up. He and Akamaru placed themselves on either side of himself barely got up from the ground. He didn't even realize what had happened. He was just surprised by the attack and the harsh words toward his family. Kiba didn't even suffer a scratch from the attack, but Nei's face was a little hurt. There were 2 abrasions on her cheek. Well, you surprised me, Kiba said Nei with a hoarse voice as he stood up, but you didn't manage to hurt my eyes. Nei's gaze was as cold as at the beginning of the fight. He scoffed. Kiba, were you aiming at them, right? Asked. I knew it right away. So I better not be surprised. Remember one thing, the Byakugan's eyes are the most precious thing our clan has, so we protect them in every way possible. And I was right. Kiba was aiming not only at his face, but in his eyes. Now it was Nei's turn to attack. So he got into a fighting stance that Kiba had seen many times before. About an hour of fighting had passed, and Kiba was already exhausted, but Nei was quite calm, as if there had been no battle, just a friendly and unserious fight. It's time to lose. Kiba Neji was about to attack when Natsuki jumped between him and Kiba, aiming at his chest. Byakugan, the girl, illuminated her dojutsu's soft palm, and with all her strength, she slammed her palm against Kiba's chest. The boy flew backwards, landing on his back. Kiba writhed in pain, holding his chest, and had thrown a few painful punches in that spot before, and he must have hit some dangerous spot. You wanted to kill him, Natsuki shouted as Neji stood up. It's a duel, Natsuki-sama. You shouldn't have interfered, I said calmly. Doing so infuriated Natsuki. Even more, if you continue with the duel, then fight me first, and then Kiba, said the girl, getting into a fighting stance. And Ei was about to get into position when I came between them. Calm down, both of you, said the examiner calmly. The fight is over. The winner is Neji Yuga. Suddenly Kiba burped blood and grabbed his chest tighter. Turning around, Natsuki jumped towards him and crouched on her knees, placing her hands on her chest. The important chakra channels are affected. If he doesn't get help to open them, he will die, shouted Natsuki. The ninja medics arrived at the battlefield and took Kiba out on a stretcher. Thanks, Natsuki. I owe you one, he said. Kiba, for the last time in Ei, was happy for his victory, but it seemed to me that it was not deserved, but that it was obtained in a way too brutal. This scared everyone, especially Natsuki, who knew exactly how strong her brother was, and also knew his limit. Natsuki went up the stairs to meet her partner Naruto, but suddenly the scoreboard gave 2 names. When they saw them, everyone shuddered, and when Natsuki and Naruto saw it, the expressions on their faces became different. The next fight is between Naruto Uzumaki and Natsuki Yuga announced to Yates suddenly, while Naruto grabbed onto the support beam Sasuke, and Kakashi landed next to him. Naruto used Sasuke, wanted to put his hand on his partner's shoulder, but he shook it off and headed for the stairs to descend to the battlefield. Kakashi stood in front of his student. Don't exaggerate, Naruto advised Kakashi, but Naruto didn't even listen to him. Master Natsuki and I made a promise that if we ever faced each other in a fight, we would fight, and with a wave of his hand, he headed downstairs. Kakashi and Sasuke looked at each other. They wanted to take the exam together. This fight is done, thought Sasuke. Naruto and Natsuki stood in front of each other and looked directly into each other's eyes. Natsuki and Naruto were facing each other. I8 had already announced the start of the fight. Never before had the fight been so dangerous, but so important at the same time. The girl clenched her fists and opened them. Go, and you who said that we could never fight? Natsuki. Naruto, look for a good grade everywhere. Natsuki, he smiled. Sorry that only one of us made it to the finals. Naruto, I would have liked to pass the exam side by side with my classmates, said Natsuki, bringing her hands to her tread. The girl untied the tread and took it in her hand. Naruto watched her movements carefully. Past Natsuki shot at the target and hit the center sitting next to the tree trunk. Naruto clapped their hands. They were about 8 years old at the time. You shoot impeccably, as always, Natsuki-chan. Naruto smiled. Thank you, said Natsuki. Hey, where are you going to take the protector when you pass the Chunin exam? Asked Naruto. The girl pulled out the arrow from the Diana and approached her friend around her neck. Replied Natsuki. Why not in the forehead? She asked Naruto. I have never faced you in sparring at the academy, so if we ever face each other in combat, I will fight exclusively with all my strength. With a stomp on the forehead will be a sign that we are equals. Natsuki smiled. Yes, me too. I will fight with all my strength, replied Naruto. Now Natsuki showed the protector to Naruto, and instantly next he tied it on his forehead for his partner to see. What, Naruto, have I kept part of my promise, and you are ready to fulfill it? Natsuki asked coldly, lighting up the Byakugan. I am used to keeping my word, Natsuki-chan, and pulled harder on the Byakugan, and this moment was no exception. For a moment, Yatsuki and Naruto jumped out of their seats, taking out their kunai as their swords collided. The Chunin flew through the air from such powerful pressure. With a look around them, they were ready to surrender. But leaving Sasuke alone, the boys weren't going to make it, so at least one of them has to go up for the end. Naruto created 5 clones and headed towards Natsuki. Thanks to the Byakugan, Natsuki managed to see the clones, and pointing an arrow at them, she quickly disarmed them, leaving only the original. That's all you're good for, Naruto, yelled Natsuki. After inspecting the battlefield, Naruto crossed his arms, forming a seal, and chakra erupted from him. Such a flow of chakra, even the amount is greater than normal. The girl was horrified. She was scared to death, but she wasn't going to show fear, so she got into a combat stance. Naruto, seeing his friend's determination, directed a stream of chakra directly at her, using Sub's palms. Byakugan rejected the first wave, but didn't notice the second in time, and the chakra pushed her against the wall. Natsuki's back and head hit hard and fell to the ground, but was able to get up. Is this the best the Yuga clan can do? Naruto shouted. They have been friends since the beginning of the academy. They had always been thick as thieves. They walked together. They had lunch and breakfast at the same table since Naruto came to her every day. They played ball. Natsuki taught him how to shoot a bow, but Naruto had never been able to shoot perfectly, which often earned him a fail from Irika sensei. And now that they face each other in battle, Naruto decides to hit a sensitive spot on Natsuki's body. The family clenching their fists, the girl concentrated her chakra and hit the ground with the palm of her hand, and a crack began to form. Unbelievable, exclaimed Sakura. It's like they're fighting with all their might. Master Kurenai Sensei watched the Chunin fight attentively and realized that they weren't really holding back, giving their best. The crack went straight to Naruto. He tried to back away, but as if by magic, the crack split in front of him, and the boy was left hanging on the edge. Natsuki, clinging to the hand that had hit him hard, approached the edge and looked at Naruto. That's the best you can do, Naruto? Uzumaki asked. Natsuki hoarsely, and was about to step on Naruto's heels when suddenly she was grabbed by the jacket and thrown back against the wall. Thanks to her excellent chakra control, Natsuki was able to stay standing by gathering chakra in her feet. Looking ahead, she saw a surviving Naruto breathing heavily. How did you get out? Natsuki wondered for a second. Naruto jumped out of the abyss that the girl had organized. The shadow clone let his guard down too soon. And it was the Naruto who had pushed Natsuki, who as he faded away that Natsuki was outraged. I created a shadow clone in time and camouflaged it, detecting any strange chakra flow. And I did it perfectly, said Naruto. Naruto's intelligence was quite good if he could come up with such a plan in such a short time. Natsuki stood up on her feet and wanted to attack Naruto, but her legs stopped obeying, and she couldn't even take a step. You're exhausted too, Natsuki-chan. Naruto smiled crookedly when he saw that the girl had illuminated the Byakugan. Naruto prepared himself, or not. Natsuki was in front of Naruto in an instant and was about to hit the chakra channel, but the boy deftly dodged it, hitting his friend with a kunai in the arm. Ignoring this, Natsuki made a second attempt and created a shadow clone. Ouch, Naruto shrieked as he was attacked from both sides by the two Byakugan wielders. Naruto flew sideways and fell to the ground, hitting his right side. Finding the strength to get up, the boy stood up and looked at Natsuki. Natsuki-chan, I can't fight you with all my strength, and even less if you also fight like that, thought Naruto. Of course, the boy immediately realized that Natsuki was attacking him at half strength and was not going to increase the charge, but it was as if something prevented her from attacking with more force. Maybe fight, Natsuki screamed, and not looking up, the girl saw her old friend with whom Sakura and she always hung out together. Really, are you going to lose against that brat? Hearing such words, Natsuki felt disturbed. She became more serious, and Naruto saw streams of chakra in the palms of her hands. Natsuki had added so much chakra that it was visible. Turning to Naruto, the girl got into a combat stance. Okay, Naruto, we continue, asked Natsuki, preparing for combat. Seeing the determination in Natsuki's eyes, Naruto also added chakra to his palms, preparing for the fight. I hope you don't hold back now, Naruto said. I didn't even think about it. And they dueled blow after blow Naruto received, could feel how much Natsuki had changed. Could the rage she took out of herself, she was changing before her eyes. Up where the sound equipment was, the honing of the Otoge Cure village was next to them, and while he watched the fight, he smiled more and more. Apparently, if Natsuki gets angry, she becomes uncontrollable, and that girl's words changed her so drastically that it is becoming more and more interesting. Maybe he should have given her a gift instead of Sasuke-kun. As you may have already noticed, it was Orochimaru who was hiding under the Jonin mask, the one who had put the mark on Sasuke. Naruto too. She perfectly mastered the chakra flows and channeled them to those places to at least contain Natsuki's power. But it was in vain. It was as if she had no control over herself, hitting Naruto in the stomach. Natsuki was hit in the shoulder with a kunai, and they both flew backwards, breathing so hard she wanted to breathe, but there was no time for that. They fought for over an hour, but at least one of them couldn't give up. Natsuki was barely breathing. Naruto had his hands on his knees and was breathing heavily. Both, they had almost zero chakra. You're already exhausted. That's not like you, Natsuki smiled, but her look was different. It wasn't the little joke that Natsuki used to tell Naruto, but a serious and dangerous face. What happened to you? Naruto asked himself, taking out a kunai. I'm fine, Naruto, but you. And he ran toward the fry again, this time attacking only with Sukunai. They almost have no chakra left. There's something different about Natsuki. Naruto is right. She has become more violent. Sasuke thought, hitting with Sukunai. Natsuki and Naruto flew out in different directions with the monks in his arms. Turning to look at his rival, Naruto no longer saw his best friend. He saw the demon that was going to kill him. Gathering all the will in his fist, Naruto created a clone. If you want to fight, I will give you the opportunity, said Naruto. The clone began to concentrate the chakra in the boy's right hand. Upon seeing this technique, Kakashi was stunned. It had been so many years since he had seen a ninja use this technique. Natsuki, with the help of the Byakugan, saw that the flow of chakra in Naruto's hand increased and became heavy, but for him, boy was not an obstacle. The girl can barely stand now, but to finish the fight, Naruto will make sacrifices. Sprint-headed towards his friend, grab her, and once in front of her, he threw a ball of chakra at the girl. Rasengan. The word resonated throughout the room. The technique of the third Kage, who had been watching the fight, jumped up from his chair. After all, he is only 12 years old, thought Anko. Incredible, exclaimed Kakashi to himself when the Rasengan collided with the obstacle in the form of Natsuki. Fled an explosion. The smoke filled almost the entire room. Naruto used his last chakra reserves to activate the technique, and from its use, Natsuki flew towards the statue of the seal that was behind him and crashed into it. After falling to the ground, Natsuki tried to get up, but suddenly she felt something explode inside her. With a pulse, blood came out of her mouth. Clutching her chest, the girl collapsed on her stomach. At the same instant, Kurenai and some other female ninja landed next to her. He has a single torn heart muscle, the woman screamed upon hearing those words. Naruto immediately ran to where Natsuki lay. When he reached his destination, the boy literally fell to his knees in front of her. Naruto, where are you? He whispered. Natsuki, I'm here, said the boy in a whisper, grabbing his friend's hand. Don't worry, the doctors will help you. You will survive. Naruto was literally walking as if in a death throes. Kakashi and Sasuke landed next to him. Natsuki, exclaimed Sasuke. Natsuki clung to his chest, but her breathing, she was agitated. Her pulse was barely palpable. Her face was pale. She was on the verge of death. You didn't even put up the protective barrier that you usually put up before attacking, said Naruto, with shaking hands. I really wanted you to prove yourself to everyone, Naruto. After all, the Naruto I know will never give up on his dream. And the girl spat out blood. I didn't even hit one of your chakra channels, Naruto. I'm sorry for making you fight with all your might. It wasn't my intention to kill you, but we promised each other that we would. But Natsuki found the strength to cover his mouth with her hand. Sometimes to do the right thing, you have to give up a lot of things, even promises. And she pointed at her cousin who was standing on the balcony. Look at him. And Naruto looked at him. I wanted to fight him. Please fight him for me, Losier, I promise you. But suddenly Natsuki's hand slips from Naruto's face. His pulse has no pulse. One of the doctors yelled. Natsuki was quickly placed on a stretcher and taken out of the room, heading to the medical center. The team wanted to rush to follow her, but Yate got there first. The tour isn't over yet. Naruto, you were the winner, said I8. But as much as Sasuke tried to restrain his comrade, Naruto rushed forward. He spat in I8's face. He seriously shouted, Naruto, choke on your victory, and stood in the middle of the room to stare at the Hokage. This is what you call a qualifier? You made me kill my partner, Naruto. That is the goal of any chunin, said Sarutobi. The goal of a chunin is to not let their partners die, shouted Naruto. If she dies, her death will remain in your consciousness. And Sasuke, bypassing hate, headed to the medical center. Sasuke and Naruto were sitting by the door that led to the operating room. In 3 hours, the second door brought Lee, who needed a complicated operation, but this might not survive. This was terrifying for our heroes. The doctors had predicted that he would never be able to become a ninja, that is doing training and all that. Soon after a lot of surgery, the head doctor came out of the operating room and removed the mask of the mouth. Sasuke and Naruto literally jumped off the bench and approached him. Well, what's wrong with him? Asked Sasuke. And the doctor sighed. Death has subsided. We have repaired the heart muscle that was torn during the fight. But the most surprising thing is that his chakra continues to circulate through the chakra channels that surprise the genin. But at the end of the day, when there is no pulse, it stops, exclaimed Naruto. Already, she has very strong chakra channels, although it doesn't even surprise me. She is from the Yuga clan. They trained them very well, said the doctor. Doctor, could it be a ninja? Asked Sasuke. Of course, she will have to stay in the operating room with an oxygen mask for a week, and then we will move her to the ward, said the doctor, and was about to leave when he remembered something. Oh yes, the attack you did to her, Naruto. Koen burned her and caused a skin reaction. The boy got scared. I mean, he will have a scar on his chest for the rest of his life, said the doctor. Well, you can go in to see her, but Natsuki-sama is unconscious. She is okay. We will stay with her, said Naruto. And together with Sasuke, they entered the operating room, even though the rules did not allow anyone other than the doctors to enter. Natsuki was already motionless on the bed. There were machines, tubes, and above all an oxygen mask connected to her. The plastic was sweating, which meant that the girl could breathe. Naruto couldn't look at her like that, so he approached and sat next to the bed. It's not your fault, Naruto, said Sasuke. Sasuke hit him in the chest with a chakra ball. Naruto asked, by the way, what kind of technique is that? He wondered. Sasuke hadn't done it. Seen before in Naruto's arsenal. I don't know, I just read about it in a scroll. That's all. I wanted to stop her. What was in Natsuki's eyes so much that I accidentally used this technique, Naruto said. There were times when the flow of hatred or anger, a shinobi used a technique that he didn't even know he had without even thinking that he could use. If the same situation happened to Naruto wanting to help his friend, he decided in a burst of emotion to use this technique. What is it called? Do you remember? Sasuke asked. I think you screamed something when you invoked the technique. No, I screamed. It will find out later. What is that technique that almost killed our comrades? Said Naruto and turned to his friend. Come on, let's go outside and talk, kissing his friend on the forehead. The boy and Sasuke left the room and then headed outside along the path. Sasuke said that in an hour Kakashi put a barrier on Orochimaru's seal, with which the curse would not get out of control. That is to say, Sasuke himself would be able to use the chakra that is closed in the drawing. So if you run out of your own chakra, you can use the mark asked Naruto passing in front of the Ichiraka ramen, something like that. Besides, Kakashi promised to prepare me to face my new opponent, said Sasuke. 10-10, that he came to visit Rock Lee. He told the boys that the culprit of his partner losing a leg and an arm was Gara. The Desolator was so cruel to him that he didn't even help him get up, but decided to finish him off. But Gai Sensei came to his defense on the way. Sasuke and Naruto met Sakura, who was heading to the medical center to check on Kiba, who was still recovering from his fight with NEI. The head of the upper branch of the Yuga clan is very worried about his daughter, so he asked Naruto and Sasuke to keep an eye on her, because the third is going to send him on an important mission. Sarutobi came to Natsuki's room for the next 2 weeks. He was the first to catch Natsuki when the girl finally came to her senses. Kakashi had made Naruto apologize to I-8, whom the boy he had embarrassed her so much, but the examiner didn't take offense at him, and even laughed at her antics. When Natsuki regained consciousness, he assured the doctors that she could move without support, but was advised to take it easy so that the stitches in her chest wouldn't come undone. Natsuki accepted it, after all, but was glad when her friends came to visit her. Sasuke visited Natsuki less and less frequently, but there were rumors in the village that there was a new man respected Natsuki and Naruto. They were very curious. So when the doctors had already allowed the girl to go outside, they tried to ask Irika-sensei about the whereabouts of that guest. What do you need him for? Irika asked, smiling. Just out of curiosity, said Naruto, taking Natsuki by the hand. Good now, is sitting at the Ichiraka ramen, answered the master, thanking him. The companions went to the designated place. When they opened the door of Ichiraka ramen, Naruto tripped on the threshold and fell to the ground before to the man who Naruto was sitting eating ramen. Natsuki exclaimed and tried to bend down as suddenly the scar began to hurt, and the girl grabbed her chest. Naruto immediately jumped up and helped her recover, and the man he had hurt turned to look at them. What a bunch of gin, there is no decency. The man was outraged. When he looked at him, the couple saw a white-haired man with a head protector dressed in a red kimono under which you can see a plaid shirt, gray pants, and red sandals with kimono heels. Excuse us, Natsuki apologized, bowing. The man nodded approvingly. Jiraiya-sama, do you need anything else for the trip? Asked Ichiraka's master. Hearing that name, Natsuki almost fell in shock. You are Jiraiya? The girl was surprised. Yes, it is me, said the man. And who is Jiraiya? Asked Naruto, which surprised Natsuki. He is one of the strongest ninjas in Konoha who fought against Anzo, the ruler of the village of Hidden in the Rain, in World War III. No one before had been able to confront him for such courage. Jiraiya-sama and 2 other ninjas who were apprentices of the third Kage were declared the Great Trinity of Sannin, with Tatsuki. Naruto liked the story, and Jiraiya looked at the boy attentively. So your name is Naruto Uzumaki? Asked Jiraiya. Naruto turned to him and nodded. Well, nice to meet you. Then how about you and your partner? Take me to the Kage residence. The boys accepted. Naruto, holding Natsuki's hand, led Jiraiya to Hokage's office, but seeing the boys, the third allowed them to stay. Jiraiya, it's been a while since I saw you. How long are you going to wander the world? The third smiled. It doesn't seem like the master is going to stop for at least a month, said Jiraiya. Well, Kakashi has volunteered to train your Sasuke, guys said. Sarutobi trained Sasuke. Both were surprised. Yes, he is training him for the 3rd stage, said Sarutobi. And me, why isn't there anyone to train me? Naruto was indignant. Sarutobi thought for a moment and looked at Jiraiya. No, he said. Jiraiya, he already had enough students. For what I need a 3rd. I'm not asking you to be his mentor. I'm asking you to prepare Naruto for the last stage of the exam, said Sarutobi. Jiraiya was already thoughtful and looked at the boy. It's been a while since I trained the Uzumaki clan. Well, let's take a risk, thought Jiraiya. Okay, how long until the exam? Asked the man. 3.5 weeks, said Hokage-sama. I will do it, only I have business in the land of iron. So you will have to come with me. I will teach you some techniques on the way, said Jiraiya. And Naruto burst in. You call, but Grandpa, who am I going to leave Natsuki-chan for? Naruto said indignantly. Sarutobi smiled. Someone wants to talk to her. Sarutobi said, Natsuki is already waiting for you in the living room. We'll take you there. The girl nodded. Good luck. Naruto, nice to meet you. Jiraiya-sama, it's an honor. Natsuki kissed her friend on the cheek and left the office, where Irika was already waiting for her at the exit. Jiraiya and Naruto did not take long to leave the office as well. The boy left his house and headed towards the main door, where Jiraiya was already waiting. Upon reaching his destination, Naruto found no one there. Damn, what can this guy teach me? Naruto resentfully sat on his backpack. Naruto wanted to go to Sarutobi's house, But suddenly Jiraiya had already come out from around the corner. How long have I been waiting for you? But he was not alone. Two women were watching him, all three a little drunk. And it turns out they were not going to pay attention to Naruto. Okay, let's go to the hotel. Jiraiya smiled. The women giggled, but accepted. You're crazy, Naruto shouted, jumping on top of the man and giving him in the head. Damn perverted hermit. The boy's indignation had no limits. He tolerated Kakashi's tardiness and Jiraiya's tardiness especially. Under a woman's arm was definitely not going to be tolerated. When Jiraiya was hit, the women immediately ran away from him. So as not to be hit too, Jiraiya wanted to explain everything clearly, but he turned to Naruto and slapped him on the top of the head. A big one was going to happen, and you ruined it for me, Jiraiya shouted. Naruto, he was furious at this behavior and swore that if Jiraiya didn't stop, he would complain to the third cage that the Sannin was flirting with women instead of teaching Naruto. Afraid that Naruto would keep his oath, Jiraiya had already agreed to train him, and they both traveled to the country of iron, which was not far from the country of fire. When the couple crossed the border, they could breathe in peace on their way. They came across a large lake where they decided to take a break. Ugh, well, finally a break, said Naruto, letting himself fall on the grass. But suddenly Jiraiya gets up and walks towards him. What happened? The boy was surprised. You asked for training. So come, I will teach you, said Jiraiya. The training started with Jiraiya checking how well Naruto could concentrate chakra. It turned out to be a technique worth practicing, but apparently Jiraiya was no longer referring to chakra concentration at all. I will teach you a technique called Ino Hutu knives, said Jiraiya. Wow, exclaimed Naruto. What is this technique? Do this technique gives the shinobi the ability to summon an animal from any world, said Jiraiya. Only if you have a pact with that animal. For example, if you have a pact with an eagle, you can summon an eagle that must obey you. And if you have a pact with a falcon, you can summon a falcon. You have me, perverted hermit. What animal do you summon? Asked Naruto. I exclusively call the toad, said Jiraiya. Hearing this, barely a second later, Naruto burst out laughing, almost rolling on the ground. So much superiority infuriated Jiraiya, and his next action was to grab the boy by the ankle and lift him upside down. Let me go. Naruto was outraged, waving his arms and everything he could just for Jiraiya to let him go. Let him go. Jiraiya smiled, and as if by magic, he calmly walked across the surface of the lake and then released Lenin's ankle, thus submerging him in the water. Once Naruto was in the water, he looked at the Sannin. Thanks to the fact that he knew how to swim, why did you put me in the water? I'm soaked up to my underwear, Naruto shouted when he saw the Sannin standing on the water. The boy was surprised. How do you do that? Naruto asked himself. Jiraiya, he decided you didn't even want to listen to me, said the man. Grabbed the boy by the neck and pulled him towards solid ground. While you were out there sunbathing, I told you, Naruto, if you hear me with what you have on top, get up. Naruto was sitting on the ground and stood up. Jiraiya was already ready to strangle him. Oh my god, what an idiot, he thought. Jiraiya, but his chakra, there is no doubt it is the nine tails. The boy, as Kakashi had taught them, crossed his hands, forming a seal, and began to concentrate his chakra, gathering large reserves of it in his feet. Naruto closed his eyes and headed towards the lake. He didn't completely give up on chakra now, but Naruto got it. Walking through the water to the center of the lake, opening his eyes, Naruto began to literally jump in place without even falling through the water. And Vicky said this finger, thanks to Kakashi attack, has started to release chakra. Not bad. And even at that age, there is a lot to teach him. And not just knives, but jutsu, thought Jiraiya. And Naruto returned to the mainland and looked at Jiraiya, who did not take his eyes off him. So are you going to teach me the summoning technique? Asked the boy. Jiraiya sighed. It's that I have no choice, said Jiraiya. Naruto was exulted to have the opportunity to use such a powerful jutsu and began to jump for joy. Konoha, Natsuki, while her friend was in a tried to get out alone, but if she began to move abruptly, the scars seemed to heat up. So he walked carefully. Miss Natsuki, can I help you? The girl turned around and saw a woman who was a member of a side branch of the Yuga no Zerka-san clan. I have to adjust to this on my own. Natsuki smiled. The woman bowed and stood out. The girl wanted to go back home with Sasuke, but she felt someone standing behind her. She turned around. Natsuki smiled. It's not good to sign behind you, Sarutobi-sama. Natsuki smiled as he stopped. The third one smiled as well and offered to walk with him to see how he was doing with Hamaru. I hope you've recovered from that fight, he asked. Third, remembering that day, the girl grabbed the scar. Is everything okay? Yes, Sarutobi-sama. I'm fine. I'm worried about Naruto and Sasuke because they're the only ones left from my team, and there were very few Konoha Genis, Konohamaru, Sasuke, Naruto. And Nei's brother said, Natsuki, it doesn't matter. Because sometimes it's not the number of enemies, but the intelligence, said Sarutobi. But Sekige himself must still come to us. After all, only Irini's almost past the second stage Konoha will face soon as Sarutobi-sama. I heard that supposedly Naruto and Nei will fight, and Sasuke and Gara. Only I know exactly who you want to ask. Sarutobi guessed that. Gara boy worries me as much as you, so we'll make sure our Sasuke wins. Natsuki felt much better. Natsuki felt much better now. But as soon as the doctor saw that he was going to use techniques based on the Byakugan, he was going to use them. They had given him the all clear, and now Natsuki could start training. But as soon as the doctor saw that he was going to use techniques based on the Byakugan, he immediately began to discourage. After all, a false step and the efforts of the doctors would be in vain. The girl accepted it and decided to see how her companions trained, or rather one of them. In one of the training camps, Kakashi and Sasuke were training. Natsuki had not seen them for a long time, so she decided to see what they were doing there. As Natsuki expected, everything was impeccable. Kakashi had taught Sasuke Shidori, but seeing a glimpse of the mark, Natsuki felt blocked by the Dark Chakra Master. Hello, Natsuki was finally able to get out of her hide and seek. As soon as the girl appeared, the training stopped. Natsuki, hi, said Sasuke as he approached his friend. How is your wound? Naruto said before leaving that your scar hurt again. It is very strange. But yes, sometimes it hurts. I am glad that you have passed to the third phase. Not like me, said Natsuki, remembering the duel. Sasuke clenched his fists. After all, he and Kakashi knew for a fact that the duel was designed to make sure that one of their team did not make it to the finals. I was petty. Don't worry, Natsuki. You will be a great chunin, I'm sure, right? Kakashi. Sasuke turned to his Jonah master, nodded. Don't worry, in a week you'll come to cheer on Naruto. And me, I guess that's why Natsuki came. By the way, what's up, Sasuke? Do you, or yes, when Naruto and I broke up, and the third sent me to the pavilion. There I met my father. Isn't he like that anymore, Sanai? On an important mission, Sasuke asked. That's what I thought I did too, said Natsuki. And not only was father there, but also several elders from the main center of Konoha told me no would reach the third stage. But why was Sasuke outraged? It's about the Byakugan is weakened, and opponents can use it against us others. That's why Yasi and the elders forbade Natsuki to go cheer you on, Kakashi explained. So as not to distract his friend, Natsuki left the training field, and the training continued. The girl didn't know what to do, so she decided to go to the clearing where Naruto and they used to shoot points in the trees. Walking along the path that led to the clearing, Natsuki still without the Byakugan, she felt the presence of evil chakra. The girl wanted to leave, but decided to face the chakra. She was standing in the middle of the clearing, and under her feet there were many rabbits, squirrels, and birds were dead blood. She heard Natsuki feel fear and blood when she realized that Gara was referring to her. Natsuki wanted to leave, but suddenly a wall of sand appeared behind her that Natsuki could not get through. Stopping, the girl turned to Gara. Seeing his frantic eyes, Natsuki was about to faint, but she held back. What are you, Gara? Natsuki dared to ask. I'm human, the sand ninja answered. An ordinary human wouldn't kill beasts and then say blood, Natsuki said. Gara began to approach her when suddenly the girl's Byakugan woke up as if by magic, sensing danger. Natsuki got into a combat stance. You won't be able to defeat me, Konoha girl. Gara smiled. What makes you think that? Natsuki was surprised. You've lost against your partner, which means you'll lose against your true enemy. Falling to the ground in front of her feet, his words made Natsuki feel disgust and fear at the same time. She had never seen such an ominous chakra before, only in books or at the academy. Natsuki got into a combat stance and prepared to fight when suddenly the ground beneath her feet began to crack. The girl got scared and wanted to call for help, but Gara suddenly silenced her by shoving a lance of sand in her. I'm done, Natsuki thought, and the sand was about to drown her completely when suddenly Gara's hand was stopped by a man. Natsuki's eyes could hardly see anything anymore. Her eyes were blurry, and Natsuki was about to fall since suddenly on the same ground someone picks her up. Yes, they told her not to go that far alone. Natsuki's eyes lit up hearing the voice and saw the clear silhouette of a boy, and by the blonde hair, she realized that Naruto had returned with him. She saw another boy, and it turned out to be Sasuke. Boys, I'm sorry, said Natsuki. The boys helped her up. Looking at Gara, the trio saw that he was being held by Sarutobi, Kakashi, and Jiraiya. Sensing the ominous chakra, Jiraiya and Naruto immediately ran to find out who it belonged to. It was the same arrangement with Kakashi and Sasuke, and Sarutobi was not far from this clearing. Walking through the forest, you were going to kill her, said Kakashi. For that, you could be disqualified from the exam. It is not necessary, Kakashi. I think Gara did not realize what he was doing. Look at his eyes. Sarutobi pointed at the look he was directing at Natsuki and his friends. This startled the girl, and she got closer to her friends after this incident. They took Natsuki home, telling her not to say anything to the members of her clan, especially her father, since he has a lot of authority in Konoha. So it wouldn't be difficult for him to ask Sarutobi to expel the Sunagaker team from the exam. Gara and his representative are reprimanded because he doesn't watch his pupils, which allows them to pounce on anyone they can get their hands on. Of course, who was accompanying the sand team, gave his word that it wouldn't happen again to anyone from the village. Naruto and Sasuke begged Yasuke Natsuki to accompany them to the Kiro field and help them prepare for the exam, because throwing weapons would not be in the exam anymore, and practice always comes in handy. Naruto was about to start when Sasuke approached him. Look, this Gara is a little strange, don't you think? Sasuke asked while Natsuki checked his weapons. Yes, and it seems that those beasts that we saw at his feet that he killed enjoyed it. Naruto replied, and you still have to fight in the horror. Oh, come on, I can scare anyone myself. And learning from Kakashi isn't that hard. Smiled Sasuke. For almost 2 hours, the plastic team with targets throwing kunai and shuriken at them until they missed. Naruto and Sasuke had the impression that Natsuki was getting further and further away from them, and they wanted to cheer her up, but she looked away and said it was okay. When they left the playground, Hanatsuki's eyes hurt, and she hurried back home. Naruto and Sasuke didn't even have the chance to say goodbye, and she was already around the corner. A few weeks passed, and now our heroes no longer have to face the main enemies. Not all of Konoha made it to the finals. Most were eliminated in the qualifying round, but no one was offended. After all, you can always try again. The third phase was held in the large stadium where Konoha used to hold important events or festivities. There were 3 large stands at the top, and just below there was a special place where the Hokage and the Kage, who had come to Konoha to watch the final stage of the SAT exam, and ninja, entered the middle of the field. It was not hate, but another person. Welcome to the final phase of the chunin exam, announced the ninja. To those who do not know, my name is Saranu and Gunma, and I am the examiner of this stage. The duels will be fought between genin who are not familiar with each other. In the last stage, always saw 2 companions face each other in a veil. This time, it will not happen, you have my word. The first duel will be between Aburame Sino of Konoha is Sabat Kuno Kankuro of Sunagima, announced House of Yuga, while in the big stadium Natsuki was sitting in her room with her legs drawn up and thinking about the fact that the third fight was going to be between Naruto and her brother. I can't even cheer for Naruto or Sasuke. They won't let me go anywhere, Natsuki thought, and threw her face against her soul to cry. The girl was hurt. Not only had she lost the qualifying round, but she wouldn't be able to watch her classmates fight. What a shame. Soon she entered her daughter's room. Natsuki, stop crying. You can still participate in the exam and become chunin. It is held twice a year, said Yasi. And the girl jumped out of bed and looked her father in the eyes. What the hell is the exam? Yelled Natsuki. I didn't care at all. What matters to me is to see my comrades and close friends fight. My eyes have nothing to do with it. I'm not going to duel. I'm going to see what happens with Naruto and Sasuke. I will review everything with Anabai in detail. Rest assured, Yasi smiled, but Natsuki didn't want to. Kalma Kankuro of Sand defeated Sho, said Kakashi. Shikamaru won, but surrendered to Temari. The girl could breathe a sigh of relief. In 10 minutes, the duel between Naruto and his brother Ai will begin. Upon hearing this, Natsuki became sad and looked at her father. And yes, he told me to take you to the stadium. The girl was surprised. How could I let my daughter be the only one who didn't see her partner collapse? She asked Yasi, getting up from the bed and approaching her daughter. Her father's words made Natsuki smile. You don't know my partner very well, Dad. Natsuki smiled. Example, in Ei and Naruto, they were preparing for the fight. Surprisingly, he didn't see Kakashi or Sasuke. No one would be cheering him on. The Yuga clan is famous for its Subyakugan. But why is the Uzumaki clan famous? After all, apart from Naruto, there was no one in that clan. The boy was worried, just a little. Finally, Gunma stepped between the genin. Well, I declare your duel. Gunma shouted when the start was announced. Both froze. Both were about to begin. Naruto looked Nei in the eyes, and Nei looked at him with a kind of contempt. Then Naruto, Uzumaki, you're ready to prove to all the genin that you will never become chunin, asked Ai calmly. Such a question made Naruto clench his fists. Even though you have defeated my sister Natsuki, that does not mean that you have the strength to defeat me. You must have never had an equal opponent, and I am much stronger than you and your companion, said Ai. Naruto did not complain and lunged directly, skidding his kunai to hit the opponent. Illuminates the Byakugan. And when the blade of the kunai almost grazes Nei's face, he stops the attack with a hand. The amazement of the spectators has no limit. How can an ordinary genin do something like that, he thought to himself. Genma, sitting not far from some known gay genin, the captain of the team, where Nei is a member, smiled. Thanks to the Byakugan, the members of the Yuga clan are excellent at navigating in the dark, and the technique that Nei demonstrated is a release of chakra that not all members of his clan are able to master, although this flow is not as great as the one shown by his father or his father's brother. He did think gay for Naruto looked at Nei as he watched Naruto block his blow with ease and marveled. But as you may remember, our hero also has excellent chakra control, especially after training with Jiraiya. In the blink of an eye, Uzumaki let the chakra flow through the kunai, and Nei's block pierced it, pushing the boy back. Apparently his opponent wasn't expecting such an attack, but he still smiled with satisfaction. Well, Uzumaki, it's not bad at all, Nei said coldly. Naruto hid the kunai and wanted to attack again. Knew but as if by magic Nei was behind him, but you were too slow, and hit him in the back with the palm of your hand. When Naruto fell to his knees, he felt a pain near the spine. The points on his back can save the life of a shinobi, but they can also be a great weapon if you handle them properly. Remember, Naruto, if you know the weaknesses and pain points of your opponent, you have already won. And if your opponent knows your weaknesses, you have already lost. Naruto remembered the words of Jiraiya. With the help of the Byakugan, Neji blocked one of the chakra channels responsible for rapid movements, which meant that Naruto's range of techniques was now a little narrower. But despite this, Naruto abruptly turns around and grabs his opponent by the neck. Don't you dare talk like that about my comrades, about Natsuki, about Sasuke, about Kakashi sensei, who defeated your teacher so many times, and hits Nei in the face with all his might, not in the eyes like Kiba did, of course, but it left abrasions on his face. Nei flies backwards, falling from backs. For real, Nei is going to lose against a genin like Naruto, thought 10-10. Seeing how hard it was for Nei to stand up, Nei was surprised at this reaction, but smiled satisfied. Looking at Naruto's face, the boy was about to hit him once again, but this time I threw a Byakugan. So the battle was expected to be hot and dangerous. Genma, watching the fight, smiled. A ninja like Naruto against the strongest genin. The battle should be interesting, thought Genma. Naruto attacked again. What a serious mistake. Neji, he roughly hit his chest with his palm, sending chakra through his channels, and Naruto spurted blood, pushing the boy back. Nei stopped to walk away, because the duel, according to him, had become more difficult than before. Naruto fell to the ground, hitting his back, but bravely began to stand up. I can't believe it. Shinobi normally give up after being hit by chakra channels like that, because they feel a terrible pain in the chest, back, and lower back. And this guy thought 10-10. Indeed, the chakra channels Kenny had hit, or rather that he had hit intentionally, should have caused a lot of pain and dizziness in Naruto's body, but as we have already realized, it was not a barrier for him. Nei felt overwhelmed by so much desire to win, so he decided to press on the sore spot, the heart. As it accelerated, Nei hit the boy in the chest, making Naruto spit blood. Once again, smiling at his victory, Nei turned to his opponent, seeing Naruto barely standing. Okay, pity to finish him off immediately. And then no hidden technique will help him. He's not smart enough to use them in 2 seconds, thought Nei, and was going to attack him, when suddenly he felt weakness in his arms. What is happening? And I wondered. The boy looked at his hands and saw red spots. Surprised by this, he tried to channel chakra through his palms as members of the Yuga clan usually do, but it was too painful. Naruto, who was in front of him, began to blur. What I said indignantly, and heard laughter behind him. Hidden techniques are my specialty, Neji. Finding strength, Neji turned around. And what was his surprise when he saw Naruto behind him? Of course, with the help of the Byakugan, he realized that the boy had created the clone in a matter of seconds to get away from the blow. The chakra covered him like a shield, but by devising such a plan, you have deceived me, he asked himself. Nei, I recognize your weakness. Immediately, Neji, said Naruto, starting to walk towards where his clone was a moment ago. How am I on the same team as Natsuki? Yuga, I know the techniques that you use most often. Thanks to the Byakugan, you can see the chakra channels passing your chakra through the palm of your hand, hitting them, disabling or short-circuiting. In the case of Natsuki, she always disables them so as not to do much damage, but you, Neji, close the channel so that it cannot work cohesively. damaging your opponent. That is why you always win. I am aware of the fact that the channels, if they turn off, they can turn back on it anytime the owner just needs a little rest. That is why you do not use this technique. The amazement of NEI and of all of the Yuga clan who were in the stands was unmatched. Naruto was right, because from what 1010 and EI had said, was using a crushing blow over and over again so that his opponent could not recover in time to block. In fact, if you remember the beginning of the fight when NEI attacked Naruto, was able to block, and thanks to the control of his chakra, he was able to push Neji away from him. This was what scared NEI the most. You realized that it was not worth messing with me, and you needed to end this quickly without anyone noticing, but you forgot the fact that Natsuki and I always trained together. So I remembered your clan style. I still have it right here, said Naruto, pointing to his head. He's definitely not an honors student, he wondered gay. And 1010, who was sitting next to him, was speechless because he knew very well the precision of Nei's punches. They always trained together. That didn't stop Despite the burning sensation in his palms, the boy decided to use his clan's technique anyway, launching himself straight towards Naruto. Neji raised his hand to strike, and Naruto let the chakra flow through his palm to block. But suddenly his heart trembled, and he couldn't concentrate the chakra in time. The blow hit him in the chest, then in the shoulders, and then in the solar plexus. Naruto spat out blood again, grabbed the spot just above his stomach, and flew backwards. All the witnesses of this blow literally jumped out of their seats to see what had happened to Naruto. Right at that moment, Yasi and Kakashi, they brought Natsuki and Navi to the stadium, after which attack left hastily upon seeing such a blow. Natsuki, despite the pain in her chest, hurried to approach the battlefield. That is, to the first rows of the stands. Naruto shouted Natsuki with all his strength. Everyone present turned their attention to her upon hearing the familiar voice. Naruto could barely lift his head to see the teary eyes of his comrade. Naruto, Natsuki-chan, whispered Naruto, who was bleeding from the mouth, and his head hurt terribly. Chest. Natsuki was about to burst into tears, but held back, not knowing how she could help her partner. So she grabbed onto the railings of the stands to which she was holding on. Anabi's sister ran towards the girl and put a hand on her shoulder. Sister whispered, "Deny great Natsuki-sama. You will see the shame that falls on this loser," thought Neji, smiling. But suddenly Naruto finds his strength and gets up, still holding his hand over his diaphragm, where I had hit him. His opponent couldn't believe what he saw because the blow was so strong that after a blow like that they would take him to the operating room. But Naruto, calmly, still with strength, gets up. Seeing this, Natsuki, through her tears, smiled. "Get up, Naruto," shouted Natsuki. That moment when Natsuki entered helped Naruto realize that he was not alone here, that among all those spectators there was at least one person who supported him. "You would break down in front of someone like One," the girl shouted, resting a hand on her knee. Naruto smiled and stood up, still breathing agitatedly, seeing the rage in Nei's eyes. Naruto stuck his tongue out at her. "You made fun of my comrades, my family's honor. And I'll tell you, this life makes me fall, but it's up to me to get up," said Naruto, and crossed his arms, forming a seal. "The main thing is to concentrate. Remember what the perverted hermit taught you. Remember his lessons." Naruto thought Jiraiya was already sitting among the spectators watching the fight, and when he saw the seal that Naruto had crossed, he smiled. "Well done, boy. Show him what a Jinchuriki can do." He thought Jiraiya, indeed Naruto's chakra, closed, opening another channel that did not escape Nei's Byakugan, but this chakra was different from that of all the shobi we know of. The standard chakra color is blue. Naruto now had a bright orange chakra. Jiraiya even applauded Naruto. "Well done," shouted Jiraiya sent. And not far from the stand, Sarutobi turned his attention to Jiraiya, and then to the chakra that Naruto had released, Fox chakra. So Jiraiya already taught him how to release his chakra, and then Naruto showed techniques like chakra concentration, so NEI should think twice before attacking him, thought Sarutobi. Smiling, Naruto concentrated and lunged at NEI. Using a Byakugan, NEI put up a block, but was unable to contain Naruto's chakra, let alone neutralize it. Naruto began to boldly charge at his opponent until NEI flew into the concrete wall. "Why," NEI said in a hoarse voice, "why do I keep hitting you and you keep getting up?" Naruto heard the question. He turned off the fox's chakra and looked NEI in the eyes. "Why, I will not fall in front of someone like you," Neji said. Naruto, I was surprised at that eagerness to win. So he boldly stood up. "You know why I hate the main branch of Clara Yuga, and especially Natsuki-sama?" asked NEI. "Enlighten me," answered Naruto. When Natsuki-sama was 3 years old, They gave me a special seal that allows the main branch of the clan to control the side branch, which is mine. Nei unleashed her protector, and Naruto saw a seal that looked like a cross, but the ends were slightly rounded, and there was two wavy lines on the sides of the seal. All members of a side branch of the clan have a seal like that. So you hate Sasuke. Why did your third birthday make you wear this seal? Asked Naruto, directing a glance at Nei's forehead. Not only for that, he said, a long time ago, when my father was still alive, the clan received information that the Hidden Mist village was going to attack Konoha unless the members of the village brought them the head of the clan chief. Already yes, Sama said, but already yes, Sama. He is alive, said Naruto. Yes, thanks to my father who was killed, so that Yasi-sama would be alive and my family, and I would not lose the head of the clan. My father sacrificed his life for his own brother, who after his death declared Yasi, my father, the disgrace of the Yuga clan. Upon hearing this, Natsuki was surprised and looked at her father, who clenched his fists. Anabai was also surprised by her cousin's words and felt Natsuki tremble. Naruto, upon learning such a truth, only became more enraged. What does that have to do with you thinking I'm a loser? He asked Naruto. Why do you keep saying that you're going to become an Hokage, but you're not sure that you will? Because the Hokage is the best of the best. You're a lifetime away from that title. You're like me, a prisoner of your own destiny. Said at the words of his rival hit Naruto, who clenched and then unclenched his fists. Naruto whispered, Natsuki. Naruto stood still, especially after Nei's words. He realized that he had hit a sensitive spot in the boy's soul and smiled. You and I are like birds in a cage of destiny. We must obey everyone because it is our destiny, said I. A moment, and Naruto is in front of him, hitting him hard in the jaw. Everyone was surprised because a second ago Naruto was depressed by Nei's words, and now boldly contradicting his words. I don't give a damn, the cage of destiny, and all the nonsense you were saying here, Naruto, said the world without is not built on those who obey their destiny, but on those who try to change their destiny. You are one of those people, who they go with the flow, waiting to see what obstacles arise before them. But me and my teammates go against the current. That is to say, we do not look for obstacles. They find us and fight back no matter how cruel fate is. I will make my own destiny with my own hands. Naruto's words apt Aaron to Nei and bravely stood up, tying a bandage on his forehead. Illuminating the Byakugan, Neji prepared to attack. When he recognized the combat stance, Natsuki was startled and wanted to interrupt the fight, but a hand rested on her shoulder. When she turned around, the girl saw her father. Naruto knows what he's doing, he said. Yes, Naruto and Nei lunged at each other with the intention of ending this fight once and for all. Bringing their hands towards a punch, the two opponents collided, and there was an explosion. Natsuki screamed even louder than before when the smoke cleared. Everyone saw two craters about 10 meters away from the collision of the rivals. 10-10 looked closely and saw that Nei was struggling to get up from the ground. Great, he knew that Nei would win. The girl thought, headed towards the second funnel to make sure the duel was over. Looking inside, the boy saw Naruto lying down, and then everyone else sitting in the stands saw him too. It can't be. Natsuki whispered. Naruto lay motionless, and Neji was barely standing next to the body of his fallen rival. Gema was about to declare the winner when suddenly something crunched under Nei's feet. As he tilted his head down, he received a blow right on the chin, and Naruto flew up. Naruto, having created some clones, planted it with his feet. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto shouted, hitting Nei from above, and he collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. Everyone was shocked, but then who was lying in the same crater that Nei had discovered? Then you created a shadow clone to fool me. Clever, that's your best trick. I was celebrating the victory too soon, said Nei in a hoarse voice. You're right about one thing. It's too soon to admit my defeat, but I would argue with you about the shadow clones. Neji said. Naruto, and that's why Neji was surprised, because it was because of the shadow clones that I couldn't pass the metagenin exam 3 times, said Naruto. This technique was the weakest for me. But thanks to Natsuki-chan, I realized that you can't just give up and let someone make fun of you, said Naruto. Even though they call you a cage bird, why don't you look at your hands? And he extended his hands with his palms facing up. And if they had the key to the lock that opens the cage, this surprised him even more. Nei Naruto turned his back. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki, announced Genma. And the stands erupted in applause. Even if the bird is caged sooner or later, it will have the strength and courage to break free. Genma smiled. Naruto, hearing someone call him, Naruto turned around and saw Natsuki running towards him. She was smiling and literally jumping with happiness. And when she reached her partner, she threw herself at his neck, hugging him tightly. She knew you would win, Naruto. She was sure Naruto hugged his partner and smiled on his face, simply glowed. Neji found strength and stood up. Seeing this, Natsuki felt pain again, but not from the scar his heart hurt. Looking under his feet, Natsuki saw a small twig and picked it up, then approached his brother. "Why have you come to laugh at me, eh?" I smiled satisfied when he saw his sister's face, but Sasuke didn't say anything and simply took his brother's hand and put the twig in his palm. "Why do I need it? Think it's the key to the same cage you're sitting in, little brother." And I, "But from you it depends on opening the cage," said Natsuki, and lifted Nei's face by the chin. Two identical pairs of eyes meant no matter how cruel fate has treated you, or what family you were born into, what matters is how you control your destiny. When I was little, I had no one to talk to, although I had a sister and a brother. But one day I met a boy who taught me that nothing ends and that I just have to move on. And 6 years later, we ended up on the same team. My teammates are the best people I've ever met. And also, AI Natsuki poked his chest with her finger. "Life makes you fall, but it depends on you." She looked at the ground and then back at her brother. "If you can get up, even if you are in a cage, you have the key. It is up to you to open it or stay inside." And she moved away from him, approaching Naruto. The ninja doctors came for Nei and took him away from the battlefield. After the fight with Nei, Naruto and Natsuki were getting ready to go up to the stands, but they remembered that the last fight left was Sasuke against Gara, but surprisingly, the first contender was nowhere to be seen. Genma suggested to his companions that they wait for him on the battlefield in case they appeared soon to cheer him on. About 30 minutes passed, and Sasuke did not appear. Genma was ready to declare a disqualification when suddenly, not far from our heroes, a large whirlwind of leaves appeared. Natsuki and Naruto covered themselves with their hands so that dust would not get into their faces. But through the gaps, they saw two people standing in the middle of all that dust. When everything calmed down, the boys saw Kakashi, and standing behind him was Sasuke. The boy's clothes had changed. His shirt was black. His arms were not bracelets, but bandages, except for the left arm, which had a kind of black tape. The legs the same as the arms. Looking up, Kakashi looked at Gunma. "Please excuse my delay. Big traffic jams." Kakashi smiled. "Gosh, what teacher? What student?" Gunma sighed. "I hope they don't disqualify Sasuke," asked Kakashi, smiling. "No, his match has been moved to the end. So no, don't worry," Kakashi said. Gunma, seeing not only Natsuki, but also Naruto on the battlefield, Sasuke smiled satisfied and approached them. "You're late, Sasuke," Naruto muttered to himself. Natsuki smiled, and Sasuke smiled satisfied. "And how did it go? Did you win?" asked Sasuke. Naruto, hearing such a question, smiled and advanced his fist. "Of course, everyone applauded me except you and Kakashi sensei," said Naruto. "Well, Sasuke, here comes your opponent," said Kakashi in a low voice, pointing towards the upper balcony where Temari Kankuro was. Gara and Baki, the sand ninja. Sasuke clenched his fists when suddenly Natsuki turned to him. "Sasuke, I want to fight you too." Such a statement shocked Sasuke a little, but he saw the determination in Natsuki's eyes, and then in Naruto's. "Me too, Sasuke." Naruto smiled brightly. "When this is over, we're going to train," said Sasuke. "I promise it will be over soon." His companions were surprised. "Why do you think that?" Naruto was surprised when Gara landed behind them, looking angrily at Sasuke. "I'm from the Uchiha clan, after all," said Sasuke, and Genma announced the start of the fight. Natsuki warned Naruto that he had to go to the hospital to talk to his brother, to which Naruto replied that he would tell him how Sasuke kicked Gara's ass. The girl was heading to the room where Nei had been admitted, but on the way she found out that Nei was feeling much better, so she hurried to approach him. When he was about to open the door, Natsuki heard that there was someone else in the room, and it certainly wasn't the doctor. That's why Natsuki, he didn't go in, but decided to listen. "What he wanted to tell me?" Yasi-sama asked. "I, father, came to visit his brother." Natsuki wondered to herself. "Yes, about your words that you said to Naruto," said Yasi. "I have come to tell you the whole truth about the day your father died." Natsuki also wanted to hear the true story of her uncle's death. "I already know how my father died." "Yes, Sama, you don't need to tell me," he replied abruptly. "Ai, you are wrong." "Nei, to think that the main branch of the clan is for the kings of the Yuga clan. That is not true at all," said Yasi. "Do you think that being a member of the main branch is much better than growing up with the clan seal on his forehead?" asked Yasi. Inji snorted. "That's not true at all. As a daughter, Natsuki will be forced when she turns 18 or when I die to become the head of the clan. It's inevitable, but being the head of the clan is a very heavy burden." Nei, the day of the attack that was reported, Yash was the most worried about my life. And when I decided that I preferred to die so that the people of Konoha and my family would be safe and sound, your father made me change my mind too. You and I wondered. He was the one who had managed to convince the elders of Konoha to change their plan of action, that is to say, in order not to deprive the Yuga members of the head of the Yash clan. Because he was my brother, and we looked a lot alike, he offered to commit suicide. These words shocked Natsuki after my brother's death, so that none of his children would suspect anything. I had to call him a disgrace to the clan, but I swear that I didn't say it in serious, and a sharp thud was heard against the floor. Natsuki was startled and literally flew into the room. Father, shouted the girl, but before she could close the door, she saw Yasi fall at the feet of it, who was sitting on the bed. Yasi-sama, what are you doing? Neji was outraged and tried to get up the clan head, but he was not going to get up for anything in the world. I am replacing your father, Nei. Go from a side branch of the clan to the main branch if you want, but please do not hold a grudge against me. And above all, do not you despise your sister, who loves you with all sincerity, said Yasi. Seeing Natsuki run into the room, Yasi looked at her. Natsuki-sama said, but Natsuki asked for silence. Father, you must announce to everyone that Uncle Yasi is not a disgrace to the clan, but an honorary member. If you don't do it after the fight of Sasuke Barara, then Anabai will become the head of the clan, said Natsuki. Yes, she agreed and headed to the exit to see the fight of Sasuke and Gara, leaving her brother and sister alone. She made the silence after knowing the truth. I should have apologized to Natsuki because she had not treated her younger sister fairly since the death of her father, Natsuki-sama. But Natsuki just smiled. I'm so happy that you're my brother, Nei. Kuin Natsuki smiled. Her face only shone with happiness when she saw the happy mood of her sister. Smiled too, and began to rummage through the fanny pack that was on the chair next to the bed, looking for something. The girl was surprised. Yes, something very important, said and took it out of the bag. The rod that Natsuki gave him, I have decided to open the cage. Natsuki-sama, said Neji, handing the rod to his sister. Natsuki was surprised at first, and then accepting without further ado what they gave her. She looked at the twig and broke it in two halves. Then we will not need that key anymore, and grabbed her brother's hand, heading to the door. Where are we going? Nei was surprised, but still followed her sister. What do you mean? Where? Natsuki asked, turned to her brother as they went down the stairs. You haven't seen my partner defeat Gara, right? And Nei was surprised, and then he quickened his pace so as not to miss anything. Sasuke pushed himself off the sandball and landed on his feet not far from his opponent. It had already been almost an hour of the fight, and he hadn't even managed to hit Gara, especially when he closed in on the hard sandball. Kakashi sensei, can you do that? Asked Naruto, turning to his teacher. Can Naruto? So Sasuke will have to, if he wants to win, get Gara out of that ball somehow. And the only way to do it is to use Chidori. Naruto whined. Let's remember that while Natsuki was visiting Nei in the hospital, Sasuke demonstrated to the entire audience a technique that Kakashi had taught him, the Chidori, masterfully using the Chidori, and the speed for which Sasuke is famous among the Genin. Naruto, sitting with his teacher in the stand, saw to his right in another stand that Natsuki had appeared arm in arm with Nei. She greeted her friend when Nei and Naruto's gazes met. Yuga pulled his mana behind him. Where are we going? She wondered. There was a passageway that connected the stands, so Nei crossed to the stands where Kakashi and Naruto were sitting. When she got to where they were, Nei stopped. Can I sit down? Nei asked, pointing to the two seats next to Naruto. The boy looked surprised and then slammed his hand on the wooden bench. Smiling, of course, Naruto said. Natsuki sat closer to her partner and Neji. Now they could watch the fight in peace. Time passed, and the fight continued. Sasuke tried to break through Gara's defense, but it was useless. Naruto, Natsuki, and Nei, and Kakashi said, I'm not going to fight anymore. They watched the fight and didn't understand why Gara didn't come out. It seemed like he was preparing for something. Naruto said, I couldn't agree with you more. Nei said, judging by the structure of the sand itself, Gara is defending himself with. He's doing it of his own free will, not because Gara himself wants it. Nei suggested. Indeed, Naruto said that when Gara had fallen face down and was getting up, Yasuke had tried to attack him with his kunai. The sand itself had risen from the ground and protected Gara, which seemed very good to them. Strange to everyone, of course, this was just speculation, but the fact remained. Kakashi also caught a glimpse of several masked Ambu members standing in some places at the end of the three, and when Gara destroyed the defenses on his own, the Ambus crossed their arms, forming a seal kai, shouted Kakashi, and Guy crossing their arms in the tiger seal. Sitting next to Naruto, Natsuki and Nei did the same. Then they helped some genin free themselves from the ninjutsu that had been placed on them. There was also confusion in the battlefield. Suddenly Temari and Kankuro jumped towards Gara, lifted him up, and carried him out of the stadium towards a forest. Stop, shouted Sasuke. and ran after Gara. The stand were surrounded by sand ninjas that had appeared out of nowhere. The Jonin began to defend themselves, and the Genin had to defend themselves on their own. The members of the Yuga clan had already illuminated the Byakugan and began to fight, and Natsuki wanted to do the same, seeing that Nei had already faced a shinobi, but the pain in his chest appeared at such an inopportune moment. I exclaimed, Natsuki, clutching the place where the scar was, and fell to her knees because the pain was already unbearable. One of the sand ninjas was about to attack her, but suddenly Neji got on the defensive of the girl, repelling the attack instantly. Natsuki-sama, you need to get a safety. Your wound is not completely healed yet, and your condition is not suitable to fight, said I. But Natsuki bravely stood up and illuminated the Byakugan with the intention of entering a battle. As soon as the girl saw herself surrounded by her enemies, she hit with the palm of her hand Byakugan ball grab. When touching the ground with her palms, chakra sprouted under the feet of the enemies that blinded them immediately, and the Genin was able to easily massacre the enemies who were in the stands. But there was still nothing to be happy about, because the stand where the cage and the Oki were sitting was empty. Apparently, the Village of Sound had also decided to settle old scores, said Nei, as he stood on the edge from the podium looking at Shakugan in the distance. Looking next to him, Natsuki, clench your fists, we have to warn Sasuke. After all, he rushed into the forest following Gara and his brother, said Natsuki, and before she could even blink, Kakashi landed behind her. Go to the forest and find Sasuke. If he runs into a sound or a sand ninja, alone Sasuke won't survive, said Kakashi. Naruto and Natsuki looked at each other. And then Naruto handed the girl a bow, an arrow. I think they're yours. Your father left them after coming to see the fight between Sasuke and Gara, said Naruto. Father, thank you, thought Natsuki, and smiled, then took out his protector from the bag. He carried on his hip. He knew that for some reason I carried it with me everywhere, said the girl, while putting the protector on his forehead. Naruto smiled, and they were about to leave when Natsuki looked at her brother. Yanai, my father, I will join them, and we will do the sand attack. Everything will be fine. Natsuki-sama, go and help your partner, said Natsuki nodded, and together with Naruto ran towards the forest. Sasuke tried to catch up with Temari and Kankuro. That they had taken Gara away from the battlefield. The boy couldn't catch up to them, even though he was several times faster than his opponent Temari. How long until the border, asked Kankuro. About 15 minutes. 15. It's already starting to feed back, Temari. We don't have 15 minutes unless you want to meet the beast. We'd better hurry. But suddenly a bright flash blinds Gara's companions, and they stop. Gara runs out of pain with his face contorted with hatred and anger, as if I would like to kill someone, not a specific person, just for the sake of killing. He tears his hand from his sister's and steps forward towards Sasuke, who was the cause of that brilliant flash. Gara, exclaimed Temari, but her brother only gave her a furious look that made the girl shudder. He is mine, and only I can face him in battle. Now, go to the village of Konoha. Help the others. The Marcos need to complete the task. Gara roared in a voice that was not his own. Temari and Kankuro heard their younger brother and jumped behind Sasuke's back, heading to the village. Sasuke and Gara were left alone, but Sasuke had the feeling that there was another pair of eyes watching him from Gara's soul, much stronger than him and more powerful than him. But it was too late to retreat. He had to take the fight in the blink of an eye. Sasuke found himself behind Gara with the intention of hitting him with his kunai. But sand came out of the jar that Gara carries with him all the time and prevented the weapon from hitting the target. Turning around, Gara was so angry that even hit Sasuke in the stomach with all his might, and then threw him against a distant tree. Kill, 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 Gara growled as if he had no voice of his own. Sasuke was surprised by so much anger and rage, especially by the desire to kill. In an instant, the sand lifted Sasuke and threw him against a ground die. Gara screamed. Sasuke, with his back hitting the ground, was ready to swear. That Gara's eyes changed. They turned pale yellow and the pupil vertical, but without time to discern, the sand rushed towards him again, and the boy had to think of something quickly. Natsuki ran forward because he was looking for the place where Sasuke and Gara could have stopped, but at the moment it was empty. They did not appear anywhere. Naruto asked Natsuki about the situation almost every minute, and at the 10th minute the girl could not stand it. Naruto could not concentrate. The girl screamed, scared that she was getting angry. Naruto fell silent. Using a Byakugan in the state he was in, Natsuki was dangerous, but to save his partner he could take that risk. I found it, said Natsuki. Sasuke was still trying to think of a plan to defeat, or at least disarm Gara, because now it was not about the exam, but about the security of Konoha, which was in danger. In a desperate act, Sasuke opened the door and released the chakra of the seal. The seal only obeyed him a little since Kakashi's lessons did not wait my turn, said Sasuke. Some black tattoos spread across the left side of his face, and now the chakra flow through the channels. Change it became much faster, and the color of the chakra turned purple after creating the Chidori. Sasuke saw that it had turned black, but that did not scare him, and the boy ran towards Gara, who was already covered in sand, because not this time I'm sure I'll get through your defense, famous Gara, thought Sasuke. Chidori, shouted the G, and hit his opponent directly in the chest. That Gara flew to a distant tree, hanging from a branch. Panting, Sasuke tried to come back to himself, when suddenly some tattoos began to wrap around his entire face, and that startled Sasuke. The shield collapsed, the boy said indignantly. During the training, when he finished the mastery with Chidori, Kakashi began to train Sasuke to control the cursed seal, but no matter how hard he tried, the seal did not want to obey its bearer, and sometimes Kakashi even had to use force to suppress the power of the seal. Before the fight, Kakashi warned him that prolonged use of the cursed seal would cause him to consume almost all of his chakra, leaving him without strength for the fight. Sasuke, and against Kakashi's words, he used the seal for too long, which is why it went out of control, and only Kakashi or the experienced honing Clara Yuga can restore the shield to its previous state by blocking the chakra channels. I see that you are almost ready to die, Sasuke. Gara stood up, and Sasuke saw that the sand had enveloped him so tightly that he had begun to distinguish the shape of someone similar to a raccoon with a tail. Sasuke, for the first time in his life, felt afraid, especially when he remembered the only purpose of his life, to avenge his brother for the death of their parents. Gara was about to attack Sasuke while he was writhing in terrible pain in his neck, when suddenly Naruto lands in front of Sasuke and dodges the attack. Are you okay? Asked Naruto, taking out a kunai. The shield that held the seal collapsed. We need a member of the Yuga clan here, or Kakashi himself, said Sasuke in a hoarse voice. But Natsuki jumped his side. I have no experience in such a matter, but I will use my Byakugan to try to contain the chakra of the mark, said Natsuki after lighting the yak. Got to work, Naruto. Sasuke and I are going to be very busy. Now can you provide us with a safe zone? Hearing the distrust in the voice of his friend, Naruto clenched his fist. That is insulting. Natsuki, close your chakra channels for as long as you need. I will guarantee your immunity, said Naruto. Natsuki proceeded to heal herself and Naruto to protect them. Sasuke's pain was getting worse, making Natsuki's job seem even more unhealthy than at first. Seeing that the Yuga was not helping, Natsuki tried with all her might to concentrate the chakra so that it could help in some way, and in the next instant the chakra did not turn blue but bright green. Natsuki did not notice, but Sasuke, who had gone to the doctors after the preliminaries, recognized the chakra. Green chakra is usually used by ninja doctors to heal shobi wounds, Sasuke thought, and then smiled. Natsuki had managed to concentrate the chakra in such a way that she could not only block or disable the chakra channels, but heal them. Naruto, he fought against Gara, even though he was taking a lot of damage, but to keep his companions alive, he would risk it. Natsuki was about to finish when suddenly sand appeared around him. Natsuki, noticing it, Sasuke tried to get her away from him, but the sand grabbed the girl in an instant and sent her towards Gara. Curse. Naruto, hear the call of his friend. Naruto jumped towards Natsuki and made an attempt to get her out, but the sand was too strong to break such a defense with a normal attack. Gara, he used the sand to literally stick Natsuki to the tree. Then Sasuke, Yukiya finally ended this fight. Gara's face was no longer visible in front of Sasuke, and Naruto found a real monster that was wrapped in sand. The only thing left were Gara's legs, and the rest belonged to the beast. Never before the Genin had seen a monster like that, and they looked at each other. Come on, Sasuke, shouted Naruto, taking the hint from his comrade. Sasuke stood up, even though the curse seal was still open, but thanks to Natsuki's efforts, Sasuke was slowly able to close the mark on his own. Naruto, jumping next to Sasuke, crossed his arms before the seal. We have to break through their defenses, said Sasuke. In the exam, I managed to do it, but only once. This time, it's more serious. I don't know what kind of monster it is, but I know it's dangerous. Every monster has a weakness that can be used to break the defense, even if it's for a moment, but this guy doesn't seem to have such a point, said Naruto, looking at the sand that slowly drowned Natsuki. Guys got scared. We need to free Natsuki as soon as possible. Sasuke and Naruto thought at the same time. Neji bounces off the ID ninja and crashes into the wall, leaving a decent hard dent. It's chaos everywhere. Good thing the academy students have been evacuated from here. so they don't have to worry, but it's still worth worrying about how exactly to use ninjutsu against such opponents. Byakugan 8 trigrams. A girl a head shorter than him jumped in front of an EI and repelled the attack that Neji approached. Are you okay? When the girl turned around, Neji recognized her. Anabai-sama. He wondered, and weren't you evacuated along with the other students from the academy? Just like my sister, I am an excellent Byakugan user, and I will fight if necessary. Plus, the village could use a few more fighters after the death of her father. I treated Natsuki with respect, although sometimes too harshly, and when Anabai was born, she had to contain her Ida. They could never find common ground, even if she has already trained her nephew. Very rarely in EI had to train on his own. Neji, seeing the academy students fighting in some parts of the field, also then smiled. He stands up boldly and places his back to Anabai. Well, I will watch your back, Anabai. Sama, until your sister returns, said, turning around. Anabai smiled, seeing that his brother had illuminated the Byakugan, getting into a combat stance. They continued to fight. Kakashi and Guy fought against the Sand Ninjas, who were not as weak as they thought, so that they had to use the Sharingan or open the door more and more often. Chidori. Kakashi attacked his opponent with Chidori. He fell dead. Guy did not use ninjutsu like Rockle, but fought exclusively with taijutsu. Some see this as a defect, but that would be a mistake. While the village was in chaos, things were not going better for Sasuke and Naruto, who were fighting against Gara. There was no way they could find out where he had a weak point to hit a sandstorm and one-hit Gara. Or rather, the monster used the tail that appeared to send the opponents flying like leaves, and they crashed into a tree. Incredible. At this rate, we won't even be able to get close to him, said Sasuke. Standing up, Naruto, who was next, agreed with Sasuke's opinion. But there were simply no ideas. This was a disaster. Another attack, but the genin jump in different directions, forcing the monster to run after them. And it works, flying after its Sasuke, threw kunai and shuriken at its tail, but the sand skillfully pushed them away. Thanks to this attack, Sasuke saw a vulnerable spot, and when he and Naruto finally landed, he conveyed his guess. Well, it's worth a try in this situation. We have no other choice. Let me attack and hit the weak spot, and you attack, and it works, Naruto suggested. And if it doesn't work, he asked Sasuke. He hadn't thought of that. But at least the monster will get away from you, and you can free Natsuki-chan from her captivity. Grab her in your arms and run to Konoha while I distract him. For you become the bait, Sasuke guessed, and in an outburst of anger grabbed him by the neck. Are you suggesting I throw you to that monster? Sasuke shouted with all his strength. The seal was felt again, and the boy shuddered, but did not let go of the collar. This is madness. It may be madness, but my comrades will live. Naruto shouted, you have become my family, and I will not allow anyone to harm my family. Sasuke's eyes opened wide, horrified and scared. Immediately, he remembered his family that was then destroyed and wanted to let go of Naruto to do it, but he tightened his shirt collar even more and fiercely looked him in the eyes. And I'm going to leave you, Naruto, who will be better if that disgusting kills you. Sasuke shouted with all his strength. Suddenly, Natsuki's hands moved, although they were firmly glued to the tree held by the sand. Idiots, said Natsuki in a hoarse voice. Her hands trembled like a wasp leaf and could not stop. Seeing this, Naruto and Sasuke clenched their fists, but despite the unbearable pain Natsuki saw, wrapped in chakra that slowly squeezed the sand of Gara until it cracked, Natsuki screamed. Naruto, as the girl began to fall, the monster tried to nail her to the tree again, but the boys caught her just in time. Once they were far enough away from Gara, they put Natsuki on the ground. But she calmly got up. Are you okay? Asked Naruto when Natsuki was able to get up. Yes, I'm fine, answered Natsuki, trying to stand up. Why are you screaming like that? It even woke up a dead Sasuke, and Naruto's heart warmed at hearing her words. In fact, Natsuki had unknowingly used a technique that Byakugan wielders fear, to use a sudden release of chakra. Of course, is capable of piercing any defense, even one like Gara's. Sasuke and Naruto helped Natsuki to her feet, and she could finally breathe, fully looking at her companions. The girl smiled. If someone is going to take the bait, it will be those three, Natsuki said. But Natsuki-chan, Naruto wanted to object, but Natsuki and Sasuke got hit in the head. Ouch, why did they hit him? Because we are an idiot team, said Sasuke. Suddenly, sand clones began to appear around them. Okay, we will follow your plan, Naruto smiled. The boy agreed, said Naruto. I hope everyone has enough chakra for this technique. Turning to his teammates, Naruto asked Sasuke, and Natsuki nodded. Then I showed closely to Naruto's right, and Sasuke to his left. One, shouted Natsuki, crossing her arms in the seal. That doctors use two, shouted Sasuke, crossing their arms in a three-dog seal. Naruto shouted, crossing his arms in the seal. We all know here, we go multiple shadow declaration technique. For the same massive opponents, the same number of Naruto clones appeared. Come on, Naruto, unlike your usual clones, these will last a lot longer, Sasuke. And I will. Distract them, we will, and you will have to attack that monster somehow, said Natsuki. Okay. If you need help, use my clone, said Naruto, and jumped towards Gara. The boys started the fight, but it had barely started. Naruto and his companions realized that they couldn't win this fight alone. Of course, it was great that they had managed to create a jutsu that could keep the clones at bay for almost an eternity, but things were very bad. Take it now, Natsuki shouted, hitting the clone in the chest with the palm of her hand. But despite the attack, he recovered. Sasuke, I have a problem, said the girl, jumping backwards, and then Sasuke landed with his back to her. I have a problem too, said Sasuke. All the clones that had destroyed, they had regenerated again, and with new forces, as if they were not clones but puppets in the hands of the same monster. So what are we going to do? I don't know, Naruto shouted, falling next to his friends. What happened? Natsuki was surprised before Naruto could even say anything. The Chunin saw exactly what had happened. In front of them was not even a man, but a real monster, only with the appearance of a raccoon. It seemed to be more and more even in width, so the boys, they had to think of something worthwhile and fast. Sasuke, did you say something about a weak point? Naruto asked, standing up. Yes, it's under his tail, the boy answered, but it takes time to get there. And we're desperately short of it. What are we going to do? Nobody had new ideas. It was a complete emptiness. Die, shouted the raccoon, and attacked the three with a sandstorm. They had no choice but to jump in different directions, and once on the three branches, they remembered one of the trainings and those who had failed again. Bingo, thought Naruto, looking at his companions. They understood him and decided to attack the raccoon head on. That is using everything they had for a single delirium, while the boys, distracted of Naruto, safely being behind him, made an attempt to forgive under the tail. Two fingers crossed in the tiger seal, but it didn't work. That solid sand. After all, the monster turned around, and Naruto found himself in its sights. Naruto thought to himself, and prepared to attack. Not yet, we're done, shouted Natsuki, and Sasuke soft palm, shouted Natsuki Chidori, hitting the monster from both sides. They managed to divert its attention back to them, reacting in time. Naruto abruptly takes out kunai and points to a place that we all already know. The secret ninja technique of Konoha, 1,000 years of pain, but nothing happened after the hit. Not even the smallest explosion. The raccoon turns around and literally goes crazy at this. Naruto, be careful, shouted Sasuke. Naruto flies backwards and the footprint comes out flying from his forehead, but the boy manages to catch it in flight. Naruto smiles. Boom, Naruto whispered before the raccoon noticed there was an explosion. Naruto fell not far from the explosion, so he was not hurt. Natsuki landed next to Naruto. Are you okay? Asked the girl. I'm okay, said Naruto, and pointed with his thumb forward. I did my job, Sasuke. In an instant, Sasuke flew out of the smoke with lightning sparking in his hand. Smiling, the boy hits the raccoon in the stomach with all his might, but there is a true mishap. Anabai is a few meters from the sound ninja and breathes heavily. It is very difficult for her to hold the Bakugan for a long time, so the aim becomes worse than before. I thought I was as strong as my sister, but I still don't have much strength, Anabai thought. The ninja was about to attack her when suddenly a woman dressed in a purple suit consisting of a shirt and pants and a Konoha band on her forehead landed in front of her. Byakugan 12 trigrams. After hitting her enemy X many 12 times, the woman was able to catch her breath. When she turned around, Anabai recognized her. Zerka-san, what are you doing here? Weren't you fighting with my father? The girl asked. Anabai, Sama, your father is seriously injured. You should be with him, and I will help. Nei Kanaki, said Zerka, walking towards the girl. Anabai didn't want to hide, as if she was defenseless, but remembering what Natsuki said about family, the girl nodded and walked towards her father. Sister, I will protect you. You have my word, thought Anabai. Sasuke is pushed by a shockwave and hits the ground painfully. Naruto and Natsuki instantly jumped towards him, thankful that he wasn't seriously injured. What's up with that Gara guy? Naruto asked when Sasuke was able to stand up. Nothing good, Sasuke replied when the smoke from the collision cleared. The trio saw the unthinkable in front of them, or rather several kilometers high, and also wide stood a huge sand monster, or rather a huge one-tailed raccoon, had blue wrinkles on the surface of the sand that drew a zigzag, or other. The beast looked down and saw the distant Genin, who looked at him with terror in their eyes. My turn, shouted the beast and waved his enormous tail up, shouted Sasuke. When the tail hit the ground, our heroes were already in the air and were as if by magic, right in front of the monster Natsuki's face. But it was too late. The Byakugan had detected a chakra channel in the neck area of the raccoon. Now, it's my turn, shouted Natsuki, concentrating chakra in the palms of her hands. She launched a flash towards the beast's snout. Swinging, the girl hit the target right on top of the monster's head. Let go, the monster wailed and began to shake its head with all its might. Natsuki barely found a ledge to grab onto, because she wouldn't survive a fall from such a height. Sasuke and Naruto, who were below, couldn't stand to see the beast torment their friend and began to think of a plan. Sasuke, the perverted hermit, taught me a technique that we can use to get there to this weird, said Naruto, pointing at the monster, only that I will need the chakra of your mark to do. Sasuke was surprised. Are you joking? Naruto will react immediately to your chakra. It is dangerous for both of us, said Sasuke. No, the technique that reproduce requires a large supply of chakra and energy. And after the fight with Gara, we are all almost at zero. Your mark will not hurt us, I promise, said Naruto. The boy knows how to persuade. Sasuke accepted and put his left palm on Naruto's back. Naruto concentrated and bit his own finger. Blood ran down the outside of his palm, and then he began to fold the seals. Inu Suratori Yaji, said Naruto, and put his right hand on the ground, summoning jutsu in the blink of an eye. Sasuke and Naruto rose above the ground. It was an enormous height, almost the same size as the monster that controlled Gara. When the smoke cleared, the boys saw that they were on a huge toad that was smoking a pipe. Gamabunta sent, I need your help, said Naruto. Seeing who he could summon, Sasuke was speechless. The toad, he raised his eyelids and looked at the boys standing over him again. You, how many times can you do this again? Jiraiya already told you that he will summon me. He resented the toad. Naruto whispered. Sasuke, shut up, said Naruto. I realize that you are very busy, but we have a problem here, Naruto said, pointing at the monster, looking away at the enemy, who still could not distract. Natsuki, the toad, giggled a one-tailed, you say. Upon hearing the monster's name, Naruto was surprised. You know him? Yes, we have met with him, but only once, answered Gamabunta. In that case, I will help you. Natsuki was practically hanging by a thread, since it was very difficult for her to hold on to places, and her chakra, as Naruto had said, was almost at zero. Concentrating all her chakra channels, Natsuki tried to attack the beast from the top of its head, but then not far from her, someone began to emerge from the sand. What else? The girl wondered. She couldn't believe her eyes. Gara appeared from the sand beast, only it didn't look like it was like he was in a deep sleep. His eyes were as empty as a mirror. Gara whispered. The girl, Natsuki, unhooked an arm by pure chance, and the beast took advantage of it, twisting his head, once more throwing Natsuki off of him, and she flew down. Natsuki, shouted Sasuke, and Naruto. Natsuki lamented, as suddenly Sasuke got ahead of her and picked her up in his arms in mid-flight, landing on the ground. Sasuke, are you okay? Shouted Naruto. Sasuke put his friend on his feet. Yes, the boy answered, but on the ground I was expecting a not-so-pleasant surprise. Clones that looked like animals began to grow from the ground. The boys looked at each other and sighed. Can I help you? A few clones landed near their companions. Judging by the seals on their palms, they were the same clones they had created together a few hours ago. Sasuke hummed and threw a kunai towards Naruto, who was riding a toad. The boy caught it skillfully. Kick your ass. Use your Itanki, shouted Sasuke, getting into a combat stance. Naruto smiled at hearing this and tightened his band. Rolling team 7. The team is standing, yelled Naruto, and Gambunta went into action while the Honing and our heroes fought against the sand and sound ninjas not far away under the rock of the faces of Hokage Tsurutobi. The third Hokage was fighting. It turned out that 6 hours ago, the case cage was a transformed Orochimaru who had killed the real Kage, and with the help of a treaty with the Sunagakure village, he was able to subjugate them. The Sound Ninjas were going to settle old scores with Konoha for a long time. They needed to be asked. Orochimaru was the best student and Sarutobi's favorite, but fate wanted them to follow separate paths. Just like Orochimaru and Jiraiya, they used to be best friends. The student and the teacher were at the limit. They didn't even have chakra left, but the third Kage found the strength to get back on his feet. Sasuke, what do you need it for? Sarutobi asked rudely, and Orochimaru just sketched a satisfied smile. I couldn't catch his brother, but I will catch Sasuke. He is influential after all, said Orochimaru. For revenge, he will come to me, if that you can be sure. Sarutobi sensei, to which the third smiled. Why are you smiling? Sasuke has good friends. Orochimaru, unlike you, Sasuke, would never betray them, especially Naruto, said the third. Sasuke and Natsuki covered each other's backs while Naruto and Gamabunta fought against Sakaka the Sand Demon, according to the Toad King. But contrary to what they expected, it was very difficult to finish off the demon. Its defenses simply impossible to penetrate, even with the acid that Gamabunta used. What are we going to do? Asked Naruto. I don't know, boy. I can certainly summon some toads from the mountain of my Boku, but that would cost you a lot of chakra besides if I can't with a monster. So no one can. It's easier to turn into an animal that can resist, it said. Gamabunta can resist it. Naruto was surprised. Yes, with claws that can move fast, agile, and agile, said to. Naruto thought for a moment. Natsuki hit another clone again, but it recovered instantly before it could break into small grains of sand. It was the same situation with Sasuke. It was as if these clones had no weaknesses. How are we supposed to defeat them? Sasuke was indignant, approaching his friend. Wait, while he was with Sukaku, I saw Gara leave his sand, but as if under hypnosis. Maybe if we get to him, we will not only solve the problem of the clones, but also that of Sakaka. The girl suggested. Okay, let's tell Naruto. And they jumped up. Literally 2 minutes later, Sasuke and Natsuki landed next to Naruto above the toad's head. They could see that their friend was hesitating, but they had to hurry him up. Hey, Naruto, we have something to tell you, said Sasuke. And what was that? The boy wondered. You see Gara supposedly standing on Sakaka's head, asked Natsuki, pointing at the boy in front of him. Naruto nodded. My guess is that while he sleeps, Sukaku controls Gara, preventing him from even counterattacking. The girl is telling the truth, said Gamabunta. The Jinchuriki of the one-tailed sand demon has always had problems to sleep because the seal with which it is usually sealed weakens while the vessel is asleep. That is why right now Gara is in clinical sleep. That's right. The sand demon has always been one of the most brutal seals we know of. Natsuki, Sasuke, and Naruto have already discovered it perfectly. It turns out that to defeat Sukaku, they need to wake up from their slumber. Gara, who is currently under the control of the demon. The two men nodded to each other. Naruto, are you sure you can turn into such a beast? Big-ass Sasuke, folding the seal, placing himself to the left of his partner. Naruto smiled. I'm sure that besides this creature, I don't know anyone with long claws fast with everything you know its appearance, said Naruto. Thanks to the chakra of the Byakugan, we will be able to see the circulation of the chakra channels in the body of Gara, and we will attack through them, but the body itself cannot be damaged. Just wake up. Yukaku will lose his power, said Natsuki, crossing the seal too. Well, let's keep the transformation as long as we can, if perhaps jump on his head and try to wake up Gara somehow, said Naruto, quickly crossing the seals. They invoked a flow of chakra ninja technique joint transformation. The three shouted and smoke came out. Sakaka was surprised at first, and then he was simply swept away by a monster wrapped in smoke. Suddenly the monster was grabbed by the throat, being grabbed by a huge orange paw with huge claws, and when the smoke cleared, Sukaku and Gamabunta saw before them a huge fox with 9 tails. Behind him was more or less the same size as Sukaku, only that the claws were larger with 9 tails. Sukaku was outraged and brought his paw closer to hit the 9-tailed Byakugan. Natsuki-chan appeared on the left, shouted Naruto, I have it with a single blow thanks to the Byakugan and its properties. The boys managed to stop Sakaka's attack with a soft palm. Then the beast attacked with sand. This is where Sasuke worked. When the sand attacked them, Sasuke used the Chidori to dispel the attack. Already continuation. When they were already close to Sakaka's head, they made a plan to attack Gara. Someone is going to have to get out of the transformation zone and deal with Gara. We can't keep the fox form forever, said Sasuke. I can change my form instantly. Do you have enough chakra to withstand the transformation? Asked Naruto. If I attract the cursed seal, the transformation will last long enough. You have 5 minutes at your disposal, Naruto, said Sasuke. I will put all the chakra that the Byakugan contains, so don't you worry, Naruto. We will hold on you. The most important thing is to sneak out of the fox area without them noticing, and we will resume the transformation. Natsuki smiled. Thank you guys for your trust, said Naruto. There is no problem. We are a team, after all, said Natsuki, and was picked up by Elia. Life makes us fall, began Sasuke. But it depends on us, Natsuki continued, if we can get up finished. Naruto in the next instant, using his chakra, Naruto stealthily sneaked out of the fox transformation zone and jumped over Sukaku's head, concentrating the chakra in his feet. Naruto did it silently. We should do this more often, Naruto thought. Then he saw in front of him, or rather a few meters from him, submerged in the sand, Gara, just as Natsuki and Gamabunta had said. Gara had empty eyes and was indeed asleep. Naruto's goal was to wake him up So it was worth hurrying before Sakaku realized that a child in transformation was already gone. Things were not so easy for Sasuke, and Natsuki, as expected after all Naruto's chakra, was enough for a large supply of transformation. And when he came out, the problems came. The cursed chakra had helped them a lot, and Natsuki's Byakugan too, but after all their chakra reserves were not infinite. Natsuki, I can see Naruto on Sakai's head. We have to hit the beast, so Naruto doesn't have to run to era finish it all in one hit, said Sasuke. Mentally very well, concentrate all your chakra on the transformation, and I'll take care of the attack with the help of the Byakugan. I can do it, said Natsuki, as the scar on his chest suddenly began to hurt, and the transformation began to fade, putting all his chakra into the transformation. Natsuki had completely forgotten the doctor's instructions, and that was a big mistake. Hold on, Natsuki, shouted Sasuke, and putting all his chakra into both the attack and the transformation. The boy just hoped that Naruto's plan would work, and hitting Gara at least once they would manage to wake him up from his dream. Naruto ran towards Gara like a madman, but it was as if he couldn't reach his target in any way, as if the sand didn't allow him. But despite that, Naruto ran as hard as he could and didn't stop. Suddenly, he flew abruptly forward, and then he realized that it had been his companions who had hit his Kaku in the jaw. After all, mechanically, the man would raise his head, and Naruto could reach his target faster. Thanks, guys, thought Naruto. In fact, he reached the target very quickly and raised his fist to punch him. Get up, yelled Naruto, and hit Gara in the forehead with his fist. The next instant, Gara opened his eyes, and Sakaku's body began to melt. No, the beast yelled, and began to shake his head. The fox in the blink of an eye hits his Kaku again, and sand begins to fall from him. I'll see you again, team number 7, and completely dispersed. Sasuke couldn't hold the transformation any longer, so he quickly turned around in the air, picked up Natsuki in his arms, and landed on the ground, both completely exhausted from running out of a single drop of chakra after having spent it all in transforming into such a huge beast. They were soon joined on the ground by 2 others who planned to fight. The little brat, shouted Gara, and punched Naruto in the jaw, which weakened him so much that he flew backwards against a tree when he saw Sasuke sitting on Natsuki, trying to help Gara, headed towards them to hurt them just before the punch itself. Gara does not hit Sasuke or Natsuki, but hits Naruto in the forehead, causing blood to drip down his weak face. Gara said, Naruto, don't hurt my friends, and finding strength, he hit Gara in the chin with his fist. The boy flew back, but stayed standing. Why are you two Jinchuriki? Why do you protect them? He shouted. Gara Naruto was breathing heavily, blood dripping down his cheeks. He was covered in cuts and abrasions. His clothes were dirty, as were Sasuke and Natsuki, whom Naruto stubbornly protected. Because they are my family, said Naruto. You have to realize who the people are to you who rescued you from the battlefield, who tried to get you out of here, your brothers, and you treat them like servants, said Naruto. I have no family. I am feared, rejected. I have no parents or friends. I am alone in the world, shouted Gara. But Sasuke and Natsuki stood up and stood next to Naruto. That is not true, Gara said. Natsuki, still holding her chest, which hurt terribly. Naruto, seeing that his friend could barely stand, wanted to help her and hold her. But Natsuki refused. No matter who you are, Gara, it matters how you treat those around you and what you do to make them your friends, said Sasuke. It's not that I don't have a family or a brother or sisters either, but Sasuke put his hand on Naruto's shoulder for the first time in my life after my parents died. I felt like I had a family, a brother. He looked at Naruto. You think you have nothing, then you're blind, Gara, the bleak one, said Sasuke. Suddenly Naruto took a few steps towards Gara, and when he stopped right in front of him, he held out his hand. Then we will be your first friends, said Naruto. Gara almost cried upon hearing this, and seeing that Naruto was approaching Natsuki, and Sasuke extended his hand, sealing their first friendship with a handshake. Sasuke, Naruto, and Natsuki and Gara returned to the village to announce that the duel had ended, but they were not received as happily as they expected. Upon entering the stadium, they were greeted by Kakashi to announce the tragic news: the third box had been killed by Orochimaru. This news stunned everyone involved in the battle. Even the Sand Ninja, the Sand Shobi, immediately fled the scene of the battle and headed to their own territory. Alma, the son of Sarutobi Yusin, approached Team 7 and informed them that the exam had been interrupted, so all the results were annulled. Naruto and his companions were not upset by it. Soon Temari and Kankuro ran to Gara. Gara, are you okay? Temari exclaimed. We were so worried about you, he said. Kankuro, hearing those words of emotion, Gara turned to Team 7 and saw their smiles on their faces. Goodbye, Gara. said Naruto. 2 days later, the Sanshobi left the village, but now helped allies to prepare the funeral of the third Kage. The whole village gathered to go say goodbye to the ruler on his long journey. At the crossroads, Naruto and Natsuki awaited the arrival of Sasuke. Due to his serious injuries, the three had been told to rest, but that did not stop them from going to the funeral. Soon Sasuke appeared around the corner after greeting his companions with his gaze. The three of them headed to the funeral place under the rock of the Hokage face where the third had died. The entire village had gathered there. All the children, all the Synovia had come to mourn the death of an Oki as fair and kind as Amaru, who no longer had a family left, was next to Aluka and cried bitterly, soaked in tears, while his master tried to console him. Each ninja took a fleur-de-lis and approached the grave in turns. Asuma, as the son of the third, was the first to deposit the flower, then with Hamaru, then all the honing. Then it was the turn of the Genin team. Ten Ino Shikamaru and Choji remembered having run away from the third, so that he would not force them to work as a team. Then Team 8 Sakura Kiba, and if not, their memories were of the third telling an entertaining story about Shobi Team, New Eni, 1010, and Roll. Did not have many memories share, but often walked together with Sarutobi through the Garden Team 7. Sasuke, Naruto, and Natsuki remembered the mission that Sarutobi had entrusted to them. That was the most dangerous of all the missions they had done. They remembered how he praised them for completing the mission. Then the villagers approached to cry when he caught it. Naruto's protector hung from his neck because his forehead was bandaged from the blow from Gara during the battle. He was next to his comrades, all dressed in black, and they could not believe that now they would not see the third again. But as the funeral neared its end, and suddenly the sun began to appear from behind the clouds. When his rays touched Naruto's face, he turned around and walked backward. The comrades were surprised. "Where are you going?" asked Natsuki. Naruto turned around to train. Of course, the boy answered. "Don't you think it's not a good time?" he asked Sasuke. "I put my hands in my pockets. I don't want Sarutobi Sama's death to be in vain. People die every day, but the rays that appeared behind the clouds are not just rays. They are like the hand of the third that helps us all to move forward." Naruto said, "Death is just the beginning, and I'm sure that if we get stronger every day, the old third will be proud of us." And he headed to his house. Sasuke and Natsuki were surprised at first, but then smiled and headed after Naruto. "This guy knows how to persuade," thought Jiraiya, who had also attended the funeral of third. Of course, the death of third was a great tragedy, but after all, people die every day, every second someone dies. But also a new life is born. Naruto was right when he befriended Gara, lending him a helping hand, a hand of friendship. The time will come, and the fate of the entire shinobi world will be in the hands of our heroes. After the death of the third, the elders were already thinking about the next candidate to fill the Hokage position. But unfortunately, Sarutobi had not left a name for his successor, so they would have to find it themselves. At first, the Council of Elders decided to name Samruin, the son of the third Hokage, as the temporary successor of the fifth Hokage, but Honing refused. Surprising his subordinates of the team, OOR heroes after that battle, they trained together often as Sasuke had promised. He faced Naruto in a practice battle, but Natsuki, as judge of their fight, saw that the comrades fought with all their strength. The duel ended in a draw, so the Genin were not sad. Then Yuzuru Tonkachi, "How did you learn such a technique?" asked Sasuke, taking some rice to his mouth using chopsticks. Naruto seemed surprised. "What are you doing speaking?" asked the boy. "Don't make a fool of yourself, Naruto. We all saw that Gambunta didn't come on his own, but that you summoned him. That's the technique that Jiraiya-sama taught you," asked Natsuki, because she was also curious. That Naruto remembered. "Yes, but it was very difficult to learn this technique. But I did it." Uzumaki smiled, and now turned his gaze to Sasuke. "By the way, you have already mastered the Chidori that Kakashi-sensei taught you effectively." After the third's funeral, Kakashi had praised Sasuke for using the Chidori and the Sharingan with so much audacity. In addition, the Honing highlighted that in just a month he had managed to learn to control the curse seal. Natsuki and Naruto were happy to see the success of their comrade. After the training, the Genin decided to go see how he was with Amaru, who was still shocked by the death of his grandfather. They were already approaching his house when suddenly they saw Jiraiya leaving the house of the grandson of the third perverted hermit. "What are you doing here?" Naruto wondered as he and his companions approached him. "Well, I tried to calm this boy down, and I succeeded. Now he's sleeping peacefully. It's better not to disturb him," said Jiraiya. "Well, what about you? I've heard that you too have a chakra circulation disorder." Jiraiya pointed at Natsuki and Sasuke. Yes, in fact, Natsuki's is more deteriorated than mine. She gave almost all of her chakra to the Nine Tails that we became, so the scar reacted to him. Sasuke said, "Oh, don't pity me. I don't like that," said Natsuki, gesturing with his hand for his partner to leave. Naruto smiled and hugged her. "And you, Jiraiya-sama, they say that you have been assigned an important mission. My god, the whole village knows about this mission." Jiraiya was already indignant, but in the eyes of Sasuke and Naruto, it was clear that Natsuki had not bothered to give them the news. When seeing the indignant looks of her companions, the girl sighed. "Do you remember that Kakashi sensei had mentioned in one of the previous trainings that the Hokage who ascended to the position would choose a successor? But our third Hokage did not have time to name, so the village elders had to choose the fifth Hokage," said Natsuki. "Sometimes you should be interested in the news, that's right. And I was chosen as successor," said to Jiraiya. "What a perverted hermit. So you are our fifth Hokage," exclaimed Naruto, and Jiraiya already laughed. "What are you laughing at?" "No, honey, I rejected it. He's not for me. I offered them a more favorable and at the same time more beautiful candidate," said Jiraiya. "She has been my partner for years. We have been through fire and water together." The boys thought for a moment. "Natsuki, I'm sure you know her, the third of the Sannin," exclaimed Natsuki, even jumping for joy. "Oh, who is she?" asked Naruto. "You what?" The girl was indignant. "The third of the Sannin is Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. She was a doctor on the Sarutobi-sama team and is recognized as the most beautiful woman in the shinobi world and the best doctor who can make an antidote for any type of poison," said Natsuki. "It's incredible the amount of knowledge that fits in a head as small as hers. She will go far," thought Jiraiya. "Like that. And I have the task of finding this woman," said Jiraiya. "I have been given the opportunity to take with me a few subordinates as support here. I am looking for someone suitable for such an important position." The boys were almost speechless. "Although I have already chosen who I will take with me on such a trip," thought Jiraiya. "Well, I'm going. It's worth resting before traveling," said Jiraiya. And making a gesture with his hand, he went to the hotel where he would stay during his stay in Konoha. Sasuke, Naruto, and Natsuki carried all the day thinking about who Jiraiya could take with him on the trip. After all, those lucky ones could be anyone, even them. But it was unlikely. The thought that they might not be chosen, and then they would have to stay in the village to train on their own. Of course, Sasuke and Natsuki were dying to see one of the legendary Konoha trio, but Naruto didn't care at all. He was eager to learn how to use Jiraiya's Rasengan, because he already knew that Jiraiya knew the man who had invented the technique. The night passed so quickly that the genin couldn't even relax properly. When Sasuke woke up, he saw a note on the nightstand next to his bed. He unfolded it and read it, then looked at his watch. Sasuke exclaimed and began to get dressed quickly. Literally 5 minutes later, he was already putting on his shoes. Hanatsuki, the same thing happened to him. Yasi, he didn't even ask anything. He just needed a phrase that was on a sheet of paper that Natsuki found near his pillow. 5 minutes later, the girl was standing in the hallway with his backpack on his shoulders, grabbing his bow and his quiver of arrows and jumping out of the house. Naruto was already running down the street. Along the path, he met his companions, who were no less happy than him. On the floor of 3 rooms, there was a small piece of paper on which was written, "I will wait for you at the gates of Konoha exactly at 7 in the morning." And our heroes got up as they realized at 6:45, in just 2 minutes, the trio was at the door where Jiraiya was already waiting for them. Turning towards them, he smiled, and he handed out 3 popsicles on sticks. "Here, you probably haven't even had time to eat, so I got you some for your weaknesses." Jiraiya smiled amiably. Naruto and his companions hadn't really eaten anything, so they gladly accepted the sticks of candy. "Well, I hope you're ready to start your journey." "Yes," the genin shouted, jumping up, to which Jiraiya smiled. "Well, Tsunade, I'll see you soon." Jiraiya thought. After a couple of hours, Jiraiya and his companions came to a general agreement that it was worth stopping somewhere for the night and discussing all the important points of their mission. After that, the genin, as always, ended up in one room and Jiraiya in the next. So I hope everyone is prepared for the possibility that we might encounter some unwanted guests along the way. Jiraiya's voice was already firm and calm, but the students caught a hint of anger. "Perverted hermit, who are you talking about?" Naruto asked. "The one who put the mark on your neck." "Partner," said Jiraiya, and Sasuke put his palm on the left side of his neck. And then they realized who they were talking about. "What does this have to do with Orochimaru?" asked Sasuke. "During the battle with Sarutobi sensei, his hands were sealed with the summoning of the god of death," said Jiraiya. "The master did not manage to take Orochimaru to the grave with him, but he was able to disarm his hands in such a way that Orochimaru could not even form a single seal." "Do you mean that now he is defenseless?" Naruto smiled. "You are an idiot, Uzuritanki." Sasuke hit his comrade on the head. Orochimaru is looking for a doctor who can break this seal and other words that can heal his hand, said Natsuki. And now Naruto understood everything. He needs the third of the Sannin, said Naruto. But we lost against him last time. What makes you think we can win this time, Jiraiya? And I said something funny. I lied to you about the elders allowing me to take one of the genin under my wing to accompany me on such, said Jiraiya. But why not? Suki asked. Well, let's see. I wanted to take you three to teach you something. It's a personal request from Kakashi. Because after the fight with the Sand Ninja, he also has interrupted chakra circulation and needs rehabilitation, said Jiraiya. Naruto, I will teach you how to use the Rasengan, with which you attacked Natsuki and the boy. Even jumped for joy. Sasuke, I will teach you how to use fire and lightning while combining them in a single attack. And you Natsuki, I will teach you to release chakra, a technique that you should not only master the ninjas of the Yuga clan, but also the future Suryanin. Since she was a child, Natsuki had dreamed of learning medical techniques to help her companions in the future. After a battle with Zabuza and Haku on the bridge, that dream had taken hold firmly in her heart. Jiraiya had already realized it immediately, so it was not surprising that Kakashi had asked him for it. During the following hours, Jiraiya admonished Sasuke and Natsuki for tomorrow's classes, but he did not even approach Naruto, except to saying good night. For several hours, the boy couldn't sleep and finally went out to the balcony to get some air. Apparently, I'm not worthy of being trained by one of the greatest ninja trios, Naruto thought. But then a hand rested on his shoulder. Naruto turned around expecting to see Natsuki, who was normally always there to support him in times like this. But this time he met Sasuke's dark gaze, breathing the Ujirotanki air. Sasuke smiled satisfied, leaning on the balcony, railing Naruto alone. He sighed. Are you worried that Jiraiya-sama doesn't teach someone like you? Because you are not worthy of this training. The boy looked surprised at his comrade. Don't be surprised, I was the same as you now when I asked my brother to train with me. But Itachi always rejected me minding his own business. So your brother was called Itachi, asked Naruto. Why was it his name? It is still his name now. It's just that he betrayed me and our clan hiding in the lair of some criminal organization. That's what he said, Sasuke, but I'm sure it was because of Naruto that Jiraiya already chose our team, and that's why Naruto was surprised. How is it possible that Natsuki tolerates you? Sasuke, who smiled, which infuriated his comrade. You used the Rasengan spontaneously, that is to say after reading about it, without even grasping its essence. I think your quick thinking was what caught the perverted hermit. So don't worry, tomorrow you'll see for yourself. And he was about to leave when Naruto stopped him. Why are you so kind to me? We used to be rivals. Why were we rivals? We're still rivals. Now stop using the past tense. It bothers me, grumbled Sasuke. It's that you remind me of my brother, that's it. And he walked into the room, lying down on his futon, falling asleep, and Naruto had no choice but to follow his example and fall asleep. But for the next 2 hours, Naruto kept meditating on Sasuke's words. Then he was finally able to fall asleep. Naruto woke up early in the morning, even the first among his classmates, surprisingly, since normally he was the last to wake up. Naruto washed his face, brushed his teeth, and was about to go to his room when he ran into Jiraiya in the hallway. Just as he was coming out of the bathroom, perverted hermit, good morning. Naruto greeted Jiraiya, smiled. Yes, good morning. You got up early, Naruto. It's only 6 in the morning. Go back to sleep, Jiraiya suggested. But Naruto gestured for him to leave. He was going to go out and go to the park near the hotel to practice the proper use of clones. Naruto said, seriously, Jiraiya was already surprised. I heard that you three invented a jutsu that can make clones last longer than normal. Oh, that occurred to us in one of our trainings before the chunin exam, but it's still a jutsu that needs some work. It's not perfect, said Naruto with a sad voice. And you, Jiraiya-sama, why did you get up so early? I wanted to make a plan for your training, Naruto, but I see that you're going to be very busy, said Jiraiya, and was about to leave when Naruto stopped him. So are you really going to train me? Naruto was surprised by, of course I will. You want to master the Rasengan, right? Jiraiya asked. Of course I do. What kind of question is that? The boy smiled. Okay, then, after breakfast, come to the patio, please, Jiraiya said, and disappeared around the corner where his hotel room was. Naruto looked at his room and his companions' rooms. They were very excited. Natsuki and Sasuke had already woken up, brushed their teeth, and were getting ready for training. Naruto told his companions that the Sannin himself would teach them Rasengan and Natsuki. Sasuke was happy for him, you see, and you were worried that Jiraiya-sama wouldn't teach you. He was indignant. Sasuke, bringing the rice to his mouth. You come up with all kinds of things, and then you get angry. You're the only one who can do that. And once again, they had a fight. I would like to choke you, Sasuke, said Naruto in a sweet voice. Thank you. Naruto, don't spill the tea on yourself, said Sasuke in the same tone of voice. Heavens, they haven't changed at all, thought Natsuki to herself, and smiled at the time they had been together. That is to say, since the death of the third Naruto and Sasuke had fought often, but there was no longer the distrust of before. They had come to trust each other as true friends, or even as brothers. Breakfast was coming to an end, and our heroes began to prepare for training. Sasuke was wearing a plain black t-shirt and gray shorts with no bandages on his arms or legs. Natsuki was wearing a purple t-shirt, a black skirt, and her sandals. Naruto only took off his orange sweatshirt. The three of them headed to the playground. Upon arrival to the indicated place, there they met Jiraiya. When he turned around, the boys saw that Jiraiya was already holding a balloon in his hands, only that inside there was something, probably water. Very well, today is your first training session, Sasuke and Natsuki. Can you train together? It will not bother you. Yesterday I gave you instructions of the entire training process and how it should be done, and you, Naruto, come here, said Jiraiya, hitting the fists of his friends. Naruto approached the Sannin. Learning to use the Rasen requires a concentration of chakra superior to that. You are lame, but I will help you fix it. In the previous training session, you were able to summon the Toad King himself using the nine-tailed chakra on your own. Today you're going to take the first step to master the Rasengan, and you raised a ball in your hand. What do you see? Asked Jiraiya. A water balloon, Naruto answered. Error. That is your goal for today, Naruto, said Jiraiya. What do you mean? The boy was surprised. The Rasengan is a chakra bubble that will go in an uneven direction. The main thing is learn to control it, said Jiraiya. He held a balloon in his hands, but suddenly it began to bubble. The water shot out of the balloon, and then it burst. Wow, exclaimed Naruto. How did you do it? It's your turn, Naruto, said Jiraiya, handing a balloon to his student. Naruto took it reluctantly and looked at Jiraiya. But you didn't explain to me. How should I do it? Said Naruto with a sad voice. If I revealed all my tricks at once at the beginning of the game, it would be equivalent to defeat. Jiraiya smile. Mastering the Rasengan is something difficult, but if you try your hardest, you surely won't. You will have a rival, and sat near a tree in the shade almost all day. Naruto, penologist at the end of the day, refused to do anything with him and ran to his room. Natsuki wanted to follow him, but Sasuke stopped him. He needs to be alone, Natsuki, unless he wants to master the Rasengan by himself. No one can help him, said Sasuke. Natsuki sank. He released his hands so quickly. He is not like that, said Natsuki. I agree. He usually goes to the end. Remember the chakra control training during the mission in the country of waves? Sasuke remembered that back then, of the two of us, he was the first to go up to the upper branch. Natsuki and Sasuke told Jiraiya more things about their fellow Sannin. He was so curious that he started asking about his parents. Natsuki replied that Naruto had been an orphan since he was born. It was already nighttime. Everyone was sleeping peacefully, but Naruto didn't take the water balloon. He went out onto the balcony and tried to pop it once more, but the attempt failed. The boy was about to throw it, already swinging, but they came to him. Mind the words he had said for the first time to his companion's life makes us fall, but it is up to us to decide if we can get up. Remembered Naruto after the chunin exam. That phrase had become a motto for all of Konoha and had started as a simple fall. In training, his hand immediately lowered, still holding the balloon. Naruto looked at him and sat on the ground, thinking about how he should concentrate his chakra to make the balloon pop. Okay, the perverted hermit said, to concentrate the chakra evenly, that is, in a single direction. But when I do that, the ball doesn't react to anything at all. It just stays whole. Naruto began to reflect and decided to ask his companions for help. Although indirectly, Natsuki-chan is concentrating chakra in her palms, and thanks to that, she is perfectly capable of controlling not only chakra, but also chakra channel hits. Sasuke doesn't use the Sharingan that often, but using the Chidori requires a good amount of chakra. So he concentrates the chakra in one place in the palm of his hand. Naruto thought both options and structures suited him, but how to put them into practice? 2 hours passed. Yatsuki woke up after hearing unintelligible sounds coming from the balcony. Seeing that the door there was slightly closed, the girl got up, put on her sweatshirt, and went out to the balcony. Right at the threshold, Natsuki ran into Naruto, who was sitting on the floor holding a water balloon in one hand and resting his chin with the other. "Why are you so sad, Naruto?" asked Natsuki, sitting on the floor next to her partner. "I can't get this balloon to explode no matter how hard I try," said Naruto. The girl looked at the balloon, then at Naruto, and smiled. "What are you laughing at? You thought it was really easy to create a technique like that?" asked Natsuki. "What do you mean?" Naruto didn't understand. "Well, look, the creator of the technique, that is to say, Rasengan, calculated everything down to the last detail so that the descendants could use this technique, so you have the opportunity to learn how to use it whenever you want," she said. Natsuki, after all. And the same thing happened with the Chidori that Sasuke is still training now. Kakashi sensei, he has been retouching it for years to perfect it. "You mean that I have to spend a whole month learning to use the Rasengan?" Naruto became indignant, and the girl hit him on the head. "Oh, you didn't even finish listening to me," exclaimed Natsuki. "What I want to say is the following: you shouldn't stop halfway, because striving to continue forward, believing in yourself, is what makes us ninjas," said Natsuki. Was about to get up, but at the last moment, she poked her partner in the chest with her finger. "If you doubt yourself, even once, you've already lost." And she entered the room, closing the door behind her. Naruto stayed a while sitting on the floor thinking about Natsuki's words, but when he stood up and was about to leave, he saw a kitten playing with a ball. How cute, Naruto thought, and smiled, but then he realized that the kitten was hitting the ball with its paws on both sides while playing with it. And then the ball had exploded, and yes, the boy caught the ball of water with both hands, the right one on top and the left one on the bottom. "There we go," said Naruto in a low voice. The next day, Jiraiya was already sleeping peacefully in his room, stretched out almost on the futon, emitting loud snores. But his sleep was interrupted by a loud bang on the other side of the door. "Well," Jiraiya said in the middle of his sleep, turning his back to the door. A moment later, Naruto flew into the room, holding a water balloon in his hands. "Perverted hermit!" Naruto exclaimed, jumping for joy upon hearing the scream. Jiraiya had already turned towards the door, opening one eye and looking at his student. "What's wrong?" And when he saw what time it was, he was outraged. "Naruto, it's only 5 in the morning, are you kidding?" Jiraiya was surprised and wanted to turn around when suddenly he heard a slap and drops of water fell on him. "What the hell?" The Sannin jumped up from the futon and saw that his right palm was wet. He wanted to show me the water on his palm. No, I didn't want to. I managed to burst a balloon." Naruto, he smiled, and Jiraiya was already surprised. "It was a kitten from one of the innkeepers who put me to it. I saw that he was playing with a ball and that he was hitting it with his paws on both sides." "Why did you come up with that?" Jiraiya asked himself. "I noticed a peculiarity when he broke the water ball." Naruto said. "What was that?" Jiraiya asked. "You didn't direct the chakra of your palms in a single direction, because then there would be no effect. I tried to do it. This is also proof of that. I channeled the chakra evenly so that it affected all areas of the ball, letting the chakra flow through the water. Due to this pressure, the balloon burst. I used this method, moving the chakra in both hands, because it is much easier. Easier does not mean right," said Jiraiya, "but it is effective," replied Naruto. "I tried it and got it right away." It was clear from his eyes and facial pressure that Naruto was delighted with the results, especially when he was being taught by one of Konoha's top trios. Seeing the joy on his student's face, Jiraiya let out a chuckle. "Well, what you understood well. Then let's move on to the second stage of Rasengan training," said Jiraiya, and began to search in his backpack. Naruto was surprised when the man took out another balloon. "This is your next task, Naruto." "Another balloon?" The boy was surprised. "No, it's not a balloon, and it's not without water." Jiraiya smiled. "The stage of passing chakra through water is very easy, but passing chakra through the air is more difficult, especially if the ball is made of rubber." Jiraiya already hesitated, and after a moment the ball disintegrated into small pieces. Boo! Naruto couldn't contain his emotions. "Until this ball is broken, you will not advance to the third stage," he said to Jiraiya. "Okay, now go to your room and tell your classmates that I'll be waiting for you in the same courtyard within an hour." Naruto grabbed a new ball and headed to the room. Along the way, he tried several times to break the ball. In the same way, he managed to overcome the water in the first case, but it didn't work. There was only a hole in the ball through which it burst. It didn't burst like Jiraiya entering the room. Naruto, he saw that they had already brought them breakfast. Putting the ball in his hip bag, Naruto sat in his seat. "Why are you so oppressed?" Naruto asked. "Natsuki, I managed to burst the water ball, and the perverted hermit gave me my next task," said Naruto. "Well, what's the problem?" Sasuke didn't understand it. "To break it now, it's a rubber ball, not a balloon," said Naruto. Sadly, no matter how much his companions tried to reason with him, it was useless. Without waiting for them, Naruto changed his clothes and went to the courtyard to start training. He tried about 10 times, but it was useless. The ball did not break. It burst in the same place. Naruto shouted, throwing the ball to the ground, and sitting next to it, the method he had used in the first case did not work, so he had to think of something else. Then it is worth thinking about it. Well, if in the first case it was possible to pass chakra through water, how can it be passed through air? Naruto was outraged, perhaps trying to distribute the chakra unevenly. He barely had time to think about it. Naruto had already burst the ball, reappearing a hole in it. That method does not work. Maybe try to concentrate the chakra in one place and distribute it throughout the surface of the ball. And immediately I reproduced it, but there was no more reaction than another hole. Does not work. What do I have to think? While the boy thought, Jiraiya, Natsuki, and Sasuke had already arrived at the courtyard. They did not want to distract Naruto from such an important matter, so they went straight to their training. Jiraiya was already standing next to Natsuki and Sasuke, watching them practice, but his indignation reached him when he heard the dull sound again. Behind him, as he turned, Jiraiya saw Naruto, who was ready to literally destroy the rubber ball without even using chakra. But just when Naruto struck, Jiraiya stopped him by squeezing his wrist tightly. "What are you doing, Naruto?" Jiraiya was already indignant, and suddenly he saw the sad expression on his student's face. The Sannin released the boy's wrist and made a sign to the others to continue studying. "Boy, what's wrong with you?" Jiraiya asked. "Squatting down this stage is so difficult that I don't know what to do," said Naruto. "You're reasoning like I did when I was your age." Jiraiya smiled and stood up. "It's just that you shouldn't despair before time, and then you will definitely become Hokage." Naruto looked at the ball in his hand and immediately realized what he had to do. While Jiraiya approached Sasuke to check on his progress, he heard a thud as the Sannin turned. He saw the parts of the ball lying under Naruto's feet, and some in his palm should have concentrated chakra around the ball. Naruto smiled. He mastered 2 phases of Rasengan in 2 days. He asked Jiraiya and smiled. "Well, now we are finally going to the village," said Jiraiya. After all their belongings and getting ready, the team set off down the road. Jiraiya already gave the Genin a photo to each one and gave them the task of surrounding anyone they found, preferably a villager, and show them the photo. Naruto and his companions took the photos, and after entering the village, they dispersed in different directions, keeping with them their means of communication, a microphone hanging from their neck and in their ear. Jiraiya also kept the photo and went to ask the villagers about Tsunade. Natsuki asked mostly the shopkeepers and some villagers, but without results. Sasuke asked everyone he had in sight, without results either. Naruto, for his part, with the help of his clones, had probed almost the entire market, but not a single clue. But finally one of the clones gave him. He showed the photo to a merchant, and he recognized it. The clone thanked the merchant and disappeared, passing the information to the original. "I found it," said Naruto through the microphone. "That's great, Naruto. They told you." "Where is it?" Sasuke asked. "Yes, at the bar closest to me," Naruto answered. "Guys, Jiraiya-sama and I are already approaching that bar. Hurry up," Natsuki said. Sasuke and Naruto managed to meet up after all. Then they headed towards the bar that the merchant had named. Upon reaching the indicated place, the companions met. They found Natsuki and Jiraiya, who were already waiting for them. Jiraiya opened the doors of the bar and entered, followed by our heroes. "What place is this?" "The kind of place where Tsunade herself relaxes. The granddaughter of the first cashier is horrible. All the poker card players are drunk and quarrelsome. It's scary to be here." Naruto and his friends were literally electrocuted by so many drunks, so they tried to keep up with Jiraiya. "You've lost again," said one of the players sitting at the last table. Oh, hearing that voice, Jiraiya was already heading towards there. He stopped behind the woman and put his hand on her shoulder. "Well, hello, Tsunade," said Jiraiya. The woman turned around abruptly. It was obvious that she had been left speechless by this, but she sketched a smile. "Jiraiya, what are you doing here?" Tsunade was surprised. "Oh, who are your students? Have you started teaching someone again?" Looking away towards the Genin, Jiraiya already made a gesture to them with his hand. "They are not students of Team 7 under the direction of Kakashi. Asked me to train them, and due to some events, the 4 of us volunteered to track you down," said Jiraiya. "And what is so important that you decided to find me so far from the Fire Nation?" Tsunade wondered. It was obvious that she was a little drunk after sitting at the same table as Tsunade. Jiraiya already ran into a familiar face. As it turned out later, it was Tsunade's student. Her name was Shizen. Naruto and his companions ordered some ice cream and while Jiraiya was already explaining to them the purpose of such an important search for his teammate, they ate their portions before entering the bar. Jiraiya told the genin to keep quiet about Orochimaru and his battle with the third, in which the Hokage died. So they offered you to become the fifth Hokage, but you turned it down. Tsunade intervened. Solvendo took out of her glass when Jiraiya already told her everything, something like that. But you know me, I'm not used to sitting in one place and rummaging through a pile of papers, even if I'm in the chair. I put it. Jiraiya smiled. What makes you think that I want to do that, Jiraiya? Asked Tsunade, to which Jiraiya sighed. Tsunade, let's not make things worse, okay? Said Jiraiya rudely. I didn't come here for you to tell me the reason why you left Konoha. I came to take you to the elders. Tsunade squeezed the glass until it cracked. So it is like this. Tsunade said, yes, Zun, get up. We are leaving here. We have nothing. And no one to listen to. Tsunade wanted to leave the bar. But then Naruto jumped up. Contrary to what Jiraiya said, the third box was killed for your former comrade, Orochimaru. Konoha no longer has a protector. You don't care about that. What kind of Sannin are you if you throw your compatriots to their deaths? Yelled Naruto, throwing a spoonful of ice cream at Tsunade, but the woman skillfully intercepted it. That's how she said. Tsunade, come on, boy, let's go outside and talk for a while. Naruto hummed and headed outside. Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Naruto thought Jiraiya to himself. Natsuki, Sasuke, and Jiraiya and Shizen headed after them. Naruto and Tsunade were facing each other. The boy was determined to teach this old lady a good lesson in her young appearance. The wind smoothed her hair with the breeze, and it seemed that Naruto's hair was getting longer. Tsunade is a woman with paler blonde hair than Naruto, has light brown eyes, lips painted with pink carmine, and wears a white sleeveless shirt with a belt-tied blue pants to the knee and high heels. Her hair tied in two low pigtails. What are you doing standing there, girl? Tsunade smiled. Attack me. Naruto got angry and squeezed the fists. Or is it that your pathetic friends are going to protect you? No one will ever protect me. Understood, old granny, yelled Naruto, causing Tsunade to laugh even louder. I will attack, and you will defend. Tsunade smirked. Why are you smiling? Why should I defend myself if I'm going to hit you with just one finger? The woman was surprised, showing her index finger. Naruto didn't like that and ran towards Tsunade at full speed. Tsunade didn't hesitate, bounced back, and ran her finger along the ground. She wouldn't believe it, but at the same instant, a hole formed behind of Tsunade big enough for Naruto to fall through. He caught his hands on the edge. Tsunade fixed her hair, shook off her pants, and started walking towards Naruto. Incredible strength, thought Sasuke. Tsunade was about to step on Naruto's heels, but then right in front of her, out of nowhere, appeared Natsuki Byakugan. Magnetic power. For a moment, Tsunade saw the Byakugan. The next second, Natsuki hits the woman in the chest, pushing her back with great force. Tsunade falls from back and sees Sasuke landing next to the girl. Help me get him out. And the two managed to get Naruto out of the crevice. Jesus, use your Tanki. You haven't even changed a bit in all this time. Sasuke sighed, helping his friend out. Naruto muttered something in response, but the Uchiha no longer heard him. He saw the fury with which Natsuki looked at Tsunade in the eyes. This is not how I imagined you, Tsunade-sama, said the girl. Really? Well, you know, the rumors are deceiving sometimes. Tsunade smiled, running a hand over her chest. It's not a bad blow. I bet that was Kakashi attack who taught you that kind of chakra control. He is an expert in it. And judging by your eyes, you are a member of the Yuga clan, said Suna. Neji, you know that Naruto is weaker than you. Why do you help him? Isn't he my friend? Said Natsuki indignantly. A friend? And Tsunade laughed. Jinchuriki has no friends and will never have any friends. Yubi destroyed Konoha. That is enough for everyone. Tsunade said. Jiraiya, I am not going to please the elders of Konoha, and much less become the fifth Hokage. If Zun walked towards Tsunade, and they were about to leave when Naruto stepped forward. If you doubt yourself for a moment, you've already lost, said Naruto, clenching his fist. You're not worthy of being part of the great Sannin trio. It's hard to call yourself a ninja. Even if you had some quality of strength and medicine, you're weaker than the three of us with my comrades together. And he moved away from her, heading down the path that led to the inn. Finally, Naruto turned to her. Then you've already lost, Granny, and disappeared around the corner. His comrades followed him without even waiting for Jiraiya. The Sannin just sighed. Don't underestimate them, Tsunade said to Jiraiya. Tsunade clenched her fists and immediately opened them. Naruto and his companions are not just genin. They stood firm in the battle against Orochimaru, even if Sasuke obtained the curse seal. But our master believed in them, especially in Naruto. You know very well that Sarutobi sensei has already chosen his successor. It was you who he informed first, right? Tsunade asked without even turning around. Yes, he did. But the elder's criteria is more important than the master's word, especially if he's dead. You're right. Naruto returned to his room and to that of his companions who were in the hotel. And as soon as he entered Natsuki and Sasuke, the boy closes the door in front of his nose. Sasuke hits his forehead, and Natsuki hits her hand when she wanted to grab the door handle. A Yuzuritanki, you're not the only one who lives in this room. Open now. Sasuke indignantly hit the door with his fist, but it had no effect. Look, or open, or I will enter through the balcony and break your jaw. That must have been more effective than the first part of the sentence, because the door opened slightly. Once inside, the boys found their partner on the balcony and his footprint lying on the futon. Naruto said Natsuki as they opened the door that led to the balcony. Did Tsunade-sama's words bother you? Naruto immediately squeezed the handrail tightly, and his companions realized that they had touched on a not very pleasant subject. You don't need her. It's not like something happened. Sasuke grumbled, leaning on the railing at the Naruto's left side, while Natsuki stood to his right. Oh, she hurt your ego. It's not about ego, Sasuke. It's about respect for all the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village, said Naruto. Natsuki, you saw the face she made when the perverted brother told her that he had resigned from his position as 5th OC. And then she realized why we were looking for her. Our village shouldn't have an OC like that in the academy. Our heroes learn psychology, although most of the time they use it to read the minds of his enemies. If you remember, Kakashi used this technique in the first battle against Zabuza. It was not thanks to the Sharingan, but in part his left. I also helped in a quite useful way. Natsuki, of all his companions, is the one who uses it the most in battle, although he does not show it. Sasuke understood the desperation of his comrade, because Naruto had never imagined an Hokage who did not care about anyone in the village, just to sit in the chair of the box. The idea that Naruto had of a ruler was that of a kind ninja, fair, kind, and cunning at the same time, that he cared for everyone in the village, not just him. Natsuki put her hand on her friend's shoulder and smiled. You know, it is possible to admire Tsunade-sama, after all, said Natsuki to dispel the dark atmosphere. And how exactly? Naruto wondered about his drinking mania. Sasuke guessed the next second the three of them were laughing. The boys discussed ninja techniques for a long time, and sometimes they laughed at Tsunade. They didn't even realize that they were being followed. Behind the door that leading everyone to the equipment room, there was a ninja, dressed in a long black cloak. His face was almost invisible, but you probably already guessed, right? Sasuke Kun. Naruto, Chunin, Suki-chan had become so strong that it is starting to disgust, said an unpleasant voice, as if angry with our heroes. Soon I will face you with such problems that you will not even want to fight. And suddenly disappeared. It was approaching dinner time. The trio left the room to go to a restaurant that was in the past. Thank goodness Jiraiya had already paid for everything, because our heroes didn't have a penny. They grabbed their rations and sat at a table eating their food when a woman approached them. I need to talk to you. The boys recognized her as Tsunade's student. My name is Shizen, and I have no one to talk to except you. And Jiraiya-sama. The boys were surprised. But if Zun-sama, why have you come to us? You would have gone to Jiraiya-sama or Tsunade-sama. Immediately said Natsuki, you can't go to Hairi-sama. Tsunade-sama strictly forbade anyone to talk about it, said Shizen. Anyway, just like Tsunade-sama and I thought, if Jiraiya-sama appears in the village, there will be a third San in the team. Was speechless. Have you met Orochimaru? Exclaimed Naruto, and the others gagged him by stuffing rice down his throat. Yes, this meeting was no coincidence. He was accompanied by a boy. He is about 15 years old and wears glasses on his head. He is the protector of the Sound Village, said Seiyin. The mere mention of the glasses was enough to make the genin shudder. Kabuto-san is allied with Orochimaru, whispered Suki. I don't know who he is, but apparently he is Orochimaru's right-hand man. The Sanin's hands froze at Tsunade-sama, immediately understood why Orochimaru was looking for her, had offered a high price that he would pay her. Tsunade-sama lifted the curse that weighed on her hands. And what did she say? Naruto was outraged. He has a week to think about it, said Shizen. I think Orochimaru is not trustworthy, but the price is very so, to speak tempting for Tsunade-sama. I fear that I will make a mistake irreparable and then blame himself for it after this conversation. The genin gave their word not to tell Jiraiya anything and to decide everything on their own. According to Naruto, Sasuke and Natsuki demanded Naruto to tell Jiraiya, but the boy is quite stubborn. Natsuki and Sasuke's training is over, but Naruto had not fully mastered the Rasengan technique. While his comrades slept at night, Naruto sat in the courtyard and trained the third phase. Although Jiraiya did not even say what it consisted of. Third phase only. Naruto was trying hard to create a Rasengan in his hand. 2 hours passed, and there were no results. Naruto was about to leave when he collided with Jiraiya's stomach, against which he crashed his forehead. Ouch, Naruto exclaimed, rubbing his forehead. Perverted hermit, What are you doing here? The boy wondered. How come I came to talk to you about Phase 3? Did you try to combine it in Phase 2? Jiraiya said. To combine it, Naruto. Didn't understand. I've been watching your attempts, Naruto. And between one attempt, I remember that I concentrated chakra in the center of your palm so that it would tear the ball. If you had tensed, it would have worked, Jiraiya smirked. But now your goal is to create chakra without the help of a water ball or rubber. Your goal is to concentrate the chakra in such a way that it spins in your hand like it did during training. You mean when I did those 2 phases, I was rotating chakra? Naruto wondered. Yes and no. Matter what phase I explored, the chakra kept spinning in a circle. You could have noticed in the first phase from training when the kitten warned you with the ball, Jiraiya. He smiled. I noticed right away. That's why I gave you the rubber ball, Jiraiya told Naruto everything in detail. He even showed him how he could create chakra using only one hand. Although it was quite difficult, it requires controlling the chakra in only one hand. Naruto tried it, but without results. But then the boy remembered that during the chunin exam in the qualifying round, he had used a shadow clone to create Rasengan. He assured Jiraiya that no, I had an idea how it had come out, but Jiraiya just smiled at that. I'm not surprised. Naruto, your predecessor, or rather the previous Hokage, who was the creator of this technique, also once used the Rasengan. Without his knowledge, Jiraiya smiled. Jiraiya was probably referring to the 4th Hokage from childhood, when he had already told Naruto and Natsuki about the rulers of Konoha. Starting with the first box, the boy had become interested in the history of the 4th Hokage. Naruto tried to use this technique, but it was very difficult. So the boy used to go crazy for 3 hours. Jiraiya sat in the shade of a tree and watched Naruto's efforts. Although the Genin was failing, he had something that interested the Sannin. Even when he can't do something, he keeps trying his hardest. Incredible willpower, Jiraiya thought. At night, when they were going to leave for the hotel, Jiraiya noticed that Naruto was upset about something, or he wouldn't tell them anything. Sannin tried to ask what was wrong, but Naruto assured Jiraiya that everything was fine, although it wasn't like that. After all, he perfectly remembers the conversation between the Genin and Shizen. Jiraiya, he didn't talk to Naruto anymore, but suggested that he visit a local restaurant where he could have ramen for dinner. Naruto refused because Ichiraku Ramen had the best noodles in Ichiraku, and he wasn't going to betray him. Jiraiya wasn't offended, but told his student to go with his companions. Naruto obediently went to the hotel. The boy didn't meet anyone suspicious on the way. Not even Kabuto was in sight, although Zune was. He said he had seen him near Orochimaru. Maybe that snake had given up and decided to look for someone else, Naruto thought, but he didn't believe his own words because, as Jiraiya had said, Orochimaru always gets what he wants. Naruto was about to enter the hotel when suddenly the building exploded and Naruto flew towards the building behind him, standing up. The boy saw that the hotel was engulfed in flames and screams could be heard, even from children coming from the rooms, making a movement. Desperate, Naruto contracted the chakra from his feet and kicked the door that was already burning in flames with a burst of speed. Once inside the building, the boy ran up the stairs that led to the upper floors because he knew that there was nothing living on the lower floors after creating 12 clones, exactly the number of rooms in the building. On the upper floors, he headed towards his friends who were in their room. Kicking the door with his foot, Naruto saw that the room was empty and the balcony door swung wide open. Crawling through the flames onto the balcony, right next to Naruto on the other side of the balcony, Sasuke collapsed, followed by Natsuki. Boy screamed Naruto and stepped out onto the balcony, but was thrown aside in the same manner, and the boy hit his head on the balcony railing, recovering from such a hard blow. Naruto looked at his attacker through the veil of scarf that still covered him. The boy saw the glasses that had been placed over his eyes. Kabuto. Naruto called out his name. His opponent, I just hum, and Naruto saw that his arm was wrapped in chakra, blue chakra. Kabuto made his way towards Naruto. Finding his strength, the boy stood up, and the veil slowly began to lift from his eyes. How long has it been since I saw you, Naruto-kun? He heard Naruto. Behind him, a whisper was heard as Sasuke and Natsuki began to get up. I see that you have become stronger, but to defeat me or my master, it is not enough. Naruto created a clone and extended his hand to create a Rasengan, but Natsuki and Sasuke got there first, kicking Kabuto in the chest. The young man flew backwards, and Naruto began to fall due to weakness, but his companions managed to lift him up in time. Analog carbon monoxide gas should come out of the flames, immediately said Natsuki, but Naruto began to concentrate chakra in his palms. Although Naruto had never done it before, it's dangerous. You could leave a hard dent in the ground. Naruto was in front of Kabuto in a jiffy and slammed his palm right into his chest, throwing the ninja from the balcony to the ground. Then the smoke made him and his friends pass out. Naruto woke up and a bright light illuminated his eyes. He didn't realize where they were and what had happened, but he remembered everything that had happened on the balcony of his room, and he remembered meeting Kabuto when trying to get up. Naruto felt a strong, burning pain in the palms of his hands, so he couldn't put them on the bed. Silence, boy, stay still until your palms heal. Turning his head, Naruto saw Jiraiya already sitting next to his bed on a stool, and grimaced, "Kid, you used a technique that you should have learned first and then put into practice. It's dangerous." Naruto didn't remember exactly what he had used to throw Kabuto away, but he realized that he had succeeded, and in what way he no longer cared. Where Naruto didn't have time to get up before Jiraiya had already taken him back to his seat. Where Sasuke and Natsuki-chan, they were hit more than you, Naruto. So now they are repairing their chakra channels. Kabuto hit him, just like you, only he managed to hit him right in the spot Jiraiya already said that Naruto used. A chakra scalpel, which is usually used by doctors for healing, but sometimes this technique can also be used in battle. Naruto was a little surprised since the kunoichi was Natsuki and she didn't have as much experience as other doctors. While Jiraiya sat with Naruto in the room, Natsuki was already feeling better and was about to get out of bed when the scar reacted again, and the girl turned to lying down. It bothered her that during the battle with Kabuto, Sasuke had covered her back. While it was clear that her chakra channels had not been fully restored, the girl was able to at least sit up and looked ahead where there was a photo of her team on the nightstand. Until we become chun, and we do not grow up, we will continue to be a team, she thought. Natsuki made another attempt to get up this time. It went well. Reaching the door, Natsuki opened it and went out into the hallway. She knew where the room was. Naruto and Sasuke's wasn't far away, so he headed over there, putting his hands on the wall. Naruto managed to sit up and turned his head a little to stretch his neck, which he did. But then the boy, I knew someone was knocking on the door. Jiraiya, he already said, "Come in," and the door opened. Natsuki was standing in the doorway, frowning. She was so sick. Jiraiya and Naruto never noticed the girl was covered in abrasions, so she should have at least sat down. Natsuki-chan, what happened? Naruto wondered, and wanted to enter, but something didn't want to let her pass, as if she was holding her by the sweatshirt. She had been sleeping in all this time. Natsuki exclaimed. Naruto, the girl began to fall, but Jiraiya had already jumped towards her and caught her in his arms. The boy is okay. He wanted to get out of bed, but in the doorway, he suddenly saw the same man that he and his companions had met in the Forest of Death in the second stage. The man even licked his lips. Jiraiya looked up angrily, and he jumped back onto Naruto's bed, so Orochimaru couldn't attack him. But from the direction of the window appeared Kabuto. Chidori Kabuto stepped aside, and Sasuke jumped in front of Jiraiya, who was holding Natsuki. Wounded in the back, her neck and arms were bandaged, but she stood bravely. Naruto, we have a visitor. The boy who was lying on the bed disappeared, and the next moment Naruto appeared next to Sasuke. I've already noticed, Naruto said. Orochimaru and Kabuto were surprised because no one I could know they were in the village. How did you know we were in the neighborhood? Kabuto was outraged and wanted to attack them, but Orochimaru stopped him. My seal reacts to your presence, Orochimaru, even if there is a chakra barrier, said Sasuke. Naruto and I had long since recovered, so we had to be a little sneaky, even though they told us the fire was yesterday. It wasn't. It's been about 3 days since the fire. Jiraiya's perverted hermit. There's a calendar hanging in this chamber. Do you think not? I could have guessed it was a jinjutsu with Natsuki and Sasuke in the room. Too, Naruto asked rudely. You underestimate me. And then so that no one would suspect anything, we had to make clones, or rather Naruto made 2 clones that had been us the whole time. And the originals, that is to say, we have been looking for you all over the village. I must admit that you were good at hiding your chakra. Sasuke smiled. At first we had to hide everything, but it didn't escape. Byakugan, the girl in Yatsuki's arms, also vanished, appeared near the door to the left of where Kabuto was. A few abrasions for sure, but still, when I found out about my comrades' plan, I decided to help them, and with the help of the Byakugan, I was able to track their chakra, even if it is hidden, and I pointed out my eyes. Nothing can be hidden from them. Orochimaru, Kabuto, and even Jiraiya were already amazed to the core. After all, this plan was not only great, it was to shine the type of shinobi the Amber Root would have immediately enlisted in intelligence, and with the skills of the Byakugan and the Sharingan even more so. And then thanks to Naruto's chakra, which is practically unlimited, they were able to maintain their clones for 3 days. But wait, his multiple shadow cloning can only maintain for 1 day. It's impossible to maintain clones for that long, said Kabuto. Not even yours, Naruto-kun, would have enough chakra. Sasuke And Natsuki smiled. What makes you think he just used his chakra? Sasuke wondered. Thanks to me and Natsuki, we maintain the transformation using the techniques that Jiraiya-sama taught us, since Naruto used the triple god technique that we used against Gara. The clones did not disappear unless we wanted them to. It was incredible. After all hiding for 3 days, maintaining the transformation, giving chakra to your clones, not everyone can do that. Suddenly Orochimaru and Kabuto disappeared. Apparently, they had come for Jiraiya and to eliminate the interference that made. Tsunade and Shizen know where Orochimaru and Kabuto were. Naruto, Sasuke, and Natsuki approached Jiraiya, who still he hadn't recovered from the shock. Sure you were Genin? He asked himself. And the Genin just laughed. Kakashi had taught them this tactic that consists of learning to sense your partner from a distance. It is very difficult, but the boy's on. Our team did it very well. When Jiraiya sat on the bed, he looked at Naruto's hands that must have abrasions from such an attack 3 days ago, but there was nothing, not even bandages. Nine Tails chakra. Then Jiraiya already thought, sorry Jiraiya-sama for not telling you. He apologized. Natsuki is that if we had told you everything, we would not have been able to catch Orochimaru, although now he has escaped us. Perverted hermit, are you angry with us? Asked Naruto. Jiraiya did not know what to think, but did not want to answer the Genin's questions and simply got out of bed and left the room. The Genin realized that they had done him wrong. Naruto wanted to go apologize, but Sasuke grabbed him by the sleeve. The Sannin walked towards the burning hotel where the battle of the Genin had taken place with Kabuto, and taking a handful of ash in his hand, he sniffed it. Were they apologizing to me? Jiraiya wondered, throwing the ashes to the ground. They didn't need to do it, because there was nothing to apologize for. The Sannin knew they had done it for a good cause, to get the attention of Orochimaru and Kabuto, to get them to come out of hiding. Remembering the story of Naruto and Sasuke, the first part, Jiraiya already began to understand more and more why a honing like Kakashi had taken them under his wing, and why the third box master of Jiraiya valued their skills so much despite their age and inexperience. If they are trained well, they will be an invincible team that not even Orochimaru will be able to stop. All they are very intelligent, although Naruto was a little behind in the final Genin exam, but still, and looked at the sky. They will go far. Our heroes recovered, and the doctors allowed them to go to an inn, but since the old one had burned down, Jiraiya already had to look for 2 new rooms, and they ended up in an inn that was far from the ruins. When the team checked in there, they had to buy some things because the old ones were still in the burned-down hotel. Jiraiya already helped with that by lending money to the Genin. Natsuki only bought 2 t-shirts and shorts with a new hip bag, but Naruto and Sasuke had to buy a lot of things upon leaving the inn. After bringing the new things inside, the Genin wanted to take a look around the village grounds to make sure Orochimaru and Kabuto didn't show up, but Jiraiya already said that Tsunade and Shizen were still in the village, so we should expect something soon. Natsuki can back again. Inspect the entire area of the village, asked Sasuke. When they stopped in the middle of the street, no, unlike Koen's eyes, my vision isn't that advanced, so I can't see that far. The most I can do is take a look at the secluded parts of the area. I can't help you with anything else, Natsuki said sadly. In the mornings while her companions slept, Naruto, along with Jiraiya, went out to the grounds to practice using the Rasengan, but without success. The last time, he had gotten it spontaneously, and this time it didn't work at all. Jiraiya already assured Naruto that everything would be fine, and that the Rasengan would become his letter of introduction, that he should not have doubts. That calmed Naruto a little, so he stopped worrying about it. Now, the Genin never told Shizen and Tsunade about the meeting with Orochimaru and Kabuto, because they feared that the Sannin would definitely want to defend Tsunade, and if Zune didn't ask for it, by pure coincidence, the guys rescued Tun's pig from the clutches of a dog, which made him meet again with Shizen, who was looking for a pet. Thanks, guys. And he bowed. It's nothing to save someone, it's our job, said Naruto, smiling with all 32 teeth. Yatsuki and Sasuke nodded. I know that his comrade was absolutely right. Thanks again. But I still don't know your names, exclaimed Shizen. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. These are my companions, Sasuke Yukiya and Natsuki Yuga. Introduced the boy. Natsuki bowed, and Sasuke nodded. Now, not you only know us by sight, but also by our name. But then Shizen's face turned gloomy. Sayun-sama, what's wrong? Natsuki was surprised. You don't understand. Well, it's that tomorrow is the deadline for Tsunade-sama to give an answer, Orochimaru said. Shizen. And then the Genin remembered the conversation with Shizen not long ago. She talked about that, and they didn't remember. I'm worried suddenly Tsunade-sama will agree to heal her hands after all. She can do it, said Shizen. The Genin told the woman not to worry, and they continued on their way. but stopped at the nearest corner to talk. Guys, I think it's time to tell everything to the perverted hermit, said Naruto. Don't be offended, but if our plan worked a couple of days ago, it may not work this time. Naruto was right, because Orochimaru wouldn't fall for that trick twice. What will happen when we tell Jiraiya-sama? Sasuke smiled satisfied, crossing his arms over his chest. He will lock us in a room and tell us not to come out and decide. To finish us off, Orochimaru himself doesn't feel like that. Of course, sitting on the bench is not an option, but what else can they do in this situation? I think we should keep quiet for now. Natsuki suddenly resolved the conversation between the two. Naruto looked at her surprised. I don't deny that we are going to receive a good beating from Jiraiya-sama, but we are not going to sit idly by. The Genin's decision was not logical, but they could not find another way out. So they unanimously decided not to tell Jiraiya. Naruto too, he agreed with this. So he created 3 shadow clones to spy on Tsunade, but without realizing it, the Genin themselves went to the place to practice specifically in the use of their common technique based on shadow cloning. The boys realized that the mistake had been that Sasuke had used a seal that did not give full control of the chakra. That is to say, a seal like that of a dog. They should have used the rabbit seal. What Sasuke did come on, shouted the 3-1, shouted Natsuki, joining her hands in the shape of sheep. Seal placing himself to the right of Naruto. 2, shouted Sasuke, putting his hands together in a rabbit seal. 3, exclaimed Naruto, using his seal of multiple shadow declaration technique. In the blink of an eye, a dozen clones appeared around the boys, clones only of Naruto, since they had not planned to create clones of Natsuki and Sasuke. But something went wrong, and they exploded, and the Genin flew in different directions. Natsuki crashed into a tree, Sasuke against a log that was in the yard, and Naruto against the fence that closed the yard. Naruto said hoarsely, trying to get up, that had gone wrong again. Perhaps he did not have enough chakra, answered Natsuki, getting up from the ground. Leaning on the trunk of a tree, Byakugan, I do not think it is the chakra. And yes, Natsuki, said Sasuke, trying not to stagger after such a hard crash with the trunk. Then what is it? The girl was indignant. I do not know, said Sasuke. There was no way to end the altercation. Naruto suddenly froze. What happened? Uzuritanki, and then he managed to move. The clone ran into Kabuto, who was gathering information. Naruto said, I think they are looking for Grandma Tsunade and Shizen-sama. Instantly, the boys ran out of the yard and ran in the direction Naruto was pointing. At least that's what he remembered from his clone's thoughts. The Genin had to hide his chakra so as not to have problems with him later. Once there, from the corner of some building, the Genin saw Tsunade walking. Her face was dull. She was distressed about something. Naruto and Sasuke weren't good at using facial psychology, so they let Natsuki go ahead and take a look. One look was enough for her to realize everything. She's going to meet Orochimaru, said Natsuki, but the meeting isn't until tomorrow. Why today? Naruto wondered. She's decided to end it all now, said Sasuke. I guess Orochimaru was very persistent, following Natsuki's directions. With the help of a Byakugan, he decided to follow the sand, and they got in line. The Genin hid in every corner to avoid being seen by that they had to accommodate themselves somehow, even in small corners, something that Naruto and Sasuke disliked a lot. But suddenly Natsuki stopped, showing that they had arrived. Tsunade was standing on a street where no one walked, a convenient place to meet. Looked around. The Genin were waiting for Orochimaru to appear, and it didn't take long for him to appear. Well, Tsunade, you don't like to think a lot, said Orochimaru, appearing out of nowhere. I hope you made the right decision. There was no answer. The Sannin walked towards Orochimaru, folding the seals. She wore a green jacket over her shoulders, which immediately fell off when Tsunade raised her hands. Orochimaru and the Genin, who were still watching this, realized that Tsunade was going to heal the hands of her former comrade. For real, Grandma Tsunade has fallen for Orochimaru's ploy. Naruto resented it inwardly. Put your hands in front of you, Tsunade, said Orochimaru. Obediently obeyed. When the Sannin finished her preparations, his hands, they were wrapped in green chakra that was supposed to lift the curse. The woman had already brought the chakra to Orochimaru's hands when suddenly to his right Kabuto landed. And before Tsunade could touch Orochimaru's hands, Kabuto pushed her back. Orochimaru was outraged. What are you doing? Kabuto stood next to Orochimaru and glared fiercely into Tsunade's eyes, who had landed not far from him. Was an Ampa. Orochimaru, saying the chakra that Tsunade-sama was going to heal you with was going to kill you. There was nothing good in that chakra, said Kabuto, judging by the fact that Tsunade clenched her fist. Kabuto's words were true, and the look with which Orochimaru looked at her changed. You are cunning, Tsunade, but the years will take their toll on you. Orochimaru smiled satisfied. All this time, Jiraiya already put up a shield that prevented us from entering the village before him. But now things have changed. You yourself have become much weaker than I thought. If you were going to kill me alone, Tsunade didn't even flinch at his words. She was terribly angry with him for having killed his teacher, and Mentor the Third suddenly cajoled the blue chakra, enveloped Kabuto's hands, creating a strong defense. And it was clear that it served for something more than just healing. Then Tsunade-sama, are you ready? Kabuto smiled satisfied for a moment, and the chunin ran towards one of the Sannin with the intention of hitting at least once, because judging by the chakra that enveloped the entire hand, it was very possible that it would hurt her opponent. But Tsunade did not think about it much. She closed her fist, swerved, and hit the building that did not. She was so far away from her you wouldn't believe it, but she collapsed right in front of Kabuto at the same moment and stopped her attack. Seeing how destructive the power of the third Sannin was, Kabuto smiled. I see that he is going for Tsunade-sama. He said, Kabuto, just like you and Orochimaru, did you really think that defeating me, one of the three Sannin of Konoha, was going to be so easy? Tsunade smirked, picking up her cloak and putting it on herself. You were such a fool, Kabuto. But Kabuto was not willing to give up, so he made a second attempt to attack Tsunade, and it worked. She managed to hit him in the left shoulder, but apparently it didn't hurt him one bit. She closed her fist again and hit Kabuto in the chest, sending him flying towards Orochimaru right under her feet. The blow left a large mark on his chest. Kabuto smiled, standing up. What did Tsunade say? Indignant at seeing that the wound on Kabuto's chest left by her was beginning to heal. Cell regeneration. How old is he that he has managed to master a technique of that level? When Natsuki, who was watching the fight with her companions, also saw that the abrasions and the wound from Kabuto's fact had almost healed, he was surprised. After all, it was difficult to master a technique like cell regeneration, and Kabuto is not more than 16 years old to master it at such an incredible age. Kabuto did not retreat, but attacked Tsunade once again, this time hitting her in the chest and making her fly to the ruins of the collapsed building. After that, she barely got up, at least standing. Kabuto, who had hit her with his kunai during the fight, was still covered in blood, and seeing the blood on his face, Tsunade shuddered. Her legs were shaking. They could barely hold her mistress. Tsunade, I see that you still have not overcome your fear of blood. Orochimaru smiled. Naruto was surprised. After all, Tsunade was a doctor, and how can you be afraid of blood when you have to treat wounded people who will bleed anyway? How could a doctor have such a phobia? Then Tsunade had to flee to prevent Kabuto from attacking again, since her phobia could have prevented the battle, and that's a point against Orochimaru, and Kabuto chased her to the border with the other village. So when Tsunade found herself in a field on a stretch of land, she stopped. Now you have nowhere to run, Tsunade-sama, said Kabuto, raising his hands that were still wrapped in chakra. In an instant, Kabuto ran towards the Sannin, who was immobilized due to her phobia. But before Kabuto could hit Tsunade, Naruto jumped in front of him and pushed his enemy to the side where Sasuke was already waiting for him. Chidori. Kabuto was struck by lightning and found himself once again at the feet of Orochimaru. Natsuki landed next to Tsunade, putting her hands on the wounds that Kabuto had managed to leave after being hit by a kunai on his way to the border. Natsuki, you take care of Babuli, while Sasuke and I take care of Kabuto. We can't let them get to her, said Naruto. Okay, leave it to me, said Natsuki. Put her hands on one of the wounds. She concentrated, and the green chakra enveloped her hand. Tsunade was surprised to see this, is because Konoha did not train genin that could heal at that age, especially members of the Yuga clan. Are you a doctor? Tsunade asked, and Natsuki looked away. If Konoha didn't need you, we wouldn't help you. But you are very dear to our master, so it would be better if you didn't say anything, Natsuki said without even looking at Tsunade. The Sannin realized that Natsuki was still angry because Naruto almost fell into the abyss. So she didn't look her in the eyes, but the skills that Natsuki had mastered at 13 years old were amazing. Watching Naruto and Sasuke fight, Kabuto almost left Tsunade speechless. They fought as one, as if they could feel each other. Each blow was well thought out. But Kabuto was no weak medic. If cell regeneration was his forte, in battle the Jin would have to work hard to defeat him. With Bizumi, shouted Naruto. With the help of the clones, the boy threw Kabuto up where he was already waiting for him at the top. The original Naruto was there, and Sasuke, clenching their fists, they hit Kabuto in the chest with all his forces, and Sasuke brought his foot closer for a final kick. Uchi combo. In an instant, Kabuto collapsed to the ground, and the Genin landed not far from him despite being hit like that cab. Was able to get up and even use the move he used with Tsunade. Again, his eyes shone through his glasses, and in the next instant Sasuke and Naruto froze. Well, what's up guys? Kabuto smiled. What do you think of my technique? Natsuki saw that the chakra channels responsible for certain actions were blocked or even disabled. Naruto Sasuke exclaimed Natsuki, and wanted to help them, but Tsunade's wounds were still not healed. So he had to finish off a Tsunade. Seeing that Naruto and Sasuke were in trouble despite the pain, she began to bend the seal. Tsunade-sama, your chakra has not recovered, yet you cannot move, said Natsuki sternly, but the Sannin was not going to listen to her, crossing her arms in a last seal. Tsunade's arms wrapped the green chakra, and placing her palms on the ground, Tsunade did it. He headed towards the chi. Literally 2 minutes later, the chakra restored, and Kabuto's mouth contorted into a smile. Creepy, don't underestimate her. Kabuto Gold Kamo landed next to the doctor. Really, she is a very strong shobi, even if she is a medic, and strong in more than just medicine and impeccable chakra control. Tsunade is a strong opponent. There is no need to deny it. Kabuto clenched his fists. Apparently, he thought that the phobia of blood would somehow subdue Tsunade, but he was wrong. Tsunade-sama, Ransuki whispered, the Hokage is a waste of time. Tsunade said, Orochimaru, making the female Sannin look at him and clench her fists. You're sitting behind piles of papers defending a village that doesn't even respect you, and some wouldn't even know you by sight. If you weren't the rock of all the Hokage in the village, what's the point? Orochimaru smiled satisfied. He was going to attack the Genin, using the techniques by which he can expel various objects from his mouth. That is, stab them both with his sword, but Jiraiya already jumps in front of him. So the blade of the sword collides with the blade of the kunai. What's the point of wandering the world for a dream of eternal life? Jiraiya was already outraged, pushing Orochimaru away from him. Before you were going to be the Hokage. Remember, even Natsuki was surprised at this news. I would never have thought that someone like Orochimaru would want to be Hokage after all. Before we were a team, you, me, and Suna. Remember the day we faced Anzo in battle? That was the first time you gave me your hand. You even helped Tsunade carry me to the place so he could heal my wounds, and then he almost killed you so we could go out the two of us. Tsunade, replied Jiraiya. He's not the same Orochimaru anymore. Who was your best friend? Now our heroes saw that their team relationship was similar to that of the three Sannin, even too similar. Naruto looked like Jiraiya, Sasuke looked like Orochi, Yatsuki, Tsunade, but the only thing that differentiated them was that now the Genin were on the same team, and none of them had left the village. And what? Tsunade shouted. Jiraiya, do you forget the words of our master? He has already left. Jiraiya Tsunade's side as Natsuki finished her treatment. If they were a team, they will remain so forever, said Jiraiya. That is a motto that the three of us have said many times. Didn't you personally tell me when you and I had a fight, but you still treated me no matter what? Tsunade's eyes changed. She seemed to become bolder, or even a little more sensible. Natsuki, who was sitting next to her, looked into Kabuto's eyes, who smiled at her, because Jiraiya's words already, they hadn't hurt her heart even a little bit. Not like Orochimaru's heart that probably doesn't even have a heart. But suddenly Tsunade gets up from the ground and shakes off the mud she fell in. Tsunade-sama, said Natsuki, standing up, your wounds. But then she saw the diamond that was beginning to disappear on Tsunade's forehead. What are you doing? What should have been done a long time ago? Natsuki, said Tsunade. Naruto, Sasuke, Yatsuki, your job is to disarm Kabuto by all means. Keep him out of the battle. God, I want you not to fail. This tone slightly surprised the Genin. Yes, they shouted Natsuki, and they instantly placed themselves on both sides of Kabuto. They grabbed him by the arms and jumped away from the three Sannin who were about to face each other. When the Genin were far from Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade put Kabuto on the ground, he was about to attack, but Natsuki landed in front of him. The only thing he had time to see was the Byakugan, and then Natsuki hit him in the chest with the palm of her hand. He flew towards back a few meters, but as you notice, the blow healed immediately thanks to cellular regeneration. Already Kabuto smiled satisfied. This attack uses the concentration of chakra, which means that normally in a case like this, if Natsuki attacks, the opponent is at least seriously injured. This time, it's different, thought Sasuke. They, seeing that the attack didn't work, landed next to Natsuki, who was stunned by such an onslaught from Kabuto. No, I can't believe it, said the girl, and placing herself at their sides. Naruto and Sasuke backed up with their fists, finding a weak point. Sasuke said, we have to attack her in such a way that the regeneration can't reproduce. Are you crazy? Sasuke growled. Natsuki hitting the boy on the top of the head regeneration. Can't be stopped or slowed down. It's an action of the shinobi's own body. It triggers the regeneration. Now the real problem had just begun as the genin tried to find a way out of Kabuto's situation. Jiraiya and Tsunade joined together against their old comrade. Even though he wasn't even an old comrade, they were facing each other. It was as if Orochimaru had never left the village, had never experimented on people, and the three of them were living ordinary lives except Orochimaru had killed the captain of his team, Sarutobi Run, that made things difficult. I didn't think they would fight each other, Orochimaru said. Jiraiya. And before we were the best of friends, the best team that surpassed any other in teamwork. But what is going on between us now? But Orochimaru just hummed and looked at Tsunade. Then you were right. Tsunade, Jiraiya won't get very far now, writing dirty novels for perverts like he said, Orochimaru smiling. But Tsunade wasn't laughing. She perfectly remembered all their mis, how they had passed the test of the bell, how they had fought as a team, including Sarutobi, who believed that one day one of them would sit in the Hokage's chair. She remembered the battle after which Enzo granted them the title of 3 Sannin and spared their lives. They were proud of that title. And now it is their curse. What have you become? Orochimaru said. Tsunade, in a low voice, a shadow of the boy with whom I once went on the most dangerous missions. I cannot believe that the boy who took the bells from the 3rd cage, leaving Jiraiya behind, is in front of me. I cannot believe that you are my comrade. Even if you were in the distant past, I cannot believe the power that I have managed to exert with it. I will have to attack you. Orochimaru. Tsunade's look became clearer, especially after seeing Naruto and Sasuke fighting together. Natsuki, despite being 13 years old, already knew how to heal wounds. Those genin reminded her of a team she had once been a part of, one that had fallen apart because of Orochimaru's betrayal and his selfishness. Clenching her fist, Tsunade spun. She looked Orochimaru in the eyes, and with all her strength, putting all her desperation and rage in her fist, at the same time, she hit the ground. At the same moment, the ground cracked and a canyon formed beneath the Sannin, thanks to which they were able to protect themselves from the unwanted guests. This fight is only ours, Orochimaru. It's between you, me, and Jiraiya. I don't care if your arms are immobilized. It's time to pay for everything you've done, yelled Tsunade, and bent the seal and sent a jet of chakra, using the air towards Orochimaru. Natsuki jumped on top of Kabuto and hit him in the arm with her kunai, but the guy threw her aside, short-circuiting some channels, which made the girl feel worse. Throughout the battle, Kabuto uses his technique based on hitting important places of his body with chakra. Opponent, the reaction is exactly the same as that of the ninjas against whom the member of the Yuga clan fights, but the drawback is that you have to get within attack distance. So Natsuki and Kabuto have to face each other in a fight. After flying a few meters backwards and landing next to their companions, Natsuki grabbed the bruised area. Where Kabuto had hit her, there was no blood, but there was a large abrasion. Natsuki knew a little about medicine, but mastering cell regeneration at 13 years old was too much. Naruto and Sasuke received the same blow as Natsuki because Kabuto tried to hit the channels that prevented the boys from using certain techniques. For a moment, Kabuto blocked the channel responsible for the lightning element, which means that for now Chidori is sleeping. So guys, we were just fighting, Sasuke thought, and clenched his fists. Even Sasuke's Chidori, despite having been disabled by Kabuto, is unable to leave even the mark of a blow. Naruto thought what attack would be able to stop or at least interrupt his regeneration. Natsuki resented it internally, but barely did Sasuke and Natsuki think of anything, because they were exhausted due to the unusable channels. Naruto already had a plan. Matured, he remembered how they had fought against Gara. He remembered all the pros and cons of the other battles where the cloning technique didn't work, and suddenly realized why they couldn't keep it under control for too long. Guys, Naruto shouted. Natsuki and Sasuke looked back at him. I've realized the disadvantage of our technique and why we can't control it. And that's why Sasuke asked a defect, and the seal. The defect is in ourselves, answered Naruto, surprising his companions. Remember the battle against Gara and Sakako? Only then, when we used shadow cloning, we joined. But for the rest, we treated it as a normal training session. That's why they didn't work. So the fault is our teamwork, guessed Natsuki. But Naruto, how can we improve it? There's no need to improve it, said the boy, and looked at Kabo. While let's be together, as long as we feel each other, we can't be afraid of any obstacle, be it Orochimaru, Kabuto, or anyone else. As long as we're together, no one can stop us. He clapped his hands on his chest twice and gave 2 fingers to his companions. And Naruto was quite right, they simply didn't trust their partner, that's why the technique wasn't working, it's a combo. After all, it won't work otherwise. Natsuki hit his chest with her left hand and showed two fingers. Sasuke did the same, only with the right, and then closed fist. Kabuto smiled satisfied seeing this, and prepared his chakra that already enveloped the hands of his arms. The genin should come up with a good plan to prevent Kabuto's regeneration from being able to restore the attacks they were performing, in other words, deactivate it. Naruto looked at Natsuki and Sasuke individually. Our techniques can't hurt him, which means we have to come up with one that can somehow deactivate the generation, and that doesn't hurt Kabuto himself. We need him alive. Naruto thought. In the blink of an eye, Natsuki from his hands into a seal. One, the girl shouted, lighting up the Byakugan. Her chakra became different, traveled out of her body, and began to fly towards Naruto. 2, Sasuke shouted, folding the rabbit seal, and ignited the Sharingan just as Natsuki's chakra flew towards Naruto. 3, Naruto shouted, folding the seal, as his partner's chakra ended in it. Multiple shadow declaration technique. The three shouted. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's shadow clones, they appeared around them, and Kabuto, looking the enemy straight in the eyes, Natsuki and Sasuke looked at each other, extended the palm of their hand, and touching a clone, they transferred part of their chakra. Natsuki shouted, and the left eye of the clone of Estelle, a Sharingan, shouted Sasuke, and the right eye of the clone made a Sharingan shine. Kabuto was surprised because he had never seen such a technique, unless among such genin, because not all could transmit chakra. The clones were so many that they even reached up to the canyon where the Sannin were. When Orochimaru was about to attack Jiraiya, Tsunade didn't have time to get defensive. Naruto put up a block. Naruto, what are you doing here? Jiraiya was outraged as Orochimaru jumped back and Naruto landed next to Jiraiya, always happy to help perverted hermit. Naruto said mockingly, what? But before Jiraiya could finish speaking, he saw the eyes. Naruto was looking at him with two colored eyes. How is it possible? When seeing such a thing, Orochimaru Jiraiya became enraged. He jumped out of the canyon, signaling Tsunade to follow him. And when the three of them, including Naruto, were at the top, they saw many clones surrounding Kabuto. He wasn't even visible among them. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked back at Naruto, who was nearby, and suddenly Natsuki and Sasuke jumped out of the pile of clones. Chidori shouted Sasuke, aiming a beam at Kabuto, but he jumped to the side where a double surprise awaited him. Natsuki and Naruto, crossing their seals, summoned a stream of chakra, thanks to which they hit Kabuto in the shoulder, then in the chest, and in the collarbone. Kabuto flew backwards, but landed on his feet. Already Kabuto smiled satisfied, when suddenly a Naruto clone appeared behind him. 5-piece Byakugan punch, shouted the clone, and hit Kabuto in the spine, 5 vertebrae, after which he landed next to Natsuki and Sasuke, not far away. Well, Kabuto, that's all you have to show. The regeneration was there, but not as fast as before. It was already working, which meant that they had achieved hit the right chakra channels, and Naruto's plan had worked, even though the genin were fighting Kabuto. Tsunade and Jiraiya's battle against Orochimaru was not over. It had just begun, just when they were going to have their chance to hit Tsunade, and Jiraiya, with a U-turn, hit Orochimaru in the jaw, and he flies towards the canyon. The two Sannin were about to jump after him, when suddenly they remembered the clone that had also helped them. Jiraiya already knew him, and crouch down, you have to get back to Natsuki and Sasuke before Orochimaru destroys you. Clone, Jiraiya said. But Naruto clone just smiled. I'll stay with you, Jiraiya-sama. And the Sannin just smiled. You'll still have a chance to fight Orochimaru. Don't worry, you three are a strong team. I can see it. When the time comes, everything will be savored. Just stick to it, Naruto. Jiraiya smiled and ruffled the hair of the boy on top of his head. It doesn't matter if you can use Rasengan or not, and hit Naruto in the chest. If you get sad with your hands, already you're going to lose. And with a kunai, he destroyed the clone. He jumped into the canyon where Tsunade was waiting for him as a partner and Orochimaru as an enemy. Suddenly a thought entered Naruto's mind, and when he faced his friends back, he froze in place. Naruto, what's wrong? Natsuki wondered. The perverted hermit told such a speech to my clone, said Naruto, the one you sent to help the mass. Sasuke, yes, smiled Naruto. You know, it's true, we are a strong team. Maybe not in techniques, but in teamwork, yes. Life makes me fall, but it's up to me. Sasuke continued, taking out his kunai. If we can get up, finish Natsuki. And they jumped in different directions to attack Kabuto with all their strength together, not only for the clones to work. Naruto jumped in front of Kabuto and hit him in the shoulder with his fist, but Kabuto was smart enough, so he reacted quickly and hit him with his own kunai, which he took out of the sheath that Naruto had on his leg. Naruto shouted Natsuki. Sasuke reacted instantly and jumped behind Naruto. Natsuki jumped to his side and kicked him in the arm, knocking the kunai off of him, thus freeing her comrade. Sasuke grabbed Naruto by the shoulders, and when the girl gave the signal to run, he jumped back, putting Naruto on the ground. After a moment, Natsuki joined her comrades. I don't know what I can attack him with anymore to do something that will hurt the channels responsible for regeneration. Natsuki was indignant, beginning to heal the wound on Naruto's right side before the girl could finish. Tsunade fell to the ground literally out of nowhere. Sasuke is about to run towards her, but he is hit by one of Naruto's clones and begins to heal her with the chakra of a Byakugan. But suddenly Kabuto lands and destroys the clone Naruto, who was being treated by Natsuki, and ordered the clone to heal the sand. Nina's mouth was open. Well, Tsunade-sama, it's time to say goodbye. Kabuto smiled satisfied and raised his fist to punch and finish off an enemy. But Naruto, suddenly vaporized, jumped off the ground right under the Sasuke's feet, hit the guy in the chin with such force that he flew a decent distance. Tsunade, finding strength, gets up and looks surprised at Naruto, who is standing in her defense poo before she could say a word. Sasuke landed next to Naruto. Sasuke, make room for us, please, said Naruto. I have an idea how to stop his regeneration. Tsunade tried to jump to his feet, but suddenly her legs gave out, and she fell on her back. The regeneration can't be stopped. You can't stop it, said Tsunade. But of course, suddenly Natsuki appears at his side. Beginning at them, they jumped forward towards Kabuto, and the way Sasuke created a fireball that allowed them to escape the sight of their enemy. For a while, Kabuto looked around, but felt nothing. And only then, when he looked up, he saw a blur of lightning heading towards him. Chidori screamed. Sasuke, hitting Kabo on the top of his head because the chakra needed to get to the brain in time to heal. But it was slower than normal. Kabuto spat out blood, and the abrasions from the attack stopped healing. They had found a weak spot, Tsunade wondered. But as Kabuto flew towards the nearest rock, he stood up without problems. Naruto landing in front of Natsuki at 15 m. To be exact, he couldn't catch his breath. He was shaking and could barely stay standing. Sasuke landed next to him and almost fell on top of his partner because Chidori had taken too much chakra and strength from him. Very well, guys, it's my turn. Kabuto smiled. His hands were once again wrapped in blue chakra, and little by little it began to accumulate and increase. It doesn't come from the chakra channel's regeneration is not related to them. He guessed Tsunade is using cellular regeneration, what does impossible for Naruto and his friends to even hit a conduit. That's why the Byakugan clan's techniques didn't work, and Sasuke's Chidori and Naruto's chakra. When Tsunade's wounds and abrasions were healed, Natsuki got up and disappeared, and then appeared next to her friends and whispered something in their ears, after which Naruto, standing in the center, hit the palm of his hand with a fist. Okay, Kabuto. Naruto smiled satisfied. You're ready for our attacks? Of course, Naruto. Kuin, absolutely, especially my regeneration is ready, smiled Kabuto. Jiraiya and Orochimaru dueled and immediately jumped away from each other. When Tsunade flew out of the canyon, she left her partner alone. So Jiraiya now has to deal with his former partner alone. You haven't changed at all, Jiraiya, always forgiving your enemy. You don't get tired of that. Orochimaru smiled. You can't beat me. I'm stronger than you, because I've learned many techniques that you can't match. But Jiraiya, hearing the explosion and the screams, smiled. Why you smile? If you had told me those words a few days ago, I would have agreed with you and back down, said Jiraiya. He remembered Natsuki's eyes when she was happy about her first victory. Sasuke's look when he managed to break the stone with his Chidori, and Naruto's eyes when he passed the 2 tests of learning the Rasengan. Those G had convinced him that there was always a way out, and that failing at something was no excuse to give up early. They taught him a lot, although Jiraiya is already a Jonin, experienced, even a Sannin, and has been through many dangers. The strength of a shinobi is not determined by the number of techniques he has learned, he said to Jiraiya, but by the heart with which he fulfills his duty. He said to Jiraiya, and folded several seals, and attacked Orochimaru. The words of Jiraiya the Genin did not listen, but he confirmed his will that was shown in the battle against Kabuto. Now, he was much stronger than them, but they were not going to bend before him. Naruto made a gesture to his companions to cover him, while he was preparing for an attack that he thought would break through Kabuto's defenses. Natsuki and Sasuke's job was to keep Kabuto away from Tsunade-sama and Naruto, although it was very difficult. The Byakuganate trigrams. When Kabuto decided to attack Tsunade again, Natsuki jumped right in front of her, and thanks to the Byakugan's chakra, she threw him aside. His body was already waiting behind him, so Kabuto received a double blow immediately. but it didn't do much damage. Naruto, making signs to his friends, was already ready to attack. So no, there was nothing to worry about. He stood up, he extended his right arm, and with his left he began to concentrate the chakra in his right hand. Natsuki and Sasuke saw how the chakra began to spin like an explosive ball. Natsuki had only seen this ball in a chunin exam nowhere else. Take that the team decided to attack from 3 flanks, but when Rasengan was almost at Kabuto's chest, the attack faded. Naruto, exhausted, having expended a large amount of chakra, fell exhausted in front of Kabuto's feet, and the enemy, using a pulse of chakra, launched the genin in different directions. Natsuki fell to Naruto's left a great distance from his comrade Sasuke on the right, and the hero himself, right in front of Tsunade. Those even jumped in fright. How weak they are. Kabuto smiled satisfied and looked at the genin, who lay without giving signs of life. Natsuki faced to the ground, Sasuke on her side, and Naruto with his back turned. Tsunade shuddered. She was alone with Kabuto, and if she couldn't get help, she would have to depend on herself. Things were bad. Tsunade, did you think that some genin could stop Orochimaru-sama, one of the great trinity of Konoha? What nonsense! Kabuto laughed. Jiraiya and Orochimaru left the canyon, and when they met at the top, Jiraiya saw his escorts lying lifeless on the ground with their fists clenched. Orochimaru nodded, praised Kabuto too. They are still small to fight against an opponent like me. It is not enough to fight for your goal. You have to find a way to overcome it. Avoid it is the easiest. Kabuto smiled satisfied, when suddenly I heard Greek or a creaking sound. It was Naruto clenching his fist. Why did the boy say what's stopping you from raising it? When he saw that the genin was still alive, Kabuto prepared to attack. You're just looking for the easy way out, Kabuto. That's why you're weak. And began to rise little by little. Natsuki, despite not having strength, leaning on her injured arms, began to get up. Sasuke, despite his weakness and the pain throughout his body, found the strength to get up. When the 3 of them straightened up and got into a combat stance, they looked at Kabuto. It's over, Kabuto shouted weakly and lunged towards Tsunade, the only weak link at the moment. Kabuto raised his fist to hit, but suddenly Naruto was in front of him, so the blow hit him in the forehead. Kabuto and Orochimaru, as well as Tsunade and Jiraiya, were surprised to see this. The bandage on Naruto's forehead began to bleed. Naruto exclaimed, Natsuki, you shouldn't have been brave. You are a Naruto. Kabuto smiled satisfied and took another hand to hit, this time holding a kunai, pointing at the boy's face. But Naruto skillfully intercepted the attack so that the weapon it pierced his left arm, and the boy jumped. Don't play the hero and be the toughest, Naruto said hoarsely. You're not the only strong one here. Kabuto, and extended his arm to the right. A clone appeared at his side and began to concentrate chakra with both hands. This time, Tsunade saw that the ball was much more powerful than the last attempt. Seeing this, Jiraiya smiled. I don't care how useless the shinobi world is or my destiny. I will make my own future. Naruto shouted and hit Kabuto in the chest with the Rasengan ball. The blow was so strong that Kabuto even spat out blood, but managed to hit the boy with his hand that was wrapped in chakra. Kabuto flew backwards and crashed into a large rock that Tsunade had left behind after her blows. Naruto smiled and immediately spat out blood. Naruto exclaimed once again, Natsuki running towards her partner and then grabbing him from under the back. As Naruto began to fall, Sasuke was next to her and helped put her partner on the ground. Natsuki put her hands on Naruto's chest, and her face paled. He has a torn heart muscle, said Natsuki. If he doesn't get professional medical attention, he's going to die. Can you do that? Asked Sasuke. I don't have this experience. I don't have the strength. And suddenly Tsunade pushed the girl aside and ripped Naruto's shirt. After that, she started treating him. But you said I've said a lot of things this week, Natsuki said. Tsunade calmly, and continued with the treatment. Even though you are a team, there will always be disagreements between you, especially between Naruto and Sasuke. It's inevitable, but end. Looked at Naruto, you remind me of my team, that we were Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and you are very similar to us, not so much in personality, but in aspirations and inclinations towards certain abilities. So I will continue with my comrades, and you will continue among yourselves. Tsunade's words reached the hearts of Sasuke and Natsuki, who were very worried about their partner. They saw that Naruto's condition was improving, so the concern began to fade little by little until Tsunade completely finished her treatment. The woman, he was about to get up when suddenly Natsuki, Sasuke, and Tsunade flew off in different directions. landing on their backs and face down. They saw with a glance that it was Orochimaru who was not going to accept that his humble servant had been defeated by a pathetic genin. "You are stronger than I thought." Orochimaru smiled satisfied. "You managed to defeat my servant. But that does not mean that you can defeat me." He ran towards Naruto's body, who had not yet regained consciousness. Naruto exclaimed Natsuki and Sasuke to themselves. They didn't even hesitate for a second, so they immediately ran towards the boy and covered him with themselves on both sides. But suddenly there was no impact when they looked up. Natsuki and Sasuke saw Tsunade standing in front of the three of them with the blade of a sword sticking out her back. "Tsunade-sama," exclaimed Sasuke, and wanted to grab the woman, but she stood still. Orochimaru, throwing a blade out of his mouth, wanted to attack Naruto's body, but Tsunade came to his defense. Despite his weakness, his jacket flew off his shoulders, and now the Sannin stood in a single vest, immobilized by the sword. "You never give up, Tsunade." Orochimaru smirked and drove his sword deeper into her. Tsunade spat out blood. Jiraiya, who was standing not far away, gasped at the sight and wanted to help, but Tsunade moved the za in different directions. "Then your weakling is still alive," Orochimaru said Tsunade hoarsely, and grabbed his head, pulling it away from her, then pulling the sword out of his chest. Orochimaru, he stepped back and couldn't believe that after such a blow, and also a deadly one, Tsunade was still alive. Tsunade was not only alive, but she was able to stay on her feet despite the deep and dangerous wound. "How did you?" Orochimaru was outraged, and when Tsunade looked up at him, she saw a diamond that had several branches branching out across his face. Although she had abrasions, Tsunade stood firm. "You underestimated one of the three Sannin," Orochimaru said, Tsunade standing in front of her enemy. "In front of you is the fifth OC of the Hidden Leaf Village that will not let even a genin die." Tsunade's exclamation made the genin Natsuki and Sasuke remember her words when Jiraiya had already offered to become the fifth Hokage, but Tsunade had refused, and in a rather rude way. But now her facial expression endured all that had changed the woman. Looked at Orochimaru with a different look, more threatening and cruel than before, as if she didn't even feel sorry for him. "Your son is not the only one with cellular regeneration." Orochimaru. Tsunade smiled satisfied. All her wounds began to heal little by little, which surprised Kabuto, who was already incapable of regenerating due to Naruto's attack. Even though Orochimaru-san hit the vulnerable point where the regeneration center is, she can regenerate. Kabuto was outraged. Natsuki was also confused because between them only Naruto had guessed that Kabuto was protecting the only vulnerable point of his body, the heart, which was the regeneration center. And now Tsunade had it the other way around. The woman calmly stood up and looked at Orochimaru, who could be said to be surprised by this turn of events. "And then you didn't know all the power, or rather you forgot what each one of our squad possesses," taking the blood that was previously flowing but had stopped from her mouth and extending her left hand, she drew blood on the outside, leaving a slow blood trail, and then folded the seals. Orochimaru-san, exclaimed Kabuto, and in the blink of an eye she was next to the sand, took a little of his blood, and passed a little on his left hand, and then began to fold the seals. "God forbid, I should not have it in me." Jiraiya resented it and bit his finger. He passed the blood on the palm of his hand, and folded the three of them, Inu, Surtori, Yaji, and the three Tsunade. Jiraiya and Kabuto hit the ground with their palms, summoning jutsu. After a moment, Natsuki and Sasuke realized that they were several kilometers from the ground, and on a huge animal looking ahead they saw that Jiraiya was already on the toad that Naruto had summoned during the chunin exam. Orochimaru and Kabuto were on a huge snake, and Tsunade on a slug, so she managed to take the genin with her too. Soon Naruto opened his eyes and could at least sit up. "It hasn't even been a year since you came to your senses," Naruto said. Sasuke, sitting on his knees, he and Natsuki were still sitting next to Naruto when they wanted to cover him with their bodies from Orochimaru's attack. What happened, he wondered. The boy Natsuki and Sasuke told him briefly to his partner how they had to protect him. Already Tsunade, while she healed his wounds after Naruto had attacked Kabuto and had managed to stop his regeneration. Those news could not help but affect what Naruto saw in front of him, because the beasts that the Escorting had summoned were of an immense size, and in front of him was Tsunade, who then turned around. "I'm glad you're in one piece," Naruto said. Tsunade and turned to her enemy. "I hope your arm is in one piece too." The boy looked at the hand that had been pierced by Kabuto's kunai and did not see a scratch there. Then he turned with his companions Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Using their beasts, they faced each other in a fight. Sends the snake that Orochimaru had summoned or rather Kabuto bit Gambuna's leg toad, did not hesitate, and attacked the snake, returning the blow with his sword and dealing a slash in the neck area. Gara the snake roared and lunged at Gambuna, but was attacked by a yellow liquid, throwing it to the ground. When getting up, Orochimaru and Kabuto saw the huge slug causing the attack. Kitsuya, you haven't changed at all, you're still your mom's. The slug frowned. Unlike you, commands. The slug answered acid rain commands. And Orochimaru and Kabuto were hit by a real acid rain, difficult to resist. Naruto, Natsuki, and Sasuke, who was with Tsunade, stood up. They took Naruto under their arms because he was still weak and walked towards the sand. And can we help, Tsunade-sama asked. Natsuki, the woman, turned to the genin and saw that they were ready for the battle. You won't be able to summon the animal, so you better rest and regain your strength. Natsuki, you'll have enough strength to restore your companion's chakra with the Yanin Jutsu, said Tsunade. Kitsu separately lowered the genin to the ground, taking them to a safe place. Natsuki, without wasting time, Natsuki began to heal her companions. Oh man, I wasn't even able to help in anything but Grandma. Tsunade and the perverted hermit need help, Naruto said hoarsely. When Suki had almost finished recovering, despite that the genin had managed to show off and display their skills, the two Sannin did not have much hope of having their support, and that was what infuriated them the most. Sasuke stood up when Natsuki finished her treatment and held out his hand to Naruto. We can help them, said Sasuke. Naruto nodded and stood up with Sasuke's help. Any suggestions so that together we can attack Orochimaru using the huge? The boys began to think about it, but apart from Naruto, none of them could summon beasts. Already Tsunade and Jiraiya, meanwhile, used the beasts to try to attack Orochimaru, but none of their blows went against the Sannin, but against his snake, and that made things difficult. Katsu, take care of command, and I will take care of Orochimaru, said Tsunade, jumping down from the slug's head. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Katsu nodded and attacked Amanda. Tsunade jumped right in front of Orochimaru, but Kabuto got in her way with all her strength. Tsunade closed her fist and punched him, that made him fly through the air. Orochimaru, left without a partner, took a few steps back, away from Tsunade. You haven't changed at all, Orochimaru said. Tsunade, you have always been characterized by your coldness, but not to this point, right? Orochimaru's eyes became bloodshot. Shut up, Tsunade. Even if I needed you to heal my hands, I would spare no effort to kill you. He pulled a sword out of his mouth. I will never go to heal the hands of the person who killed my master and attacked his former partner again. And then an excellent thought arose in Naruto's head that urged him not for a summoning, but for something else. I already know what kind of summoning we can use. Naruto smiled, satisfied, walking away from Sasuke. Summoning Sasuke and Sasuke were surprised. Yes, we will not use it, but the technique we used to catch Gara in the chunin exam. Remembering the last stage, Natsuki and Sasuke remembered everything. So after awakening the Sharingan and the Byakugan, they concentrated, visualizing the image of the beast in their heads. They formed certain seals. Tsunade was hitting Orochimaru with such fury and power that I can't even describe it. I wanted to show him that he was wrong, that it wasn't necessary to abandon the village, abandon her, and Jiraiya to their fate, that it was possible to return, but there wasn't even the slightest ghost of a wound or bruise on Orochimaru's face or body. How many times do I have to hit him before a drop of blood falls on him? Tsunade said indignantly. Suddenly, Manda stirred and threw Quinto upwards after his rival was in the air. The snake opened its mouth. Goodbye, great healer. Orochimaru smiled, satisfied. Tsunade shouted Jiraiya. Just when Tsunade was about to be in Manda's mouth, she was intercepted by someone and landed on Kitsuya's head. When she opened her eyes, Tsunade saw Naruto, who by the two colored eyes of the Sharingan and the Byakugan seemed to be a clone. The woman was surprised, and at the same moment Manda fell to the ground. Orochimaru rolled on the ground, and a huge beast landed on top of the snake, in which the three Sannin recognized Nine Tails, only that the difference of Yubi, she has the same eyes as Naruto's clone. Great guys, exclaimed Naruto, you will not believe it, but this is the same transformation that our heroes used in the fight with Sakaku and Gara in the Chunin exam, only now they have improved it by adding Byakugan and Sharingan eyes. I can't believe it, exclaimed Orochimaru. Sasuke, will you be able to attack Sen with Chidori? Asked Natsuki. Without problem, smiled Sasuke, and gathering the necessary seals, put the plan in motion. The left leg of Nine Tails was wrapped in lightning, and with it the boys attacked the huge snake. Manda, of course, received a good amount of damage and could not move for a while. The gaze of the Byakugan and the Sharingan deviated towards Orochimaru, who was lying not far away with a face of astonishment at the spectacle. "Now, it's my turn," Natsuki smiled, and the next instant Nine Tails wrapped itself in chakra, and with its help Natsuki attacked Orochimaru's Sannin was hit, but did not do much damage. Behind, Manda launched himself on Nine Tails and knocked him down on his back. "Shionatsuki, I will use the Bakugan to try to disable, and you do the rest," said the girl, but something happened that was not in her plans. Kabo woke up and took out a kunai and stuck it in Ninel's left eye where the Kugan was. Each of the genin of Team 7 could control a beast, so when Natsuki had the opportunity, she raised a nine-tailed paw and pushed Kabuto away from her, so that it would not bother her eyes. "Natsuki, are you okay?" asked Naruto. "If they took out an eye, would you be okay?" Sasuke resented. "No one has you asked. Nothing. Will you shut up already?" Naruto shouted, and both received a punch from Natsuki. "Do not forget that all of us do not have much chakra to support the transformation, so let's finish Manda as soon as possible." Natsuki growled at them. The boys did not wait, so they attacked Manda without the help of the Byakugan, hitting her with their claws, causing several scratches on her face. Tsunade, at that moment, was already in front of Orochimaru. Looking into his bloodshot eyes, was furious because she felt weak in front of her former comrades and could not attack them with his strength, but only with what he had at hand, so to speak. With a closed fist, Tsunade hit the ground, which caused a huge crack that made Orochimaru jump up. But even there, he got a surprise because Jiraiya was no longer going anywhere, but was not far from them. Toad kick. With a closed fist, Jiraiya punched Orochimaru and threw him to the ground face down, and then landed next to Tsunade. But what was his surprise when Orochimaru, as if nothing had happened, he stood up and smiled with satisfaction. How is it possible an ordinary ninja would have fallen dead from such blows a long time ago? Jiraiya was outraged. "He is an unusual ninja," Jiraiya-sama said, a voice behind him. When he turned to Sannin, saw 3 battered genin with cuts and abrasions on their arms, but who remained firm on their feet. When he looked up, Jiraiya already saw the defeated 1M, who the next instant vaporized, saying with unusual, he wondered, "Tsunade has a special chakra flow that not even my techniques they can reach," said Natsuki, leaning on Naruto's shoulder. "In other words, he is immortal," said Sasuke. "Smart boy." Orochimaru smiled. "If it weren't for my injured hands, I would applaud you. But unfortunately, I can't. You see, Tsunade, your attacks are painless to me. Even if you put your chakra into the attack, there is no result. There is no point in attacking me. Give up." And that's it, Naruto shouted, taking a step forward and creating a clone. Naruto used Sasuke, wanted to stop his partner. Well, he remembered that the 3 of them had spent almost all their chakra. The clone began to concentrate chakra in Naruto's left hand, as the boy had managed to damage the right hand in the battle against him. "Get out of here, Orochimaru, and take your Kabuto Yakuza with you. You will not take Sasuke. I know very well that you have not come just for Nana to heal your hands. Your initial objective was Sasuke, but you will not get it. I tell you that." And he raised his hand to hit Naruto Uzumaki's Rasengan. And with all his strength, with all his rage, he hit Orochimaru in the chest with the Rasengan, flying back a few meters and falling next to Kabuto. Orochimaru stood up and looked Naruto in the eyes. "The boy will go far," thought Orochimaru, along with Kabuto, hastily disappeared. Tsunade and Jiraiya already turned to the genin that Naruto had joined and smiled at them. The boys were glad that none of them were hurt, so Natsuki immediately began to heal Naruto's injured arm. "She really has talent," Tsunade thought, and got closer to the genin. "You have made me change my mind and take back my thoughts," said the woman, turning to the Jin. "Never before in my life had I seen Jin so powerful that could heal a 13 years old, use elemental techniques of lightning, learn Rasengan in a few days, and become such a huge beast. But above all, I was shocked by their combined attack. The clones with the eyes of the Byakugan and the Sharingan was Naruto's idea to use my dojutsu." And Natsuki, said Sasuke, giving a light punch to the boy's shoulder. And Naruto smiled. "You have talent," said Tsunade after this fight. And when everyone had regained their strength, and Tsunade had agreed to become the 5th Hokage of Konoha after all, the team was able to leave together with Tsunade. Shizen decided to return to her home village. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizen, who were walking behind, saw the genin running forward. Sasuke and Natsuki moved between the branches of the trees, and Naruto on the ground ran behind them. "Come on, let's have a race. Who gets to the border first?" shouted Naruto, and Natsuki and Sasuke smiled in agreement. Shouted Natsuki, and the 3 of them stopped in their marks. "Attention, march." They ran forward, jumping obstacles, and bravely ran towards their goal. At this moment, the border between the land of iron and the land of fire ran and laughed. because they had won. Again, even the always cold Sasuke was able to feel like a child, even if he was an orphan. Naruto smiled with all 32 teeth, and Natsuki was already running ahead of her companions because the use of chakra was not prohibited after Natsuki was officially trained by Tsunade-sama. Passed to every week at 7 o'clock in the morning, Natsuki had to run to the library to the Yaninjutsu section where the 5th Hokage classes were taught. There were 4 wide columns forming a circle in the center of the room, in one of which there was a sofa where Tsunade was sitting. The girl concentrated, folded the seal, and placed her palms on the fish. Her hands were wrapped in green chakra, and Natsuki was able to begin the treatment. It didn't last long, because if she made a mistake, the fish's eyes would turn yellow, black, and so it was Natsuki's side, and threw the fish into the trash, can then approach the group of scrolls, and picked up the top one. "Are you worried?" Tsunade suddenly asked, approaching the girl when she had already left the fish on the ground and was about to begin the treatment. "If you want to be a doctor, you have to be confident." "I have confidence, it's just that what happens if the village is attacked by Akatsuki?" Natsuki asked, making Tsunade giggle. "What are you laughing at? They had the chance to attack while there was no ruler. But now here I am, the 5th Hokage, who will not let even a Jinni die or fall on her knees in front of Katsuki," said Tsunade. "You know, why can't you heal that fish?" "Why not?" Natsuki wondered. "You are concentrating too much Byakugan chakra. That's why the fish's body can't take it. You have to choose either the Byakugan chakra or your own," and sat back down on the couch. Natsuki concentrated again, after which she folded the seal and placed her palms on the fish for about 10 minutes. Natsuki tried to heal the fish, but it was in vain. She tried not to put Byakugan chakra into the Mystic Palm tech, but the fish failed again, and its eyes turned black. Natsuki was outraged and threw the fish to the ground, hitting the table with her fist that almost cracked. Tsunade realized and approached her student again. "I'm sorry, I'll fix it. See you tomorrow." She bowed and ran out of the library. Tsunade looked at the girl behind her and then turned her gaze to the tabletop that was decorated with a beautiful crack. "That's pure rage, right?" she commented to herself. Tsunade Natsuki just ran into her house. When in yes, she immediately informed her daughter that there was a message from the residents saying that the Hokage needed her help. Natsuki decided not to reject her mentor, so she hurried to the residence. On the way, she met her classmates who were calling her to train. But when "Hey, okay, Tsunade-sama, I was calling her for an important matter. She decided not to bother calling me." "Tsunade-sama," exclaimed Natsuki after knocking on the door and entering the office. Tsunade put aside the papers and took out of the drawer of her desk a part of the board where the crack was still visible. "Please forgive me, Tsunade-sama. I don't usually break like that," asked Tsunade, without even hearing Natsuki's phrase. "Well, not often, but it happened," said Natsuki timidly. "Do you know how I got such monstrous strength?" asked the woman. "Do you concentrate chakra?" asked the girl. "Yes, it is, but the thing is that concentrating chakra in a single place of your body is difficult, and without a perfect chakra control is impossible." "Kakashi informed me that you passed the chakra control test first when you were climbing trees," said Tsunade. "And I assure you that if you can heal even a fish or any other member of the marine world, I will teach you to control chakra in such a way that you will be able to surpass even me." Natsuki confirmed these words. Tsunade demanded that she not dare to doubt herself and her abilities, because from tomorrow Natsuki will have a rival, Sakura, who also wants to be a medical ninja, and she also has excellent chakra control. Sakura and Natsuki have never gotten along except in early childhood, and today they are rivals, so putting them next to each other or even in the same room is dangerous. The girl left the 5th Hokage residence and headed to Ichiraka Ramen to make up for her bad mood, but realized that she had made an irreparable mistake in class, so she hurried to the Yaninjutsu section of the library. When she reached the indicated floor, she took a scroll from she opened it, put the fish in, folded the seal, and started the class. She practiced for about 10 minutes, but nothing worked. "If you put your hands down, you've already lost." The girl remembered the words Naruto had told her not long ago. Gathering her thoughts, she concentrated, and finally the fish came to life. Natsuki shuddered as the fish began to wag its tail and jumped into the small pond in the room to the left of the table. "Hooray!" the girl whispered and felt someone's hand on her shoulder. Natsuki realized that she was a little worried. He turned around and saw the 5th Hokage, Tsunade-sama. She knew that if you wanted, you could do it. Tsunade smiled. "Normally, future ninja doctors take 1 or 2 months to get this kind of technique, and you were able to achieve it in a week or so." One day, Natsuki was satisfied with her progress, so she began to thank her mentor. Suddenly, the windows of the library flew out, shrouding those present. Tsunade covered Natsuki with herself, and the girl covered her head with her hands. When the windows they stopped flying, Natsuki was able to stand up straight. It's been a long time, Tsunade-sama. When she heard the familiar voice, Tsunade froze. I see your training is progressing. Well, I'm happy for Natsuki, because with your guidance, she will become a famous doctor in the future. Or not. Tsunade turned around and immediately looked at the person who had made the mess, who was a tall man, had black hair peeking out from under a straw hat. He was wearing a black cape with red clouds and sandals, but seeing his eyes, Natsuki was surprised. Exactly the same eyes that Sasuke's. Said Natsuki out loud. Iton covered her mouth with her hand. The man smiled, satisfied. Even so. So, do you know my brother? Such a question stunned Natsuki, because she knew that Sasuke lived alone and talking about his family was prohibited in the team. Where was another carrier of the Sharingan going to come from? Who are you? Asked Natsuki again. My name is Itachi Mukia. I am the older brother of your friend by the last name. I think you will understand. Natsuki looked closer and realized that Itachi had changed the color of his eyes, was a Sharingan. Seeing this, immediately lit up the Byakugan and got into a combat stance. So you are so brave that you have decided to face us. My name is Kisame. Smiled the second ninja that came out from behind Itachi, had a blue face under his eyes, something similar to gills or some running lines, a crossed out mark on his forehead. He was dressed the same as his partner, and something wrapped in bandages on his back. We have heard about the successes of your team, said Orochimaru. Before that, Itachi-san would kill him. Upon hearing this, Natsuki felt Tsunade's chakra begin to bubble in her channels, all thanks to the Byakugan, and turned to look at her teacher. The fifth clenched her fists, and her hand became wrapped in chakra. Still, Kisame smiled, approaching what was behind her, but was suddenly stopped by Itachi. Something is wrong. I don't think we will have to deal with Natsuki for long. After all, she is a G, and getting rid of her will not be a problem, said Itachi. You take care of her, I will take care of the big fish. The fifth Hokage, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke were heading to the fifth Hokage's residence to see how their partner was doing, and just as the team passed through the library, Natsuki fell right in front of them, all wrapped up and with her hands scratched to the point of bleeding. She looked up. She must have been looking out the window through which she flew out safely, or she had helped to do so. Natsuki-chan, what happened? Naruto wondered and wanted to approach, but was stopped by Sasuke, who also looked up and stood still. What's going on? Kakashi also noticed something and opened his left eye. You're going to explain what's going on here. After all, before they could answer, they heard laughter. And this is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Hope to see someone else. Naruto looked to his left and saw a man with a red cloud cloak. He had almost the same hair color as Sasuke, only a little darker Sharingan eyes, and a crossed-out cone guard. Who is that? Naruto wondered, and Sasuke stepped forward. Someone is not welcome here, said Kakashi. Saw the eyes with which Sasuke looked at his brother, and the thoughts that filled his mind right now, but suddenly not far from Natsuki. Tsunade fell to the ground and could barely stand. Tsunade-sama, exclaimed Natsuki, and ran to her men or began to heal her wounds, and next to her landed Kisame, Naruto, and Sasuke, pushing Kisame with their feet, and landing next to their friends, suddenly stood up for her. How brave you are, even to be a genin. Kisame smiled, getting up from the ground. The villagers who witnessed such an unexpected, they quickly moved away to avoid being hit. Natsuki managed to heal Tsunade, and the fifth got up safe and sound. Looking into Itachi's eyes, and you are stronger than I thought, said fifth. Well, what am I going to do? Many times he has underestimated me, Tsunade-sama, said Itachi, and then we wouldn't just come in here. We have an important mission. And he looked at Naruto, who had his back to Natsuki, and at Sasuke, who was behind him. Kakashi and Tsunade realized what he meant and realized who he was his goal. So before Itachi landed in front of Naruto, Tsunade and Kakashi pushed Lucci back. Sasuke wants to get out and get into the fight, but Naruto stubbornly tries to keep his partner out of it. Sasuke said, Naruto, I don't care, he killed my parents, he has to die, objected Sasuke, and ran towards Itachi coming out from behind. Naruto managing to run even past Kakashi, and Tsunade Sook wanted to stop him, but her partner was faster than her. Sasuke is in front of his brother in an instant and is about to attack him with his Chidori, but Itachi, seeing that Sasuke is blinded by revenge, takes him to the Jinjutsu space with his Sharingan. While the boy cannot control himself, Itachi grabs his brother by the neck and pushes him against the wall, lifting him off the ground. You are as weak as before, little brother, Itachi whispered in his brother's ear. Hearing this, Sasuke's eyes opened wide in surprise, but suddenly Itachi is flanked by Natsuki and Naruto lion combo spin kick from both sides, but Itachi evaporates and Sasuke falls to the ground, and the kick of our heroes goes through the wall. After a failed attempt, they lift Sasuke and help him to stand up when suddenly Kisame appears next to Naruto. Naruto exclaimed, "Natsuki!" Sasuke opened his eyes and tried to use the Chidori again, but it was as if the forces had abandoned him, and the boy could not even raise his hand to bend the seal. "Let me go." Shark, Naruto shouted, but behind Kisame another Shobi appeared and kicked his enemy in the spine. So Kisame, he had to let go of Naruto. As he turned around, the boy saw Jiraiya, who was at least furious. Akatsuki snapped at him. Jiraiya and instantly appeared behind Itachi, who was already lying on the ground before he was even able to use his Genjutsu. You underestimate the losing Kakashi and Tsunade, who were injured, disappeared, and the Akatsuki members found themselves surrounded by 3 Sannin, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Tsunade. Kisame and Itachi, who had been quite mistreated by Jiraiya, were a little surprised at this turn. So the great Kakashi attack is now one of the 3 great Sannin. Itachi smirked. "And do you have any objections to that?" Naruto was outraged, but was stopped by Natsuki, who approached her partner, also holding Sasuke at her side. "They will manage on their own. Help me, I better take Sasuke to his house," said Natsuki. Sasuke's house. Natsuki and Naruto had never been to Sasuke's house, so Lukia had to guide her friends on her own. Naruto, taking Natsuki's foot, put his partner on the bed since he had been through so much like the others. Yatsuki searched the shelf for the first aid kit in the locker on the right. Sasuke said quietly. At Sasuke's direction, Natsuki quickly found a box of medicine and everything necessary to administer first aid in her first class. Tsunade had advised her pupil on what any medical ninja should know to help their classmates in time. Natsuki sat next to Sasuke on the bed, while Naruto placed himself on the floor next to the bed. He opened the first aid kit and began to rummage through it. Itachi didn't hit him much, but I saw Sasuke grab his left shoulder. The girl, who preferred to wash her hands, lifted the left sleeve of Sasuke's shirt and found a pretty deep cut that was already starting to ooze. "What is that?" Naruto exclaimed and got up to see, but Natsuki pushed him back to the ground. "Don't move," Natsuki yelled. "Either you want Sasuke to get blood poisoning because of your filthy hands, or you want to cut like that for yourself, then I will personally organize it." After saying that, Naruto stood in silence. Natsuki proceeded first to desensitize the wound, then to work it with alcohol, and then began to apply the Yanin Jutsu from the beginning to the end of the procedure. Naruto noticed that Sasuke's look was completely different from the one he had since the morning before meeting his older brother, but the worst thing was that the boy was silent about it and was not saying anything. When Natsuki finished, he rewrapped the cut with a bandage so that no contagion could enter. He put it back, the med kit in its place, and turned to his companions. "Well," Naruto said, "Natsuki, Sasuke needs to rest, so it would be better if we went." Naruto nodded. He got up from the ground and held out his hand to his companion. Looking at him, Sasuke hummed and sealed his farewell with a friendly handshake from Chino home. They talked about how Sasuke had become strange, especially after meeting his brother, plus the Sannin had solved the problem, so there was nothing to worry about, and it was useless. Tsunade had told the couple when they found her on the street where Natsuki lived. Tomorrow, there was an important meeting that all the teams had to attend, including hers. Natsuki had a mail hawk and used it to send a letter to Sasuke and the captain, who at that time was in the hospital monitoring the behavior of the staff to make sure that Akatsuki would not appear in the village again. Naruto walked Natsuki home safe and sound, and they said goodbye with a fist bump as they returned home in the morning. I assumed the teams were going to have a meeting. Instead, Yasi woke up his daughter, and Kakashi woke up Naruto, who was sleeping like the dead. Naruto was urgently summoned by Tsunade, but they didn't say why. Naruto and Natsuki didn't understand anything, but they immediately went to the 5th Hokage's residence. When they entered the office, they saw that on his desk there was something lying around. "Who left the protector for you?" Naruto asked himself. Tsunade, sitting at the table, sighed. "I'm afraid the news I'm announcing to you isn't going to be very pleasant." "What news?" Naruto yawned. "I have a crazy dream." Tsunade got up from the chair and walked to the window. "Sasuke Yukiya left the village tonight." Naruto yawned and looked surprised at 5th grandmother Tsunade. As if she left, he asked. Naruto left his footprint and stuck a letter on it that said for Natsuki and Naruto. The woman gave the boys the footprint And the note that accompanied it, "I'm leaving, and I won't be back. There's no need to stop." That's all it said. "Have you understood everything?" I hope, Tsunade asked, but there was no answer. The only thing that stayed it was the loud slam of the door, and through the window, as two genin, hurriedly tying protectors on their foreheads, ran towards the gate of Konoha. "Meet us." Fifth Kakashi bursts in and watches menacingly as Tsunade watches as Natsuki and Naruto flee the village. Tsunade-sama, where did you send Naruto? Natsuki and Sasuke. Kakashi was outraged. Tsunade turned to him and looked into his eyes, filled with despair, sorrow, and surprise all at the same time. Fifth sat down in the chair and leaned against the back. Sasuke, then upon meeting his brother, he ran away from the village to become stronger. As I realized, I sent Natsuki and Naruto after him to bring him back to Konoha. Kakashi's anger did not decrease, but increased. What can they do? The Honin was outraged. Surely he must have already crossed the border of the country of sound. And if a genin crosses the border with another country, in case you don't remember, the government reports them, and we have a peace treaty. So there is nothing to worry about. Naruto and Natsuki are strong ninjas, even for genin. If they're given the right motivation, they will go far. Naruto and Natsuki ran as if they were going to some important meeting, because they ran nonstop. Natsuki illuminated Subbyakugan to see where Sasuke was going, but to find him, at least in the distance, the girl couldn't. Ohei had hidden his chakra. "Can you see it?" Naruto asked as they jumped to another branch. "No, apparently he has hidden his chakra. That's why Kugan can't detect it," said Natsuki. "But there's no need to stop. The country of fire is big. Even if he left the village at night, it is not certain that he has already reached the border of some state. The closest to us is the country of iron," said Naruto. "Knows perfectly well the way to there. We were there on a mission to find grandmother Tsunade and hear the land of sound. I bet he's going to use Orochimaru's work to become stronger," guessed Natsuki. But Naruto did not like that and got very angry. He clenched his fist tightly and shouted, "Sasuke!" shouted Naruto with all his strength. Far, far away, where Sasuke was already standing near the border post. He wanted to step on. He wouldn't believe it. But when he heard Naruto's voice, he recognized it. He stopped as if confused and turned around, looking where he had come from. The scream. "They are here," said Sasuke. Natsuki never found Sasuke's chakra, but she could see the border station where the guards were stunned. After landing at the border station, the boys checked if the ninjas were alive. "We're alive." Sasuke didn't go out of our senses. "What do we do?" But as soon as he said that phrase, a beautiful thought occurred to Naruto's subconscious. The boy was near a cage where some beast was watching him, and his intentions were not very pure. "Why did you come here?" "To save Sasuke." The fox smiled satisfied from behind the cage. Naruto could only see his eyes. "Find us. I know that Tails can detect chakra from a great distance. Find Sasuke," Naruto said. "Is it a request or an order?" Nine Tails made sure. "Or is it that our little hero does not know how to give orders?" Naruto approached the cage, and he punched the beams, causing the cage to rumble. "If I want, I'll give the order. If I don't want, I won't give it. And it's not up to you, tailed beast, to decide what I do and how I do it. Find Sasuke, by all means, but find him." Natsuki froze because her partner also froze. Seeing all this, the girl couldn't understand what was happening, so she approached Naruto and put her hand on his shoulder, and the boy came to immediately. "Natsuki-chan," said Naruto, "Nine Tails will find Sasuke. By now, we just have to wait." Hearing his words, the girl got scared. "You've been talking to Nine Tails." Natsuki got indignant, grabbing Naruto's arm. "It's dangerous in his subconscious. He can control you if you're near the cage, or even possess your mind. It's dangerous." Naruto gestured with his hand for him not to do it, because to find his friend, he would make any sacrifice, even if that sacrifice was the Nine Tails himself. He did everything Naruto ordered him to. Then the boy informed Natsuki of the location of Sasuke. The couple ran into the forest. Sasuke stood in the middle of the clearing, looking at his feet every now and then he glanced ahead. He waited and waited for those who wanted him to come back to appear, wondering what they would say to convince him to come back. Behind Yellow, I heard the crack of a branch, and as the birds fluttered, Sasuke smiled satisfied. "I knew my note would have no effect on you," Sasuke said, turning around. The boy met Naruto's eyes and Natsuki's. "Why are you here? You're doing what incorrect?" Sasuke. "Because you want the Seto village," said Natsuki indignantly. "Orochimaru is not there. You have forgotten his brother killed him." But he better not have said that, because Sasuke clenched his fists even more. He looked at his friends and showed his Sharingan. "We are not going to let you get away for real," Sasuke asked mockingly. "Well, okay." And he got into a combat stance. "Then I will force my way through." When Natsuki and Naruto saw this, they freaked out, because fighting in a friendly sparring match is one thing, But fighting in an enemy sparring combat when your life is at stake is another. The wind blew. All the participants in the fight, their lives were at stake. They did not know how it could end or where it would take them. Sasuke, without wasting time, rushed forward, and in an instant was in front of Natsuki. Quickly taking out a kunai, Sasuke raised it to hit, but Natsuki blocked it in time with his kunai. The blade, due to the clash, began to emit sparks that almost hit him in the eyes, but Sasuke jumped back in time to avoid being hit by Naruto. Multiple shadow declaration technique. Naruto shouted. The clones appeared around Sasuke and surrounded the boy. When he turned around, Sasuke realized he was trapped, but he had never been taught to surrender. But on the contrary, "I see you're serious," said Sasuke, taking out a kunai. "Then I'll be serious too." Kakashi was in the fifth-year office worried about his pupils because Naruto and Natsuki had never had to fight against their partner since Team 7 was one of the best, and to suppose that someone would want to leave the village was unthinkable. Fifth, sitting at the table side and looked at the captain, Go said Tsunade. Kakashi put on a face of surprise. Go to Naruto, Natsuki, and Sasuke need your support. If his companions do not manage to change Sasuke's mind, you will do it. He is looking for power. Find the way to change his thoughts, said the fifth. Kakashi bowed and left the office. I know what to offer him, Kakashi thought, and disappeared. Naruto flew backwards against a tree. Natsuki fell from face down on the ground. Sasuke was also hurt. Using the Chidori uses up a lot of chakra, so he had to not use it often. Getting up from the ground, Naruto rubbed the bruised areas and looked at Sasuke, who was looking at him with fury. So Yujiritanki, you are weak. Sasuke smiled satisfied, rubbing his bruised shoulder too. Yes, and Natsuki too. But then Naruto vanished. A clone. Sasuke looked around. The original Naruto could be anywhere at any time, and he didn't want any more problems. Natsuki leaned on her hands and began to get up, looking at Sasuke, placing her left hand on his knee and the right on the ground. Natsuki looked at Sasuke. There are no weaklings on our team, said the girl, concentrating chakra in her palm, causing a snap that went towards Sasuke. The boy made an attempt to bounce, but right in front of him from the crack, Naruto appears and grabs him by the neck. This fight is only ours. Sasuke, grabbing his partner Naruto, pulled him towards the crack, and they fell together. Naruto, Sasuke, Natsuki screamed with all her might, but no longer. The boys could be heard falling to the stone surface. Sasuke tried to get up and saw Naruto lying there motionless. Sasuke stands up, shakes himself off, and starts walking toward his partner to finish the job in one hit using the Chidori, but Naruto appears behind him and throws Sasuke against the wall behind him. The Uchiha hits his back and falls to the ground. He and Naruto already have enough abrasions, so not so much chakra anymore. Really, you're gonna go? Naruto shouted, clenching his fists. I'm not going to hit you, but I do have to do, so I will headbutt you and arm you back. Sasuke hummed and looked at Naruto. Who's going to give me power here? And Konoha asked Sasuke, and began to get up to defeat or even kill Itachi, who destroyed everyone he loved and still love. I need to be stronger, and the teachings of Orochimaru will help me achieve it, said Sasuke. But that infuriated Naruto even more. What the hell are Sasuke's teachings? Naruto was outraged. Orochimaru is and will remain a psychopath who knows nothing about life. Shinobi, oh, you want to end just like him? Sasuke was not convinced, and the tattoos of the curse seal began to spread across his face. It seems you do not realize that I am serious. I will kill you if necessary, and I will kill Natsuki if necessary, but I will go to the gold hideout Kamaru, and you will not stop me. Sasuke shouted and looked at Naruto, beginning to assemble the seals for the attack. The boy did not know what to do, but he did not want to give up or see how Sasuke sank into darkness. So he created a shadow clone that began to concentrate chakra in his palm, creating a ball of light. You leave me another option, Sasuke. Whatever the cost, I will get you back. Its Chidori collided with Rasengan. Kakashi landed in the same clearing where now was Natsuki and where previously his battle and that of Naruto against Sasuke had taken place. Seeing that Natsuki was barely standing, "Are you okay?" Kakashi asked, landing next to Natsuki. Seeing the teacher, the girl dripped blood, holding her chest and holding her hand there. Kakashi looked there and saw that the scar had opened, probably due to chakra of her companions. Natsuki held on as best she could, and seeing the cleavage, Kakashi realized that with her help, Naruto had decided to massacre Sasuke. "They're only in there?" Kakashi asked, pointing to the slit. "Yes," Natsuki whispered and began to heal the wound that Sasuke had inflicted on her. Naruto didn't listen to me. If he had known what he would do, he wouldn't have followed his plan. Literally moments later, an explosion came from the crack. Kakashi covered Natsuki with his back. She had already been hurt enough. She didn't need to be hurt again. The captain saw the flames coming from the crack and realized that it was Sasuke's work. He's serious, Kakashi thought, but then he saw a bright blue glow of the kind that Kakashi had only seen from his master when he used the Rasengan. So Naruto is still alive. Natsuki made an attempt to get up, but due to the great loss of chakra, she was unable to do so and had to heal herself as soon as possible. Kakashi could see that Natsuki was angry with herself for not being able to help her friends to help Naruto, and that tormented her inside. How weak I am, said Natsuki, clutching her chest. In our team, there are no weaklings, Natsuki replied. Kakashi, hearing her words, gave Natsuki an instant boost of strength, and she doubled her seal. What are you doing? Natsuki didn't listen to her teacher. She was completely immersed in the creation of the technique Tsunade. Before talking about medicine, he explained how important it was for a doctor to protect himself. That is why he taught her a technique that would be very useful in the future. Clenching her fist, Natsuki concentrated and standing up, she hit the ground with all her strength. There was an equally violent explosion that her companions replicated. A sweat of chakra erupted from the ground, and an instant later Sasuke and Naruto flew out of there. Uzumaki landed on the ground, and Sasuke did the same on a nearby branch, crossing their seals for the technique. Naruto created a clone, and a ball of chakra appeared in his hand. Natsuki was horrified that the attacks that characterized her companions were used on each other. Against the other suck that yelled, the two genin heading towards each other. Kakashi was as startled as the kunoichi and was even more surprised when Natsuki lunged at her companions. Natsuki didn't even think for a second about what she should do. She simply acted on instinct. She ran forward with the intention of stopping this senseless fight. After all, this was not supposed to happen between comrades. They say that before dying, the entire life of a dying person passes before their eyes. What the same thing happened with Natsuki's eyes. She was crying despite the portable pain she felt in her chest and the scar that opened with each step she took. The girl ran forward without even looking back or stopping to shout, Natsuki. Sasuke and Naruto saw that when their techniques made contact, Natsuki would get between them, and then there would only be 3 left on the team, including Kakashi. The boys tried to stop the attack, but it was all useless because the speed was incredible. Naruto and Sasuke saw everything on camera. Slowly, they already imagined what would happen to them if Natsuki suddenly disappeared. Don't run away, Natsuki. Naruto and Sasuke shouted at the same time. At that very moment, they forgot about their fight. Sasuke forgot about wanting to flee the village and the fact that he considered Naruto his rival. Despite having said that he would kill both Naruto and Natsuki for their strength, when he saw that one of them was in mortal danger, Sasuke changed, reacting in time. Kakashi intervened in the duel and grabbed the boys' wrists, separating them, to that neither of the two genin got hurt. Both of them crashed into the trees that fell immediately due to attacks of this level. Naruto leaned on his elbows and saw Sasuke lying in front of him with his left arm shattered. Looking at his arm, Naruto realized that he had put almost all of his chakra into the attack and had already exhausted it since his arm was bloody. Natsuki stopped and grabbed her chest again. Kakashi immediately jumped towards her and picked her up in his arms. You two idiots, shouted Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke, who could barely stand, approached the captain, who had Natsuki in his arms. She is willing to die for all of us, and you make her die by your own attacks. You have fallen with Kakashi. The boys headed back to the village. Natsuki opened her eyes, already in the hospital, where Kakashi had brought her sitting on the bed. The girl saw that. She was not in the room, not far away on the back wall. There were 2 more beds in which they were already sitting, just like her. Naruto and Sasuke waiting for her. She will wake up. Are you okay? Natsuki sighed in relief, seeing that her friends were unharmed. Natsuki immediately felt lighter. Naruto and Sasuke sighed. Forgive us, Natsuki-chan, said Naruto. And his sad look was also caught by Sasuke. I hurt you both by fighting against you. I'm sorry. Tsunade entered the room and glared angrily at everyone present. Insufferable children. Did you know them? Tsunade was indignant, approaching first Naruto, then Sasuke, and then Natsuki. How could they fight each other? And using such dangerous techniques, they were trying to kill each other. But you fought Orochimaru with Jiraiya-sama. No, Sasuke asked himself and met King's furious gaze. He left the team a long time ago. Now our third Sannin is Kakashi, who you probably don't respect. Either Tsunade already said you should have seen his face when he found out that you Sasuke had escaped to Orochimaru's hideout. Upon hearing that, Sasuke shuddered, and you Naruto who would call you smart when they tell me that you left alone to Natsuki, and you didn't bother to warn her that you wanted to fight Sasuke alone. She would have followed you Naruto, try to get away, but Tsunade wasn't convinced. What the hell does that matter? Kinta was outraged you were a team under the leadership of one of the great Sannin trios. Why the hell do you have these fights? 2 hours later, Kakashi also decided to check on his injured students, so he explained his displeasure to them as soon as possible, especially towards Sasuke, who had almost killed his teammate. Sasuke explained everything to her clearly to his teacher, and Kakashi could only sigh because for some reason he had come to them. And about the power, said Kakashi, heading to the door. Sasuke, I will wait for you at the training camp. When they discharge you, the boy was surprised. What do you mean I will be your mentor? You will receive the power that started all this, and left the room. It has been 6 months since Naruto and Natsuki brought Sasuke back to the village. Natsuki and Sasuke are safely learning several techniques from their mentors and are happy for them because the training is very difficult. Naruto has to train alone because Jiraiya has already left the village for a while. Naruto walked down the street where his house was, and in order not to get bored, the boy tried not to think about the fact that his companions were getting stronger, and he was doing nothing. On the way, he met Shikura Ino and Choji, who were going to train with Asuma. Ino told Naruto in confidence that Natsuki had surpassed Sakura and was Tsunade's best student. It turned out that she was also trained in IR Yanenhatsu, but not for long. Naruto was happy for his friends and decided to stop by to visit Yasi-senpai. But the Yanabe weren't home. Nobody cares about me, and Naruto whispered he had never felt so alienated. Heading to Ichiraka Ramen, Naruto decided that if he didn't practice today, he would fail the chunin exam that would be held next year. But suddenly, upon entering Ichiraka Ramen, Naruto finds there none other than Jiraiya, perverted hermit. Aren't you on a mission? Naruto wondered, sitting next to him and ordering a ramen. Seeing the boy, Jiraiya smiled. Oh, Naruto, Jiraiya exclaimed and ruffled the boy's hair. It's been a long time since I saw you. I heard that Kakashi has taken Sasuke as an apprentice. I talked to him. Yatsuki is also making progress. You can be proud of them, but apparently Naruto wasn't so happy with his progress. Why are you so sad? It's because no one can be happy with my progress, Naruto said sadly. You're upset because you only learned how to use the Rasengan, asked Jiraiya, and Naruto nodded. Yes, you are a gifted boy. You cannot learn other techniques. I am not gifted unlike my classmates. Natsuki-chan will become an excellent doctor with great physical strength, and Sasuke in the future will defeat his brother. What is my goal? Nothing. For the first time, Jiraiya already saw the sadness on Naruto's face because normally Naruto was the one who encouraged everyone, rejoicing for someone's victories, but now everything was different, and Jiraiya already realized that Naruto had grown him, and Jiraiya smiled satisfied. What's so funny? Naruto was indignant, banging his noodle sticks against the table, is that with your personality, you remind me of my student. Your predecessor. You two are very similar, said Jiraiya. Who are you talking about? Naruto wondered, taking a ramen to the mouth of Minute. Kiss, answered the man. Upon hearing this, Naruto spat all the noodles on the table and looked surprised at the Sannin. Are you telling me that the very fourth Oki of Konoha was your apprentice? Exclaimed Naruto, and Jiraiya already nodded. Wow, I never thought the Hokage needed mentors. Everyone needs a teacher, even if it's not as obvious as your classmates. I know the skills and methods of Kakashi and Tsunade, and I realize that Natsuki and Sasuke were lucky, but I can't say that my student, who I myself taught everything I knew, was lucky at that moment. Jiraiya had already paid the cook and headed to the exit of Ichiraka Ramen. Naruto, who had finished his portion in a hurry and paid, hurried after the Sannin. And that why? Naruto asked. Because after 10 years, he was already gone, Jiraiya said sadly. Sitting on the nearest bench, the fourth Hokage died by pure chance. Naruto asked. No, of course, not the fourth Hokage died a hero. That is why he is and will be considered a hero of our time. And beyond, Minato was a gifted student, always on the go, and never asked for mercy or, God forbid, light training, especially at the age of 15. He even had his own personal technique for this. He was nicknamed Yellow Leaf Lightning. Naruto smiled. Natsuki told me about it. The fourth could summon itself with a kunai that had a seal stuck to it. It was like summoning, only the risk was very high, a carelessness. And you're in a coffin, said Naruto. That's right, nobody could replicate the flight of God, not even me. Although Minato told me how to use the technique, he was the only one who mastered the summoning by himself, said Jiraiya. He and Naruto talked for a long time until it began to get dark. Jiraiya told Naruto not to wander alone through the dark streets. So he offered to accompany the Genin home to calm his heart, although Naruto resisted. How could he? Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto. Jiraiya smiled, ruffling the boy's hair, and Naruto blushed. And don't worry about not having a mentor. The important thing is that you find one. No one will ever force you to be an apprentice. He left, and Naruto went straight to bed. When he got home, Naruto had a strange dream. A woman with long hair was destroying the earth, but was defeated by two men who then Naruto couldn't see what happened next. Everything was like a fog. The image seemed to cut off, and the boy fell into a normal sleep. A sudden crash made Naruto fall out of bed and found himself on the floor. The boy was a little surprised by this noise, so he immediately opened his eyes. What was his surprise when he saw his fellow boys-in-law? What are they doing here? Naruto wondered, while Natsuki just smiled and Sasuke chuckled. Happy birthday, Naruto, shouted Sasuke, and Natsuki entering the room. At first Naruto didn't understand anything, but then he looked at the calendar hanging over the bed and saw the red number April 2nd. The boy stood up, and something fell on the bed. When he turned around, Naruto saw Kakashi crouching on the windowsill. Congratulations, Naruto Uzumaki. It was a new ribbon with a black bow from Kakashi, a wristband from Natsuki, and a scroll of Rasengan views from Sasuke was the last gift. The one that caught his attention the most, so Naruto looked at Sasuke and smiled. Thank you guys, Naruto even cried. Natsuki approached him and hugged him. Sasuke approached and stroked his hair, and Kakashi approached and hugged his students, and I thought that no one would remember him, and began to rub his tears. How could we forget your birthday, Naruto? It's impossible. Natsuki smiled, letting go of his arms, and Sasuke approached him. We are friends, Naruto. Hearing such words from Sasuke, Naruto couldn't stand it and hugged him, and Sasuke hugged him back. Naruto never had a family, but now he realizes how much he cares for his comrades. I'm starting to realize how much they think of each other, Kakashi thought and smiled. Thank you, Sasuke. You are my best friend, and I will not let you leave the village. Leaving Natsuki, Kakashi sensei, and me behind ever. And he hugged the boy tighter. Sasuke hummed and separated from his friend, holding out his fist. You're like a brother to me, Naruto. And they bumped fists. After this encounter, the boys decided to go out, and Kakashi took them all to Ichiraka Ramen. And it was Kakashi who would pay the married. Genin glided happily in Ichiraku and sat next to each other with Naruto in the middle, ordering the largest portions. They began to gorge themselves on them, while Kakashi ate his portion, watching them. Naruto, you're eating like a pig, yelled Sasuke, pushing his friend in the side, and Naruto freaked out and spit on Sasuke's shirt, so that the blue background branched out into a noodle pot. Of course, they almost fought over it, but before Kakashi wanted to intervene, Natsuki intervened and ended up separating the companions. Enough. Upon hearing that word, the boys stopped. Today is a day like that. You can at least behave like brothers today. Sasuke and Naruto calmed down, but so that Natsuki wouldn't hear them, they had a verbal altercation, but the girl only had to pretend that she didn't hear anything. The morning went well, and then everyone decided to go to the 5th OC's residence. Upon entering the office, Naruto was bombarded with congratulations from Tsunade, Irika sensei, and of course Naruto began to blush, while Natsuki and Sasuke just smiled. What they gave you, Naruto? Asked Irika. Kakashi sensei stomped on Natsuki-chan. A wristband with my clan's insignia. Yasuke, a scroll with all kinds of Rasengan, said Naruto. The conversation between Tsunade and Luka and the others lasted for almost the entire day until it began to get dark. Kakashi left his students behind, warning Naruto and Sasuke to take Natsuki home. The Genin walked calmly down the street despite the fact that it was already quite dark. They talked, joked, laughed, even jumped. Nothing and no one could ruin this evening. And so the boys took their friend home. I will see you tomorrow night. I will be studying with Tsunade-sama all day, so I will not see you in the morning or in the afternoon, said Natsuki sadly. Naruto hugged her, and she met Sasuke with his fists. And I also have training with Kakashi. They are very tiring, but to become strong, I will go to whatever is necessary. Sasuke smiled. Thank you for a good day, guys, said Naruto. And after finishing with Natsuki, they each went their own way. With Sasuke, Naruto's house was not there, so far from Natsuki's. So in just 10 minutes, he was at her door. The day was so colorful, bright, and sunny that he wanted to go back to relive all the moments once again. But no luck. Naruto opens the door of his house. He is about to enter and closes the door behind him when suddenly he sees in the shoe rack someone's kimono shoes. Naruto was startled and immediately took out a kunai. He went to the room. It was dark, and he found a man in his bed and threw the kunai at him. But the man immediately he caught the kunai. Without even looking back, "Who the hell are you?" Naruto was outraged, getting into a combat stance. "And you can catch a kunai without even turning around to ask the man." The voice sounded familiar. But suddenly, "It was stupid. Who are you?" I repeat the question. Naruto was outraged. The man stood up still with the kunai in his hand and approached the light switch and turned it on. Naruto was surprised. In front of him was none other than the third of the Sannin trio, Jiraiya, the perverted hermit. Naruto asked himself, and Jiraiya smiled. "You noticed my shoes then?" "That's nice," said Jiraiya. "I didn't think they would discover me so quickly." Naruto sighed calmly, because it wasn't the thief, nor Kabuto, nor any of the Akatsuki who were after Naruto. "I thought you were on a mission again," said Naruto, taking off his sandals and approaching the nightstand to put the footprint next to the photo of his team. "Why have you come back so soon?" Grandmother Tsunade said that the mission lasts about 3 days and they haven't expired yet. "What's the urgency?" Jiraiya supported the back against the wall and looked at Naruto with a smile. "What are you laughing at?" "You remind me a lot of my student Minato," said Jiraiya. "Even if you're not similar on the outside, but on the inside, I see." Naruto said, "Well, I have to go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, I will go to train, so there is no time." Jiraiya wanted to leave, but he stopped in front of the door. "Something is wrong." "Happy birthday, Naruto," said Jiraiya. "I hope you don't have any more nightmares," and he left the house. Naruto was surprised. Had Jiraiya already returned early from an important mission just to wish him happy birthday? But suddenly, just before going to bed, near the gifts from his friends, Naruto found a note. Upon opening it, he realized that it had been written by a real Sannin. "Did you think you could learn the Rasengan species on your own and without a mentor? Haha, you're wrong, boy. Get ready. When I get back from my mission, I'll take you on a trip, and I myself will teach you everything I know. I hope that with such a pathetic gift, I have managed to brighten your birthday afternoon." When I reached the end of the letter, Naruto was on the verge of tears. He had dreamed of becoming Jiraiya's apprentice when he had taken him along with Natsuki and Sasuke to help him find a third Sannin. Tsunade Naruto went to bed with the happy news that he would now be instructed by Jiraiya. One of the great trio of Konoha, Jiraiya was on an important mission whose details no one divulged, much less Tsunade. When Naruto asked her, the woman already knew that the boy was her student and was worried about him, but still she didn't say. Nothing happened. Days passed, months passed, and now it was exactly a year since our heroes had become a team. Such an important day, and it was also the day of Konoha's birth. Everyone was preparing for a big celebration. Even Kakashi had promised his students that he would have a lot of fun on such a day. Naruto and his classmates gathered at Sasuke's house to prepare a gift for the teacher, because he was their captain, and on the anniversary of Team 7, he should not be left without a gift. Among all of them, they were given a gift. The idea of making dolls comes up. Say each one can make their own personal doll, so that in a difficult moment Kakashi wouldn't be heavy on the Olenchesto curse. "I didn't start to sew the doll correctly," exclaimed Naruto, throwing the doll against the wall. But with the help of Sasuke's fishing line, Natsuki returned the ruined doll to its owner. "What does it matter, Naruto? What matters is that Kakashi-sensei is happy that we have so much left, and that it is not a lone object. Natsuki Sasuke is not well either, but he is not going crazy or crying." Naruto picked up his doll and started sewing more at the academy. Literally everyone was taught to sew, and you never knew what could happen in life. So Naruto and Sasuke skillfully sewed their dolls. When the boys finished, they put on the eyes and hair. Sasuke and Naruto dedicated themselves to sewing the 3 dolls, and Natsuki dedicated herself to sewing clothes for the dolls because she knew the clothes she herself wore and the ones her classmates wore. So, after 10 minutes, the dolls were dressed. Sasuke and Naruto leaned on each other, one on the other, butting their heads. Seeing this, Natsuki smiled. "Look, if someone would have told me a year ago that you two would sit next to each other like that, I would have thought that person was an idiot," said Natsuki. Really, after everything before, even in the academy, Naruto and Sasuke had never gotten along. They were rivals that would always be on the same page and couldn't find common ground. But now they could safely call themselves best friends or even brothers. Soon it was time to go out, so without wasting not a minute of free time, the boys rushed out to meet the teacher and give him the gifts. As they approached Kakashi's house, Naruto knocked on the door, and after being allowed to enter, he entered with his friends. Kakashi-sensei called the boy. The captain came out of the room wearing a black t-shirt and blue pants with his mouth covered by a mask. "Hello," Naruto smiled. Kakashi was surprised at this visit, but smiled. "Hello, what are you doing here?" He wondered. Kakashi, are you our captain? Right, that's right, said Natsuki. And on a day like today, we have decided to give you gifts, extending a small box. Kakashi was surprised and accepted the gift. When he opened the box, the captain almost cried with happiness. It contained 3 Naruto dolls. Sasuke and Natsuki were smiling, turning his gaze towards the students. Kakashi let a tear fall. Pu. Well done, thank you, said Kakashi, placing the box on his bed. So if you have given me a gift now, it is my turn to give you my gift. Kakashi smiled, putting on his chunin vest. After 5 minutes, the team Naruto left Kakashi's house and followed the captain because he decided to give something to his students. The genin were surprised because the captain had brought them to the same training camp where they had been the day after their first meeting. The first training mission. Oh, why are we here? Naruto asked himself. Kakashi advanced towards the pillars and jumped on one of them. I want to teach you how to keep your technique under control, Kakashi said. I know that thanks to the medical lightning and clone seals, you create multiple clones. Also, adding jutsu is a very useful jutsu. I'm proud of you. But for it to last a long time, it requires chakra, which you can release gradually, said Kakashi. Natsuki, you, as a practicing doctor, should know chakra control and be able to control it, yes. For a doctor, chakra control is essential, said Natsuki, but how does it help us keep the clones under control? I will explain it to you. If at least one of you has an extra flow of chakra, that is to say, whereby depositing it at a certain time, the clones will gain extra power, like that your technique becomes almost infinite. Natsuki had heard of such a technique, only not from Kakashi, but from Shizen. She had told her about the diamond on Tsunade's forehead, and that there was a large reserve of chakra there, and that if the 5th broke the seal, her chakra would increase many times, reaching its level, the chakra reserve of the cursed seal, and even the chakra of the 9 tails. But this requires perfect control of the chakra. A mistake, and the consequences can be unpredictable from you. Everyone has perfect control of chakra, but Naruto, said Kakashi, you as a basic builder of this technique, you cannot release chakra. In this way, the boy was surprised why Naruto did not understand it. Because your chakra is destined to maintain the clones, and with the chakra of your companions, you make the clones real. That is to say that Natsuki and Sasuke feed them with the help of the Byakugan and the Sharingan. They can even control them, perhaps without your participation, said Kakashi. A talk about this use of chakra was of great help to our heroes. Kakashi explained to them that his quirk was help them perfect this technique. The boys were very happy, so they could return to the city where the day of Konoha was already in full swing. On a day like this, the door of the Hokage residence opens to all visitors so they can see how the Hokage works. Tsunade did not like this tradition very much, but the customs created by her grandfather, the first cage. Tsunade pointed them out and followed them despite her likes or dislikes. Everyone had fun, they laughed. Even the children who were in the academy were excited by visit the 5th Hokage's office and see how hard she had to work. Kakashi helped the students get souvenirs with the symbols of Konoha or the faces of the founders of Konoha, Madara Yukiya and Hashirama. Senju Naruto bought a pendant with Hashirama's face, Sasuke one with Madara Natsuki's face, a photo pendant, and Kakashi a new technological scroll. Then they went to see a theatrical performance offered by the boys of the academy about the battle between Asama and Madara. They must be studying a subject of story. At this moment, Natsuki was distracted with a book that described the creation of the world. The girl found a chapter about Atsuki Kagaya, her children Agoromo and Amuru, and Indra, the children of Agoromo, and Azuki, the only daughter of Amuro. Natsuki was so absorbed in reading that she did not realize that she had lost sight of her companions. But the most dangerous thing was that the village had uninvited guests. Natsuki looked up, and in the crowd, she glimpsed a black cape with red clouds. The girl looked among the crowd and saw an unknown ninja with orange hair and piercings, but not even Akatsuki saw him. The passers-by didn't seem to notice him, but the ninjas who were also at the party did, and for a moment, they were scared. Natsuki, upon hearing Naruto's voice, the girl threw the book on the counter and ran to the call. Natsuki could see the enemies before they got close to her, so she had to hurry through the crowd as fast as she could. After all, Akatsuki needed Naruto, and more specifically to the 9 tails that was sealed inside her, gathering her courage. Natsuki ran towards the next call that Kakashi shouted. When he heard it not far from her, the girl arrived at her destination, stopping next to her companions. There was no way she could catch her breath. What is happening? Naruto wondered. Akatsuki are in the village, said Natsuki. I saw one of them has orange hair. They want you, Naruto. Such statement astonished Kakashi because those who maintained order were supposed to notify Tsunade about incidents or bad visitors, but Anbu said Sasuke, but was interrupted by Kakashi. The Anbu have probably been killed a long time ago. Kakashi suggested if Akatsuki has come here, we should inform the fifth because this could end badly. It has already ended badly, said someone behind him before Kakashi could turn around. Some kind of chakra field throws both him and the genin in different directions. The crowd stops moving and turns to the source of the noise. Leaning on their elbows, Sasuke and Naruto see a man carrying a black cape with red clouds, has orange hair, piercings in his ears and nose, and the imprint of the village hidden in the rain on his forehead. Only crossed out. Natsuki cringed at seeing him because he did not inspire good, only evil. Kakashi attacked, said the man, looking at the captain, who had already stood up. If you as a nin do not want the village to suffer, you better give us what you came for. Kakashi clenched his fists and revealed his Sharingan. Naruto, you will not get it, said Kakashi. We do not only want Naruto. A woman landed next to the man. Conan, you take care of the genin, and I'll take care of Kakashi, said the man. Okay, Pain, I have him, and got into a combat stance. Naruto, Sasuke, and Natsuki gulped, stood up, and turned to Kakashi. Sensei, what should we do? She asked. Natsuki, stop her. I'll take care of Pain. Don't interfere. Everything will be fine, said Kakashi. Kakashi stood in front of Pain and looked him in the eyes. The Akatsuki boss had unusual eyes like divas in the water, and Kakashi realized who he was dealing with. Pain did not attack, as if expecting something. From time to time, he would look towards where Conan was distracting the genin. Let's go, said Pain, lunging at his being, blow after blow. Kakashi felt that Pain was an unusual enemy. He had abilities that our great Sharingan Kakashi had never had to face, bending his seals on the fly. Kakashi created a dragon of lightning in his hand and launched it at Pain, but once again using the force field, Pain managed to evade the attack. Sky Path. This attack pushed Kakashi away, and this one crashed into one of the buildings. Trying to get up, Kakashi realized that this attack had affected his chakra channels. The Sky Path that Pain had used had a similar effect to Natsuki's punch, a soft fist, only that he used a force field instead of the palms of his hands. Concentrating, Kakashi created a Raikiri. It was more powerful even than the Chidori. Hitting his opponent with it, Kakashi managed to make him retreat, but as soon as Pain stopped, four more Shobi, they landed next to him. They also had orange hair, each with different lengths and the obligatory piercings. Now things were getting really difficult, because it was difficult to fight with just one Pain, but it was too much to fight with several before Pain could attack. Jiraiya landed in front of Kakashi, and thanks to that he put a barrier between Kakashi and Pain, while Tsunade landed next to the Honing and began to repair the damaged chakra channels. Idiot! Couldn't you ask for help? Iria was indignant. Without become, even though there are three of us, and we can ask each other for help if we need it, you are acting impulsively, and you need to act prudently. But Jiraiya-sama, and took a punch from Tsunade. That's enough, Kakashi said. Tsunade, get used to referring to Jiraiya and me as you after all. And she froze. Orochimaru is gone. We trust you, because in the past you also tried to stop him and convince him not to leave the village. It's time for you to realize who you are and help my comrade. Get up, become someone your students will be proud of. Kakashi turned around and saw that the genin had already started the battle with Conan. Then he turned around, he smiled, and stepped forward, placing himself between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Well, Kakashi began tightening the bandage on his forehead and putting on his gloves. It was time for me to show the full power of my third Sannin. Naruto and Sasuke flew away from Conan, receiving paper-thin cuts that Conan had used in the fight. She was a strong opponent, so dealing with her was not an option. Easy. Natsuki intervened in the matter by bending certain seals. Her palm was wrapped in chakra. Using a Bakugan, the girl attacked Conan, but she also failed to hit the chakra channels. It was as if Conan had none. The boys wanted to flee, but they had to protect the village, be it has no weaknesses. Naruto was indignant, apparently not whispered. Natsuki. Sasuke looked at his companions. The tattoos of the cursed seal spread across his face. Sasuke, are you sure? Quite sure. I can already control it, less a little, but I will help you, said Sasuke. In some parts other teams were fighting. It seemed all the Akatsuki had arrived at the village, including Itachi, Yukiya, and Kisame. But Sasuke did not care, brother, as long as his companions and friends were alive. He fought alongside Naruto and Natsuki and began to realize that revenge was an imaginary dream for which there was no need to flee the village or harm and kill friends. But suddenly Conan stabs Naruto with a paper stick. Naruto shouted. Natsuki and Sasuke. Naruto spat out blood, but suddenly a clone appeared next to him, creating a ball of chakra. Smiling, Naruto realized that his plan had worked, and Nine Tails, or rather his chakra, would not let the Jinchuriki die. Rasengan shouted Naruto and hit Konan in the chest, making her fly backwards and fall to the ground, while Naruto flew back. To his companions, Kakashi attacked one of Pain's bodies with his Raikiri. Jiraiya attacked with his hermit mode, and Tsunade controlled her chakra to clear the way for her companions. But suddenly Pain's main body jumped back right in front of the Jin, and Naruto shouted the Sannin, "I haven't come for Naruto," hearing the voice of one of the shinobi. Katsuki the Sannin saw that Paini had thrown Sasuke and Naruto in different directions, heading towards Natsuki. Their target is not Naruto. He wondered Tsunade Jiraiya was going to help the Genin. They tried to do it themselves, but Pain dispersed them a second time, grabbed Natsuki, and jumped heading for the exit of Konoha. Tsunade almost fainted. Naruto Sasuke shouted the fifth entrusted you with the mission of reaching Pain and bringing Natsuki back to the village, and Naruto and Sasuke ran after the enemy. Tsunade, Kakashi, and Jiraiya were already left with 4 enemies that were no less powerful than the main body of Pain, but suddenly Konan landed in front of them, becoming the main target. It can't be. Jiraiya already shuddered. It can't be them, Jiraiya thought. But he kept his thoughts to himself, starting to fight. Naruto and Sasuke ran like crazy to reach Pain and take his friend back to the village, but the enemy had run so far away that they couldn't even see him. Thank God that thanks to the Sharingan and the curse marker, the Genin could track Pain's chakra. Pain was very far from Konoha, but also from the border. He ran fast to get away. He couldn't feel anyone else's chakra following him, but it was difficult because the Natsuki he carried under his arm was trying hard to keep up with him. The step, let me go, you bastard, let me go. He kicked and kicked, he bit and scratched, but to Pain he didn't care. It was as if he didn't feel anything, and that infuriated Natsuki even more. Why did you steal me? You want Naruto, and we're not going to give him to you, so you better let me go right now. Shut up already, Pain grumbled, hugging the girl tighter. No one is going to help you, pathetic girl. Chidori. Pain turned around and was hit in the chest by Chidori's attack, and saw the look of the Sharingan in front of him, and then felt the chakra of the one with the tail. Naruto's pupils were red with anger. He looked Paini in the eyes and literally growled with hatred and rage. I didn't think they would reach me so fast. Impressive. But the punch that Sasuke had launched was beginning to lengthen, which surprised the boy. This attack is useless against me, Sasuke. Sasuke clenched his fists. Let her go, said Naruto, or you will have to fight against the 2 of us. Pain just Natsuki was enveloped in blue chakra and lost consciousness. Then Pain put her on a distant branch so that the Genin couldn't reach her, after which he stood up. Well, go, said Pain. It was not easy for the Hins because the opponents were very strong. Even though our heroes are 3 concentrating their siege, the Sandins decided to attack all together, but it did not work. Next was Konan, who attacked using a paper hurricane, managed to hit the chakra channels of Tsunade and Kakashi, so that only Jiraiya was left, and without regeneration Tsunade could not heal her companions. Raikiri. Kakashi hit the ground with his hand and summoned a current that he used to attack Konan, but a long-haired and pierced shinobi came to his defense. See, we can't even get to one of them, said Tsunade. Getting up from the ground, you have to concentrate to attack, and when they attack you from different directions, it becomes more difficult even with chakra control. Kakashi was fighting against a shinobi who had a nose piercing that covered practically his entire face, and against another who had tried to draw chakra from Jiraiya during combat, and fighting opponents like that was not easy. Jiraiya already took care of the others so as not to overwhelm his SUS too much. Comrades Naruto and Sasuke were thrown against a tree and hit the back of who and the head of who. The important thing was that they were exhausted like a lemon and had almost no chakra left. But once again, when Pain attacked them with a chakra barrier, they attacked with their own methods. Chidori shouted Sasuke. Rasengan. Naruto spontaneously shouted. The 2 techniques merged into one, causing Naruto and Sasuke's arms to be damaged. Unable to move, they fell unconscious to the ground with their arms bent at the elbow and almost touching. Pain approached them and was about to finish them off when Konan and the rest of the shobi who had visited the village with them landed. Pain smirked and was about to kill the Genin when suddenly he felt the barrier he was using to contain Natsuki's dream crumble as he turned. Pain saw Natsuki standing covered in abrasions and cuts. Don't touch them, please, the girl whispered. Take me, but don't touch them. Pain just hummed and raised his hands to use the field of force when suddenly Natsuki appeared between him and the victims, looking pitifully into the eyes of her worst enemy. I will do everything you say, everything you ask of me, but please do not hurt them. Or Konoha, I will go with you if you promise me that Pain looked over his shoulder at the two genin and sighed, indicating that he could say goodbye. To them, Natsuki turned to his companions and ran his hand across their foreheads where their footsteps had twisted and cried, "Guys, I am so sorry," Natsuki said through tears without more, untied his step and placed it in the hands of Naruto and Sasuke, crossing, "And you do not fall for people like Pain. Do not let yourselves down and do not give up. I believe in you." After kissing her friends on the forehead, each one, the girl got up and turned to Pain. "I am ready," and then with him crossed the border to the country of rain terror. Hours later, Naruto and Sasuke woke up in a room of one of the hospitals of Konoha, jumping on the beds. They wanted to get up, but the forces abandoned them, and they had to sit back down. Tsunade entered the room, followed by Jiraiya and Kakashi. "Where is Natsuki?" asked Naruto with a hoarse voice, and Tsunade looked at him sadly. "Pain took her to the country of rain." Naruto tried to get up but couldn't, and Sasuke couldn't either, Naruto shouted. But when he looked at the nightstand, he saw the protector that belonged to Natsuki. "Was she here? Not when we found you in the forest, almost near the border with the country of rain. You had Natsuki's footprint on your hands, and your hands crossed in a padlock." "I'm so sorry, Naruto," Jiraiya whispered. In just a few days, our hero's well-being improved. When Naruto and Sasuke were fully recovered, Tsunade discharged them. Now Sasuke, Kakashi, and Tsunade were standing in front of the gates of Konoha, saying goodbye to their friend on a long journey. Kakashi gave Naruto some wise advice. Tsunade told him that he would return as a strong ninja. Now Sasuke and Naruto approached separately. "Don't worry, Naruto," Sasuke said, crossing his arms in a friendly handshake. "We will recover by yourself. Get strong by training with Jiraiya-sama, and don't do stupid things out there." Naruto just smiled and hugged Sasuke. "You too, Sasuke. We must be worthy ninjas of Konoha," Naruto said, and greeting his comrade, he left the village of Konohagakure with Jiraiya.